1. Chapter 1 I am Ace. Chapter 1 I am Ace. Ace. On the screen of a projector, Luffy was covered with scars all over his body, knelt on his knees, holding Ace's body, feeling extremely sad, and lost consciousness with his head raised. The boy standing in front of the projector is also called Ace, but he is not the Fire Fist Ace in One Piece, but an ordinary white-collar worker in Huasha. As an orphan, he was admitted to university through his own efforts, and found a normal job with a modest income, but he could live on. Over the years, the unchanging life may have extinguished the blood in his heart, but like thousands of pirate fans, every time he watches One Piece, he sees the crying of Luffy and the death of Fire Fist Ace in the video. Still can't hold back the tears. Today, Ace obeyed the arrangement of the company, cosplaying Xiao Yin from Fighting the Sky, came to the comic exhibition held by the company, and happened to see a video of the war on the top of pirates being played on a booth, and he couldn't move anymore. Unknowingly, I watched it for more than half an hour, and when the video stopped, Ace touched the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand, wiped his tears secretly, and said through gritted teeth, "If I were in the world of One Piece, dear Ace, you must screw the Red Dog's head off." As soon as the voice fell, four words suddenly sounded in Ace's mind. "As you wish." Before he could react, his vision went dark, and he passed out. Oh. In the darkness, the memory of Fire Fist Ace kept repeating in his mind, playing in a loop like a movie. Constantly feeling the happiness and pain in the sound of Fire Fist Ace, unknowingly, the souls of the two aces gradually merged together. Oh. In the middle of the monstrous fire, there was an open space the size of a basketball court. A child covered in blood and scars suddenly opened his eyes. He subconsciously wanted to sit up, but the sharp pain came from his fingertips, making him realize that he could no longer move. "Green-headed monster, with me here. Don't even try to kill Ace." Seeing a stout woman in front of him holding a big axe in front of him, Ace suddenly regained consciousness. How is this going? I'm not at the Comic-Con. Who is that voice? Staring at the woman in front of him, he looked, and suddenly the memories in his mind flooded out. Dayton. This is the bandit woman who raised Fire Fist Ace and Luffy in One Piece. Hearing Ace's voice, Dayton quickly turned his head. Only then did Ace realize that the woman had already had more than a dozen stab wounds on her body, bleeding profusely, and her complexion was extremely pale. But Dayton still squeezed out a smile and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Ace, don't be afraid. I will definitely kill the green-headed monster Lanjiang and take you back." Swish. Ace shrank his pupils, looked at the vicious pirate wearing the captain's cloak in front of Dayton, and finally remembered what time it is and where he is. It was 12 years ago in the era of great pirates, 10 years before Luffy went to sea. In the kingdom of Goa, the Sapphire Pirates set fire to the terminal of the uncertain object. After the fire broke out, in order to protect Luffy and let him leave safely, Ace and his adoptive mother Dayton risked their lives to block the captain of the Sapphire Pirates, Blue Jam. Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared on his face. It turned out that he really became the Fire Fist Ace in that pirate world. Immediately, Ace's eyes flashed. Since he had a chance to do it all over again, he had to carry the original Ace's dream and friendship. The way forward. But reluctantly looked up and looked around, now surrounded by flames. There is a vicious pirate on the opposite side, but he couldn't move, couldn't resist. Desperate. How to do? Ace was in severe pain and kept struggling to stand up. He didn't want to die when he first came to this world. Ha! But at this moment, Blue Jim on the opposite side suddenly laughed. Obviously, because Brug Jim also couldn't escape the sea of fire, the tyrannical emotions in his heart surged out. His face was distorted, and he stared fiercely at the two in front of him. "Woman, are you making me laugh? Just rely on you. Want to kill me?" After speaking, he raised his eyebrows and kicked Dayton. Dayton could only parry in a hurry. Boom. Dayton was not an opponent of Brug Jim in the first place, and now he was seriously injured, so he had no power to fight back. He was kicked flying all of a sudden, knocking over a pile of rubbish behind him. "A woman and a kid want to challenge me?" Brug Jim licked the blade in his hand, raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth, and walked towards Ace step by step. Stepping on Ace's body, Brug Jim exposed the blue veins on his forehead and cursed, "Ace, smelly brat, don't stay at home to breastfeed and come to block your master Brugham's way. Now that I live too, it's over. Don't think about dying so easily." Glaring, Brug Jim raised the samurai sword in his hand and slashed at Ace's left leg, obviously wanting to torture Ace to death. The samurai sword waving brought a gust of wind, and Ace was stunned for a moment. If the knife hits, the road to the strong that has not yet begun in his mind will only be left as a fantasy. Dying? Died so unexplainably. That is, at the moment when Ace's thought flashed, with a whoosh, a person suddenly appeared in front of Ace Dayton. Puff. The sound of the sword entering the body reached Ace's ears, and in front of him, a burly figure firmly protected him. At this moment, Dayton in front of Ace didn't have the slightest look of pain on his face, but instead showed a gentleness and kindness. You must know that Dayton usually shouts at Ace and Luffy, and on the surface he looks very unwilling to raise them, but at this moment he reveals his true feelings in his heart. Yes, that I'm sorry, I failed to protect you well. Blood flowed from Dayton's mouth, but she still smiled. Can I call you son? Ace froze for a moment, looking at Dayton's pale face. Memories of the original Fire Fist Ace kept pouring out, and his lonely life seemed to have no affection from his parents. But what is this? Isn't this family affection? Mom. Dayton's blood smeared Ace's face, mixed with Ace's tears. Hearing this sentence, Dayton showed a happy smile on his face, but that rough face looked extremely beautiful in Ace's eyes. But right now... Boom. Bludgeon pulled out his samurai sword and kicked the unconscious Dayton aside with a vicious smile on his face. What a touching picture. I'm going to cry. He raised the knife again, with an extremely ugly expression on his face, and aimed at Dayton's neck next to him. Don't worry. In order to keep your mother and child together forever, I will send you to see her after I hack this ugly woman to death. Call. With a cold light on the blade, it slashed at Dayton's neck in an instant. Do not. Ace's eyes were bloodshot, his head was buzzing constantly, and he was struggling to rush forward, but it seemed it was too late. He had never hated a person so much before. Anger, hatred, mixed in his mind. The strong desire seemed to break through a shackle in Ace's mind, and a buzzing sound suddenly came out of Ace's mind, and everything around him suddenly stopped under this sound. The sea of fire stopped jumping, the blood stopped flowing, and the ferocious expression also paused on Brugham's face. And a voice without any emotion sounded out of thin air in Ace's mind like this. You want power. It was the voice that brought me to the world of One Piece. Seeing that the blade in front of him was only 1 foot away from Dayton's neck, and the cold light seemed to have touched her skin, Ace had no time to think deeply. He was afraid that the knife would cut it off in the next moment, and he just wanted to save the mother in front of him immediately. Yes, I want. Ace growled hoarsely. Welcome to the Alien Fire System. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Alien Fire System. Chapter 2 Alien Fire System. Ace was also suspended in place at this moment, unable to move. But after the voice came out, his consciousness suddenly retracted and rushed into the depths of his mind. When his consciousness became clear again, Ace found himself in a closed space with an empty hall in front of him. Different fire system. Different fire. Could it be those special flames collected by Xiao Yin in Do Break Sphere? Those are the extremely domineering emperors and the fire formed by chance in the heaven and earth over millions of years. There was a faint mist in the depths of the hall in front of me, and there were some huge stone pillars rising from the ground indistinctly, and the tops of the stone pillars faintly transmitted various colors of flames, constantly flickering. And in the center of the hall, there is a weapon that Ace is very familiar with floating. Mysterious ruler. At this moment, the mysterious ruler was covered with cracks, but Ace didn't bother to observe carefully, because the indifferent voice came into his ears again. Currently, the system is under activation protection, and the host will be meters away from the host, and the space will be frozen for seconds. Hearing this, Ace felt even more anxious, because the clear countdown had sounded. 0.98. He hastened to shout, "Power! Give it to me quickly!" As if feeling Ace's anxious mood, this time the system no longer spoke out word by word, but transmitted the relevant information of the system into Ace's mind in an instant. The first is Ace's physical attributes. There is only one column, but it is simple. Physical fitness, school 2. Gift host novice props. Before Ace could understand and digest the following information, 3 clusters of light suddenly appeared in front of Ace, namely a cheat book, a Chinese-style broadback broadsword, and a purple flame. Worried about Dayton outside, Ace's eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately closed the cheat book with his backhand, grabbed the big knife, and was about to touch the flame. But the system's prompt sound came into Ace's head again. Have you figured it out? Although this flame is a gift from the system, it is just a beast fire that is lower in quality than a different fire, but it still requires school-level strength to absorb it safely. Your current physical condition is abnormal. If you forcibly absorb it now, not only you his physique will plummet after this, and he will continue to feel the pain of the flames burning his body. Ace knew what the voice said was right. The information just passed into his mind and let him know that the system divided the strength of pirate world into soldier level, school level, major general, lieutenant general, quasi-general, general, and handsome. The physical strength is also divided in the same way. Ace has been exercising since he was a child, and now he is 10 years old, and his physical strength has reached the level of entering school. Normally, it is more than enough to absorb this beast fire. However, he had already been seriously injured in the face of Brugjem, who was already strong at the school level, and if he forcibly absorbed the flames now, he would definitely be injured more and more in the future. However, Ace knows that no matter whether it is cheats or big swords, there is no way to greatly improve his strength immediately. In the world of pirates, eating a fruit that can control flames can instantly kill characters below the major general. So as long as he absorbs the purple fire, Ace knows that he can definitely deal with Blue Gem. He has no time to think about those sequelae. If he doesn't make a breakthrough now, when the countdown is over, he will have no time to save Dayton, who is not far away. The mother who just had it is gone. Thinking of this, Ace didn't hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth, and with a sudden force on his hand, he crushed the last ball of light in front of him. Call. The purple flame exploded in an instant, rushing into Ace's body along the palm of his hand, and there was an unspeakable pain, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. A trace of flames emerged from Ace's wound, and it seemed that he would be burned to ashes in the next second. Hey! At this time, the system seemed to not want Ace to be burned to death, and a helpless sigh came from the center of the hall. Then a ray of black energy emerged from the Xuanzhong ruler in the center of the hall, and then floated into Ace's body. This ray of energy is miraculous, and the tyrannical flames suddenly quieted down, gradually being able to be controlled by Ace. But the Xuanzhong ruler in the middle of the hall, which was already covered with cracks, seems to have added 2 new cracks because of the loss of that ray of energy. Half a second later, Ace opened his eyes, and there seemed to be 2 purple flames dancing in his eyes. Feeling the turbulent energy in his body, Ace couldn't help stretching out his hand and pointing forward. A ray of purple flame suddenly lit up 1 meter in front of him, and a terrifying temperature hit his face. He can be sure that people below the major general level will have no power to resist under the flames. But the tearing pain in his body told Ace that the improved strength at this moment was only temporary. Shaking his head, Ace's eyes remained firm, because during the time when his strength increased, it was enough for him to deal with Bludgeon. 321. The moment the countdown ended, Ace's consciousness returned instantly, and everything around him moved again. Seeing the ferocious smile on Brugham's face when he swung the knife not far away, Ace's eyes shone coldly, and he raised his hand and pointed at Brugham's arm without hesitation. Call. The bewitching purple fire leaped out following Ace's consciousness and burned on Brugham's arm out of thin air. Ah! There was a shrill scream, and Brugham's arm holding the knife was instantly scorched black by the purple fire, and the samurai sword fell to the ground with a clang. Holding the big knife, Ace immediately rushed forward to block Dayton, glanced at the screaming Brugjem with cold eyes, and then hurriedly half-kneeled to check Dayton's body. After finding that Dayton's life was not in danger for the time being, he let out a long breath. Finally caught up. Putting Dayton down gently, Ace stood up again. Swish. Ace turned around suddenly. With his right hand raised beside him, a fiery purple flame danced quietly in his palm. Then he walked towards Blue Gem step by step. No, impossible. Looking in horror at Ace, who was getting closer, Brugjem sat on the ground all of a sudden, kicking his legs and kept stepping back. The unknown is the scariest thing, and in this remote country, few people know the existence of devil fruits. Even if they know with their poor imagination, they can't imagine that someone can have the terrifying power to control the flames. In the eyes of Brugjem, the little devil who was just allowed to be kneaded by himself has now turned into a devil who can control the flames. Gazed by Ace's icy eyes, looking at the strange purple flame, Brugham's head was covered with cold sweat, and he had forgotten where the arrogant words just now were. Little devil. No, Master Ace, please spare me. I can follow you in the future, and the Sapphire Pirates can also be changed to the Ace Pirates. Thinking about the pain of the flames burning his arms just now, Brugjem squeezing out a forced flattering smile, he kept begging for mercy. But there was no hesitation in Ace's eyes, and his steps were firm, and naturally would not have the slightest sympathy for this kind of villain who wants the life of himself and his relatives. You must know that half of his soul belongs to the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the second team, fire fist Ace absolutely loves and hates. With you like this, you still dare to call yourself a strong man? Ace glanced contemptuously at the fearful Brugge on the ground who was constantly backing away. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand lightly, and the purple sparks floated towards Brugge at a slow but firm speed. No, no. Brugge dodged desperately, but the flame finally landed on his body, and with a puff, his body was instantly ignited, turning into a purple torch. Without looking at the result at all, Ace turned around and gently carried Dayton on his back and said softly, "Mom, I'll take you home." And behind him, Brugham's shrill screams also resounded through the entire terminal of uncertain objects at this moment. On a cliff by the sea in Goa Kingdom. "Luffy, you come down first." Ace was in severe pain all over his body, but he couldn't speak the words of reprimand when he saw his silly brother hugging his neck and crying bitterly. After carrying Dayton back to the cottage, Ace's power disappeared. Ziwa also shrank into a ball and couldn't use it, and the sequelae caused severe pain in his meridians all over his body, like a flame burning. On the attribute panel, there is still only the column of physique, but it has become a dotted line. According to the system, this is already the best result. Because although Ace's physical strength has temporarily plummeted to the level of ordinary people, at least it is not a permanent injury. As long as he continues to exercise, he will be able to return to the school level sooner or later. But at this time, the sad news of Sabo's death came, and Luffy burst into tears as soon as he heard it. Although Ace, who has modern memory, has seen the plot behind One Piece, he knows that Sabo is not really dead, but was rescued by Luffy's father Monkey D. Long, and even became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army 10 years later. But he can't tell the current Luffy, because this matter is very important to Luffy's character shaping. He said he would go to sea with us. Luffy put down Ace, but lay on the ground all of a sudden, holding his hat tightly, crying loudly, shaking all over. "Ace, you must not die." Hearing this, Ace's nose was sore, and the memories of his previous life flooded into his mind again. He couldn't imagine how much pain his own death caused Luffy to suffer during the Top War. Wiping away the tears swirling in his eyes secretly, Ace punched Luffy's head hard. "Luffy, listen to me, I will never die." After saying this, Ace helped Luffy up, wiped away his tears, and asked with a serious expression, "Luffy, do you believe in brother?" "Okay." Sucking his nose hard, Luffy nodded fiercely. "Luffy, this time I will never die again." Ace emphasized again, "Sabo's pursuit is freedom. We drank the sworn wine. No matter what choice I make in the future or what identity I am, you are mine, brother. What I want is freedom, too." Luffy seemed to understand, half understood, but he kept nodding. "However, this time I have learned one thing. If we are not strong enough, whether it is freedom or brothers, everything we cherish will be easily taken away." Having said that, Ace's eyes became firmer again, as if he had made a decision. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, if you want to be free, become stronger. Go after it bravely. Your future will be up to me. Convoy?" Luffy bit his lips tightly, holding back tears, and seemed to have made up his mind. A strong heart gradually sprouted. Go home. End of this chapter. 3. Chapter 3. I want to join the Navy. Chapter 3. I want to join the Navy. My lovely grandchildren, come out and welcome your grandpa. Ha. Ace and Luffy, who were eating meat, suddenly trembled when they heard this voice and almost choked on the meat. Especially Luffy, who turned his head and was about to jump out of the window. But just as he was halfway through the jump, a big palm-like hand grabbed his neck. "Stinky boy, my grandfather is here. What is your attitude?" Outside the door is Luffy's grandfather, naval hero, Lieutenant General Garp. At this moment, he was staring at Luffy in his hand angrily and punched him on the head. Boom. Ah, pain. A big lump suddenly bulged on Luffy's head, and he screamed for pain while covering his head. On the other side, Ace's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandpa Garp's fist was surrounded by domineering, which could hurt Luffy, who ate the rubber fruit. "Do you still dare to treat Grandpa like this?" Garp seemed to be still angry and raised his fist again. "I'm sorry." Luffy leaned his neck back hard, his neck stretched a little. He was really afraid of his grandpa. Ace on the one side wanted to laugh. Luffy was not afraid of anything, only afraid of the iron fist that Grandpa loved. Throwing Luffy back to the dining table, Garp dusted off his floral shirt, picked up a large piece of meat, sat cross-legged on the ground, and nodded and said casually, "The training base of the Navy headquarters has recently recruited students. I'll send you both over there." "I'm not going. I'm the man who wants to become the One Piece King." Luffy clutched the bag on his head. Tears were still hanging from the corners of his eyes, but he was as stubborn as ever on this matter. Sign up for me. Ace's calm voice came over. You two brats. I'm looking for a beating again. Garp's anger surged again, and he raised his fist to beat Luffy and Ace again. But he suddenly realized that Ace didn't refuse this time. You say it again? Garp was stunned, but Ace didn't expect to be a pirate anymore. Ace, you're not going to see. Luffy on the other side was even more anxious. This foodie even threw away all the meat in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Ace pulled Luffy aside first and said with deep eyes, Remember what I said to you last time. We need to become stronger. I have not forgotten my dream, and you will always be mine younger brother. Luffy didn't quite understand, but thinking of the previous conversation on the cliff, he nodded and replied, Okay, Ace, I still want to be One Piece, but you will always be my brother. Hearing what Luffy said, Ace laughed, turned to Garp and said, Grandpa, sign up for me. I want to join the Navy. This time Garp heard it clearly and immediately let out a burst of hearty laughter. That's right, you will definitely be the strongest sailors in the future. I want to beat the Pirate King. Garp was laughing happily when suddenly Luffy's voice came out again. He choked suddenly, furious, clenched his fists, and beat Luffy again. On the other hand, Ace ignored the daily nonsense of the grandpa and grandson, but fell into thinking. He made the decision to join the Navy after deliberation. If he continued the pace of development in his previous life, he would still be doomed 10 years later. Besides, now that he is 10 years old, his strength has plummeted due to being forcibly incorporated into the Purple Beast fire, and his physical strength has become only at the level of ordinary people. If he tries to start again by himself, it will definitely be too late. After thinking about it, only the Navy has a systematic training method that can quickly improve his strength, and in his previous life, he only came into contact with domineering after entering the New World. This time he can learn domineering early in the Navy and learn from the Navy unique physical skills, make your own physical skills more powerful. That's why Ace wants to join the Navy for the time being. As a person who has integrated the soul of half of the modern people, he will not have any psychological burden on defecting from the Navy. Moreover, he can kill all the enemies who killed himself and his father in the previous life, will not let go. Akainu. Blackbeard. You wait. There is a cold light in Ace's eyes. Luffy on one side has swollen into a pig's head at this moment, and Garp is also in a good mood after cleaning up Luffy, waved to Ace and said, Ace, I will take you away now. This is my good grandson. After bidding farewell to Dayton, who was still recuperating, Ace and Garp set foot in a warship parked in the port together. This warship is indeed imposing, as tall as a 6-story building, with a row of ferocious cannon muzzles on both sides of the hull, as if it would send roaring flames at the enemy at any time. But there is a pug-shaped bow on the bow. It really ruins the atmosphere. And Garp is obviously very satisfied with this look. He hopes that Ace will work harder in the Navy, so he proudly points to the dog-headed bow on the warship and seduces Ace. Did you see that sign? This is your grandfather's unique sign. In other words, this warship is completely under my command. As long as you work hard, you can apply for a small warship of your own when you have the rank of Major General. Although it is not as big as the medium-sized ship like Grandpa, it can still set off alone to deal with the nasty pirates. Oh. Ace's heart moved, and he felt a little funny. Isn't this equivalent to using a bus for private use? Then can the general have a giant warship? Hey, not bad. Garp saw that Ace seemed to be very interested, and he was not worried that he was so ambitious. Only by having an ideal first can he have a chance to realize it. Now there are only 3 generals in the Navy, each with a huge warship. I hope you can grab one. Garp was so relieved he laughed heartily, and then waved violently to the sailors on board, ordered, Let's go. Goal, the Windless Belt Naval Training Base. The scenery on the sea is beautiful, but Ace's desire to become stronger is even more urgent. After watching it for a while, he went back to his room to exercise. 1, 2, 3.30, 31. Gradually, Ace's face began to turn red, and the sweat continued to flow. But he still persisted until his arms trembled, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Turning over and panting violently, looking at the ceiling helplessly, Ace cursed in his heart. This is less than 300 push-ups. Even a 7-year-old Luffy can easily do more than a push-ups. With super strength, it should be possible to make hundreds of them bigger. Although the system says that his body will recover sooner or later, it may take a year or 2. I can't waste so much time. I have to think of a way. The room on the boat was very small, and on the wall on one side was the wide-back broadsword presented by the alien fire system. Looking at this broadsword, Ace suddenly thought, didn't he still have a cheat book presented by the system? As soon as the idea came, the information of the cheats flooded into Ace's mind. The essence of spiritual fire? For Chapter 4 Neptune, looks like it's time for an extra meal. Chapter 4 Neptune, looks like it's time for an extra meal. After digesting the information in his mind for a while, Ace's eyes lit up. The spirit fire essence body Ju is not a fantasy technique for cultivating true chi and fighting chi, but it is very suitable for Ace in the world of One Piece. The formula is divided into two parts, each of which is integrated but complements each other. The first part is divided into 9 levels, and the content is to use various spiritual fires. The better the quality of the flame, the better the effect, and the same flame, the higher the magic formula, the effect will be doubled. And the second part is the auxiliary, running the spirit fire pure body method to melt the spirit fire in the body into the muscles and bones and burst out. Within an hour, depending on the level of cultivation, you can exert several times your own ability. In other words, if Ace cultivates the formula to the 9th level, he can exert 10 times his strength. This is so perverted. Of course, after this hour, he will also be weak for a period of time, and within 3 or 4 days, his strength will only be half of his original strength, or even only 10%. But this didn't really hurt him, because everything can be restored afterwards, and even the spiritual fire can temper his body and strengthen his physique by the way, which surprised Ace even more. Ace didn't hesitate anymore, immediately closed his eyes, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice according to the formula. In the next few days, apart from eating, sleeping, and basic physical exercise, Ace was practicing the spiritual fire essence art. Finally, a week later, a stream of air was generated around the purple beast fire, and it pulled out strands of flame from the originally shrunken purple fire, gently tempering Ace's body muscles, making him feel warm all over. At the same time, Ace had a thought, and the attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. Attributes. Physical fitness, school 2. Spiritual fire essence body art. The first level. Refining energy 0/10. Obviously, it is not difficult to get started with this exercise, and Ace quickly practiced the first level, and he could feel the generation of pure energy in his body. However, the column of tempering energy has always been 0. Ace is not worried but happy at this time, because he can feel that the energy has not disappeared, but is first used to restore his previously overdrawn physical strength. In such a short period of time, although the column of physique is still a dotted line, Ace knows that the font has become clearer. According to this speed, in less than a month, he can return to his original physical strength or even a step closer. Roar. Just when Ace was secretly rejoicing, there was a deafening beast roar from outside, followed by a violent shake in the room, and the big knives hanging on the wall fell down with a bang. It was inserted on the floor in front of Ace, only an inch away from his little brother, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The good brother almost died before he left. Pulling out his big knife, Ace rushed onto the deck. At this time, the deck was already full of sailors who were facing an enemy. Following the eyes of the sailors, Ace couldn't help but gasp. Sea Kings. This is too big. It turns out that the warship has entered the windless zone unknowingly, and in front of the warship, there is an extremely huge Sea King. This warship was originally as tall as a 6-story building, but the neck of the Sea King in front of the water is enough. It is twice as tall as a warship. Inadvertently, it can overwhelm the river and the sea, and the waves raised seem to overturn the warship. Want.to escape? A sailor who was obviously a recruit swallowed his saliva, with fear in his eyes, and stammered. Ace was also extremely amazed by this strange creature, but he discovered some strange phenomena. There was no fear in the eyes of most sailors, and even the eyes of some veterans shone. What are you running away from? We're going to have an extra meal tonight. A veteran looked at the recruit contemptuously and licked his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace saw Grandpa Garp wearing the cloak of naval justice, walking slowly to the bow of the ship, laughing heartily, raised his right hand and shook it. A special breath suddenly swirled around his fist, and then shrank suddenly, condensing into a layer of black shiny skin, covering Garp's fist. Arm color. Hardening. In the next moment, Garp squatted down slightly as he watched the Sea Kings pounce on the warship and then suddenly ejected, as if disappeared in place. In front of the huge head of the Sea Kings, Garp's figure suddenly appeared. Compared with the terrifying figure of the Sea Kings, Garp seemed to be just an ant. But in the next second, Garp just waved his fist lightly at the eyebrows of the Sea Kings. Boom! This flimsy-looking fist seemed less threatening to the Sea King than a mosquito, but the moment the fist landed on its head, a monstrous force burst out. Under the shocked eyes of the sea soldiers, the heads of the Sea Kings disappeared in an instant, and exploded into a rain of blood, dyeing a large area of sea water red. When the corpses of the Sea Kings fell into the sea and set off a huge wave, Garp didn't know when he landed on the warship again. And a few veterans have brought chefs and tools and rushed over to cut the meat happily. Judging by the level of proficiency, it is obviously not the first time they have done it. This is the power of a super general. Without a devil fruit, can you kill giant sea kings with one move? The sailors on the warship all showed expressions of admiration to Garp. Ace was also fascinated for a while, and he couldn't help admiring that he could do this step with physical strength alone, and secretly made up his mind that no matter what, he must stick to the physical exercise to the end. But at this moment, Ace suddenly saw Garp grinning and giving himself a thumbs up, with the expression of a child who performed successfully, as if waiting for everyone to praise him. Can't help but sigh. Funny comparison is funny comparison, no matter how strong the strength is. That night, the huge size of Neptunes allowed the chefs to give full play to their culinary skills, allowing everyone to feast on big pieces, and Ace ate his mouth full of oil. And he was also pleasantly surprised to find that the flesh of sea kings can absorb a little bit of energy, which makes his body recover a little bit more. Tio know this, he needs to work hard for 3 days, and he recovered after eating a meal. As if seeing Ace's surprise, a veteran sitting next to him smacked his lips and said, "This Neptune meat is a good thing. Eating it regularly can improve your physical fitness." "Oh, then why don't the sailors eat more? Please enlighten me," Ace asked respectfully. For these veterans, as long as they have a respectful attitude, they are very willing to guide them. "Oh, then why don't the sailors eat more? Please enlighten me," Ace asked respectfully. For these veterans, as long as they have a respectful attitude, they are very willing to guide them. Sure enough, the veteran was very satisfied with Ace's attitude and replied, "Who doesn't want to eat more? But Sea King meat can't be preserved for a long time, and it can only be effective within 3 days, so don't look at the Sea King meat. It can't be packed. We also follow the Lieutenant General, so we have the opportunity to have the occasional tooth-beating festival. If we buy it ourselves, a caddy of meat will cost the Baileys." When Ace heard this, he couldn't help opening his mouth. Bailey in Pirate World is not as valuable as the currency of his previous life, but the annual income of ordinary people is only the yuan, and they only buy a caddy of meat. No, eat more. Another gust of wind and cloud. End of this chapter. 5. Chapter 5 Ian, Who Loves to Blush. Chapter 5 Ian, Who Loves to Blush. There were no more accidents in the following days. Ace insisted on exercising every day. He found that the essence of the Spear of Fire can fully exert the effect of the essence when he exercises at a high intensity. The warship also arrived at the naval training base in the middle of the windless belt 3 days later, and the gourd-shaped island could be seen from a distance. After docking at the military port at Haluku, Ace was grabbed by the bluffing Garp and thrown directly ashore. "Work hard." After saying this, Garp actually commanded the warship to drive away, leaving behind Ace, who was messed up in the sea breeze. This is too unreliable. Anyway, let me introduce the base and show myself the way. Are you Ace? Suddenly a shy voice came from behind, and Ace turned his head quickly, only to see a little girl with short sea blue hair standing behind him. Are you? My name is Ein. I will show you around the base in the morning and introduce the rules of the base. I will take you back to the team in the afternoon. The little girl was wearing a Navy uniform, and she blushed after saying a few words. Ein looks very cute, and his small face is very delicate, which makes people feel good. And many more. Ein, isn't this the former Navy General Zifa, the retrograde fruit female swordsman, Neo's Deputy Admiral of the Navy? Ace couldn't help but take a closer look. And sure enough, even the hair color is the same, except that the slender beauty Admiral is only a 10-year-old child now. Being stared at by Ace, Ein's face turned even redder, so tender that it seemed to be dripping water. Cough. Seemingly aware that his behavior was impolite, Ace pretended to cough twice in embarrassment, touched his chin, and said, "Okay, then take me to see it." Then, AI and led Ace towards a base. This was the first time she saw her peers at the base. Every few steps she took, she couldn't help sneaking a peek, and then her face flushed again. After a while, the two walked into the base, hearing the loud slogans of the sailors, and saw a wide square as soon as they entered the gate of the base, and neat queues were running around the square. A variety of training equipment, such as huge barbells and stone locks, were danced vigorously by the sailors. Ace's eyes froze slightly. Most of the sailors in front of him were only 15 or 16 years old, but they were all at least senior soldiers. It seemed that they were all potential stocks of the Navy, future generals. And the two huge screens in the center of the square also attracted Ace's attention. The screens displayed rows of names, a total of 200. Seeming to see Ace's doubts, Ein on the side quickly explained, "This is the leaderboard of the base's first stage students." Seeing the fighting spirit of the sailors every time they glanced at the leaderboard, Ace's heart moved. It seems that this is an effective way to motivate the students to work harder. Then how is this ranking calculated? Ace continued to ask. This ranking is the test ranking of last month. The test is divided into strength test, speed test, and physical reaction test. The higher the total score of the three tests, the higher the ranking. It seemed that Ace was still in doubt and continued. The base will have a test every month at the same time. The leaderboard will be updated. The last 20 will be eliminated, and the top 10 will have privileges. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help but smack his lips. This is really cruel. No wonder these sailors are more desperate than each other. And Ace couldn't help but look to the top of the leaderboard. Number 1, Gaspardi, strength, 820 kilograms, speed, 22 meters per second, physical reaction, 70 points. Ace raised his eyebrows. This name is quite familiar. Isn't it the Navy trader who was defeated by Luffy later? Unexpectedly, although the person looks so anxious, he is not yet 20 years old. Later, this person ate the jelly candy fruit, and he doesn't know if he has the devil fruit ability now. Continuing to look down, I actually saw the name of the little lowly AIN in number 8. Ein's strength, 515 kilograms, speed, 24 meters per second, physical response, 81 points. It seems that this little girl is very good. Although her strength is only above average, she is only 10 years old, and her speed and physical responsibility are higher than number 1. Seeing Ace's admiring gaze, AIN blushed immediately and kept waving his hands. I just react faster since I was a child, and many people are better than me. Ace doesn't think so. You must know that these tests are targeted, and your body responds quickly. But Ace didn't want to mention it too much. He just asked, "How are these tests done? Can you take me to have a look?" "Oh, that's right." AIN suddenly woke up like a dream. "Come with me, there are still 10 days to test again. I will take you to get acquainted." The two soon came to a hall where several machines were placed, and AIN pointed to one of them and said, "The first machine is a machine for testing strength, and it can be measured by punching a punch at the target to strength." Ace nodded, then looked at a machine similar to a treadmill and said, "This should be for testing speed." "That's right." AIN nodded and continued to introduce. "The last machine is to test the body's ability to respond. IT will quickly shoot 100 rubber balls at the target, and you will get a few points if you avoid them. But today there are no small balls in the machine, so it should not be used, but the other two machines can be tried first." "Oh." Ace's eyes lit up. His current physical strength has returned to the peak of the soldier level, and he has long wanted to test his own strength. Ace walked to the strength testing machine in the corner and stretched his body first. Suck. Taking a deep breath, he swung his right fist forward. With a sound of ping, his fist hit the target of the strength testing machine. The boxing target shook, and a number appeared on the display screen of the testing machine, 595 kilograms. Seeing this number, Ace is not depressed. Although he can only be regarded as the 70 or 80 on the list, he must have returned to the school rank after 10 days, and he might be able to compete for the top 3 by then. But at this moment, Ace's heart suddenly moved. He had practiced his spiritual fire body Ju until now, but he hadn't tried it yet. Anyway, there were still 10 days left for the end-of-month test, and the period of weakness would have passed by then. Just do it. Ace's heart moved, and the airflow in the Dantian no longer pulled out the flames, but suddenly wrapped the purple fire that shrank into a ball. The next moment, the purple fire suddenly exploded and rushed to every corner of Ace's body. And Ein on the side was wondering why Ace hadn't gotten off the strength testing machine. Although the result of 595 kilograms was not top-notch, it was not bad either. Just as she was about to remind Ace to come down to test the speed, her eyes flickered at the next moment. The child stared round. I saw that Ace's skin suddenly became red, and there was even a trace of heat rising from the surface of the skin. He stood in front of the punching target, his footsteps suddenly exerted force, his body turned slightly, and the force flowed from the waist along the joints. The spine passed into his arm. I saw his fist swung out violently, and with a scream, it hit the target with a boom. The target shook violently, and there was a gleam of joy in Ace's eyes. What a powerful force! He turned his head and glanced at the screen. 1,255 kilograms. Twice the power. Ein's ruddy mouth forgot to close. His eyes were full of adoring little stars. Ace looked about the same age as himself. Why is he so powerful? Brother Ace, come and test the speed. With a flick of his short blue hair, Ein helped Ace turn on the speed test machine. and the title was changed to become More Intimate Unconsciously. Ace adjusted his breathing, jumped on a spot, and walked onto the runway with a smile. Whoosh! With a kick of his legs, Ace accelerated to the limit like a cheetah and flashed across the runway of the speed test machine in an instant. 27.8 meters per second. 100 meters only takes more than 3 seconds. AIN's little face flushed with excitement, as if this result belonged to her. Brother, you will be number 1 in the next test. I spoke quickly. Ordinary students live in an ordinary dormitory with 4 people in one room, and the top 10 will have their own separate dormitory. And number 1, even you can live in the same luxury apartment as the second stage students. Gulu, gulu, gulu. Ace's stomach made a sound at this moment, interrupting Ein's words, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly, but cursed in his heart. I didn't say that there would be such a sequelae after using the pure body art. Feeling that he was too excited just now, something was wrong. AIN blushed again and said quickly, I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner. Ace stopped running the magic formula, and the power in his body receded like a tide, and even only half of the power of the peak soldier level was left. Although the operation time is short this time, and the sequelae are relatively weak, it will take about half a day to be weak. Gullitu. The sound came from his stomach again, which made Ace feel a little embarrassed. Eat. Let's go, brother. Ace's embarrassment finally made Ein laugh, and his brother called more naturally. End of this chapter. 6. Chapter 6 Canteen Conflict. Chapter 6 Canteen Conflict. In the corner of the cafeteria, Ace was eating a piece of food made of sea kings. His face was full of surprise. He didn't expect to eat this precious food again so soon. You eat too. Ace was a little embarrassed to eat by himself because Ian had originally invited this meal, but opposite him, the little girl leaned on the table with her elbows and just looked at Ace with her head propped up. No, I'm losing weight. AIN blushed again, but immediately asked with glowing eyes, Brother, why didn't you use all your strength at the beginning of the test? Brother is obviously so powerful. I'm not that powerful either. Ace ate other people's food and was embarrassed to say nonsense. I can only have that kind of power for a short time, and I will be weak for a while after that. Oh. AIN panicked all of a sudden, and he was on the verge of crying. Is that brother injured? It's all because of AIN's fault. Why brother asked you to exercise as soon as he got off the boat. Ace was also taken aback. He had never been in a relationship with either of his identities in his previous life, and he had very little contact with girls. The little girl was tearful, which made him feel at a loss. He quickly clenched his fist, pointed to the muscles on his arm, and said, After eating Ein's meal, I'm all right. I'm full of strength. Really? Only then did the little girl laugh, then eat more. Ace secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, buried his head in a binge eating. Of course, his weak period has not passed, and his strength is only half of the peak soldier level, but his physical condition is indeed good. After tempering after Zihua erupted, as soon as this period of weakness passed, he could regain his school-level physical strength, and Zihua didn't shrink into a ball anymore, so he could use it again. Isn't this the little girl of Ein? A sour voice suddenly interrupted Ace's interest in eating, and a sea soldier with slender and mean eyes came over. This is the top 10 dining room on the ranking list. Area, why did you bring another brat over here? Ace frowned and looked at the person who came. There must be something wrong with this person. I just came here, so I didn't provoke him. When he saw the food on Ace's dinner plate, the man said even more eccentrically, Hey, I ordered a set meal for this kid. We can only eat 1 free meal a week for the top 10. You let this kid eat? Poka, that's enough. I'm 1 rank higher than you this time, so I need it. AIN was obviously very angry. He had been wronged a lot during this time, and there were tears in his eyes. But that Poka has no sympathy at all, but is even more arrogant. He is 17 years old this year. He was originally number 8, but this time he was compared by a little girl. Friends laughed. If it wasn't for my failure to perform well, Little girl, are you fierce with me? Poka's eyes were fierce, and he glared fiercely at Ein, ready to pounce. Every time he did this in the past, he could see Ein's scared look, which would make Poka go crazy satisfaction. Although Ein had some talent, he was still a little girl after all, so he was startled. But thinking about Ace's weakness, he didn't retreat this time, but gritted his teeth, wanting to stand in front. At this time, a warm palm suddenly grabbed AIN, protected her behind him, and smiled softly at her. This person was Ace. Although he didn't know the concept of Meal A, he was already very moved when he heard that Ein gave himself the only Meal A. And the scum who was angry at the little girl in front of him made Ace even more disgusted, so he stepped forward without hesitation and walked to the front. Brother Ace, this person is ranked 9th with a strength of 2 kilograms. He is only ranked lower than me because of his poor speed and reaction. He just came to trouble me. You are not well. AIN was very sad in a hurry. She didn't want to hurt Ace again because of herself. Don't worry, trust me. Ace squeezed Ian's hand, his voice full of confidence. And AIN felt the temperature in his hands, his face flushed, his body softened. He was speechless and inexplicably developed confidence in Ace. Huh? Courting death. Polka originally wanted to scare them, but when he saw 2 10-year-old children vying to be his opponent, he suddenly became angry. Does he look so easy to deal with? After finishing speaking, he raised his fist and threw it at Ace, intending to knock the kid unconscious first. And Ace looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer, but he was not afraid at all. His eyes even shone with a murderous look, holding Ian with one hand, and in the palm of the other hand, a purple spark had already passed, jump out. 2 generations of human beings, killing decisively. Boom. Polka's fist didn't hit Ace, but was blocked by a man wearing a cloak of justice who suddenly appeared. From the military rank on his shoulder, it can be seen that this is a major general. Polka, your skin is itchy. Dare to do it at the base? The major general threw Polka to the ground and shouted, "Go out and run 50 laps around the square for me. No food allowed." Yes, Major General Shatton. Polka rolled around in a panic, got up in a panic, and ran out of the cafeteria quickly, but before leaving, he gave Ace a hard look and thought to himself, "Wait for me, little brat." As expected of an instructor, Polka's punch weighed at least 600 kilograms and was easily blocked by the instructor. These 2 brats are really lucky. The sailors eating in a cafeteria whispered to each other when they saw the farce was over. "Are you all right?" Sarton asked lightly. "It's okay. Thank you, instructor." Ian replied respectfully. "It's fine. Let's go eat." Shatton turned and left, but he took a deep look at Ace before he left. The soldiers all thought that he helped Ace and Ian off Polka. At that moment, he actually felt the murderous aura and threat from Ace. Can this boy who looks only 10 years old threaten himself, a major general? Shaking his head, Shatton smiled that IT may be, because he has not been on mission for a long time and has hallucinations. IT seems that he will have to resign his position as an instructor later. And Ace also breathed a sigh of relief, turned his right hand, and put away the purple fire. If the major general didn't come out just now, he might have to abolish this scum. However, it's good that I don't need to reveal my whole cards now. What did that melee that Polka said just now mean? Ace said in a gentle tone. Blushing, he gently pulled out his little hand, and AIN replied, "The food in the cafeteria is divided into 2 grades, A and B. The B grade is free and unlimited, and the A grade is made of precious materials. Eating it is good for the body. But ordinary students can only eat 1 free meal a month, and if they want to eat other than this meal, they have to pay for it themselves. And a serving is estimated to cost Baileys." Ace smiled wryly, and he ate Baileys as soon as he came. Seemingly hearing Ace's wry smile, I hurriedly said, "I'm a top 10 student, so I can eat once a week, brother. Don't worry." Eamnin. Although he nodded, Ace was quite touched in his heart. What a nice girl. End of this chapter. 7. Chapter 7 Admission Test. Chapter 7 Admission Test. In the afternoon, Ace officially joined the 5th team of the training base under the leadership of Ian. The instructor of the team was Major General Shatton, who helped at noon. On the training field, the 5th team has 32 people in total, and Shatton, wearing a cloak of justice fluttering in the wind, stands at the front. Ace had time to take a closer look at the instructor in front of him. Shatton is a middle-aged man with a height of 1.9 meters. He has short hair like a steel needle, a typical Chinese character face, and his expression is calm and majestic. Shatton was also taken aback when he saw Ace. The corners of his mouth tilted up, and he smiled strangely and said, "You are the transfer student sent by Lieutenant General Garp. This training base is the highest level training base for the Navy. IT is for the Navy to in officer's place. If Lieutenant General Garp hadn't assured the base chief that you were a good candidate, there wouldn't be many precedents for midway transfers here. Don't let us down." When Lieutenant General Garp was mentioned, there were voices of discussion among the students at the scene. After all, Garp is a naval hero, and there are still many sailors who worship him. The student recommended by Lieutenant General Garp must be very good. That's right, Lieutenant General Garp is the most upright. If this kid doesn't have 2 skills, how could he be recommended? Of course, there are also different voices. I don't think so. After all, he looks only about 10 years old. Oh, quiet. Shatton's majestic scolding sound came, and the training ground was suddenly silent. At the time of enrollment, there were 5 teams of students in the first stage, with a total of 280 people. Our team has 56 students. Now, for months in the past, 24 people were eliminated from our team, more than any other team. The top 10 is only a 10-year-old girl named Ayan. How can you be so kind? Let me train. Everyone agreed abruptly and ran to the training ground together. But when Ace wanted to go together, Shatton stopped him. Ace, wait. Come with me to the entrance test and enter your information into the leaderboard. Huh? Isn't it 10 days later? Ace was stunned. He was still in the weak stage. Shatton put his hands behind his back, glanced at Ace lightly, and said, even the transfer students have to take the entrance test. No one can be an exception. The end-of-month test has nothing to do with the entrance test. Let's go. Lieutenant General, he also recommended a transfer student. You tested together. Ace was very helpless, so he could only follow Shatton to the test hall. Fortunately, this entrance test did not eliminate him. Otherwise, he would be sadly reminded in his weak state. When the two passed by the square, there was a sudden commotion in the square, and all the sailors couldn't help but stop training, pointing at the leaderboard, amazed. Number 1 has been replaced. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? And he threw Gaspardi away so much at once. This is Drake. I heard that he is a transfer student recommended by Lieutenant General. He really has strength. This time Lieutenant General Carp also recommended a transfer student. I don't know how strong he is. Ace touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, probably disappointing these people this time. But this Drake, isn't he the 11th supernova, the ancient animal species, the Tyrannosaurus fruit-capable person? Another fallen Navy? Ace has a strange expression on his face. The students in this period are really interesting. At the moment, number 1 on the leaderboard. Drake, strength, 1,135 kilograms, speed, 25.1 meters per second, physical response, 91 points. TSK. This body reaction speed is about to awaken the domineering look. Shatton sighed for a while when he saw the score, then waved to Ace and said with some expectation, let's go. I hope you can give me a surprise. Ace had no choice but to keep up, but he felt more and more guilty. He knew his own situation. This Drake's strength had obviously reached the senior school level, and Ace could be regarded as the first school level. The trick is to double the explosion, which is definitely 2 blocks away from Drake. However, this is only an assumption when the body is in good condition. After entering the test hall, Ace saw Drake standing aside and resting at a glance, and there was a rear admiral standing beside him. Hey, isn't this Instructor Shatton? The Major General with a scar on his left face leaned over at this moment and said proudly, your 5th unit is all right. It's almost empty. Our 2nd unit is there are still 42 students, and there are 2 top 10. No, plus Drake is the number 1. Our team already has 3 top 10. Looking at the villain's proud face, Shatton couldn't help showing disgust on his face. Mundo, that's all you've got. If you talk too much, believe it or not, I'll let you have more scars on your face. Hearing this, Mondo's complexion changed, and he retreated to the corner with a cold snort. Obviously, his strength was indeed inferior to that of Shatton. Ace, you go to test. Seeing Mundo's performance, Shatton felt a little better. Okay. Ace reluctantly stood on the strength testing machine again, and Drake, who was resting, couldn't help looking over, wanting to see the strength of the young man recommended by Lieutenant General Garp. Boom. 296 kilograms. Sutton, is your student here to be funny? It seems that he can only stay at the base for 10 days. Mondo on the side laughed arrogantly again when he saw this result. Shut up. It's not your turn to tell how my students are doing. Shatton's face was also a little ugly, but in the army, you must protect your weaknesses, and only you can train your own soldiers. Go on. 10 meters per second. The speed test scores were similarly poor. Ace grinned. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, this result still made him speechless for a while. To test the body's reaction ability, Shatton's face was already a little gloomy, and he went straight to turn on the last machine. Dozens of muzzles protruded from the front of the machine, and they spun with a click sound, much like a Gatling machine gun, and the rubber ball was obviously shot out of the muzzle. Stand within the red circle and avoid the ball. And no matter what you do, your body must not exceed the space above the circle point. 10 points will be deducted once. After speaking, Shatton officially turned on the machine. Ace's expression froze, his spirit tensed up, and the dozens of gun barrels opposite him began to spin rapidly. One by one, rubber balls were shot out suddenly, at different speeds, and even the flight trajectory could be changed, shooting straight at the Ace. In this situation, ordinary people must be in a mess, but Ace was suddenly surprised to find that he had roughly outlined the trajectory of these rubber balls in his mind. Is this knowledgeable? Or maybe it's just because Ace came back from time travel, so the soul is very powerful. At this moment, there was no time to think about it. His body was swinging left and right, and rubber balls passed by him quickly. Only some small balls were too fast, and Ace's body swing speed couldn't keep up. You can only let them hit yourself. Fortunately, these are small balls made of rubber, and it doesn't hurt to hit the body. Soon, 100 small balls were shot. 73 points. Ace panted hard, not very satisfied with his score, because if the body can keep up with the consciousness, he is sure to avoid all the rubber balls. Physical reflexes are not bad. Shatten's face looked better, but he still evaluated according to the real situation. It's just that your speed and strength are too poor. If you don't break through these few days, you will be tested at the end of the month 10 days later. Difficult to pass. Shatten didn't say too much, but he really didn't like Ace, and he also felt that Ace would probably leave in 10 days. It's not just bad, this is already the bottom one. Mundo's disgusting voice came again, interrupting Shatten's next words. My student is the first, and your student is the bottom one first, huh? Are you looking for death? End of this chapter. Chapter 8, I bet you 1 Baileys. Chapter 8, I bet you 1,000 Baileys. Are you courting death? This Mundo really deserved a beating. Shatten's temper exploded all of a sudden, and a trace of arrogance wrapped around his right hand, and he was about to rush forward to beat Mundo. And Mundo trembled when he saw the domineering entanglement in Shatten's hands, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He's also a major general, but his strength is also very different, and the three of them are not Shatten's opponents. Instructor, wait. But at this moment, Shatten was suddenly stopped by Ace. Shatten was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger, and his tone couldn't help but become very bad. What are you doing? You must know that he was helping Ace, but Ace stopped him. If this student dare not resist in the face of insults, how can he face vicious pirates alone in the future? His opinion of Ace couldn't help but get worse. But then Ace's words changed his attitude. Hello, instructor. Since General Meng looks down on me so much, I would like to make a bet with him. Shatten was a little puzzled, but suddenly thought of the sense of threat that this child could bring to him in the cafeteria at noon. Shatten suppressed the anger in his heart, nodded in a strange way, and signaled Ace to continue talking. Mundo General, is it? Do you dare to make this bet with me? With Shatten's permission, Ace turned his head to face Mundo. There was no respect in his voice. He would not be friendly to the enemy. Of course, Mundo didn't like this attitude very much, but he wisely didn't make too much trouble when he saw Shatten, whose anger was still lingering. Say it. 10 days later, at the end of the month test, I will compare with your entire team. Whoever gets the higher score in the test, if I lose. Ace paused, then raised a finger and said with a smile, I'll give you 1,000 million Baileys. What? Mondo trembled in his heart. His annual salary was only 50 berries. He was very clear about his own strength. He didn't dare to go to sea to deal with those vicious bounty criminals, so he got it in 1 year. The money is only 50, but the child in front of him has 1,000 million in one mouth. But Mundo was not immediately dazzled by the huge sum of money, and sarcastically said, 1,000 million. Do you have it, you little brat? Ace was still smiling and said calmly, I was sent by Lieutenant General Garp himself. 1,000 million Baileys. Ha, little money. Hearing this, most of the doubts in Mondo's heart have been removed, and Garp's strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. As long as this great god cleans up 2 bounty criminals at will, hundreds of millions are estimated to be easy. But how did he know that Garp was an upright person, and the bounty prisoners he caught had already been given nothing, and all of them were sent to the submarine prison, except for his salary? How could he have much money left? Of course, Ace was talking nonsense, but he bluffed all the people present, bragging and not asking for money. And Ace is also extremely confident. After 10 days, his strength has definitely skyrocketed. Since he will definitely win, why dare not say it? Then what do you want to bet? Mundo is not stupid. Ace must be asking for 1,000 million yuan as a bet, but he is not worried either. With the strength of his major general, he has just seen that Ace has indeed tried his best. All right, with the strength that ranks last among the 202 people, can it still turn the world upside down in 10 days? In his opinion, Ace is just a second-generation ancestor who is stupid and rich. And hearing Mundo's question, Ace's mouth slanted slightly, knowing that Mundo had already moved his heart. Hooked. Then Ace was no longer polite. His eyes flashed. He pointed at the stunned Drake at the door and said, I want him. What, huh? Drake stood up abruptly, staring at him unkindly. In his opinion, Ace was insulting him. Oh. Mondo didn't get angry. Instead, he reached out to stop Drake, raised his eyebrows. You bet 1,000 million on this. Can I ask why? Seeing that Mundo didn't refuse, Drake's face became even uglier, and he became disgusted with Mundo. Of course, it's because the value of Mr. Drake is far more than 1,000 million. In my opinion, the million is not enough. Ace smiled apologetically at Drake and said, I have no other meaning. If I win, I just hope you can come to our 5th team. Of course, 1,000 million is too little for Drake. Before the top war in the previous life, Drake's bounty had already exceeded the million, but no one at the scene knew it. Hearing Ace's affirmation of himself, Drake's expression slowed down. He could see that Ace didn't mean to insult him, but he still didn't want to be used for betting. But just as he was about to refuse, Mondo made a decision without asking for his consent. Okay, we bet. Although Drake didn't think he would lose, he hated himself as an instructor extremely in his heart at this time. After making the bet, the few people present dispersed separately, but Mondo, who was looking forward to 1,000 million, didn't know that Ace, who bet with him, had no money in his pocket. Walking out of the test hall, Ace walked towards the training square, but just as he was about to enter the square, he saw a petite figure rushing towards him. This figure rushed into Ace's arms all of a sudden, crying in his voice, Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You became the last one. I shouldn't let you try first in the morning. That way my brother won't get hurt, and now I can take first place. This figure is Ian, and Ace felt the soft body in his arms, and he didn't know where to put his hands. After hesitating for a while, he patted Ian's back and comforted him. I don't blame Ian. It's my brother himself. Hard to try. But they all said bad things about my brother. Ian felt aggrieved. I told them that my brother was injured, and they didn't believe it. Ace's heart warmed, knowing that Ian must have defended himself just now. And he also felt strange eyes not far away at this moment, and waves of discussion came over. Humph, this kid really came in through Lieutenant General Karp's relationship. Look at the leaderboard, Tiskefke. The bottom one. I'm afraid I will say goodbye in 10 days. But this kid is quite lucky. The voices that came over were full of contempt, and Ain, who was in his arms, looked at him even more worried. It's okay. Don't you know my brother's strength? After 10 days, let's see how they laugh. Ace rubbed the little girl's head. Okay, stop hugging. Go to training. Ah. Only then did Ain realize that he hugged his brother in front of so many people. His face turned red. He quickly jumped away and stammered, Yes, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to. It's okay. I took advantage of this. Ace's words made Ain even more shy, and he stopped training and ran to the dormitory area, covering his face. Did I say the wrong thing? Ace scratched his head in bewilderment. End of this chapter. 9. Chapter 9, Polka Dot's Revenge. Chapter 9, Polka Dot's Revenge. What? You said that kid won the last place, huh? In a luxurious apartment with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, Polka was lying on a soft sofa, listening to a younger brother's report, and sneered. I thought how powerful this kid is. Just these 2 times, I still want to be a hero at noon today. If that old boy Shatton didn't stop me, I would have eliminated him long ago. That's brother. How amazing you are. The younger brother complimented flatteringly, and then he had an idea and suggested, that kid caused elder brother to run more than 50 laps today. Why don't we teach him a lesson tonight? Know where his dormitory is. Polka's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly and praised, You are a good kid. Lead the way. After getting up, Polka hesitated for a moment, and then said, Wait, you go to the room on the left and bring my brother's sharp knife Fushuit. Okay. The feeling of commanding people is good, and Polka is very proud. In fact, his strength is not worthy of others, but who made him a good big brother. This luxury apartment is his brother's residence, and he moved in while his brother was out on a mission. Polka's older brother Baranka entered the 2nd stage training camp the year before last, and his swordsmanship is now superb. He doesn't even know how strong his older brother is now at brother's strength. He once heard his brother mention that as long as his brother graduated from the training camp, he would at least have the rank of colonel, and the younger brothers behind him were also here for his brother. But Boka was also happy to be so pretentious, grabbed the blowing snow handed over by his younger brother, pushed open the door, and strode out in high spirits. Oh. At this moment, Ace has returned to the dormitory because his period of weakness has passed, and he needs to check his body. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of Ace. Attributes. Physical fitness, school 2. Spiritual fire essence body art, the 1st level. Refining energy, 1/10. The content on the panel has not changed much, but Ace's heart is full of joy because the physique column has completely become a solid line. After so many days of hard work, his body strength has finally returned to its original level, and the extra tempering energy also told him that from today on, all the tempering energy can be completely used for body improvement. The original recovery period would take several years, but Ace recovered so quickly. In this, the Spirit Fire Pure Body Art played a big role, but it was also inseparable from his crazy exercise every day. After all, the Pure Body Art can only work faster during exercise. Pong. When Ace was about to continue exercising, the door of the dormitory was kicked open suddenly, and 3 sailor students rushed in from the outside. Originally, Ace thought it was those roommates he hadn't seen before, but when he saw the sour-faced Polka in the middle, he knew that the visitor was not kind. "Polka, are you okay?" Ace asked, frowning. "Humph, why are you talking to our boss?" A blond-haired boy said to Ace arrogantly. "You made our boss lose face at noon today, and today we are here to solve the problem." "Really? What do you want to solve?" Ace looked a little weird. How careful this Polka is to care about such trivial matters. "Kneel down and count out 3 times. Polka held the sword, pretending to be a boss. But his pair of slender eyes, no matter how you look at them, they are neither fish nor fowl. Ace narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was underestimated. "What if I say no?" Choke. With the sound of the sword, Polka pulled out Fubuki. The cold light was threatening. It was indeed a good sword. "Humph, then you will be abolished." Polka sneered. Ace was about to answer when his eyebrows moved suddenly, because the system that hadn't moved for a long time suddenly made a sound to him. A sharp knife has been detected, and it is recommended that the host seize it. Ace knows that there are 5 levels of swords in the world of One Piece: ordinary sword, fast sword, good fast sword, big fast sword, and supreme big fast sword. There are 12 supreme big knives, 21 big knives, and 50 good knives. These 3 grades of knives are rare and the most precious. Although there are a lot of fast knives, they are rare and good things in people's eyes. But I'm not a swordsman, so why do I want to take the knives? As if sensing Ace's doubts, the system explained, "Swords with a quality above the fast knife can be used to repair my body, and the energy in it can also be used to improve the host's physique. In addition, there are some other benefits, waiting for the host to seize it. Let me know later." Hearing this, Ace's eyes lit up. He remembered that the mysterious ruler in the hall before should be the main body of the system. The ruler was indeed full of cracks, so the system did not lie. And the system's seductive tone also shows that these famous knives are definitely more important to the system than what it says. But Ace doesn't want to know the truth right away. He just needs to know that as long as he takes the sharp knife, he can quickly improve his physique. Suddenly, Ace looked at Polka in front of him, and his eyes changed, as if a wolf saw a sheep and salivated. The communication between Ace and the system was only a moment to the outside world. Polka just saw Ace stunned for a moment, and then showed a slightly greedy expression to himself, which made him feel creepy. But he immediately felt something was wrong, and immediately became angry. He was actually frightened by the last place in the entire training camp. Poor Death. Polka did not dare to use a knife in the training camp, but closed the knife with his left hand, clenched his fist with his right hand, swung his waist suddenly, and hit Ace with a punch. He only needed to break Ace's arm, and his brother. The relationship between the big and small things can definitely be turned into small things. But at the next moment, Polka was surprised to find that Ace didn't dodge, but just like him, he punched him directly. This kid with a strength of only 300 kilograms wants to compete with himself, a master who punches 700 kilograms? It's too overpowering. "You're looking for death yourself. Don't blame me." Polka showed a cruel smile on his face, as if he saw Ace's arm broken into 3 pieces, screaming and flying out. And the yellow hair on one side also showed a gloating expression. This kid is dead. Pong. The next moment, the smiles of the 2 froze on their faces and instantly changed to unbelievable. The 2 fists clashed, and there was a muffled sound. Ace didn't take a step back, but Polka took a few steps back. Judging from the trembling of his arms, he was already injured at the moment. And Ace didn't stop at the same place, but sprinted forward, turned around and kicked his legs in one go, and Fubuki in Polka's hand was kicked away. "Thank you." Ace stretched out his hand to grab it to the side, then grabbed the handle of Fubuki's knife and laughed. End of this chapter. 10. Chapter 10. Ka is not worried that Ace will take the knife away, because in his opinion, with his brother's strength, it must be easy to get it back. But he was still very angry, turned his head and yelled at Huang Mao. "You told me that this is the last one? A person with a strength of only 300 kilograms can fight me? Are you kidding me? He's really the bottom one. That's clearly shown on the leaderboard. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Huang Mao pointed to another younger brother. He is also very wrong now, feeling cheated by Ace. You said you are such a master. What are you pretending? It's interesting. That's right, he is indeed the last one. The other younger brother nodded quickly. Hearing this, Poca has already believed it. Since the younger brother didn't lie to him, then Ace is hiding his strength. But even if Ace's strength is good, but he can lose face, don't think about it today. Thinking of this, a stern look flashed across Boca's face, and he waved at the two younger brothers. Let's go together. He didn't believe that the three of them couldn't deal with this kid, but just after they took 2 steps forward, the three of them stopped abruptly, startled by the scene in front of them. After Ace got Fushue, he held the blade with both hands as required by the system, and then he felt a suction force coming from his hand, and then the essence of the sharp knife turned into a trace of black energy, sucked by his hand's walk, upload all the way along the arm, and finally be swallowed by the system. After most of the energy was taken away by the system didn't forget about Ace and gave him a small part. And it was this small part that surprised Ace. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared again. Attributes. Physical fitness, school 2. Spiritual fire essence body art. The first level. Refining energy, 32 tenths. The tempering energy increased directly to 32, and Ace chose to strengthen his body without hesitation, and the data on the attribute panel changed in the next moment. Attributes. Physical fitness, school 4. Spiritual fire essence body art. The first level. Refining energy, 2 of 30. Strengthening the physique from 2 to 4 consumes 30 points of tempering energy. That IT should be that each enhancement consumes points more refining energy than the last one, but Ace is already satisfied. To improve his physical fitness at the school level, he needs to exercise crazily for more than half a month for each short section, and now a knife saves Ace a lot of time. Each level is divided into 10 stages, and then strengthened 6 times. You can break through to the major, general level physique. With the disappearance of the essence, the Fubuki Kwaiseo had become dull and dull. With a little force from Ace, the once good knife broke in two. Ace knew that the knife had become so brittle that a child could break it easily, so he wasn't surprised. But in the eyes of Boca and others, it was terrifying. Breaking off a sharp knife with bare hands. This Ace actually hides his strength. Brother, let's go, we're not opponents. Huang Mao's eyes were already frightened, and he was ready to run away. To shut up. But Boca slapped the yellow hair over with a slap, and his eyes turned red. This knife does not belong to him. They thought that carrying a knife would look more imposing, but who would have thought that it would be ruined? This knife has been with his brother Barranca for nearly 10 years. Although Barranca has changed his saber, he treats this knife like his wife. Thinking of his brother's anger, Polka swallowed. Poca knew that he was not Ace's opponent, but it didn't prevent him from saying in a bitter tone, "Stinky boy, you are finished, and my brother is a second-stage student. You ruined my brother's knife. Don't think about dying easily. Let's go." Just when the few people turned to leave, Ace's joking voice came over. "You come and leave whenever you want. Are you threatening me before you leave?" As soon as the words fell, Boca felt a gust of wind coming from behind, followed by 2 bangs, and his 2 younger brothers were kicked to the ground. "Leave something." Ace pinched Poka's arm with his hand, and Poca wanted to resist, but suddenly found that Ace's strength had become stronger again, and he had no time to struggle. Click. The sound of bone breaking sounded, and Boca let out a scream and fell limply to the ground. The severe pain in his arm told him that the bone was broken in at least 3 pieces. To his despair, he would not be able to participate in the end-of-month test 10 days later. And there are no exceptions to the cruel rules of the training base. If you can't participate, you will be eliminated. His head was sweating from the pain, but Boca didn't dare to stay here anymore, but fled away in embarrassment with his 2 younger brothers. Ace looked at their backs and narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that the other party would not let it go, but this is a naval base after all. If he killed someone, his desire to learn naval gymnastics and domineering would be shattered. Exhaling a breath, Ace stopped thinking about it, but calmly asked the system, "Now, do you have something to explain to me? For example, what is your purpose? Why did you choose me?" The system was silent for a while, but Ace was not in a hurry, just waiting for the system's answer. As if feeling Ace's determination, the system had no choice but to reply, "I need someone to help me repair the main body, but the more specific purpose, sorry, I can't tell you for the time being." Ace was not satisfied with this answer. The system paused for a while and continued, "Don't worry, I have merged with you and will not harm you. It's just that the real purpose is too involved. At least when you have the strength of a general, you could tell it all to you." Hearing the last sentence, Ace frowned and was a little shocked. The general is already the top figure in One Piece, and he only knows the minimum requirements for the purpose of the system. then this secret must be extremely dangerous, and it is not the current Ace at all should know. Therefore, Ace stopped obsessing over this issue, but asked, "Your body is the mysterious ruler, right? How to fix it?" Seeing that Ace no longer asked about his purpose, the system breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Yes, you have just seen that the swords above the quality of fast swords in the world of One Piece condense the painstaking efforts of the creators. It can be said that swords you ling, as long as you collect those swords for me to absorb, you can restore my body." Hearing this, Ace understood, and his expression became weird. He co-authored that he was going to become the swordsman public enemy of Pirate World, and absorbed all the famous swords they cherished. However, thinking about the strength he can improve after absorbing the famous sword, Ace can only say sorry to them silently. Dang be. Ace looked at the ground, and it was the broad-backed sword that was put into the space of the different fire on Garp's ship. The cold light flickering on the sword told Ace that this sword was already of the quality of a fast sword. This is the other benefit mentioned earlier. It can improve the broad-backed broadsword to the limit quality that I can absorb famous swords. The system did not explain much. Compared with the samurai sword, Ace really prefers this Chinese-style broadsword. He put the broadsword away again and said, "If you have any other information, just tell me this time." The host's application of this different fire system is still at the novice stage. When the host reaches the strength of a major general, he will get the different fire, and further information will naturally be provided to you. The voice of the system became emotionless again. Ace was helpless, and that's right, except for the core upgrade props of the system. Except for the essence of the Spirit Fire, the broad-backed broadsword and purple beast fire he used were indeed novice props. But when he thought that the beast fire was already so strong, if he had a strange fire, how violent would it be? Jinglian's heart is on fire, Bone Spirit cold fire, or Jinglian demon fire? It seems that we must work hard to reach the major general level as soon as possible. Famous swordsman, here I come. End of this chapter. 11. Chapter 11, Polka Dot cried. The next day, the teaching office of the Naval Training Base. Ace looked at Polka, who was in a bandage and was speechless for a while. He thought that there would be revenge, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and in this way. Sue the teacher. Opposite Ace and Boca, there are Shatton and Mondo standing, and there is another officer sitting on the seat, which should be the staff of the teaching office. Instructor, you must expel this boy who doesn't obey the rules of the base. Polka complained first, and complained loudly. Ace, that's what Boca said. You beat him for no reason, Shatton said in a serious tone. According to the regulations, if there is an unreasonable fight at the base, he will be expelled. Ace was about to refute when a mischievous thought suddenly popped up in his mind, so a wronged expression suddenly appeared on his face. Instructors, you are wronged. My ranking is the bottom one, and Polka Dot is in the top 10. How could I possibly beat him? Ace's exposed strength was indeed far inferior to that of Polka Dot. In addition, he was only 10 years old, and the few officers present believed him a little bit. Then he turned to Polka again, and said with an innocent face, "You didn't break your arm yourself and planted me. Polka, this is your fault. How can you wrong your classmates?" It was Mondo who spoke, which surprised Ace. Polka is a student in Mondo's second team. But after thinking about it, Ace understood that if he was fired, who would send 1,000 million to Mundo for the end-of-month test after 10 days? Thinking of this, Ace laughed. They are all good people. Instructor, you. Polka had an unbelievable expression on his face. Looking at the innocent Ace, he felt that he was about to vomit blood. This is different from what I planned. You have to trust me, Polka said aggrievedly. You guys have to trust me even more. Ace looked even more aggrieved. Humph, have you had enough trouble? The officer in the academic affairs office's face was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. I don't have time to accompany you to mess around here. If there is no problem, just let me go. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Like a peacemaker, Mondo comforted with a smile, and then patted Polka on the shoulder. Polka, take care of your wounds, teacher. I still think highly of you. Then several officers got up and left. Take care of your sister. I'm finished. Polka growled in his heart. I like you too. Ace also patted Polka on the shoulder, then whistled and left the office. Woo! Polka cried. At noon, the canteen of the training base. Hey, I heard that my brother cried when he bullied Polka today. AIN covered his mouth and snickered, then waved his small fist and said, You did a good job. Who made him always bully me? Ace was also in a good mood and asked casually, I heard from Polka yesterday that his brother is a second-stage student. Can you tell me about it? A trace of worry appeared on AIN's face, Then, brother, you have to be careful. The training base is divided into two parts, the first stage and the second stage. The students in the first stage are already naval elites, and they will be officers after graduation. And the second stage is even more terrible. The best students are selected from the first stage twice a year, and they are the elite among the elite. The students who graduate from the second stage are at least school-level officers. I even heard that there were once graduates became a major general. Hearing this, Ace also felt a little unbelievable. In the past few days, he also learned a little about the graduation system of the base. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the rank of general, he had to meet the requirements first, and then he had to obtain the military merit of the corresponding position. That is quite difficult. It seems that I have to pay attention to Poka's brother. And the chief who will guide the second stage is the chief instructor of the base, Master Zifa. Having said this, Ein's eyes flickered with admiration. Zifa. Ace was taken aback. The chief instructor of this naval base is Zifa. Does brother know, too? Ein asked with his head tilted. Of course I know. The well-known black wrist Zifa, who fought against countless pirates in his life, but never killed any enemy, was called the former general of the Navy headquarters who was called Don't Kill. With a powerful weapon and domineering style, it has become the nightmare of many pirates. After resigning from the position of admiral, he has taught countless naval generals. It can be said that more than half of the current admirals and lieutenant generals in the Navy are students of Zifa. Of course, Ace would be very happy if he could learn from Zifa, because with Zifa's teaching ability, he would definitely avoid many detours. But this is not the point. Count the time, and then look at Ein in front of him. Ace is sure that he is caught up with a big event. In the 13th year of the Great Pirate Era, that is, next year, Zifa led his students to go out to sea to do missions, and met the vicious pirate Edward Weibel. After the fierce battle, his students were almost wiped out. Only Ein and Ben survived, and he himself lost an arm. Originally, he only met the little beauty Ian, and Benz and Zifa were nowhere to be seen. Ace still had chance, but now he understands that as long as he continues to stay at the base, he will definitely participate in this battle next year. And Edward Weibel is the one who can cut off Zifa's arm, and his strength is definitely at the level of a real general. He now knew that among the second stage students, there must be someone whose strength is at the level of a major general, but they also failed to survive that battle. What does this mean? Ordinary major generals are no longer enough to protect themselves. So if he wants to survive on his own, Ace has to become an elite major general within a year, so that he can barely protect himself in the big battle a year later. Ein, tell brother you want to worship Zifa as your teacher. Yeah. Ein agreed without hesitation, but his eyes dimmed again. But I'm not strong enough. Don't be afraid. Trust me, brother. You can do it. Ein looked into Ace's deep eyes, and for some reason, he felt confident. Well, I will definitely work hard. Of course, Ace is sure. After all, he knows the plot behind it. And after knowing Ein's thoughts, he completely gave up the idea of avoiding the war. In the past few days, he has developed a good impression of the simple Ein. This kind of beauty is worth his efforts to protect, so he wants to participate, fight, and protect Ein in the battle. Then how can I become a second stage student? Now that he has made up his mind, Ace must improve his strength as quickly as possible. So entering the second stage to receive Zifa's guidance is undoubtedly the most effective means. There are two methods. The first one is that after the test at the end of this month, there will be a 1-month task practice, and the students who perform well will be recommended. The second method is the ring battle after the practice, and the students in the first stage will be selected. The strongest one will be admitted directly. What Ein said was straightforward. Obviously, he had already planned to become a second stage student. After listening to Ein's words carefully, Ace already has a plan. He wants to win the place of the strongest in the ring battle. 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. After eating and resting for a while, Ian went to the kendo gym, while Ace returned to the training ground and started exercising again. Squats, push-ups, and pull-ups, Ace felt a little wrong when he practiced. Although he has been doing strength training since his rebirth, and the amount of training has been increasing, there is always a sense of eating his laurels. In the original book, the physical combat of Ace and others can only be regarded as a wild way, a hooligan routine summed up by oneself. Use your own power to the fullest. But now that Ace is reborn, of course the original fighting routines have not been forgotten. But his purpose of joining the Navy was to get systematic training and learn formal fighting skills. In the past 2 days, he was still only exercising in his own way, which had deviated from his original intention. So he had to seek guidance quickly. Thinking of this, Ace no longer hesitated and asked a burly student beside him who was pushing a barbell. Do the instructors usually not give guidance to the students? This student was disturbed because of the exercise, so he was very unhappy, and his tone was a bit aggressive. The instructors who should talk about it have already talked about it at the beginning. If you want the instructor to make a small talk, you can find him yourself. Ace was stunned. It turned out that he, transfer student, had missed the beginning of the lecture. After a wry smile, he was going to go directly to Major General Shatton. Wait, you're the transfer student, the one named Ace. The only transfer students who haven't listened to the instructor's lecture, and this time there are only 2 transfer students, so the big guy can easily guess Ace's identity. What's the matter? Ace frowned. It's nothing. I just admired your name for a long time. The big man looked at Ace with a wicked smile and squeezed his fists. I don't think you should go to the instructor. I will give you good guidance. Ace looked at the big man in astonishment, but he just met him, and he couldn't wait to bully him. Could this be the legendary campus bullying? Seeing this kind of news in his previous life, Ace still couldn't believe it. After all, in his opinion, who would bully his classmates for no reason? But it happened to him like this. He had to sigh, there really are such scumbags. However, the corners of Ace's mouth slanted up, and he smiled slightly. He may have bullied the wrong person. Okay. Ace's answer made the big man stunned. He didn't expect that the little kid in front of him would not play the cards according to the routine. Why wasn't he afraid? And because of what happened here, there are already many people around. Is this kid crazy? Doesn't he know the rules of the training base? That's right. Although unreasonable fights are not allowed in the base, as long as both of them agree, the fight will be established, as long as no one is killed. It is okay to lose an arm or a leg. I know that big guy. His name is Zhang Xiang. Although his character is not good, his punching strength is almost 600 kilograms. That boy Ace is only less than 300. Could it be that he is looking for death? Hearing the conversation next to him, Zhang Xiang was sure that the child in front of him was indeed the last one, so he had nothing to worry about. But they didn't know that there was already a 700-kilogram Poke yesterday, who had broken his arm because he underestimated Ace. There was a grim smile on Zhang Xiang's face. He was gearing up, gesticulating his fists and feet, and said to Ace, "Brother will definitely show you a good demonstration. First of all, it's a straight punch." Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Xiang rushed towards Ace directly, his right hand clenched into a fist, which was a simple and rough punch. In his opinion, this punch could knock Ace to the ground. Boom. Zhang Xiang felt that he had hit the target, but instead, his own forward figure stopped abruptly, and Ace on the opposite side remained motionless. Looking closely, I saw that my fist had already been grabbed by the opponent, and it was firmly blocked in front of the chest. Fisting is okay, but the strength is too weak. Didn't you have lunch? Ace said with a joking smile. In the previous battle with Boca, Ace directly crushed the opponent with strength, but this time he had the opportunity to see how the Navy's fighting skills are, so he continued to stimulate. You look so strong. Can you be a woman? Swish. Zhang Xiang's face turned red all of a sudden. Obviously, although this person has a bad personality, his IQ is really not good. Otherwise, he must have judged that he is not Ace's opponent. As a result, instead of noticing it, he was slightly stimulated and attacked Ace frantically again. Raindrops of fists and whip legs hit Ace, but Ace's strength and speed exceeded Zhang Xiang's too much, so he was airtight with his palms, and he didn't even take a step. The onlookers on the other side had been staring at the bag for a long time. This Zhang Xiang can't really be a woman. Fart. Go up and try it. It's not Zhang Xiangruo. It's this Ace who is too strong. Isn't this Ace the last one? Looking at it this way, he must have the strength of the top 5. There was a lot of discussion around, but Zhang Xiang didn't hear it at all, and continued to attack Ace with red eyes. Snap. After a while, Zhang Xiang's feet were suddenly grabbed, and Ace seemed to have seen enough and calmly commented, "Navy's boxing and kicking are indeed unique. Well, I've seen it almost. You can sleep for a while." After finishing speaking, Ace pulled the opponent forward with force, and Zhang Xiang staggered and fell towards Ace. Thump. Raising his hand gave Zhang Xiang a dizzy blow. He rolled his eyes and passed out, and fell to the ground with a plop. This man's fighting skills are average. It seems that I still have to go to Major General Shatton for advice, huh? Ace clapped his hands and was talking to himself, waving, don't look, there is something to see." After finishing speaking, he walked out of the crowd with his hands behind his back, leaving behind the sound of swallowing saliva. Wah. Looking at the back of Ace going away, there was an uproar, and everyone around understood that Zhang Xiang could be easily defeated with Ace. He was really not afraid of any fights, and he really just wanted to see the Navy fight. It's just surgery. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiang, who was lying on the ground. His head had already swelled up, and he passed out with his eyes rolled. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. This is the legendary looking for abuse. Ace, who was looking for Shatton, was actually thinking in his heart that he could easily defeat Zhang Xiang, not because of poor naval combat skills, but because the speed and strength gap between the two was too large, twice as much as the explosion. The pure strength has reached about 1,000 kilograms. In other words, if Ace has mastered naval combat, the power he can exert with a strength of 1,000 kilograms will definitely be different from Zhang Xiang. Instructor. Ace's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw Shatton punching. Obviously, Shatton's boxing technique is the same as Zhang Xiang's, but the movements are smoother and more beautiful, and the sharp whistling sound when the fist is struck makes Ace understand that this is not show. Boom. A boxing target, obviously made of granite in front of Shatton, actually shattered in two under his punch. Ace couldn't help but tremble. If he dared to catch the same straight punch, he would probably be broken in half. Hey, it's time to change the target again, Shatton said helplessly. Huh? Isn't this Ace? What's the matter? After Ace and Mondo made a 10-day bet, Shatton's impression of Ace was much better. Although he was not optimistic about Ace, as long as he had a heart to challenge the strong, there was hope of becoming stronger. After today, there are only 9 days left until the end-of-month tests. I hope to study hard with Instructor Shatton in these few days. Ace bowed slightly and begged. Shatton was taken aback for a moment and sighed, but finally agreed. Hey, okay. However, he seemed to have misunderstood what Ace meant. In his opinion, Ace would be eliminated after 9 days. He wanted to learn something before leaving the base. Then teach him well, Shatton thought to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, 2 kilograms more. Please collect, please recommend. In the next 9 days, Shatton explained to Ace the basic fighting skills within the Navy and formulated corresponding methods for exercising his body. This made Esmos suddenly realize that there were indeed many mistakes in the training method he had explored before. After correcting it, Ace was pleasantly surprised to find that the cultivation of the Spirit Fire Essence body art had also improved by leaps and bounds. 9 days passed quickly. During this time, Ace exercised from morning to night almost every day, sweating profusely every day, squeezing the limit of his body. Perhaps because of the nourishment of tempered energy, Ace doesn't have to worry about excessive exercise that will make his body overwhelmed. His physical strength is almost the same every day. This made Shatton have to admire Ace's will. He has never seen a student who can make such great progress every day. Okay, this book is the foundation of swordsmanship. You can read it when you have time. Weapons are still very important before you can develop your armed aura, Shatton said to Ace with a smile. Thank you, instructor. Ace's eyes lit up, and he took the book solemnly with both hands. With this book, his broad-backed sword will no longer be a decoration. Let's go. Today is the end-of-month test, and I can't wait to see how that guy Mundo is crying. Shatton said with a big laugh. Shatton has come to guide Ace's training almost every day these days, so he already has some understanding of Ace's situation and knows that the previous entrance test is actually not Ace's true level. Ace also showed a confident smile on his face. He was not weak 10 days ago, not to mention that he has made great progress in the past 10 days. On his property panel, the data has changed again. Attributes. Physical fitness, School 7. Spiritual Fire Essence body art, the first level. Refining energy, 13 of 60. Ace's physical strength has risen 3 levels in a row in these 10 days, and has also reached the level of a senior school. That is to say, even without the double explosion of the pure body art, Ace's physical strength has already reached the same level as Drake's. The difference seems to be the same. Outside the test hall of the Naval Training Base, the major general instructors of the 5 units have already led their students to stand in line. Ace's 5th team has the smallest number of people. As the instructor of the 5th team, Shatton was also standing on the edge of the 5 instructors at this time, with a calm expression on his face, appearing calm and collected. Instructor Shatton, you're so determined. I just don't know how many people are left in your team after this monthly test. The second team, Mondo and Shatton, were separated by 2 major general instructors, showing a look of victory, turned their heads to look at this side, and smiled faintly. But Shatton ignored him at all, and turned around to tell the students some precautions, which made the remaining few instructors show strange smiles on their faces. Humph. Mundo laughed angrily. Today, not only do I want to win 1,000 million, but I also want to disgrace this Chardon. Instructors, I have a request. I don't know if you can give me face. Mondo stepped forward and said to several instructors, can one of my students and a student of Instructor Shatton go ahead first? Test, I have a bet with you. and please be a witness. Really, tell me. An instructor asked curiously. It's better to be respectful than to obey. Mundo clasped his fists together and set his bet with Ace with a little complacency. When they heard that Ace had to pay a bet of 1,000 million Baileys after losing, all the people present gasped. Mundo, it's not good for you to bet so big with a child, the instructor of the third team said with a complex expression. Mondo heard a hint of envy in his tone, and he was even more proud. Regarding the other party's words, he made a fool of himself. Who is Ace? Come out. The instructor of the first team is obviously a respected old instructor. He frowned and called Ace out and asked, Did you agree to this bet? No one forced you? No, Major General. Ace said with a military salute. Okay, since that's the case, it's up to you. After finishing speaking, the instructor closed his eyes, apparently not intending to ask any more questions. And Mundo also breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that if this person objected, the bet would not stand. But now, Mundo seems to see 1,000 million Pele waving to him. Everyone, after today's event, I will treat everyone to a good meal, Mundo said with a smile. Oh, Instructor Mundo, according to what you said, you were sure to win today? Shatton, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Of course, the first pair on the ranking list is the bottom one, and I asked there any suspense? Mundo looked confident. Shatton took a deep look at Mondo and slowly said, Then Instructor Mondo, dare you to have another small bet with me. If Ace loses, I will give you 50. If Ace wins, how about you give me 50? Several instructors present looked at Shatton in surprise, including the instructor of the first team. They all took a deep look at Shatton. 50 is their annual salary, and Shatton is so confident in this last Ace. Hearing Sutton's words, Mondo's expression froze. He had just been promoted to Major General this year, and his salary in the previous few years was not so high. So before this year's salary came out, his family property was only 60 to dash. Why, Instructor Mondo is scared. Seeing Mondo's silence, Shatton smiled. Mondo blushed, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll take it. For Mundo, it can be said that he lost his fortune and fought his last battle. Drake, go. Let them see your strength. Drake walked out of the team in response, but Ace could see that Mundo ignored Drake's wishes and regarded it as a bet, which made him very disgusted with Mundo. Let's go too. Shatton led Ace into the testing hall. Stay where you are, don't make any noise. The remaining major generals arranged for the students, and then they all walked in together. Among the crowd, there are a few people who have special eyes. Aion, with blue hair, looked worried and clenched his fists nervously. Poca, who was still wearing a bandage, stared at Ace's back with resentment and sneered. His brother was coming back today, and this nasty boy would finally have his revenge. In addition, it was a sea soldier with a figure of nearly 2 meters and curly blonde-haired. It was Gaspardi, who was the number 1 on their original ranking list. Fudge is real. Wait until the group arena match in a month later. You guys will have a good time. Oh. In the test hall, all the machines had been debugged, and Ace and Drake also stood in front of the strength test machine facing each other. Chardon, why don't you let Ace come first? I'm afraid that after Drake finishes the test, he will be too scared to test. Mundo is as annoying as ever. Drake ignored Mundo's words at this time and walked directly onto the strength testing machine. His own students didn't give him face at all, so that Mondo's laughter stopped abruptly, like a duck being choked by the throat. Drake didn't care about Mundo's thoughts and put on a posture. Horse step, turn around, punch, all in one go. Boom. The moment the fist touched the target shook violently, followed by a beeping sound from the machine. 1,396 kilograms. And Mondo, who was originally livid because he was ignored by Drake, put a smug smile on his face again after seeing this data. In these 10 days, Drake actually increased his punching power by more than 200 kilograms. 1. Well, I'll give you 3 chances, so you won't say I bullied you, Mondo said to Ace with a fake smile. As soon as he said such shameless words, several instructors at the scene showed contemptuous expressions. The strength of the body is as much as it needs to be, and it will not change much no matter how many times it is tested. The data of 1,400 kilograms is rare in the history of our first stage training camp. The instructor of the first team sighed. It's a good seed. Yes, this kid named Ace is miserable. Obviously, several instructors present were not optimistic about Ace. Even Shatton was a little unsure when he saw Drake hit 1,400 kilograms. After all, the Major General's entry strength is only 2,000 kilograms. Ace didn't know what the instructors were thinking, When he heard that Mundo was going to give him 3 chances, his eyes lit up immediately. After all, Drake's grades are really good. He was hesitating whether to use the Spirit Fire Essence body art directly to explode twice the strength, and Mundo provided him with a solution. Since there are 3 chances, why not? Okay, thank you, Instructor Mondo, Ace said with a slanted smile. Mondo's smile froze. He didn't expect Ace to actually climb the pole, but since he had already said it, of course he couldn't go back on his word. Start now. Ace didn't say any more, and stepped onto the strength tester. Clenched a fist, took a deep breath, fixed his eyes, and punched it. Boom. There was also a roar, and Mondo on the side suddenly trembled in his heart and quickly looked at the screen. 1,189 kilograms. Call. Let out a sigh of relief. This ace has really hidden his strength, but fortunately, Drake is stronger. There was a smirk on Mundo's face. We won. Not yet, Instructor Mondo. I still have 2 more chances. Ace's flat voice came, and Mondo's face suddenly turned purple. Regardless of Mundo's panic in the back, Ace stood up again. He knew that his strength hadn't been fully utilized just now, so he was going to try it again with his own strength without using the body trick first. Anyway, there are 3 chances, so it doesn't hurt to try again. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he carefully recalled the boxing skills Shatton taught him these days. A moment later, Ace stood with his waist down, his feet gripping the ground firmly like tree roots, and then his calves exerted force suddenly. His body turned slightly, and a powerful force burst out from his waist and abdomen, passing in one by one up the arm. The fist was like an arrow shot out, and with an afterimage, it hit the target with a bang. The moment the fist was punched, there was already a gleam of joy on Ace's face, and this punch showed his true strength. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the display screen. 1,398 kilograms. 0.2 kilograms more? 14, Chapter 14, 100 points. It seems that I really have to thank Instructor Mundo for the 3 chances. Ace smiled slightly and cupped his fists at Mundo. Mondo was so angry that his teeth were itchy. He was so cheap. Why did he give him 3 chances? Don't be too happy. There are still 2 tests. Mundo insisted. As a result, after 5 minutes, Drake, 27.6 meters per second. Ace, 27.9 meters per second. Everyone at the scene was speechless, and every time they were a little taller, it was on purpose, right? Ace also touched his nose with a strange expression, and he didn't know why it was such a coincidence. Mondo's face turned pale, and he felt as if he had fallen into a trap, but at this moment he still comforted himself. It's okay, there is another test, and I will definitely win. After losing twice in a row, Drake also realized that Ace's strength was not weaker than him at this time. His expression became serious, and he put aside his resistance to the bet. Ace, I admit that you can be my opponent, but I won't lose. Ace looked at the trace of war in Drake's eyes, smiled, noncommittal. Drake stepped onto the last machine, and this time he was very serious. Facing the rain of rubber balls, Drake's 5 senses were used to the extreme, and his body kept moving rapidly and in small increments, wiped to the corner of his clothes. Draw. After the test, Drake's body was already wet with sweat. Obviously, this action was not as easy as it seemed. 99 points. Drake took a breath with a satisfied smile on his face, looked at Ace with fiery eyes, and then walked to the instructors. Very good, the perception is close to perfect. The instructor of the first team said with admiration on his face, you can awaken the domineering colors soon. Shatton also nodded at this time, and he did not hesitate to praise his opponent. When you can get rid of the 5 senses and use the 6th sense to sense the movements of the surrounding objects, your knowledge and arrogance will truly awaken. When Ace heard this, his mind suddenly became clear. It turns out that this is the essence of knowledge. At this moment, Mondo laughed out loud again. His physical reaction to achieve such a result is basically invincible among the students in the first stage. Give up unless you can get the points, otherwise how win? You should know that in the distribution criteria of the total score, the proportion of physical responsibility is the highest. So after listening to Mundo's words, there was no instructor to refute this time. Unless Ace also scored more than 99 points, he was indeed a loser. But Ace just shrugged indifferently. How will you know if you don't try? After speaking, he walked slowly onto the reaction tester. Click, click. The launcher of the tester spun rapidly, and the rubber balls shot wildly seemed to have completely sealed Ace's body. But this time, Ace's body was obviously able to keep up with his thinking, and the trajectory of the rubber ball clearly appeared in his mind, and he dodged the most dangerous bullets by leaning back. 100 rubber balls were fired in a short time, but there was nothing under Ace's feet, indicating that no small ball hit him at all. Drop. What 100 points? How is it possible? Mundo was shocked, and an angry voice sounded behind him. Call. With a long breath, Ace also seemed a little proud. It seems that I am lucky. Little devil, you are playing with me. Mundo roared, his eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. No matter how stupid he was, he knew at this moment that he had fallen into Ace's trap. Thinking of not only becoming a laughingstock, but also going bankrupt, Mondo was furious, and with a movement of his body, he rushed to Ace on the tester and shot with anger. The muscles on his arms were so high that they even tore through his clothes. The strong wind brought by Mundo's fist rushed towards his face, and Ace's face changed, and the spirit fire essence was about to explode in his body. But just a second ago, Shatton, who had been vigilant all the time, suddenly appeared in front of Ace. His fists were filled with arrogance, and he beat Mundo back upside down with a single encounter. Mundo, you can't afford to lose. The deep voice was unusually cold. Shartan. Mondo's face was ashen. Although he was extremely angry, he knew that he was not Shatton's opponent. He turned around and looked at the other instructors as if asking for help. Okay, we will abide by the bet that we have made. The words of the old instructor of the first team made Mondo completely give up. With a gloomy face and killing intent in his eyes, Mondo gave Ace a sharp look, turned and left. Ace just smiled and didn't care. This person has been targeting himself, just to teach him a little lesson. Instructor Mundo, don't forget the 50 Bailey bet. Shatton's words made Mondo stagger again, and he walked even faster. Well, you two are very good, keep working hard. The old instructor was very relieved to see that 2 good seedlings had emerged this year. Yes. Ace responded respectfully, then smiled and looked at Drake. According to the bet, he is also a student of the 5th team. Don't worry, I will go with you later. However, this does not mean that I admit that I am weaker than you. Drake is obviously still a bit dissatisfied, but he is a man of agreement. From now on, you are all my people. Shatton hugged the two of them and smiled very happily. He actually got the biggest benefit today. The results of Ace and Drake can be said to be the first and second in the monthly test. With the addition of Miss Ein, after the 5th team, there will be 3 top 10, and the number has tripled at once. In addition to the bet, he won 50 yuan from Mundo for no reason, and Shatton's mouth was already grinning to the bottom of his ears. Ace grinned at Shatton's embrace, and his head was full of black lines when he heard his words, so he prepared to trick the instructor without hesitation. You don't need to thank me too much, just treat me and Drake to a melee. By the way, bring Ein. Shatton's smile froze on his face that a melee was 3 Baileys, and 4 meals were 12. My heart is bleeding. Okay, after the test in the morning, I will take you there at noon. Shatton gritted his teeth and agreed. Brat. Derek on the side saw such a harmonious teacher-student relationship, but he didn't realize it himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Next, one morning later, Ein also finished the test. Although his results were not as good as Ace and Drake's, he still couldn't run in the top 10. As soon as it was over, the 3 of them took shot on and went straight to the cafeteria. What made Shatton dumbfounded was that he obviously made a mistake in his calculation. A meal is not a serving. Except that Ein ate less and only ate 1 portion. Ace ate 3 servings by himself, and Drake also turned his grief and anger into food and ate 3 servings with his cheeks open. 25 is gone. Sarton wants to cry. End of this chapter. 15. Chapter 15 Belanca. Chapter 15 Belanca. After eating and drinking enough, Shatton went back to supervise the afternoon test with tears in his heart. Drake proposed to let Ace move to the luxury apartment equipped for No.1, and in Ace's view, it doesn't matter where he lives. But Drake was very stubborn and said, according to the regulations, it is yours, so you should take it away. However, I will take it back with my own strength. Ace didn't expect Drake to be a brainless person, so he couldn't help him, so he agreed to take a look. To be honest, he was also a little curious about the difference between the treatment of elite students and ordinary students. The apartment building and the ordinary dormitory building are not together. The 3 of them walked east after passing the dormitory building. According to Drake, most of the apartment buildings lived in the second-stage students. However, as soon as they reached the apartment building, the 3 of them were stopped before they could go upstairs. The visitor was also wearing a Navy uniform. He was slender and about 1.8 meters tall. The most striking thing was that he had a samurai sword with a blue scabbard pinned to his waist. This is a second stage student. The first stage students in the base wear blue scarf around their necks, while the second stage students wear green scarves. After seeing Ace, the man showed a haughty look on his face and walked straight over. "What's up?" Facing the person coming, Ace asked calmly. Although it seemed that this person came with bad intentions, Ace was not afraid. After all, this place was still in the base, so he was safe. But what surprised Ace was that the strange sea soldier in front of him really dared to provoke. "You are the first stage transfer student, the last trash. It seems to be called Ace." The man's aggressive tone made Ace very puzzled. He didn't remember when he offended a second stage student. Ace thought quickly. And many more. Ace suddenly remembered that 10 days ago, when Polka came to make trouble, he beat him up in the dormitory, broke one of his arms, and snatched a sharp knife from Polka. At that time, Polka said that he had an older brother who was a second stage student. "Are you Polka's brother?" Ace didn't answer the question, but asked back. There was a flash of surprise in the man's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Ace to guess his identity. "My name is Baranka. Listen carefully. You have broken one of my brother's arms and my favorite knife, so keep your two arms." Balanka's tone was very flat, as if Ace should do as he said. Ace's eyes widened. "I'm afraid this person is a fool who would cut off his own arm. You are too arrogant." It was Drake who was talking, and his face was very ugly. Baranka said that Ace was a waste. Then what is he? Not as good as a waste. "Who are you? If you provoke me, you will have to pay the price." There was a hint of anger on Baranka's face, and there was another person who dared to contradict him. He didn't say any more, and he raised his fist directly at Drake. And Derek was also very confident, not to be outdone, and greeted him with a punch. Pong. Puff. Drake flew upside down with disbelief on his face. His right arm was convulsed, and he was spitting out blood. Dodging forward, he hugged Drake, feeling the power coming from him, and Ace's face became serious. "Theo, be able to punch Drake like this, at least the strength of a major general." "It's all right. I'm fine. This man is very strong," Drake said weakly, swallowing the blood in his mouth. "Ein, go to Instructor Shatton quickly." Instead of responding to Drake, Ace put him on the ground and said to Ein. Ein also knew that this was not the time to be brave, so he glanced at the two worriedly and said, "Be careful." Then he gritted his teeth and ran towards the testing hall as fast as he could. "Trash is trash. Do you think you can survive until your instructor comes over?" Balanka looked at the two people in front of him leisurely and said with a sneer. Hearing this, Drake struggled to stand up again. Ace pressed his body, gave him a reassuring look, and said, "Leave it to me." Drake didn't know where Ace's confidence came from. After all, the strength of the two was almost the same, but he couldn't stand up at this moment, so he could only watch Ace stand in front of him. I will tell you that courage is meaningless in the face of real strength. As soon as Baranka finished speaking, he punched him directly again. In his opinion, Ace would definitely be injured and vomit blood like Drake and fly backwards. But in the face of Balanka, who was approaching rapidly, Ace finally stopped hiding his clumsiness. As soon as he thought about it, the Spirit Fire Essence body technique was running crazily, and the purple fire burst out from his body. Ace's skin turned red, and white steam rose from it. Twice the power. What about the Major General? Ace retracted his arms to his abdomen, clenched his fists, and then punched hard. Boom! The two fists collided head-on, and the roar sounded instantly. More than 2,000 kilograms is the strength that can be exerted by a Major General's physical strength, and Ace has blasted out nearly 3,000 kilograms of strength at this moment. What's more, Ace's fist still has the temperature of purple fire. The moment the two fists collided, Balanka's face changed drastically. The skin on his fist was burned directly, so he subconsciously retracted his fist. But how could Ace's power be vegetarian? Baranka was horrified. Although he resisted with all his strength, he was still punched back. This is impossible. Although Baranka has already known from his younger brother that Ace is extremely powerful, but how strong can it be? His strength has reached the level of a Major General. And what's the matter with the temperature on this kid's fist? At this moment, Ace, even though he punched Baranka away, didn't feel any relief in his heart, because he felt that Baranka was not injured at all. This guy is really strong. You know, even a top school-level character, his arm must have been broken by Ace's punch. But this guy just had a little skin on his fist. And this guy must be a swordsman. Ace looked at the samurai sword on Barranca's waist and became more vigilant in his heart. Hateful. When the figure stopped, Barranca's anger rushed to the top of his head. Coupled with the fact that some students are gradually attracted by the sound here, and they poke their heads out from the apartment building to look this way, Barranca felt even more hot on his face. Barranca didn't even draw his sword, but stomped on his feet and continued to charge forward with punches. He wanted to use physical skills to defeat the kid in front of him, defeat him from his strongest point, and let Ace know what despair is. When Ace saw that Barranca still wanted to compete with him in pure physical skills, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the opponent uses a knife, he can only turn around and run away with Drake on his back. But by fist, I can't beat myself. End of this chapter. 16. Chapter 16 said a death match. Chapter 16 said a death match. He has been hiding his strength. I guess there's such a big gap between me and him. Drake was lying on the side, his face full of surprise and loss. If Ace had used this strength before, he would have failed miserably. Is it to protect my face? Drake had a complicated expression, not knowing whether to be angry or grateful. At this moment, Ace has collided with Barranca again. Barranca's fighting skills are indeed better than Ace's, but Esmando's attack by Barranca does not dodge or dodge at all, but fights head-on with stronger strength. Want to attack from the side? Give you a punch. Around the back? Give you another punch. Barranca's face was very ugly, although Ace had already had a few scars on his body because of his attack. But it was obvious that he himself was even worse. For some reason, this kid had a high temperature in his fist. Every time he hit Barranca, his body would be burned. Facing the figure rushing towards Ace, Barranca no longer fought hard, but let out a sneer. Shave. In the next moment, Barranca's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Ace's eyes, and there was only a gradually expanding air circle left in place. 6 styles. Naval Taijutsu Mysteries. Ace's pupil shrank, and immediately a strong sense of crisis flooded his heart. Turning his head suddenly, he found that Barranca had appeared behind him in an instant, and then there was a sneer. Finger gone. Barranca's index finger suddenly became extremely hard, aiming at Ace's chest, and slammed out at a speed comparable to a real bullet. At a critical juncture, the scene of the physical reaction test suddenly appeared in Ace's mind. Subconsciously, he regarded Barranca's finger gun as a rubber ball that was shot, and the trajectory of his fingers appeared in his mind, and his body suddenly fell to the lower left following his consciousness. The moment he dodged the finger gun, Ace's eyes flashed, and he punched Barranca's chest. Boom! What? Barranca never expected that Ace could dodge his finger gun. His body flew upside down, and blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. Da-da-da. Barranca looked horrified and took several steps back after landing. The burning pain in his chest made him unable to stand still for a while. With a plop, he fell to the ground. The scene fell silent. Then there was an uproar from the crowd of onlookers. How can it be? Barranca is a second-stage student, and he is considered an elite among the second-stage students. To be beaten by a child who looked only 10 years old and even vomited blood, Barranca fell to the ground and even forgot to get up for a while, with disbelief on his face. He was knocked down to the ground? What a humiliation. Damn. Damn. I'm going to kill you. His heart was filled with anger and madness, and Barranca no longer ignored the rules of the base. He jumped up and pulled out the samurai sword from his waist. Base. There was a sword cry, and the edge of the blade shone with a cold light, and Barranca rushed over with a knife. I found a good knife, and I suggest that the host seize it. Ace was taken aback by the sudden sound from the system, and then he showed a wry smile. His life is in danger. Okay, the knife that snatches wool. Barranca held a knife in his hand, and his momentum was completely different. He was obviously a naval swordsman who focused on using the knife. In an instant, he was close to Ace's body, and he was about to decapitate Ace with a single blow. Not good. Barranca is crazy. With the power of his swordsmanship, how can this child live? And Ace's complexion changed drastically. He was not armed with a domineering look. How could he use flesh and blood to deal with the sharp samurai sword? Just when he gritted his teeth and was about to block the blade with his arm. Suddenly, white fist, swoosh. A figure covered in white smoke suddenly appeared in front of Ace, holding a tin-handed sword in his hand, and with a thud, he held Barranca's samurai sword. Ace quickly took the opportunity to step back and took a sharp breath. Almost died. Veronica, fighting without reason is prohibited in the base. You want this child to die. The voice was very cold. The white smoke gradually spun and merged, one with two cigars in his mouth, and a white-haired sailor stepped out of the smoke and appeared in front of everyone. It's Smoker. Then the child is saved. Well, Smoker has always been at odds with Veronica, and it's impossible to let Veronica mess around. Smog is a devil fruit-capable user, and he is the strongest nature type. Hearing the name, Ace immediately remembered who the sailor in front of him was with his shirt open and his chest exposed. Smoker, Luffy's rival in the future, the smoke man who owns the smoke fruit of the natural devil fruit, has long heard that he is also a student of Zifa, but he did not expect to see him so soon. Seeing Smoker blocking him, Belanca's anger was gradually suppressed by him. He hadn't cultivated the domineering aura yet, and he had nothing to do with Smoker, who was a naturalist. I think this kid looks like a pirate who sneaked into the base, and I want to arrest him for interrogation. I'll go open your eyes and talk nonsense. Everyone around was stunned by his shamelessness. Oh, that's right. It's better to hand it over to the base chief for interrogation first. Smoker was a little puzzled, turned to look at Ace and said, "Believe it." The people around were dumbfounded. There are also a few black lines on Ace's head. When he watched the One Piece anime before, he wondered why Smoker was not weak, so why was he only a colonel at the beginning? But now it seems that not only does this guy often disobey the orders of his superiors, but he also doesn't turn his head very well, so it's no wonder he can be promoted. Okay, I'll bring him to the officer now. Veronica walked towards Ace while talking, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not disappear. As long as it fell into his hands, he would not let him need him when he turned around. Anyway, after today, it will be the first stage of the student's mission practice, that as long as I take him out on missions, if he dies in the hands of the pirates, can I be blamed? Everyone around gave Ace a look of pity, but that was all. In today's world where pirates act fiercely, if hundreds or thousands of sailors don't die one day, they won't stand up for a strange boy. Just when Veronica approached Ace again and wanted to catch him first, suddenly there was a loud roar. "I'll see who dares to touch my students." Shave. Sutton finally arrived. The next moment, Shatton, who was still 10 meters away, stood in front of Ace. His cloak danced wildly with the wind, and a circle of white air slowly dissipated. Belanca's face became even uglier. This kid's instructor turned out to be Shatton, and he was an elite major general. And from Shatton's tone, Ace turned out to be his proud disciple. Isn't he a little guy? It seems that it is impossible to deal with Ace today. The discussions from the people around him also reached Shatton's ears, and his face darkened. "You say my student is a pirate? Is this child a student of Instructor Shatton?" Smoker frowned while holding a cigar and looked at Belanca at this time. "Veronica, you knew it before. Are you kidding me?" The two major generals were standing on the opposite side of Belanca at the same time, and he couldn't help but change his face slightly and said forcefully, "Since it's a misunderstanding, forget it." At this moment, Drake's injury is also better. Holding his arm, got up and stood beside Ace. Forget it. Ace had already withdrawn from the state of pure body art at this time, a little weak, but he still supported Drake on one side and asked in a playful tone, "Look at my brother's injury and my injury, treatment fee, nutrition fee. Do you want to keep some of it?" Belanca was furious again, but the situation was stronger than others. If he didn't handle it well at this moment, he would even be expelled. So he could only hold back his anger, gritted his teeth, and said, "What do you say? I warn you, don't go too far. Just 50 Baileys." Ace Lion said loudly. "Fard." Belanca's eyes were red. "I'll give you 100,000 at most. 40 million. 20 million. 30 million. Impossible. Up to 25. Belanca had already drawn out his knife. "Deal." Ace smiled, turned to Shatton, and said, "Instructor, I'll leave it to you to collect the money." "Oh, Dado." Shatton was stunned by the rapidly changing situation, so he made another 25 yuan. Belanca was already itching with hatred, but knew that he must not go back on his word, so he gave Ace a hard look with murderous eyes and turned his head to leave. But at this moment, Ace spoke again. He called to Belanca, and many more. Belanca turned around abruptly. The anger in his eyes caused the passers-by to shudder. Deceiving too much. But Ace's next words calmed him down. 3 months later, if you dare to fight with me, life and death will be decided. Brother Ace. AIN had also arrived at this time, with his beautiful short sea blue hair stuck to his neck from the sweat from running. Ace looked at the anxiety in AIN's eyes, felt a little distressed, but still gave her a confident look and said, It's okay, trust me, brother. Ace made this decision after deliberation. 3 months is enough for his strength to take another big step, and as long as Barranca agrees to a duel, he will not make some small moves against him during this period. In this way, at least for the past 3 months, Ace has lost a major general-level enemy. Okay. Barranca showed a cruel smile. How could he not agree to the opportunity to kill Ace openly? I promise. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left. He decided to use the knife directly next time to let this ignorant kid know what despair is. After Barranca left, Smoker also patted Ace on the shoulder with a cigarette in his mouth. Dueling is allowed within the Navy, so he couldn't help the kid in front of him. Go home and say goodbye to your family. After speaking, he turned into a puff of smoke and floated into the apartment building. When Ace heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched a few times. What is farewell? This is too unlucky. Hey, kid. Shatton was about to say something when he was interrupted by Ace. Instructor, don't say anything. I'm hungry again. Let's go for meal, eh? Sutton shuddered. My wife, Ben. 17. Chapter 17 Internship Tasks. Chapter 17 Internship Tasks. The naval training base, as a piece of news came out, suddenly exploded. Hey, have you heard? I heard that our bottom-to-last student openly engaged in a fight with the second-stage student Barranca, saying that he would fight to the death within 3 months. Who doesn't know? Isn't it the boy of Ace? I heard that he broke the arm of Barranca's younger brother, Poca. Forget it. After the monthly test this time, Ace is #1 on the ranking list. That's just the #1 among the first-stage students. What is it? Do you know how strong this Barranca is? I heard that one person killed Jess the Ripper with one knife a while ago. That pirate with a bounty of 9,000 million Baileys. Then Barranca must have the strength of a major general. Hey, poor boy. Oh, the news spread all over the base unknowingly, and almost everyone was not optimistic about Ace. But at this moment, the person involved has already returned to the apartment, leisurely eating the barbecue of Neptune. Phew, I'm full. Today's meal is delicious, and it can be packed, Ace said while pressing the sofa under his buttocks. When he pressed it, he made a dent and then slowly bounced it up. And the environment in this apartment is really good. No wonder everyone is desperately trying to become stronger. Sure enough, strength determines living conditions, which is the criterion of One Piece world. Derek on the side also patted his belly and fell down on the soft sofa with a strange look on his face. He doesn't care about the living conditions and reputation among the privileges of ranking first. The only thing he valued was 3 free A meals a month. After all, this was something that could improve his strength. But just today, Drake has eaten 5 meals, eh? Suddenly, I feel that it's not bad to follow Ace, and Ace is so strong. Drake was taken aback by his own thoughts and quickly looked at the 2 people around him, only to find that they were not paying attention to him, so he exhaled. Why are you still eating? AIN on the side didn't eat, but looked at Ace worriedly, with tears in his eyes. There are rumors outside that my brother must lose. Brother won't lose, if you don't believe me, asked Drake. Ace pointed to his side. Although Drake knew that he had lost before, he still wanted to get angry now. But when he thought of the major general-level strength that Ace had just exploded, he was immediately discouraged. I'm not your opponent now. Although Drake looked uncomfortable on the surface, taking advantage of Ace's inattention, he grabbed the last meal and devoured it hungrily. There was no disappointment on his face. It was clearly planned, with a triumphant smile. Ace's hands stretched out to the table froze. The 2 formed a friendship because of the battle just now, but the feud of grabbing food is irreconcilable. Give me back my food. Ace rushed forward with a roar. On the other hand, AIN laughed out loud because of the fight between the 2, alleviating some of the worries in his heart. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Ace got up from the soft bed and stretched himself, only to find that his period of weakness had not passed. With a wry smile, he murmured, The bed in this apartment is comfortable, but yesterday I used the Chue bodyguard for a long time. It may take a day to recover. Jumping on the spot twice, Ace opened the door and walked out. Good morning. Facing him was Ein, who had already washed up. His wet hair was still wet. It looked like he had taken a shower. Ace stared blankly. The little girl is very cute. He quickly shook his head, shaking his distracting thoughts away. Well, good morning. This apartment has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, so Ace simply let Drake and Ian live there. After washing up, Ace suddenly found that Drake had gone out and asked with some doubts, Aren't you going to listen to the instructor explain the internship task today? Why did he go out so early? It seems to be training. AIN replied while putting on his shoes. Ace was taken aback when he heard this. It was too much effort. It seems that yesterday's incident stimulated him a bit. After touching his nose, Ace's eyes turned serious. You can't relax yourself. The life and death confrontation with Barranca 3 months later, and Edward Weibel, who will come at an unknown time. Based on his current strength, he will definitely die sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, Ace has thrown away all the slack thoughts. Let's go, let's see the instructor. Oh. When the two of Ace arrived at the agreed meeting point, besides Drake, more than a dozen students had already arrived. After they saw Ace, they couldn't help whispering together. Obviously, they all knew what happened yesterday. Ace is now #1 on the charts, so they dare not comment loudly. But Ace could still vaguely hear some words. The words are basically overestimate, arrogant, and dead. It seems that most people think that Ace will die in the duel with Veronica. Ace doesn't care either. Although these people are elites, they are just some high-level cannon fodder, so there is no need to care about their words. So Ace was just chatting with Drake and Ian while waiting for Instructor Shatton. After another 15 minutes or so, Instructor Shatton finally came. Quiet, line up. Shatton stood in front of everyone and ordered with a serious expression. I think everyone has discovered that many students in our first team have been eliminated. Ace looked around and found that there were originally more than 30 students, but now there are only about 20 left. But there is also good news. Our first team now has 3 top 10 players. Shatton pointed to the 3 of Ace, but he obviously didn't want to look at Ace directly. Thinking of them eating 40 yesterday, the corners of his mouth twitched, slight twitch. And the surrounding students also cast envious or jealous eyes on them. Okay, today I will mainly explain to you the tasks for the next month. Shatton adjusted his expression and explained. There are 2 types of internships. One is garrison tasks. As the name suggests, you will be assigned go to a naval base in the 4 seas and assist the local defenders to eliminate some local novice pirates because the enemy is very weak, so it is relatively safe. Speaking of this, Shatton looked at the students and continued, but if you choose this kind of task, then you will never get the chance to enter the second stage of study. When Ace heard this, he immediately ruled out this kind of mission. He didn't come here for safety. And the second is to follow a major general and destroy the famous pirate group on a great route. If you perform well during this period, you will get a chance to be recommended. But Shatton paused for a moment and then said, different from the first type of mission, the target pirates for this type of mission are all provided by naval intelligence agencies, and the captain's bounty is at least over 2 million. So during the battle, you are very may die. The students were suddenly in a commotion, because after studying for this period of time, they already knew the general relationship between the pirate's strength and the bounty. School level, 2 million, 1 million. Major General, 1 million, 2 million. Lieutenant General, 2 million, 5 million. This division is not an absolute standard, but it is enough to explain the problem. A pirate with a bounty of 2 million is an enemy at the level of a major general. Although he will be dealt with by his own chief, but who knows if he will be affected by the aftermath of their battle. It will be dead. Immediately, a group of people retreated. Now, please step forward for the students who choose the second task. Shatton was not in a hurry and ordered after the students finished thinking. Ace, Drake. The 2 stepped forward without hesitation and smiled at each other. I doubt I will go too. Ein, who is usually timid, even chose the second type of task. 18. Chapter 18 framed. Chapter 18 framed. In the end, only 7 people chose the second type of task. After all, for most people, even if they choose the second type of mission, they still cannot get a recommended quota, so it is better to be safe and save their own lives first. Immediately, Shatton asked these 7 people to stay, and the rest of them disbanded where they were, and went back to wait for arrangements. Okay, you will follow me for the next month. Shatton looked at the students in front of him and smiled. These are the only students in this batch of students who can be cultivated. Ace's heart moved. Hearing what Shatton meant, he was the major general who took them out to sea to suppress thieves. That's good too. Sarton's people are nice and strong, so you don't have to worry about meeting an unreliable officer during your internship. Next, I will go to the intelligence department to select the target pirate group. At that time, I will be in charge of the captain of the pirate group, and you will be responsible for solving their cadres. Do you understand me? Shatton said seriously. Understood. The students replied in unison. Okay, go back and prepare that we will gather at the port in the evening. There will be a warship to take us out. Shatton turned and left after speaking. Oh, At this time, the staff of the intelligence department of the training base were very busy. The real-time information is very important, so the information of the pirate group for the base students to practice has just arrived this morning, and the information of a total of 9 pirate groups needs to be sorted out quickly. This Gruss is too inhuman. A young sailor held up the documents in his hand, his face flushed with anger. Are you talking about that Gruss who is nicknamed the Hanged Ghost? Another person asked. I heard that he likes to hang his captives by gallows, but these pirates are notorious, so you don't need to be so excited. No, this guy seems to be crazy recently. He attacked 3 passenger ships, left no one alive, and even took away the corpses. That's crazy. The young sailor shook the information in his hand vigorously. This is a scumbag. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help being shocked, and they all showed angry expressions, wishing that this hateful pirate would be arrested immediately and sentenced to death. Even for lawless pirates, such vicious people are extremely rare. But when they saw the bounty of 5,000 million on the reward order, they couldn't help being discouraged. If I go, it can only be regarded as delivering food. Let me see. A thick, big hand stretched out from behind the young sailor and took the documents. Major General. Everyone was startled, seeing that it was 2 major generals who came. They hurriedly saluted. It was Shatton who stretched out his hand, and the other major general was Mondo. He just gave Shatton a bet of 50 yuan, and his face was extremely ugly. Shatton looked carefully at Gruss information. Although his face was calm, his heart was already filled with anger. To be honest, some of the pirates in this era are forced by life, and some are chasing their dreams. For these people, Shatton feels that everyone just has a different standpoint. Even if they are opposed, some of the pirates' behaviors are even worthy of his admiration. But the hanged Gruss in front of him is a pure scum. Killing civilians? Only deserves to be hacked into pieces. This pirate group, I want it. Shatton's tone was calm, but everyone present seemed to feel his anger, and a wordless aura enveloped the audience. Yes. The young sailor's face showed joy just now, and the entire staff of the naval base knew that Rear Admiral Shatton was the best among all the instructors, and if he made a move, Gruss would definitely be killed. Helping Shatton complete the formalities as quickly as possible, everyone watched Shatton leave with reverent eyes. Except, of course, Mundo. His eyes were still full of resentment. Show me the rest of the information, Mundo said to the staff angrily. He is now bankrupt, so although he doesn't want to, he can only risk his life and go out to earn subsidies. Blue, blue, blue. But at this moment, the emergency phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. Hello. The young sailor answered the phone. The latest information, the figure of the beheaded Austin appeared in the hanged pirates. Please increase the difficulty level of this task. The intelligence officer on the opposite side said. Hai Bing was startled. The hanged pirates are Gruss's pirates, and the beheaded Austin's bounty is also -1,000,000, which means that there are now 2 major general-level enemies in this pirate group, which has exceeded the number of trainees, the difficulty level of the task. I have to inform Major General Shatton as soon as possible. The young sailor didn't want to harm Major General Shatton. And many more. Mondo stopped the sailor and asked with a smile, Do you know where to find Admiral Sutton? He really didn't know. Don't worry, I'll leave it to me to inform Major General Shatton, and I'll definitely let him call another Major General. Mondo looked righteous. If it doesn't work, I'll go with him, and I will. Seeing this, Gruss is not pleasing to the eye. Go back and sort out the information. Other generals still need to use it. Good. The young sailor hesitated, but when he saw that Mondo had really gone out, he turned around and continued to sort out the materials. Mondo walked out of the intelligence department, turned a corner, and seeing no one around, he burst out laughing with a bitter smile on his face. God help me, both of you, go to hell. Of course, he would not remind Shatton. He wished that both Shatton and Ace died outside. He had been struggling with no way to retaliate before, but when he fell asleep, someone gave him a pillow. Unexpectedly, such a good thing happened. I can't blame me if I died in the hands of the pirates, Mundo said to himself, and then walked to his dormitory. He didn't go to accept the mission anymore. He just waited for the good news that Shatton and Ace were killed. Information. Mondo walked out of the intelligence department, turned a corner, and seeing no one around, he burst out laughing with a bitter smile on his face. God help me, both of you, go to hell. Of course, he would not remind Shatton. He wished that both Shatton and Ace died outside. He had been struggling with no way to retaliate before, but when he fell asleep, someone gave him a pillow. Unexpectedly, such a good thing happened. I can't blame me if I died in the hands of the pirates, Mundo said to himself, and then walked to his dormitory. He didn't go to accept the mission anymore. He just waited for the good news that Shatton and Ace were killed. Information. Oh. Because Mundo was in the way, Shatton did not receive the news that the target had changed, so he did not know the crisis he would face this time. When the sun was about to set, he arrived at the port as planned. At this time, the 7 people, including Ace, had already packed their things and lined up there. And a warship has already docked in the port, and the supply has been completed before everyone comes. And Ace and others will take this warship to pass through the windless zone and directly enter the Great Route. Leading the crowd onto the warship, Shatton set his sights on Ace and the others. Our opponent this time is the Hang Pirates. The captain hangs the Ghost Grus with a bounty of 5,000 million Baileys. Gold is 2,000 million Pele, 4,500 million Pele, and 6,000 million Pele, and they are your opponents. After briefly introducing the situation of the Hang Pirates, Shatton's expression became more serious than ever. Please pay attention. Your opponent this time is a vicious pirate, a mortal enemy who is fighting for life and death, and is no longer with you. Companions to learn from each other, so you must go all out when you make a move. Yes. Although he heard the affirmative answers from the students, and the 7 people in front of him are also the elite among the students, Shatton understands that when facing a real battle for the first time, strength alone is not enough, and there must be someone who will die at any time consciousness. He has seen too many new recruits. The first time he fought a pirate, he was so nervous that he couldn't hold the sword in his hand, but was pierced through the head by the enemy instead. As if feeling that the student's fighting spirit was not strong enough, Shatton said again, "You may not have a concept of the cruelty of this pirate group. Let me give you a number, 534. This is the number they killed in the last 3 months' number of civilians." The warship suddenly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by this number, and then anger burned in everyone's chest. Kill civilians? There is such a devil. Okay, put away all your anger and vent it all on those scumbags. Remember, they are not worth keeping. Finally, I hope that after a month, you can come back with me one by one. Set off. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Shatton waved his hand. Yes. Ace and the others suddenly agreed. 20. Chapter 20 Corpse Trading. Austin, don't worry, let's talk about other things first. As long as you join our Hang Pirates, I can give you the position of deputy captain immediately. Seeing that Austin didn't respond, Grus didn't appear to be in a hurry, and soon a crazy smile appeared on his face. As long as the devil fruit promised by the other party is obtained this time, the 2 of us can join hands. Even if it is a new world, we can break through it. Make a name for yourself. When Austin heard this, there was a hint of emotion on his face. The reason why he cooperated with Grus this time was for the devil fruit promised by the other party. In the black market, a devil fruit is worth at least 1 million Baileys, and there is no market for it. This price is enough for him to sell. Corpse for devil fruit, there is no better deal. Grus said with a cruel smile, 500 ordinary corpses plus 10 strong ones should be enough to exchange for 2 devil fruits. When Austin heard this, he couldn't help looking through the window to the ship behind him. On that ship, except for a few sailors who were manipulating the ship, the rest were piled full of corpses. The corpses included old people and children, and the despair and pain before death still remained on their faces, all stained brown. All of this speaks of the brutality and bloodiness of the Hang Pirates. 5 days later, the people sent by the other party will arrive here. Grus's words brought Austin back to his consciousness. I heard that it's a big pirate who came back from the New World, hee. Although I don't know why they want the corpse, but there are 2 devil fruits at hand. What a big deal. Well, I hope there will be no troubles these days. Austin nodded, stroked his machete, and muttered in a low voice. The recent massacre always gave him a bad feeling. But when he thought of the devil fruit beckoning to him, Austin put the thought behind him. Just killed a few people. Oh, the Great Route, the Devil's Triangle area, a sea area shrouded in thick fog. There is an island floating quietly on the sea surface. Upon closer inspection, the island turned out to be a huge 3-masted sailing ship, an island-sized sailboat. In the center of the island, there stands a huge castle in dark tones. Abu Salam, are you ready? Go get those lovely, fresh corpses. In the center of the main hall in the castle, a huge 3-meter-high monster shrouded in shadows. After all, only the dead are the most reliable. And in the hall opposite him, there was obviously no one in sight, but a male voice suddenly came out of nowhere. Yes, my lord, the boat is ready. Go, I'll leave it to you. Come back early. I can't wait to see Hoback transform those corpses into powerful warriors. The huge figure revealed his appearance, with fiery hair, demonic appearance, mouth full of sharp teeth. As ordered, a figure was slowly released from the transparent state, It was a man with gorgeous clothes and a terrifying long hair. It was the man named Absalom. He bowed respectfully to the figure in front of him and walked out backwards hall. The hall was also shrouded in shadows again. Oh, who breath? The thick cloth strips covered Ace's eyes, making him unable to perceive everything around him normally. He could only take deep breaths constantly to put himself in an ethereal state. The surrounding time seems to have slowed down, and the space seems to have frozen. Ace's mind was blank at first, but now a blurry streak suddenly appeared, striking his head from the left side. Flicked to the right. With a movement of Ace's figure, he took a step sideways to the right, avoiding the blurred trace. There was a gleam of joy in my heart, and suddenly there was a bang, and my head hurt. Ouch. Ace took the cloth strip away, rubbed his head, and the opposite was Shatton holding a wooden knife. I've told you, don't get emotional ups and downs, try to stay calm so that you can feel the changes around you. Shatton waved the wooden knife and criticized. Yes, instructor, I won't do it next time. Ace took a deep breath and replied respectfully. He just escaped the first stab, which means that Ace finally touched the edge of a little knowledge domineering, but because he was too happy, he broke the ethereal state and immediately suffered the second stab from Shatton. Although his head hurts a bit, Ace is very satisfied, because after touching the threshold, as long as he continues to exercise for a period of time, he will soon be able to master the domineering color of knowledge. Okay, that's it for today. You go and call the students to the deck, and you will probably arrive at your destination this afternoon. Shatton threw the wooden knife casually and inserted it into the weapon rack beside him. Okay, then I'll go first. Ace responded, then turned and walked towards the cabin. When Ace walked away, Shatton couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. In just 4 days, Ace actually touched the threshold of knowledge color domineering. That is to say, in about 1 month, he can initially grasp the knowledge color domineering. It took me a full 3 months to just touch the threshold. Maybe this is a genius. Sarton laughed at himself, but he didn't praise Ace, but pointed out Ace's shortcomings, just because he was afraid of Ace's pride. After all, no matter how good the rough jade is, it must be carefully crafted. Only teacher Zifa is qualified to teach him. Shatton has already made up his mind. After this mission, he must recommend Ace to the second stage of the base. Oh, Ace didn't know what Shatton was thinking at this time. On a way to inform his classmates, he was carefully sorting out the gains of the past few days. 7 days is not a long time, and Ace's swordsmanship in the Navy can only be regarded as an introduction, but he has focused on practicing chopping, and anyone who wants to take it hard will regret it. More importantly, during the practice of swordsmanship, Ace thought of some ways to use fire. For Ace, the battle some time ago could only be regarded as a rivalry at best and could not kill anyone, so he never used Zihua. And the next battles are all life-threatening battles, and if you are not careful, you will lose your life, so Ace feels that he needs to have some ability to save his life. And some of the moves of burning fruits in the previous life can be used directly after some changes, so Ace has selected 2 moves that can be used currently. Shenhua Shiranui, condensate the purple flame into 2 flame spears, throw them at the enemy, penetrate the opponent's body, and the high temperature of the flame will destroy the internal organs of the opponent's body. Stacking Flame Slash, Ace's swordsmanship has just started, and he can't use sword energy, but he has a flash of inspiration. Superimposing flames on the sword, can it imitate sword energy? Ace has been on the warship for the past few days, so he didn't have the goal to try out the power of these 2 moves, but he tried it in the dormitory according to his own ideas. Feeling the blazing flames on the broadsword already distorted the air slightly. Ace can be sure that he has this whole card, which is enough to compete with ordinary major generals. In terms of domineering, he has already touched the threshold of knowledge and determined the direction of his efforts. Even if there is no special opportunity, only 1 month is enough for Ace to get started. As for the high-level use of knowledge color, listening to the voices of all things, and even foreseeing a glimmer of the future, those are not what Ace can consider now. Finally, with a thought, Ace called up his own attribute panel. Attributes. Physical Fitness, School 7. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Art, the first level. Refining Energy, 64 of 60. Seeing that the refining energy was full again, Ace chose to strengthen without hesitation. A warm current swept over every corner of Ace's body, and his attributes change again. Attributes. Physical Fitness, School 8. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Art, the first level. Refining Energy, 4 of 70. The 7-day exercise, which was more efficient under the guidance of Shatton, made Ace's physique improve again by a small stage, and he was getting closer and closer to the peak of the school level. It seems that I will soon be able to reach the physical strength of a major general. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but get excited, and his footsteps became more brisk, trotting towards the accommodation area of the warship. Drake, Ian, and everyone, the deck is assembled. End of this chapter. 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The deserted island where the hanged pirates are located is located outside the main channel of the Great Sea Route. IT is really difficult to find without corresponding charts or logbooks, so this deserted island is indeed a good place for underground transactions. But at this moment, standing on the deck of the warship where Ace and the others were riding, and looking far ahead, they could already roughly see the outline of the deserted island. Shatton stood at the bow of the warship. Ace and other 7 students stood behind Shatton, and behind it, nearly 100 sailors on the warship were also ready to fight. Okay, I have to mention something to you. I've already said it before. There are no civilians on the deserted island ahead, and there are only pirates at this moment, so don't hold back. I don't want me to teach you what to do. In addition to the captain of the hanged pirates, there are several pirates with a bounty of over 5,000 million, so this will be a fierce battle. Now please check your weapons one last time and prepare to fight. Shatton turned around to face all the sailors, and made the final mobilization before the battle with a serious face. After listening to Shatton's words, the sailors immediately checked their weapons. After all, no one wanted the bullets to jam during the battle, which would kill them. Ace didn't have a gun. His weapon was a broadsword, which was slung behind his back at the moment. So Ace also had time to look at the movements of the people around him. On his left was Drake, and this was the first time Drake took out his weapon. A noble-style matching sword and a 4-bladed warhammer. And the girl eyeing on the right of Ace took out 2 short swords and pinned them to her waist. She was obviously a little nervous at the moment. When the time comes, follow us closely. Ace patted Ian's head and whispered, "In." I nodded vigorously and smiled, always being at ease by Ace's side. At this time, the closer the warship was to the deserted island, everyone could already see 3 pirate ships parked beside the deserted island. Kindness. Shatton's expression changed. According to the intelligence, the hanged pirates should only have 2 pirate ships. Where did the 3rd ship come from? Oh, the largest pirate ship had a watchtower on the main mast, and the sentry on the watchtower saw a naval ship sailing directly towards him in the distance, and his expression changed drastically. Navy warships. Could it be passing by? Fart. This place where the birds don't shit. It's no wonder it didn't come for us. Stop talking. Hurry up and inform the captain. One of the guards jumped up immediately, flipped out from the observation deck, slid directly onto the deck with a mast in his arms, turned around and ran towards the captain's cabin. The captain's cabin of this pirate ship was originally the largest cabin on the ship, but now it looks a bit crowded. Except for some original tables and chairs, 10 black coffins are placed impressively, making this place look extremely gloomy. And on both sides of the only table, there are 3 people sitting at the moment. On one side, a bald head and a one-eyed creature are the beheaded Austin and the hanged ghost Grus, while the creature on the other side, although humanoid, has a lion's mouth on the lower half of its face. Haha, Abu Salam, you arrived a day earlier than the appointment. Grus turned his one-eyed eyes and said, staring at the lion-masked man in front of him, "Why, you are not ready yet." Absalom leaned back in the chair, crossed his feet on the table. It can be said to be very rude. Master Moria, how can you be prepared to suffer the wrath? Austin's complexion couldn't help changing when he heard this name. He finally knew the identity of his trading partner. Moonlight Mariah. 5 years ago, the great pirate who fought against the 4 emperors Kaido in the New World. Although he returned in defeat, no one could escape from Kaido after losing before, and Moria was the first. 5 years ago, Moria's bounty was the million after 5 years of disappearance. How strong should he be? At this moment, Austin put away his contempt for the person in front of him. Although he had confidence in his own strength, it also depended on who the person was. Of course not. We have already prepared. Here are the corpses of 10 strong men, and even the corpse of the legendary Captain John. Grus pointed to the surrounding coffins, pretending to be authentic. You can open the store for inspection at any time. It's just, say what you want. Absalom waved his hands impatiently. A cold light flashed in Grus' eyes. If he hadn't been afraid of Moria, who was behind him, he would have killed this person a long time ago. But he still said patiently at this moment, "It's just that it's not easy for us to find the corpses of these powerful people. Besides, the 500 ordinary corpses are fresh enough, so we have taken a lot of risks." Grus looked very emotional. "So, can we let's see the devil fruit first?" Absalom was about to respond when suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door of the captain's cabin. "What are you doing? You're looking for death?" Grus walked over, kicked the door open with a fierce look in his eyes, and said to the sentry at the door, "I told you guys, don't bother me." "Ship. Captain, it's not good. There's a navy coming," the sentry said tremblingly. Hearing this, Gluston frowned and asked, "How many people are there?" "Only. There is only one warship, but it is not clear what strength is on board." "Is it really being targeted by the navy?" Grus turned and walked to the table, looking at Absalom. But he looked indifferent. "Don't look at me. The navy is here to find you after you settle it. Let's talk about business again as soon as possible." "Humph." Gross snorted coldly. "Austin, come and see with me." After speaking, the two followed the sentry post and walked out. Oh, fire. With an advantage in equipment, Shatton would not simply rush forward to hand-to-hand combat and use the range advantage of the naval guns to consume a wave of enemy vitality first. Boom, boom. The main gun at the bow of the ship is the most powerful, and the pirates were just about to raise the sails at this moment when they saw the shells smashing down in horror. Boom. Click, click. A few shells hit the mainmast of the ship, snapping it in two, and fell on the deck with a bang. The group of people turned their backs and killed two unlucky boys. Boom, boom. Another round of artillery fire. Several shells fell from the sky. Bastard. At this moment, Grus had already brought 3 of his men and walked out together with Austin. Seeing the messy deck, his face was extremely gloomy. Immediately afterwards, in the face of the shells falling from the sky, Grus pulled out a leather whip with a length of 6 or 7 meters from his waist and pulled it out towards the sky. Clap, clap. After a burst of dense whip shadows, all the shells were blasted in the air. Seeing this scene, Shatton narrowed his eyes and then raised his hand, signaling to stop the shelling. Since the captain of the other party had already come out, the shelling was meaningless. "I don't know what the name of the officer on the opposite side is. Can you sit down and talk about it?" Gross is worthy of having been at sea for many years. Under such circumstances, he still wants to talk to Shatton. Benefits are nothing to discuss. But Shatton ignored Grus at all. He had already seen the corpses piled up on another pirate ship, and he had nothing to talk about with this kind of dregs. He only had killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, the warship was only a few meters away from the pirate ship. Shatton walked to the bow and threw off the cloak on his body, revealing his muscular body. Shave. With a soft drink, Shadon disappeared from the spot in the next second, leaving a circle of white gas behind. Almost at the same time, Shatton had crossed a distance of several meters and suddenly appeared in front of Grus. A punch went straight to Grus. Grus' pupils couldn't help shrinking, but when he thought that the rank on Shatton's cloak just now was only Major General, he had nothing to be afraid of, and he was also a Major General-level strength. So without hesitation, he punched the past. Pong. The moment the two fists clashed, Grus' expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Da-da-da. Grus' complexion turned pale, and he stepped back several times, knocking down several of his subordinates, and the remaining strength stepped on several cracks on the deck. And Sarton has stood firmly on the deck of the pirate ship. End of this chapter. 22. Chapter 22 /. Chapter 22 /. Boom. Kill. Come on. A moment later, the warship directly crashed into the side of the pirate ship. Without Shatton's order, nearly 100 sailors had already killed the pirates. It was not the first time that members of the hanged pirates encountered such a scene. Dozens of ordinary pirates immediately picked up weapons and fought with the sailors, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Ace and the other 7 students did not rush up, but stood behind Shatton because they saw that there were also several pirates beside Grus who did not move. Obviously, they are all bounty offender cadres of the hanged pirates. After suffering a small loss, Grus' face was very ugly, but after he stood up straight again, he smiled instead. "Ah, Major General, you are very powerful, and I am definitely not an opponent in normal times." Grus flicked the long whip in his hand with a playful smile on his face. "But you chose the wrong one that time. Don't even think about leaving alive today." After finishing speaking, he turned his head and said, "Austin, in this situation, you are not going to continue watching the show, are you?" Austin. Shatton's pupils shrank suddenly, following Grus' gaze. Sure enough, a short and strong bald man came out, pulled out the giant machete that was taller than a person, and danced with the knife. Such a heavy knife seemed to be as light as nothing in his hand. Another bounty criminal with a reward of over $10 million. Beheader Austin, a bounty of $10 million Baileys is offered. This is troublesome. Ace frowned, and unexpectedly appeared two pirates with the strength of a major general. I don't know if Instructor Shatton can handle it. Instructor, let me block him. Ace took off the broadsword on his back and walked out voluntarily. If he only blocked one person temporarily, Ace was quite sure. But before Shatton could speak, Grust and the others on the opposite side laughed out loud. Did you hear that? What did the kid just say? Gross grinned and said to Orston, You are underestimated, Orston. Even a 10-year-old child said he could deal with you. Humph. Alston held up the machete, his face livid. Forget it, forget it. Seeing that Austin's emotions were about to erupt, Grust stopped talking, but said to the pirate leader behind him, Kate, go and kill this ignorant kid. Obey, Captain. I will definitely treat this kid well. A strong man with dirty braids and a ferocious face came out. He was the meters tall. He looked at Ace, who was less than his chest, with a cruel smile on his face. Little devil, you should be happy to die by my hands. After all, I'm a big shot with a bounty of 6,000 million. Ace was expressionless, but raised his hands and raised the broad-backed sword above his head. Oh, you know how to use a knife. This knife is not a child's toy. Give it to Uncle. Kate's expression was still cruel, and she reached out to grab Ace in front of her, teasing him. And Grust and Austin have already focused their attention on Shatton. After all, in their view, Shatton is the real enemy, and in their view, Ace is already a dead man. Stacking flames slashed, not loudly, but in the next second. Boom! I saw a purple flame suddenly burst out from Ace's hand and jumped onto the broad-backed sword in an instant, condensed on the blade, and then Ace slashed head-on at Kate in front of him. The deep purple flame seemed to turn into a huge flaming knife several meters long, and it seemed to ignite the air instantly. The fiery breath made both sides of the battle stop in shock and suddenly turned their attention to Ace. Do not. Kate only had time to let out a horrified scream. He was too close to Ace and had no time to dodge. The next moment, the huge flaming knife smashed into his head. With a swipe, Kate's head was split into two parts, but strangely, no trace of blood flowed out. Flame. There was a flame. The moment the flame appeared, everyone present was so shocked that they held their breath. The sense of threat I felt in the cafeteria of the base before is because of this. Sarton laughed, thinking in his heart, this kid Ace is hiding really deep. On one side, Ein's eyes are full of adoring little stars, while Drake once again showed a wry smile. 6,000 million pirates were killed in a single blow. This is Ace's strength. How many secrets does he have? Well, let's all do it. Kill all these pirates. Shatton laughed out loud. With Ace, he was more confident in this task. After saying this, his fists were shaken, and the armed look domineeringly swirled up, and Shatton rushed to Grust first. We're going too. Drake roared, raised his sword, and rushed towards the other bounty prisoners, but Ace couldn't just let him behave. Boom! Snapped. Grust had also woken up from the shock at this moment, and he raised his whip and lashed at Shatton. His bounty of 5,000 million Baileys was also spelled out by himself, and his whip technique was extremely sharp, and he fought back and forth with Shatton for a while. And Austin raised the machete and was about to rush forward to help, but saw Ace standing in front of him. Your opponent is me. Ace held the big knife upside down, smiled, and looked at Austin in front of him. Humph, I'm not comparable to that trash, Austin said, but when he saw Kate's body, he still couldn't help showing a look of fear on his face. There are still purple flames burning on the corpse. Devil fruit ability? Alston narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a more blazing light flashed in his eyes. After today's transaction, he can also have such abilities. Anyone who blocks him in front of him should be damned. Go to hell. The veins on Austin's forehead were exposed, and he stepped on it hard and rushed towards Ace the next moment. The huge machete slashed at Ace head-on, and the ear-piercing sound of the wind made Ace's face change involuntarily. The practice of basic swordsmanship in the past few days has produced an effect at this moment. Ace subconsciously lifts up the knife and pulls Austin's machete to the side. Boom. The machete hit the deck and immediately smashed the deck into a big hole. Ace jumped aside. His expression became serious. This is not the strength that a new major general should have. This Austin's bounty is missing. I said before, that kind of waste, I can also chop it with a knife. Austin sticks out his tongue and licks his lips. He is very confident in his own strength, which is much higher than that of ordinary major generals, and the huge machete in his hand can even kill people directly. Oh, competing in strength. Ace raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. Spiritual fire essence body art. Explode. End of this chapter. 23. Chapter 23, Fighting Alston. Chapter 23, Fighting Alston. Feeling the power in his body, before Austin could make a move, Ace had already slashed at him with his knife. Alston had been on guard against Ace's use of the purple flame just now, but now he saw that Ace gave up his advantage and directly wanted to compete with himself. With the blow just now, he already knew the details of Ace, and his strength was not as good as that of an ordinary major general, so he still wanted to fight himself. Alston was surprised at first, and then sneered, "It's still too young. Kill him with one blow." So he didn't dodge or dodge at all, and slashed towards Ace with the same slash. Clang! The two big knives chopped together without fancy, and made a deafening sound of gold and iron. Both of them paused, and then took 2 steps back at the same time. At this moment, Austin's face was full of disbelief. He had never encountered an enemy of the same level as him in strength before, and what was this in front of him? A 10-year-old child. What's the matter with this skyrocketing power? Knock yourself back 2 steps. Impossible. Austin's face was ferocious, and he slashed at Estes' knife. The speed of swinging the knife was extremely amazing, and he could slash an astonishing 3 times per second. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the collision of the big knife and machete rang out intensively, and only layers of knife shadows could be seen between the two of them, and even a little spark splashed in all directions. The more he slashed, the more horrified Austin felt in his heart. Facing this kind of attack, his enemies in the past would either dodge or deflect the machete skillfully. And this kid is still on the mend. But Ace felt more joyful in his heart. The honing of techniques in battle is the most useful. The swordsmanship practiced in the past 7 days only became more proficient in the battle with Austin. More importantly, he could feel that his body was like an iron ingot. Under the head-on blow, the spirit fire essence body art was running faster, and his physique was actually improving a little bit. These improvements may be subtle, but in the eyes of Austin on the opposite side, every second that passes, Ace's hands holding the knife in front of him will become more stable, and the power of slashing will become stronger. Facing the enemy, who was still getting stronger in the battle, what can Austin do? He was a little panicked. "Austin, why haven't you dealt with that brat yet?" Bruce's exasperated voice suddenly came from one side, and Austin glanced over there along with the sound, and found that Bruce could no longer hold on. Although Gross's strength was not weak, there was a clear gap compared with Shatton, who was already a top major general. At this moment, Shatton was able to break through the defense of Gross' whip from time to time and give him a punch or two. It's not easy to be hit by a domineering fist, and blood is already on the corner of Gross' mouth. Austin was very anxious. He knew that when Gross died, he would be next. But the kid in front of him is really too difficult to deal with. And looking at him, it seems that he is using himself to temper his body. Did you make a mistake? I am a famous beheader. When did I become a child's partner? Suddenly, Austin thought of Absalom, the subordinate of the great pirate Mariah. He might not be too weak. Thinking of this, he didn't care whether he would offend Moria or not. He was probably going to die, so he didn't care so much. Austin yelled, "Abu Salam, do you want to just watch like this? Do you think that after we die, you can just escape like this?" After hearing Austin's roar, Ace was startled. This name is very familiar. Could it be another enemy at the level of a major general? On the other side, the Battle of Drake and the other 6 students is basically coming to an end. After all, the strongest cadre has been hacked by Ace, and the remaining cadres are besieged by them in groups, and there is no resistance power. Drake finished his opponent and was about to help Ein when he suddenly felt a sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. The body subconsciously leans to the right. Puff. The sound of a sharp knife entering his body rang in his ears, and immediately Drake felt a pain in his chest, and he swung his sword back reluctantly, but it just hit nothing. Blood gushed out from his back, and Drake turned around tremblingly, trying to see who had sneaked up on him, but there was nothing behind him. With a plop, Drake fell to his knees. The sword had already scratched his heart. "Are you going to die?" The scene in front of him gradually blurred, and the sneak attacker finally revealed his figure. Were. The other party let out a low growl of excited beasts, holding a dagger that was still dripping blood in his hand, and his body gradually became clear from a transparent state. "You're so good. You actually missed your body at the last second. Didn't you hit the heart directly? Forget it. Let's make another stab." Absalom licked the blood on the dagger with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and was about to step forward to make another stab at Drake. If there is another knife, Drake will definitely die on the spot. which is absolutely unreasonable. Court death. But at this moment, Ace's angry voice came, and then he roared in a low voice. Shanhua Shiranu. The moment Absalom heard Ace's roar, he trembled all over his body and immediately kicked his feet up, and his figure quickly retreated. The 2 3-meter-long flaming spears, like arrows shot from a bow drawn into a full moon, left 2 afterimages in the air and shot in front of Absalom in an instant. Although he retreated in time, the purple flaming spear still shot at his right hand holding the knife, and the tail flame even hit his chest. What? The shrill screams resounded throughout the battlefield. Absalom's right hand had been charred, and his chest was even blacker. The deterrent power of the flames was too shocking, and the men of both sides of the battle were once again stunned. Shatton also saw Drake, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. His face became gloomy, and he instantly got close to Grus' body in anger, raining fists on him mercilessly. Clang! Raising his hand to block Austin's knife again, Ace also had a trace of blood in the corner of his mouth at this moment. When he just used Shiranui to attack Absalom, the battle with Austin naturally fell into a disadvantage. And seeing that he failed to kill Absalom with one blow, the opponent's figure became transparent again, and he couldn't guess the identity of this person. Moonlight Moria's subordinate Absalom, who ate the transparent fruit, that disgusting man who ate Robin and Nami tofu. Anyone who has seen One Piece, no one wants to kill him. Ein, quickly bring Drake back to the warship and quickly seek medical treatment. Several students had already dealt with all the cadres of the hanged pirates, and Ace ordered them. Seeing Ein and others carrying Drake back, Ace turned his head and focused on facing the beheaded Austin again. Ace's eyes were already full of murderous intent. After this kind of thing happened, he was no longer in the mood to use the other party to temper his body. Now he just wanted to deal with Austin quickly and get out of his body to kill Abu Salam. Ask for a recommendation ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Knowledge, Color, and Devil Fruit. Silently, Ace's broadsword was covered with a layer of purple flame. It made Austin get goosebumps all over his body. Originally, when he saw Ace fighting with him, he dared to be distracted and felt angry in his heart. But at this moment, he had a feeling that after Ace got serious, he would definitely block him with the next knife. Can't live. Ace raised his arms high, his face solemn. The flames that originally covered the entire body of the blade gathered at the blade and condensed into 10 layers of distinct flames. Stacking flame/10 layers. Swish. The muscles of both arms suddenly swelled. Using this move obviously put a lot of burden on Ace's body, but even though the veins on his forehead were exposed, Ace still chopped it down. There were no monstrous flames, and compared with before, this knife was not so aggressive. Only the 10 layers of purple-blackened flames were faintly shining. But Alston was already terrified, feeling that there was no way to avoid it, and subconsciously raised his knife to meet him. Gee. This time, there was no sound of swords clashing against each other, but it seemed like hot iron ingots were thrown into cold water. After a muffled sound, Austin was shocked to find that the blade of his beheading machete was on the ground of it, melted under the slash. Immediately afterwards, after splitting half of the blade of his own machete, the 10 layers of flames condensed on the blade of Ace's machete burst out suddenly, past the beheading machete, and blasted directly at Austin. Such a close distance. Without even a chance to dodge, Austin's complexion suddenly changed. Gee. The flaming knife swept across Austin's body fiercely, and the next moment, fear froze on his face. There was no bloody scene, and he just half-kneeled on the deck with a face full of blood. He looked at Ace in disbelief. Only 10 years old, another strong man who can't match will appear in the Navy. Consciousness gradually blurred. The world in front of him lost its brilliance, and then completely fell into darkness. Austin fell on the deck. Purple flames ignited behind him, enveloping his body in a sea of flames. At this time, when Ace slashed the knife, he seemed to be able to clearly feel the trajectory of the blade and see the traces of the air being cut. When he created Layer Flame Slash, Ace understood the huge power of this move, but such a great power is based on a strong body, so even with twice the explosive physical strength of his pure body art, using 10 weights is already the limit of the limit. The explosion of the limit means a breakthrough. Ace's senses seemed to be infinitely magnified. He didn't deliberately look at it, but the picture of the entire battlefield has been reflected in his mind. Major General Shatton had blasted Grus' head with a punch. The medical soldiers on the warship are already giving emergency treatment to Drake, but Drake's breath of life is very weak. The wounded sailors and pirates lay on the ground and howled. Asabrum, who has only one hand left, is hiding in the corner, holding a phone bug to contact someone. Oh, everything around him, a lot of information poured into Ace's mind, but he was stunned for a moment, and Ace calmed down. He knows. Under the limit, my knowledge-colored domineering awakened. Taking a deep breath, Ace looked at the wide-back broadsword in his hand. The high temperature of the 10 layers of flames had made some gaps on the blade, and raised his hand to carry it back behind his back. And Ace was a little puzzled to find that beside Austin, the beheading machete was gone. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Ace squeezed his right hand suddenly, and the flames that permeated the surrounding rushed towards his palm in an instant, condensing into a flaming spear. Turning his head to look at the corner on the right side of the deck, a gleam of coldness flashed in Ace's eyes, and he threw it out without hesitation. Whoosh! The spear arrived in an instant, and Absalom, who was in an invisible state, never thought that Ace would find his position. He only had time to raise his head, with a horrified expression on his face. The next moment, he was pierced by a spear, and the internal organs in his body were burned to ashes. No, impossible. The phone bug in Absalom's hand fell to the ground, and his eyes lost their luster. Have you transformed your body to have the skin of an elephant? Ace murmured and sneered, trying to take a shortcut, but he was just a weak person after all. Kindness. Ace's expression moved, and he looked over again. After Absalom's death, the ability of the transparent fruit gradually disappeared, and a delicate wooden box fell out of his arms. The thing that can be hidden in the bosom should be some kind of treasure. Thinking of this, Ace walked over to pick up the box, and after opening it casually, Ace couldn't move his eyes, and even couldn't help swallowing. 2 fruits with spiral patterns, an apple and a banana, lay quietly at the bottom of the wooden box. Devil fruit. Still, too. The most amazing thing in the One Piece world has brought dazzling superpowers to the strong in this world. Ace now has the urge to eat one immediately. But when he thought of eating the devil fruit, he would be disgusted by the sea and lose the ability to swim. Ace suppressed his impulse and stuffed the wooden box into his arms. Turning around and looking at the battlefield again, the battle at this moment is coming to an end. The number of the Navy is already larger than that of the hanged pirates, and when Shatton solved grace and freed up his hands to join the battlefield, the battle became even more serious. There is no suspense. The sailors were merciless and had no intention of accepting prisoners, but Ace didn't feel cruel at all. There may be some people in the hanged pirates who were forced to take the road of pirates, but from the moment they slaughtered civilians, their deaths are not worthy of sympathy. Ace, you did a great job this time. After clearing away the last pirate, Shatton laughed and walked towards Ace. Without you, our casualties would definitely be huge this time. The sailors were also looking at Ace at this time, and their eyes were shining with awe and admiration that it was really the purple flame that Ace used that was too shocking. In the face of this power, they can only feel their own insignificance. Thanks to the instructor's guidance, Ace's words made Shatton burst into laughter again. Obviously, this made him very comfortable. But Shatton still waved his hand and said, "Don't flatter me. I can't teach you anymore. When I go back this time, I will recommend you to join the second stage of training at the base. Your flame ability is a devil fruit." Ace was non-committal. Of course, he had to guard the secret of the different fire system. Shatton didn't ask any more questions, but his expression became serious. In more than 2 months, you will have a life and death duel with Veronica. Although your strength is not weak, you still have to be careful with this guy. As far as the sword is concerned, his strength is not much weaker than mine. Seeing Shatton's serious expression, Ace nodded solemnly. He has seen Shatton's strength before. It seems that Barranca's swordsmanship is very strong. Brother Ace, instructor, go and see Brother Drake. Suddenly, AI came over with a crying voice, and Ace and Shatton turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed. Is Drake not doing well? The two quickly rushed back to the warship at the same time. And in the cabin of the pirate ship, a man in a black suit also walked out and followed. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 beat up CP8 violently. As soon as he walked to the infirmary of the warship, Ace's body shook and his face turned pale. When the effect of the body art faded away, Ace entered a period of weakness, and his body felt a sense of loss of strength. Quick, help Master Ace check it out. A military doctor in a white coat saw the scene and said nervously. They also saw Ace's battle just now, so the military doctor used honorifics unknowingly. Leave me alone. How is Drake doing now? Ace asked anxiously as he pushed away the sailor who rushed over. But, come on, take us there. Shatton interrupted the military doctor, seeing that he was still hesitating. He didn't say any more, and directly opened the door of the emergency room and rushed in. "Major General Shatton, you can't come in yet." Immediately, a nurse tried to stop the two of them, but Shatton pushed them away one by one. After opening an isolation door, the two saw Drake lying on the bed. This time, Drake's clothes were stained red with blood. His eyes were tightly closed, and he was motionless. "How's the situation?" Ace asked without waiting for the surrounding doctors and nurses to speak. "Brother Drake was wounded in the heart by a dagger, and the situation is very critical. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already." Returning to Ace was Ian, who came in with him, and the little girl was already crying. However, the doctor said that it won't last long. "I don't care what method you use, save him," Shatton yelled at the doctors. But when Ace saw the doctors in front of him looking at each other and then shook his head, his heart sank suddenly, and he knew that these doctors really had no choice. How to do? Ace's brain is running fast, and there are many magical abilities in the world of One Piece. If there is such an ability as the Fruit of Surgery, it will definitely be able to easily save Drake. But this is not realistic. Suddenly, Ace's heart moved. Devil Fruit. Now I have two in my hand. Thinking of this, Ace no longer hesitated and immediately took out the wooden box from his arms and quickly said to Shatton, "Instructor, I just found two demons from the pirate named Abu Salam. Fruit?" Shatton's eyes lit up first, but then he was a little confused. He was in a hurry to save Drake now, so why did Ace say this? Seeming to see Shatton's doubts, Ace opened the box, pointed to the banana-shaped devil fruit inside and said, "This fruit should be a devil fruit of the animal type. The devil fruit of the animal type can give the ability user a strong recovery ability, and it should be able to help Drake." Makes sense. A look of joy appeared on Shatton's face, and he immediately took out the fruit from the box and was about to feed it to Drake. And many more. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind the crowd. Ace followed the sound and saw that the man was wearing a black suit and a black top hat, and immediately thought of the World Government Organization in his mind. "World Government CP8, number 167, I have met Major General Shatton." The visitor saluted Shatton. Ace had a look of as expected on his face. He wondered why the Naval Intelligence Agency was so clear about the movements of the hanged pirates. It turned out that spies were arranged. CP8. It should be an intelligence agency directly under the world government. Its full name is Cipher Pole number 8. "What's the matter with you?" Shatton was in a hurry to save Drake, so he didn't give him a good face. "I just want to remind you that these two devil fruits are stolen goods of pirates and should be handed over to the government. You should not handle them privately," said the man in black with a serious expression. "Lord Shatton, Drake is dying." Just as Shatton was about to reply, a nurse's voice came over suddenly, and everyone's expressions changed. Shatton even rushed towards Drake's hospital bed with a devil fruit. "You can't do this." The man in black froze, apparently not expecting Shatton to ignore him. Shave. With a roar, the man in black suddenly disappeared in place and appeared in front of the hospital bed almost at the same time, trying to block Shatton. "Roll." Shatton didn't hesitate at all. He slapped out with a slap, and Peng slapped it out with a sound. His face was severely deformed, and he knocked out a hole in the wall. Without the slightest pause, Shatton had already come to the side of the hospital bed, opened Drake's mouth, and stuffed a piece of devil fruit into it. As soon as the piece of fruit entered Drake's mouth, it slid into his stomach. "It must be useful," Shatton murmured. At this moment, Ace also endured his weakness and came to the hospital bed and said firmly in his eyes, "It will definitely be useful." But half a minute later, Drake's aura gradually weakened, as if he was about to leave. "You actually gave a devil fruit to a dead man." At this time, the man in black came again, his face swollen to twice the original size, but he kept talking. "But as long as you give me another fruit, I will report to the organization and let them treat you. Take it lightly." Ace was already very irritable at this time, but when he saw that the guy in front of him was still thinking about another one, he immediately became even more disgusted with him. Ignoring his words at all, Ace turned his head and asked Ian on the side, "Ian, do you want to become stronger?" Ian was still in tears. This actual battle made her realize her own shortcomings. She couldn't even intervene in Drake's battle, let alone help Ace's brother. She wanted to help her brother. She wanted to become stronger. So I nodded vigorously. "Kindness. This is for you." Ace reached out and handed another fruit to Ian. "I doubt I can't take it. This is too expensive." Ian waved his hand in a panic. "This is something worth at least 1,000,000 Baileys. You can take it if I give it to you. Your brother Ace will definitely enter the second stage of study in the future. If you don't eat this fruit, do you want to separate from him?" Shatton was still staring at Drake on the bed, But at this moment, he couldn't help saying that he didn't like this so-called espionage agency either. And if his own people didn't eat it, why don't they give it back to them? When Yin heard that he was going to separate from Ace, a little panic flashed in his eyes. He quickly took the devil fruit and bit it down. The next moment, her little face flushed red. What? Is it hard to eat? Ace asked with concern. No, it's delicious. Damn, why brother's food is delicious. The little girl obviously felt sick, but said with restraint. When Ace saw this scene, he was also moved. He knew that the taste of the devil fruit was unspeakably terrible, but Ian actually held it back because of himself. You have to cherish this feeling. Damn it. You wait to go to jail. The man in black was furious. Instructor, this guy is too noisy, Ace said to Shatton lightly. Well, I think so too. Shatton nodded, and then he rushed to the man in black in a flash and slapped him on the back of the head. The slap shone with a dark light, obviously using arrogance. The man in black rolled his eyes and just passed out. Okay, it's finally quiet. Everyone also looked at Drake on the bed again. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Tyrannosaurus X Drake. When Drake's aura was extremely weak, everyone suddenly heard his heart beating violently. Ace immediately looked over with joy, and after a few more powerful beatings, Drake's eyes suddenly opened, but his expression was abnormally distorted. Everyone's hearts were raised again. Is there any problem? Pat. Vomit. What did you eat from me? An angry roar sounded from Drake's mouth, and several doctors fell to the ground in fright. But Shatton laughed out loud. From this point of view, Drake must be fine. Devil fruits are really so bad. After speaking, she looked at AI and meaningfully. Everyone can see how the little girl feels about Ace this time. For the sake of the person she likes, she can hold back such a terrible smell. Young man. Beautiful first love. AI wished he could find a hole in the ground and get in. His face was so red that it was about to drip water. Devil fruit. Drake on the bed was taken aback. You have to thank Ace. If you don't have this devil fruit, you will be in trouble, Shatton said cheerfully. If Drake is rescued, then this mission will be close to perfection, and Shatton is in a good mood. Hearing this, Drake didn't know that Ace directly took out a devil fruit in order to save him, which was a life-saving grace. Drake completely forgot about the grievances of the month-end test before. His expression became very solemn, and he cupped his fists at Roy and said, Roy, my life will be yours from now on. Roy smiled and waved his hands. Don't say that. Everyone will be good brothers in the future. It's just a devil fruit. No brother's life is worth anything. After hearing this, Drake was even more moved and silently made up his mind. This brother made it up for himself. Okay, Drake and Ian, go out and see what your abilities are. Shatton also admired Ace in his heart and sent out 2 devil fruits without blinking his eyes. People who do great things. Next, everyone walked to the deck together, while a man in black was kicked to the corner by Shatton. After arriving on the deck, everyone looked at Drake with some curiosity. After closing his eyes and feeling it silently, Drake showed a strange expression on his face and said to everyone, I am the fruit of the animal department, but the specific ability seems a bit strange. Ace nodded, already had a premonition in his heart, and led everyone back a distance, then waved his hand to signal Drake to continue. Roar. Drake let out a loud roar, and the next moment, his body suddenly changed dramatically. The original human body gradually disappeared, and an ancient dinosaur with a height of nearly 10 meters appeared on the spot, a Tyrannosaurus. Plop, plop. The sound of sailors falling down was heard one after another on the deck, and there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. With a slight twitch of Drake's tail, a crack was directly pulled out of the deck. Okay. Change back quickly, Shatton said quickly. He was afraid that Drake would accidentally dismantle his warship. This ability is very good, Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit. Drake, who had transformed back into a human form, was very excited. The ancient system, I really cherish it, but don't be too happy, you won't be able to swim in the future, Shatton said with a smile, and you almost lost control just now. The fruit needs to be developed by yourself. That's right. Besides, physical skills and domineering are the foundations of a strong body. You can't relax your practice. Ace also added. Drake nodded thoughtfully, and then everyone turned their attention to Ein. Obviously, after Drake, everyone became more curious about Ein's abilities. I'm Superman. A little shy of being looked at by so many people, Ian shrank away from Ace. It's called the backward fruit. Hearing this, Ace felt a burst of emotion in his heart. Destiny is really wonderful. Despite his own interference, the two still got the original devil fruit ability. Then you can show it to everyone, Ace said softly. AI nodded, walked out, tilted his head and turned around among the crowd, and when he saw Shatton, his eyes suddenly lit up. Instructor, offended. After finishing speaking, AI shook his little hand, and a ball of pink light was patted on Shatton's body by AI. What? Shatton let out a small sigh, because the moment the pink light touched him, he suddenly felt that his body was becoming younger. He's already 35 this year, but after a while, he actually has the feeling that his body has returned to 10 years ago. Make people younger. This ability is so heaven-defying. Shatton touched his face and couldn't help but exclaimed, wouldn't it be possible for those old and strong men to return to their peak? The power won't change. AI quickly waved his hand. The fruit I eat is a retrograde fruit. When I touch an object, it can make it go back to a certain time. If it touches a person, his appearance will return to 12 years ago. Before, but the strength and lifespan will not change. Hearing what I said, Shatton waved his fist, felt the strength in his body, and found that he had only changed in appearance. However, Shatton also felt the sluggish feeling during body movements, and it would be good if he could use half of his original % strength. Thinking deeper, if you turn your body into a child, then there will be no original strength, and how can you adapt to it in a short time? This fruit is still very promising. Okay, let's change the teacher back, Shatton said to Ein with a smile. I won't. Ein replied weakly. Shatton's smile froze on his face. Huh? What's the situation? The soldiers around couldn't help laughing. Instructor, you look very handsome now. That's right, I can go back to my youthful appearance that I'm actually happy in my heart. The crow's feet at the corners of Major General Shatton's eyes have all disappeared. Oh, the embarrassing incident of your excellency immediately caused a wave of discussion among the sailors, and the haze brought about by the previous battle was dispelled a little. After a lively session, the sailors who participated in the battle returned to the warship for repairs. The logistics officers and soldiers got busy and began to count the casualties of the extermination of the hanged pirates this time and counted the spoils seized from the opposing pirate ships. As for the captives, sorry, no prisoners this time. It is written in the battle record that the hanged pirates stubbornly resisted and refused to surrender, and they have all been killed. Chapter 27, the second level of pure body art. When the logistics department started working, Ace had already returned to his room. Because in this battle, Ace almost broke out the spiritual fire essence body art throughout the entire process, and in the end he also used the tenfold layer flame slash, which was a burden on the body. Ace's physical strength and spirit were already extremely high-tired. As soon as he fell on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept this time, and when Ace woke up, it was already the next day. Although Ace's weak period has not yet passed, he feels energetic, and the original injury has disappeared after this night. This quintessence formula is really amazing, and this time the mission has paid off a lot. Ace stretched his waist, with a look of excitement in his eyes. In this battle with Austin, in addition to putting the moves he created into actual combat and strengthening his swordsmanship, the most important thing was that he accidentally broke through the bottleneck of knowledge-color domineering, saving a lot of time at once. Moreover, the head-to-head duel with Austin tempered Ace's body and increased the tempering energy in his body a lot. Ace's attribute bar at this time. Attributes. Physical fitness, school 8. Spiritual fire essence body art, the first level. Refining energy, 103 of 70. Ace didn't strengthen it immediately this time, but asked with his mind, System, isn't Austin's beheading machete a famous knife? A silence. The system didn't answer. I said, you don't want to take it all by yourself. Several black lines flashed across Ace's face. An embarrassing atmosphere filled the air, and the system finally replied, the beheading machete is a sharp knife, and I have indeed recovered it. Since the host was able to discover such details and passed my test, I reward the host with % energy. In fact, you want to eat it alone. Is it okay to make such a forced sophistry? Ace rolled his eyes, unable to bear the slander in his heart. But when % of the black energy poured into his body, Ace had no mind to think about it. Almost instantly, the tempering energy increased to 150, and Ace could feel that this column had reached its peak for the time being. But only half of the % energy was consumed, and the remaining energy was not wasted. Ace was pleasantly surprised to find that the moment the energy was exhausted, his spiritual fire essence body art rose to the second level. This means that he will have 3 times the physical explosion in the future. After choosing to use refining energy for strengthening, Ace's attribute bar has changed to Attributes: Physical Fitness, School 10. Spiritual Fire Essence Body, Jew, 2nd level. Refining Energy, 0/90. The last short section of each physique level needs to be improved by self-exercise, so that when the level breaks through, the foundation will be stronger. The system explained to Ace why the tempering energy of the 10th section is 0. Ace nodded. He is already very satisfied. After all, he has become the top school level now. If coupled with 3 times the physical explosion, the ordinary Major General is no longer his opponent at all. Next, after returning to the base, you will get the number 1 in the group arena to ensure that you can enter the 2nd stage of study. Ace thought, follow Zifa to learn naval combat skills, and even learn armed domineering. In this way, you can maximize your own strength to face the ensuing crises. At this moment, Ace felt a sudden shaking of the warship. After thinking for a while, this time should be about to return. So Ace opened the door and walked to the front deck of the warship. When he got near the bow of the ship, he saw Rear Admiral Shatton standing there alone with his back to him. Ace, you're here. Sarton didn't turn his head, but seemed to see Ace. Yes, instructor. Ace stepped forward and saluted. Ace, tell me, why can't I protect them? Shatton's voice was a bit sentimental, and his eyes turned to the pirate ship full of corpses not far away. The morning sun shone on it, leaving a heart-wrenching shadow. Ace was silent. He could hear the pain in Shatton's heart. Because you're not strong enough. Ace's tone was calm, but what he said hit Shatton's heart directly. Only if you are strong enough can you protect the people you cherish and love. You are really rude when you speak. Shatton let out a burst of laughter, but the laughter stopped abruptly. He turned and left the bow, and when he passed by Ace, he said in a deep tone, do me a favor and give them a decent cremation. At least after they die, they can't be insulted again. Yes. Ace responded, and then threw a few balls of purple flames towards the pirate ship. As soon as the flames touched the corpse, they spread instantly, burning the place into a sea of flames. Amidst the monstrous flames, the warship that Ace was on slowly turned around and gradually moved away. The Great Rout, the Devil's Triangle Sea. In the middle of the terrifying 3-masted ship shrouded in mist, in the depths of the huge castle, a few small puppet zombies rushed into a luxurious room. Master Moria, it's time to get up. One of the blue puppets shouted. You have been sleeping for 4 days, and it's time for you to wake up. Opposite him, on a 10-meter-long bed, the huge Moria was sleeping soundly, with a huge bubble on his nose. At this time, under the call of the blue puppet, the bubble suddenly burst. A pair of scarlet eyes opened suddenly, and Moria opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. I had a horrible nightmare. That's really congratulations to the master. What a blessing it is to have a nightmare. You have slept for 4 days, and we have prepared food for you for these 4 days, said another striped puppet with a knife on its back. There is also bad news. Master Absalom was killed yesterday. What did you say? Moria grabbed the puppet, and the huge force seemed to be about to crush it. It's the guy who hanged the pirates. How dare you blackmail me, Moria? He lost a lot this time. He lost 2 devil fruits and lost one of his subordinates, but he got nothing. No, it's not. The puppet felt speechless and squeezed and said, it's the Navy. The hanged pirates are also finished. Master Absalom said it on the phone bug yesterday. But it was just there is no news in the middle of the talk, so we speculate that the adults have been killed. Which guy is it? Mariah stared at him. Master Absalom heard the conversation of those sailors and mentioned a boy named Ace. Ace, you better hope you don't run into me, damn it. Moria let out an angry roar, and with a sudden force of both hands, he tore the puppet zombie in 2. The other zombies shivered immediately and shrank into a corner. Chapter 28. At this moment, Ace is in the midst of a banquet. People in the world of One Piece, whether it is a pirate or a navy, like to celebrate with a banquet after victory. The supplies, food, and drinks seized from the hanged pirate ship were all decided by Shatton, and they were directly used to reward the Navy after the desperate battle. Of course, it is the army after all, so drinking is still prohibited. After fighting yesterday, Ace went straight back and fell asleep without even eating dinner, so his hunger burst out at this moment. Not long after, a hill of empty plates piled up in front of him. And Ein kept passing the food over, watching Ace eat everything, with a happy expression on his face. Eat more. Hey, You two children should pay attention to the influence. They are so tired and crooked. Shatton came over from the table next to the two of them and joked with a smile. Instructor, this is my childhood sweetheart. That's right, Lord Sarton must have never experienced it. Jealousy, Hongguoguo's jealousy. Oh. Before Ace and Ein said anything, Shatton was ridiculed by a group of sailors. You bastards. Is your skin itchy? Shatton scolded with a smile, for wry smile. On the other side, Ain's face was already red to the base of his ears, and he stammered to retort. You don't talk nonsense. But he couldn't help looking at Ace secretly. Seeing that Ace didn't refute everyone, he couldn't help feeling a little sweet in his heart. I don't know if Brother Ace likes me or not. Ian couldn't help thinking, and immediately lowered himself even lower. Oops, embarrassed. Okay, Ace, this is for you, Shatton said, throwing a yellow bag to Ace. Ace paused in his mouth and took it casually, feeling a little puzzled. So he opened it directly and was even more surprised when he saw the golden Bailey inside. Don't be surprised. This is 100 million Baileys, the reward you deserve, Shatton said, and he was also a little proud here. Don't worry, everyone has more or less. After the Navy wiped out the pirates, the captured spoils are as long as hand in half, and the other half will be directly distributed by the sailors participating in the battle. This hanged pirate group is unexpectedly a fat sheep. Ace nodded when he heard this. Although Shatton's words were a bit rough, this policy can indeed inspire the enthusiasm of the Navy to destroy the pirates. So Ace was not hypocritical and just put it away. Everyone, remember to go to the logistics department to receive the bonus. Shatton waved his hand boldly. Immediately, the sailors cheered, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more enthusiastic. Oh. Next, the warship re-entered the comm zone from the Great Route and returned to the naval training base after sailing for nearly a week. Of course, during these 7 days, I finally knew how to remove the ability of the regression fruit, and it didn't give Shatton's old friend a chance to laugh at him. After arriving at the base, Shatton and the logistics department were responsible for the specific handover matters, while the 7 students, including Ace, were dismissed and returned to their respective dormitories for repairs. They also had to prepare for the group arena 3 days later. And after the sailors dispersed, a man in black, who had been almost forgotten, escaped from the warship, stared at the direction where Ace and the others disappeared with resentment, and took out a dog hidden in his suit trousers pocket to phone bug. Report, sir. I am number 167. The mission failed. Did the target escape? A deep voice from the opposite side asked. No, the hanged pirates have been wiped out, but these nasty sailors didn't give our intelligence department any mercy, and let 2 sailors eat the devil fruit without permission. There seemed to be a moment of silence on the other side, and the man in black didn't dare to interrupt his thinking at all, but waited quietly. Who is the leader of these sailors? The officer on the opposite side was silent for a while before asking. The highest officer is a rear admiral named Shatton, but there is also a boy named Ace who is also obstructing it. The man in black said quickly, his eyes lit up. Well, I got it, and I will send CP9 personnel to deal with the next thing. You've worked hard these days. Let me take a month off. Yes, thank you, sir. The man in black was overjoyed and thanked repeatedly. Afterwards, the other party hung up the phone, and the man in black looked at the naval base again, gritted his teeth, and said, How dare you offend our intelligence department? Your lord seems really angry and even dispatched CP9. There are quite a few monsters in there. Seemingly thinking of this, the man in black couldn't help shivering, and then disappeared in place with a flash of his body. Oh, Ace didn't know that he was being targeted again. After staying at sea for a month, he finally got his feet on the ground. As soon as Ace, Ian, and Drake returned to their apartment, they couldn't help but paralyzed on that soft sofa. Our home is still comfortable. Ace stared at the ceiling inside. Although he has been exercising for the past few days, and his tempering energy has increased by more than 20 points, after all, he cannot let go of his hands and feet in the sea. Yeah. Drake was also stunned. This time, he could be said to have gone through a life-and-death mission, so he was even more emotional. But the harvest is not small. Not only did he get the devil fruit ability, but more importantly, he got a good brother. Our home. AIN was thinking too much, and he was looking sweet to himself over there. There are still 5 days until the ring battle. Do you know the rules? Ace's words interrupted Ain's fantasy. I know, because the rankings on the square are only the rankings of the 3 basic tests, so they can't fully represent the true strength of the students. So the ring battle is for the students to show their actual combat ability. AI unlooked at Ace and continued, The rules are very simple and rude. There are 5 rings in total. Students who are confident in their own strength can directly stand up and become the ring master, and each student has 2 challenges to the ring master. Opportunities: if you win, you will replace the champion. If you fail, you can only challenge another champion. Well, the remaining 5 champions will all get the chance to be recommended and have the opportunity to become second stage students. Drake added, these 5 champions will decide the first and directly become the second stage students. After listening to Ace, he has fully understood the rules of the ring battle. IT is indeed simple and rude, but it also shows that those who can become the second stage students are definitely the elite among the elite. I heard that Lord Zifa will come to see the ring battle, I said with some admiration. Hearing this news, Ace was not surprised, because the second stage students were, to put it bluntly, Zifa's disciples, and of course he would come to the scene to make selections. Chapter 29. Zifa. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them went to rest separately, had a good sleep, and made up for the energy consumed by the mission. The next day, Ace got up early again, took his big knife, and put himself into training again. In Ace's heart, the sense of urgency to become stronger has never disappeared. After all, in this sea, the strong are like crucian carp crossing the river, and there are countless. Although Ace's strength has improved somewhat, it is not enough for him to gallop freely and protect his cherished relatives and dreams with his heart. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ace's hands holding the knife became firmer. And his big knife was damaged in the previous battle with Austin, but after the abnormal fire system absorbed the beheading machete, it has recovered its sharpness, which is very miraculous. The figure was tossing and turning, the big knife in his hand was constantly chopping horizontally and vertically in the air, and the cold light flickered into a gorgeous light curtain. Compared with a week ago, Ace has mastered the basic naval swordsmanship, and the combination of sword technique and body technique is almost perfect. This is all because of the awakening of the domineering knowledge color. Ace's brain seems to have broken through an invisible bottleneck, making it easier for him to understand the swordsmanship and body skills described in the book, and his learning ability has taken a big step. During Ace's hard practice, 3 days passed quickly. In the early morning, the rays of the rising sun filled the entire training ground of the base. When Ace and the others came to the training square, there were already nearly 200 first-stage students standing here, each of them gearing up and eager to try. At the moment, in the center of the training field, the usual training equipment and 2 huge display screens had been removed in advance, replaced by 5 rings with a diameter of 10 meters and a rostrum at the front. There was only 1 seat on the rostrum, and the instructors, who usually looked majestic, could only line up on both sides at this moment, standing respectfully with their hands tied. And on the only seat, a strong old man with short purple hair was holding a toothpick, looking sharply at the naval cadets in front of him. Is the supreme officer of this training base, former Navy General Zifa. What's the matter? Where's Mondo? Zephyr's tone was a little unhappy. There were only 4 instructors present, except Mondo. Mundo said he felt a little sick to his stomach today. One of the instructors said, Fart, what day is it today? Dare to find such an excuse. I think he can stop coming in the future. Isn't there a supply ship to leave tomorrow? Take him away too. Zifa decided in one sentence, Mundo, I'm afraid I will be temporarily unemployed. The reason why Mundo didn't come was precisely because he framed Shatton and Ace before and secretly hid the news that the hanged pirates had 2 major generals. When he saw that Shatton and Ace had returned safely, he was startled. Because he was afraid that things would be exposed, he didn't dare to come to today's group arena. Of course, this is just an episode. Neither Ace nor Shatton will take Mundo, a clown, to heart. Okay, be quiet. Zifa's voice was not too loud, but it reached everyone's ears almost at the same time, with a tinge of majesty that shocked people's hearts, making the students present involuntarily quiet down. I think you all already know the rules of this group arena, so I won't say much. Zifa stood up with his hands behind his back, and his eyes scanned everyone present from left to right. Those who are qualified to become my disciples will be selected from among you, except for one strongest student. As long as you fully demonstrate yourself in the next battle, each of you will have a chance. Next, those who are confident in themselves, stand on the ring in front of you. Zifa grinned and looked at the students in front of him with deep eyes. Of course, the person who comes on stage first has no advantage, because he will be constantly challenged by the next person, and his physical strength will definitely be consumed rapidly. But if you don't have the self-confidence of a strong person, even if you get the first place, what qualifications do you have to become Zifa's disciple? Zifa sat back on the chair, chewed a toothpick, and muttered to himself. There was another commotion under the ring. but no one came to the stage for a while. Obviously, they all understood the key point. And after listening to Zifa's words, Ace understood his thoughts. So after he whispered a word to Ian and Drake, he carried his big knife on his back and calmly walked onto the first ring. "I'm Ace." Well, the eyes of the audience were all on Ace, but he didn't show any signs of tension. After saluting the officers on the rostrum, he looked indifferently at the people in the audience. "This kid is good, very courageous. What's his name?" Seeing Ace, who seemed to be only about 10 years old, Zifa asked the instructors with great interest. "My lord, his name is Ace, and he belongs to our 5th team. I think if there are no accidents, he should be the strongest in this group of students." Hearing Zifa's question, Shatton immediately smiled. He answered with confidence in his tone. "Oh, then I'll have to take a closer look." A look of surprise appeared in Zifa's eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Ace twice more. But the other few instructors quit. "What is the strongest student? The competition has not started yet." "I said, Instructor Shatton, you are wrong to say that. Although this Ace test ranks first, the basic ability does not represent the actual combat power." "That's right. Let's not say anything else. Gaspardi from our 3rd team will definitely give you a big surprise later." Facing the doubts of several other instructors, Shatton's smile did not change at all. "Ace's actual combat power is not strong?" Joke. All the pirates with major general-level combat strength were chopped down by him. "Enough, let's watch the game." Zifa's words ended the discussion of several instructors. After a while, a student had already stood on the 5 arenas. In addition to Ace, Drake and Ian also stood on a ring respectively, but Ace had never seen the students on the other 2 rings. But seeing their excited faces and trembling palms, Ace knew that they probably just wanted to show off on stage. "What about Gaspardi, who may have the ability of jelly bean fruit? Why isn't it on?" Espen was a little puzzled, but when he thought of his sinister and cunning character in the One Piece anime, Ace understood that this person wanted others to use up his energy first and then challenge himself on stage so he could easily win. No wonder he is still so weak with the power of a devil fruit. Sure enough, he was destined to be weak, and Ace became even more dismissive of Gaspardi. "I carry challenge Ace." A sturdy student who was 2 meters tall and holding a mace in his hand stared at Ace excitedly. 30. Chapter 35 Challengers. Because Ace is only 10 years old, his height is only 1.6 meters. Although his figure is well proportioned, he does not look strong. So when this student named Jelly stepped onto the ring, the huge size gap between him and Ace made people who didn't know Ace break into a cold sweat for him. "Chardon, you have to be ready to save that little guy. Carrie's mace is not easy to keep." The instructor of the 4th team said to Shatton with a smile. Obviously, Carrie is a good player in his team. "Huh?" Shatton yelled, but didn't reply. "Drink." Carrie in the arena had no intention of saying hello to Ace with a low drink. He held the handle of the mace with both hands at the same time, lifted it up suddenly, and then slammed it straight at Ace. However, facing the roaring mace, Ace had no intention of retreating or avoiding it. Instead, he pulled out the big knife behind his back with one hand and directly met Jelly's mace head-on. "Are you courting death?" When Jelly saw that Ace wanted to hold a knife with one hand, he wanted to block his own mace. His eyes were full of astonishment. "Even if you are number 1 in the leaderboard, isn't that too big? I use the strength of the mace to swing from top to bottom. How can I stop it?" However, the expression on Jelly's face was replaced by horror the next moment, and Ace really blocked it. "Dang." Some clear voices sounded, and Ace's big knife gleamed coldly. It was just embedded in Jelly's mace. The veins in Jelly's arms bulged, and he pressed down with almost all his strength, but he was horrified to find that Ace in front of him was only holding up with one hand, and the big knife was so stable that there was no tremor, making it impossible for the mace to penetrate an inch. Most importantly, Ace's expression didn't change at all, obviously not exerting his full strength at all. How is this possible? This is the power that a first-stage student can have. This scene on the ring made the students on the training ground widen their eyes in shock. The eyes of Zifa on the rostrum also lit up. His training philosophy is different from that of many people. In his opinion, the ability of Devil Fruit is indeed very important, but the most important is the basic abilities such as domineering and physical skills. And having a power that is different from ordinary people is definitely of great benefit to the cultivation of domineering and physical skills. He's more interested in this, Ace. You are too weak. Ace held a knife in one hand. His face was expressionless, and his calm tone reached Carrie's ears, making his face extremely ugly. Clang! Ace raised his right arm upwards suddenly, and Carrie felt a huge force in despair, and the huge mace was swung high into the air. Today's ace, after his physique has reached the peak of the school level, even if he does not use the pure body formula, his strength is infinitely close to the 2,000 kilograms of a Major General's junior. So Ace is already in a far leading position among the students in the first stage. Even Drake, as long as he doesn't use the ability of the Devil Fruit, he is no longer his opponent at all. After swinging the mace away with a knife, Ace raised his foot and took a step forward. With a twist of his wrist, he slapped Carrie sideways with the blade. Pong. There was no surprise. Under this knife, the 2-meter-tall jelly flew into the air, flew out of the ring, and fell to the ground with a bang, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But Carrie didn't mean to resent Ace at all, because he knew that if Ace cut him with a blade just now, he could go to see his grandpa in heaven now. Ace wins. Seeing that Jelly had been kicked out of the ring, the staff member immediately announced the result. Means nothing. Hearing that the result had been announced, Ace put the machete back on his back and then walked back to the center of the ring, waiting for the next challenger, without seeming to consume much energy at all. Please continue to challenge, the staff said to the students. I'm coming. With a loud shout, a student with a samurai sword jumped onto the ring and challenged one of the ringmasters. The battle for the champion continues like this. As the competition progressed, both Ace and Drake stood firmly on the ring. Although Ein encountered a strong opponent, he survived after a hard fight. On the other two arenas, the champions have been changed back and forth several times. On the rostrum directly in front, the 4 instructors and Zifa were also discussing. Among the students this time, it seems that there are quite a few good seedlings. Zifa watched the battle on the ring and said with a smile, "That boy named Ace is only 10 years old, he is very strong, and that Drake, the ferocious aura in the battle, is also very strong. Finally, there is that little girl named Ein whose swordsmanship is a bit spiritual." After complimenting the 3 students, Zifa smiled and looked at the instructors and asked, "Whose students are they?" As soon as he said those words, he found that the expressions of the instructors present were very strange. Except for Shatton, who was smiling, the expressions of the other 3 instructors were very embarrassing. "No, they are all from your 5th team." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Zifa didn't know what was going on. When he saw Shatton nodding, he couldn't help but let out a burst of hearty laughter. "Ah, Shatton, you are very good. It seems that I will have a successor as the chief instructor." Shatton didn't even dare to speak, but he was very happy in his heart. Under the constant challenges of the students, several hours passed quickly, and the first stage of the ring battle had come to an end. Apart from Ace, the main players in the 5 arenas, Gaspardi and another 2-sword student, Ren, each occupied a seat. Gaspardi only made a challenge near the end, and the original challenger was not only exhausted, but also suffered a lot of injuries, so he was easily defeated by him. This kind of behavior made Zifa on the rostrum frowned, obviously displeased with it. Okay, all 5 champions have been decided, and the second stage of the competition will begin. Zifa pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said to Ace and others, "I will draw lots for you. There is 1 bye, and the remaining 4 will fight in pairs." Pausing for a while, Zifa's majestic face showed a hint of naughtiness. Luck is also a part of strength. Immediately afterwards, the staff handed the lottery box with the 5 names written on it to Zifa. Zifa reached into the box and took out a note after stirring. "Ein, congratulations, you got the bye qualification, haha." Zifa read the name on the note and smiled. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 4 people corresponded one by one in the order they were drawn. Drake played against Gaspardi, and Ace played against the 2-handed Ren. 31. Chapter 31. The next battle should be more interesting. Zifa watched the 4 of Ace stand on the 2 rings respectively, with a wider smile on his face. The 4 instructors stopped discussing at this time, but looked at the ring in front of them together. In the ring where Drake was, he and Gaspardi stood at both ends of the ring. Drake, who is 1.9 meters tall, is not exaggerated, but looks very strong, while Gaspardi has blonde hair, is more than 2 meters tall, has broad shoulders and longer arms. The whole person looks taller than Drake, is even stronger. At this time, Gaspardi suddenly let out a wild laugh and then said to Drake gloomily, "You and that kid named Ace have grabbed the first place in the rankings. You must be very proud. I'm going to let me tell you the truth. Who is the real number 1? Derek was puzzled for a while. The person in front of him might not be an actor, even though he had won the first place, but he didn't know the person in front of him at all before today. "I want to show you my true strength." Gaspardi roared, and with a move of his feet, he rushed towards Drake with bare hands. Facing Drake's face, he slammed a powerful punch. Seeing that Gaspardi didn't use a weapon, Drake certainly wouldn't take advantage of him with his pride. So he didn't use a weapon either, but also punched Gaspardi in the head. Drake tilted his head slightly and dodged Gaspardi's fist, but Gaspardi had no intention of dodging his fist at all. Puff. Drake's fist hit Gaspardi's head directly, but there was a weird muffled sound, and his fist seemed to be stuck in a sticky mess. Looking closely, his fist was actually inserted into Gaspardi's head. Well, there was an uproar under the ring. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene. Killed. Gaspardi is dead. Why didn't the instructors come down to rescue? Oh, there are very few accidents in this kind of group arena. After all, there are a lot of strong people watching, and they can usually save people at critical moments. What happened this time? The students couldn't help turning their eyes to the rostrum, but found that the expressions of Lord Zifa and the instructors on the stage did not change at all. My lord, this is the surprise I told you about. The instructor of the third team said with some pride, Gaspardi has eaten the devil fruit a long time ago, and has the ability to make jelly fruits. How about it, Instructor Shadon? How about you? Do you think the number one belongs to your team? Shatton didn't answer, but the words of the instructor of the third team also spread to the audience. Only then did the students in the audience realize that Gaspardi's face did not shed a trace of blood, but instead his head turned into a ball of green jelly. Evil. Devil fruit ability user. The shock in the hearts of the students under the arena did not decrease at all. On the contrary, they became even more surprised. I didn't expect Gaspardi to eat a devil fruit. No wonder he was so confident before. He is indeed the strongest among our first stage students, and it seems to be the kind of fruit that can be immune to physical attacks. Even if Drake is stronger and faster, what's the use if he can't hurt Gaspardi? I think it's better for Drake to admit defeat early. Discussions outside the court also reached Drake's ears, and he finally knew what was going on with Gaspardi in front of him. But just relying on these, you want me to admit defeat? Although Drake's right hand couldn't be pulled out temporarily, his left hand pulled out the saber from his waist in an instant and slashed at Gaspardi's neck with one stroke. Puff. Drake's swordsmanship was very strong, and he kept slashing at Gaspardi's body from various tricky angles, making more than a dozen cuts on his body in a short while. But there was no trace of blood in those cuts, just green jelly beans squirming, gradually restoring Gaspardi to his original shape. It's really immune to physical attacks. How to fight this? It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Gaspardi's head has turned into a jelly bean shape, and his mouth is wriggling and making a sound, which makes people feel sick. But I can easily kill you. Gaspardi laughed evilly and raised his hands, which turned into jelly beans and squirmed for a while, and then suddenly condensed into two hard green alls. Swish. While Drake couldn't move his hands, he suddenly stabbed him in the abdomen. Is it about to end? At this moment, this idea flashed through the minds of almost everyone in the audience. But in the next moment, roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from Drake's mouth, and a terrifying aura emerged spontaneously, shocking everyone. Drake's body suddenly became bigger, tearing his original clothes, and in front of everyone's eyes a huge monster suddenly appeared. A giant Tyrannosaurus Rex as high as 10 meters. You said that I can't hurt you? Drake in dinosaur form made a deep voice. Immediately afterwards, Drake easily pulled the claws out of Gaspardi's body, knocking him to the ground. Puff. Gaspardi's entire head disappeared in an instant, and his entire upper body turned into green jelly, wriggling desperately to regrow his head. Another devil fruit ability user? And what is this? The entire arena can hardly accommodate Drake's body. I know this is an extremely rare ancient species among the animal devil fruits, and the increase in the body is not 130 points. The students off the field were all shocked by the scene on the ring. Gaspardi's ability to turn his body into jelly beans is already abnormal, but it is not as shocking as Drake's devil fruit ability. In their view, no one can deal with this monster. Seeing that Gaspardi was about to return to his original shape, Drake on the ring raised his hind legs and stomped on him. Boom. There was a loud noise, and everyone in the audience felt their scalps go numb, looking at Gaspardi, who had turned into a pool of green mud that couldn't help swallowing. If this footsteps on me. And after a while, Gaspardi's body was about to slowly take shape again, so Drake raised his foot again indifferently. I admit defeat. In this case, persistence is meaningless, unless Gaspardi is willing to be trampled into mud again and again in the public but unable to resist. Otherwise, admitting defeat is the wisest choice. Drake wins, the referee announced immediately. After hearing the referee's words, Drake's body slowly shrank and finally returned to its original shape. However, the huge monster with a height of 10 meters has been deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone, leaving an unrivaled impression on everyone. In their view, the championship this time is no accident. It is definitely in Drake's pocket. Oh, the author has been typing for almost a month, almost on a single machine. I hope you can vote for me a few recommendation votes. I type very slowly, but if you vote for 100 this week, then start from next week, twice a day. Thank you for the scars left by youth. Reward 100 book coins. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Shady. Recommended. When everyone recovered from the shock, they looked at another ring. But he was surprised to find that, at some point, the battle in this arena had ended. Judging from the fact that Ace is still standing firmly in the center of the ring, while Ren is lying unconscious on the ground, it can be seen that Ace has undoubtedly won the victory. But many students are just a little surprised. No matter how strong Ace is, can he still beat Drake? That is the devil fruit ability, a rare ancient species of animal. The championship is definitely already Drake's. But the instructors on the rostrum saw Ace's battle just now. Ren is actually good at swordsmanship, and he is a two-handed swordsman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the 5 masters, but he couldn't make a move under Ace's men. With a wave of Ace's hand, the big knife drew a silver line from the air, cut through the gap between Ren's 2 katana swords, and slashed directly on his neck with the back of the knife. So Ren rolled his eyes and passed out. Chardon, you 2 students are very good. Zifa threw away the toothpick in his mouth and said with a smile, "It's just a pity for this kid named Ace. If I don't meet Drake, I think the championship will definitely be his." The other instructors didn't speak a word, because the last 3 remaining students were all from the 5th Squadron of Shatton, and they felt a little embarrassed. But looking at their expressions, they obviously agree with Zifa's statement. After all, Drake's devil fruit ability really gives people a sense of crushing. That's not necessarily true, Shatton secretly said in his heart. All 3 of you, come to the front. There is still the last round. Seeing that the Navy has these potential students, Zifa is in a good mood. Lord Zifa, I have something to say. Drake suddenly saluted to the rostrum and said respectfully, "Oh, let's talk." Zifa was in a good mood, so he directly approved. "The last round, I admit defeat." Drake spoke calmly, but firmly. Hearing this, the smile on Zifa's face gradually froze. "I doubt I also admit defeat." On the other hand, Ein's words made Zifa's face look gloomy, as if water would drip out. Presumptuous. Before Zifa could speak, the instructor of the first team on the rostrum yelled out, "What do you think the games of the training base are? Children's play games." And the students watching the game below the ring were even more commotion. They all saw Drake's strength just now. From their point of view, Drake is definitely the number 1 in this group arena, but now he just surrendered. And after Ein also conceded, wouldn't it be that Ace won number 1 directly? This is an undisguised shady play in front of everyone. No, we are not convinced. Yes, we absolutely do not accept this unfair result. We don't want to be shady. Ace, get out of the base. Get out of the Navy. At this time, after someone brought the rhythm, the scene suddenly sounded angrily scolding Ace in unison, and the situation was gradually getting out of control. "Give me peace." At this moment, Zifa's roar appeared in everyone's ears almost at the same time, shaking all the students' heads to buzzing, and they fell silent instantly. Immediately afterwards, Zifa said to the 3 of Ace in a deep voice with an ugly face, "You heard it too? No matter what reason you have today, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think the 3 of you should stop being here. The base is down." Zifa cherishes talents, but it does not mean that he cannot stick to his principles for the so-called talents. "Lord Zifa, I have absolutely no other intentions. I just admit defeat because I know I am definitely not Ace's opponent." Drake seemed a little anxious. They're all in such a dangerous situation. And I was even more anxious. His lovely eyes were already filled with tears. Drake's explanation was not believed by everyone at all, and they looked at Ace with even more contempt. "I heard that Ace has some relationship with Lieutenant General Garp. I don't know what kind of vicious methods were used secretly to force Drake to admit defeat." Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Drake wanted to go forward to explain, but Ace grabbed his arm. Ace gave the 2 of them a trust me look, walked up to the 2 of them, and faced Zifa and the instructors on the rostrum alone. "May I ask, Mr. Zifa, what should I do so that you can trust us?" Ace straightened his chest and asked, neither humble nor overbearing. Ace actually didn't expect Drake and Ian to admit defeat directly before, but since they have already done so, Ace understands that even if they fight with all their strength and win the first place in front of these students, these people, he will only think that Drake deliberately lost himself. Therefore, Ace knows that only by following the method proposed by Zifa to win can everyone shut up and truly solve the current predicament. You don't want to explain, but you still want to ask Mr. Zifa what to do, one of the instructors rushed to say. Zifa was obviously a little angry because of the black box operation in his training base, so he didn't mind the instructor's talk. And with a hint of anger, he replied casually, "If you can take my punch, I will believe your words." This is, of course, an angry statement. Although Zifa's strength has declined due to his age over the years, it is also the absolute strength of a quasi-general. And how strong are these first-stage students? Even if it is the pinnacle of the school level, it is 3 big realms away from the quasi-general. You can kill them with a single blow. Lord Zifa, I can prove that what Ace and the others said is true. Shatton saw that Zifa was going to make Ace take a punch, and he couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't want to see his prize disciple, just like that, was severely injured by the slap of the future teacher. Shartun, they are all your students. You don't discriminate between public and private. You want to protect them. The instructor of the 4th team was in a bad mood because Gaspardi was eliminated, and at this time he couldn't help but criticize Rode. Enough, I will make my own judgment on this matter, and I don't need you to teach me. Zifa snapped. The instructor of the 4th team immediately shrank his neck and stopped making a sound, but Shatton still wanted to explain to Ace and the others. Instructor Shatton, thank you for speaking for us. Ace bowed sincerely to Shatton and then said firmly, however, let me handle this matter myself. After thanking Shatton, Ace looked at Zifa, who was a little surprised, straightened his body, cupped his hands and said, I also ask Lord Zifa to enlighten me. Chapter 33. A punch from the quasi-general. Don't expect me to show mercy. Seeing that Ace really wanted to take his punch, Zifa narrowed his eyes slightly. I also ask Lord Zifa to enlighten me. Ace said again with firm eyes. Good. Zifa seemed to feel Ace's belief and laughed. If you really block my punch, I will not only make all 3 of you become second-stage students, but you will also directly become second-stage students, phase elite students. What a few instructors on the side shouted in surprise. You must know that the so-called elite students of the second stage are equivalent to Zifa's true personal disciples. There are only 5 students in each batch, only less, not more. And just say a few names, and you will know the meaning of this identity. The current generals Akainu and Kizuru are the first batch of elite students, and General Akiji is the 3rd batch of elite students. There are also senior admirals such as Yuashishin and Stahlberg, all of whom are elites of a certain group. Students. This is enough to show the dignity of this elite student. But now Master Zifa actually promised to a child who has not yet become a second-stage student. But when they thought of that terrible prerequisite, they were relieved again. Maybe Zifa just said it casually. After all, no one believes that Ace can really block Zifa's punch. Zifa is a former admiral. Then thank you, Lord Zifa. Hearing this, Ace knew that he had come to a 3-way intersection. If he succeeded, he would lead Ein and Drake to the second stage, and if he failed, he would be completely expelled from the naval training base. With no hesitation in his heart, Ace drew out the big knife on his back, moved his feet slightly, and firmly grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, posing in front of Zifa. Zifa already understood Ace's determination, so a fighting spirit also rose in his heart. At this moment, he has completely believed what Ace and the others said. But in the battle between men, no matter how big the difference in strength is, they should go forward bravely with enthusiasm. Take it. Zifa let out a low cry and took a step forward. A circle of domineering suddenly wrapped around his hand, and then he froze suddenly, and the dark armed color covered his right fist, and he moved straight towards Ace from 10 meters away. 1 punch strikes. With this punch, the atmosphere in a radius of 20 meters around the rostrum became extremely oppressive, and a quasi-general's breath, far surpassing that of a major general, erupted from Zifa's body, forming a wave that made the surrounding the students, including the instructor, were sweating profusely, with a sense of fear in their hearts. And Zifa's fist, also wrapped in a spiral whirlwind, blasted towards Ace rapidly. Quasi-general! Ace gasped. Even though he had prepared himself a little bit, he still underestimated the power of the quasi-general. At this moment, Ace has no time to think about it, let alone think too much. The coercion from Zifa has made him feel the real crisis of life and death. In an instant, the spirit fire quintessence in the body was fully functioning, The purple fire swept across the cells of Ace's body. 3 times the body's strength exploded in an all-round way, and there was no end, the trajectory of the fist. Immediately afterwards, the arms were raised high. Layers of purple fire were superimposed on the blade of the wide-backed broadsword. This time a total of 20 layers were superimposed, stacking flames/20 layers. The veins on Ace's forehead popped up, the muscles in his arms were stretched out, and he slashed forward. Immediately, a smear of dark purple flame saber energy flew toward Zifa, and the terrifying high temperature distorted the air, changing the expressions of the people around him again. Ace can swing flames, he is so strong. But Zifa's punch was as powerful as a broken bamboo. With the momentum of crushing everything, it had already roared, and when it was 2 meters in front of Ace, the domineering fist touched Ace's sword energy. Relying on 3 times the power of the school-level peak, Ace swung the stacking flame/with weights this time. He has already tried his best, and he can easily kill ordinary major generals. But in the face of Zifa's fist, he only persisted for a short second before collapsing instantly, and the radiating heat wave even scorched the bangs on the foreheads of several students. However, Ace also took advantage of this moment of pause, exhausted all his strength, and moved towards Zifa's fist again from bottom to top. Clang! Zifa obviously swung a fist of flesh and blood, but the moment it touched Ace's sword, there was a deafening sound of gold and iron, but it was still invincible. The flames on Ace's broadsword collapsed directly, but only burned a little part of Zifa's clothes, and a huge force rushed into Ace's body, making his body shake violently, and blood gulped from his mouth. It sprayed out, and the big knife in his hand could no longer be controlled. It came out directly. All this happened in a flash, and a series of changes made people dizzy. After 2 rounds of unloading, the strength of Zifa's fist has weakened a lot. Ace's second knife changed the direction of Zifa's fist. Instead of hitting Ace directly, it whizzed past his head, blowing his hair into a mess. And the series of angry explosions coming from behind also made Ace's eyes go black, feeling like he had walked before the gate of hell, and he couldn't imagine the consequences of this punching himself. Ace barely raised his trembling hands, cupped his fists at Zifa in front of him, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Master Zifa, thank you very much." He succeeded, taking Zifa's punch. Zifa had retracted his fist at this moment, and stood quietly in front of Ace, smiling, his eyes full of admiration. As a veteran who has galloped on the battlefield for decades, and later spent the rest of his life cultivating strong men, how could he fail to see the strength and potential of this kid in front of him? Zifa had already used -% of his strength in that punch just now. Even a lieutenant general can't easily block it. But in his opinion, Ace is at best a major general, but in such a short period of time, through a series of actions, he successfully resolved his full blow. Zifa knows that Ace is only a school grade at the moment. I don't know what he will think. "You are very good. If I guess correctly, you must have mastered the knowledge color domineering." Zifa seemed to be in a good mood again, and asked with a smile, "Yes, my lord has sharp eyes." If he hadn't mastered the arrogance of knowledge, it would be impossible for Ace to know the trajectory of Zifa's fist in advance, and to deflect his attack direction with 2 knives, thus blocking the punch. Stop flattering, you kid. If I had real insight, I wouldn't have doubted you just now. I apologize to you." Zifa's words made Ace feel good about him again. Not everyone people in high positions are willing to admit their mistakes. And don't worry, from today onwards, you will be the number 5 elite student of this training base, and your 2 friends will also successfully become the second stage students of the base. "Thank you, Lord Zifa." Ace was overjoyed and immediately brought Drake and Ein to salute Zifa. This time, there was not even a single voice of opposition in the arena. The blazing flame that Ace swung just now is still warm on the training ground at this moment, and no student on the scene can rise up the heart of resistance in front of this supernatural power. 34. Chapter 34 Elite Student Part 2. Since then, the group arena has officially ended, and Ace has become the number 1 recognized by everyone, and the group of students also disbanded immediately. When Ace was about to go back with everyone, Zifa stopped him. In the previous battle, Ace's broad-backed sword was severely damaged, and Zifa felt a little sorry. So he waved his hand and said to Shatton behind him, "I think Ace's big knife can be regarded as a fast knife, but I ruined it. Later, you will give this kid a big fast knife." The instructors, including Shadon, were sweating profusely when they heard the old man's words. It seems that Zifa really likes Ace, a child with potential, but if he wants to give a big knife casually, can he take it out casually? "My lord, there are only 21 big sharp knives in the world. There are a few in the Navy, but they all have owners." Shatton replied with a wry smile. "Oh, really? Zifa was taken aback by the words, but he had already said it, and now he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Ace and said, "Boy, Ace, I will definitely find a pirate when I turn around, teacher. You grab a big sharp knife and come back, and I will ask Shatton to find you a sharp knife recently. Let's make a living first." How could Ace not agree? In fact, this knife was broken because it couldn't withstand the high temperature of stacking flame slash. There is something wrong with not occupying. So Ace immediately bowed his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Zifa." When a teacher called, Zifa laughed heartily. "Ah, yes, my good student. You must be tired today. Go back and rest for 2 days. You will come to the sub-island of the naval base the day after tomorrow. We will start classes." Deputy Island? Ace's heart moved. When he first came to this naval base, he found that the island was gourd-shaped. But for more than a month, they have been active on one side of the gourd, and they have never seen the second stage students participate in training. After listening to Zifa's words this time, Ace finally understood that the other side of the gourd should be the place for the second stage students to learn. "Teacher Zifa, I want to ask you about the method of cultivating armed color domineering." Ace retracted his thoughts and asked for advice. Seeing that Ace is so eager to learn, Zifa was relieved again, but he still replied, "With your current physical strength, you can indeed touch the domineering armed color, but I suggest you learn the 6 styles of the Navy first." 6 forms. Ace murmured. He couldn't be more familiar with this name, and in the One Piece anime in his previous life, Ace saw the importance of a series of 6 styles physical skills, and each move can actually be redeveloped. And since these days, both the enemy Barranca and the instructor Shodan have used Shave in front of Ace. This move is one of the 6 moves. After seeing the power of these moves with his own eyes, Ace has actually been coveting it for a long time. It's just because domineering is a must-have power for the strong in One Piece. Ace put the 6 styles in a secondary position first, but judging from Zifa's meaning, the 6 styles seem to be very important. That's right, the 6 styles refer to spears, iron blocks, shaving, moon steps, haze feet, and paper paintings. Each of them is the essence of physical skills that are closely related to domineering and are summed up by senior naval officers. Zifa said slowly when he saw that Ace seemed to have something to say. He smiled and encouraged him. "If you have anything to ask, you can just say it." Finger guns and iron blocks are related to armed color domineering, while finger painting is related to knowledge color domineering. Ace said hesitantly. Obviously, finger guns and iron blocks are parts of the hardened body, both of which already have a prototype of the armed color domineering, while finger painting is the joint use of the 6th sense in the body, which is also related to the knowledge color closely related. As for the other 3 styles, Shave, Moonstep, and Lonjiao, although Ace doesn't know what it has to do with domineering for the time being, the special effects they produce are also what he is determined to achieve. "You are very smart." Zifa nodded to Ace appreciatively and continued, "But to be precise, if you master the 6 styles, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort if you practice domineering." Hearing this, Ace couldn't help admiring the ancestors of the Navy who created the 6 moves. These 6 moves are not only the ultimate use of the body, but also laid a solid foundation for countless navies to practice domineering. That is, as a result, the strongest in the Navy emerged in large numbers, becoming the largest force on the sea. Then asked Mr. Zifa, "When can we start learning?" Ace's eyes have already raised the desire for the 6 styles. Don't worry, boy Ace, you have to know that a healthy body is essential to become a strong man." Zifa admired the energetic Ace more and more, but he still said, "You just went through a battle and got injured a little bit, so you have to do what I said just now. You go back and rest for a day, and I will formally teach you the 6 styles the day after tomorrow." "Yes." Ace was a little helpless, but his already rumbling stomach reminded Ace that he really needed to go to the cafeteria to rub a meal immediately to replenish the energy he had just consumed. So after saying goodbye, Ace went straight to the cafeteria. Seeing Ace's leaving figure and looking at Zifa next to him with a satisfied face, the corners of Shatton's mouth twitched, and finally he couldn't help but said, "Master Zifa, among the second stage students, there is a student named Bay Ronkas, you know. There are more than 30 students in the second stage. How could I not know? That kid is good at swordsmanship, but Ace's potential is even greater. If there is no Ace this time, the 5th elite student quota will probably be his." "Why, already?" Zephyr said suspiciously. Shatton couldn't help stroking his forehead when he heard this. "It seems that the beam should have gotten bigger. Not counting the last incident, Ace has snatched the place of the elite students of Barranca again this time." Actually, it's nothing. It's just that Ace and Veronica decided to fight to the death after 3 months a month ago," Shatton said as calmly as possible. "Nonsense." Zephyr raised his eyebrows and was about to get angry. Veronica suggested it. Zifa has just played against Ace, and probably already knows Ace's level of strength. If major generals are divided into entry-level, ordinary, elite, and peak level, Ace is also at the ordinary level based on physical strength alone. With the addition of the flame ability, it can deal with ordinary major generals, but is still slightly weaker than elite major generals. Although Barranca's physical strength is average, his swordsmanship is remarkable. As long as he holds a knife in his hand, he is close to the strength of a major general. Ace is definitely not his opponent. Zifa is very optimistic about Ace. He has the strength of a major general at the age of 10, and he has courage and responsibility. If he is trained well, he will definitely be another general in the future. That's the problem. The duel was brought up by Ace. Shatton immediately talked about what happened a month ago, and I also probably understood what Ace was thinking at the beginning. Where there are people, there are conspiracies, and the Navy is no exception. For Ace back then, if he hadn't proposed a duel in 3 months, maybe Ace would have died silently in the mission during this period. After Zifa heard this, he had no choice but to say anything else. In the Navy, it is allowed to challenge the strong. After all, in this cruel world, without competition, one can only slowly decay. At that time, I will try my best to save his life. Zifa sighed, and then dispersed with the instructors. 35, Chapter 35, 6 Styles and Tina. Chapter 35, 6 Styles and Tina. After walking into the peninsula, Ace found that the buildings here are surprisingly simple. Apart from the large and small training grounds, there are only a few villas standing in the corner of the island. Seeming to see Ace's doubts, Zephyr smiled and said, "Don't look. The students in the second stage are doing tasks outside every day. After all, only in real battles can they improve their strength faster. And those villas are specially assigned to 5 elite students, so that everyone will have the motivation to work hard." Zifa said here, the two have also chosen a small training ground. Stopped. After today's teaching is over, you can also go directly to pick a villa to live in. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help feeling a little admiration for Zifa's teaching philosophy. Since entering this base, he has seen the ubiquitous sense of competition. If you fall behind, you have to be eliminated. And if you become stronger, you will have superior resources. No wonder all the students are working hard. Seeing Ace's thoughtful expression, Zephyr understood that Ace already knew the intention of his series of settings. He was a little surprised, but more satisfied. With such a mind at such a young age, it seems that my evaluation of Ace is still low. Okay, let's start now. Zifa didn't think too much. After all, the purpose of today is to explain the 6 styles to Ace. Yes, teacher. Ace also withdrew his thoughts and concentrated on listening. Yesterday, I already asked someone to check your profile, and the profile shows that you were recommended by that old guy Garp. Having said that, Zifa showed a playful smile on his face. Fortunately, you didn't follow his studies, and his teaching methods are eccentric. Ace couldn't help but nodded secretly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Grandpa Garp is the man who pushed Luffy off the cliff, tied a balloon, and let him fly into the sky. It is called a special training of love, and this brain circuit is not ordinary. After mentioning Garp, the teaching atmosphere also inexplicably relaxed. Next, Ace also realized the powerful teaching ability of Zifa. It is worthy of being the instructor who taught most of the Navy. Zifa first designed a series of exercise programs and diet programs based on Ace's current physical condition, and organized Ace's training plan for the next period of time in an orderly manner. And Ace also brought up some problems encountered in the previous training, and Zifa could use the simplest language to explain his doubts, which instantly made Ace understand thoroughly. After today, Ace is more confident about becoming a major general in 2 months. Next is the explanation of the 6 styles. After the basic explanation, Zifa's words made Ace's eyes light up and finally got to the point. 6 styles are 6 kinds of physical skills that surpass human physical ability. In the Navy, mastering them means that you have stepped into the door of the strong with half a foot. Before, I have already told you about iron blocks, finger guns, and finger paint, and today I will tell you about the other 3. Shaving is a physical technique that steps on the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive power and move at high speed, while Uabu is a physical technique that steps on the air to generate an air shield and move in the air. These 2 methods can be said to have the same effect. But the last Lanjiao is to use the rapid kick to exceed the speed of sound to compress the air in front of the leg, roll up the vacuum, and send out a sharp slashing wave, directly killing the enemy. Sword Chi. Ace already had some understanding of the 6 styles, but after listening to Zifa's words, he understood it even more thoroughly. After hearing the principle of Lanjiao, he suddenly thought, could he combine Flame Slow with Lanjiao? It's all sword energy. Why not? Thinking of this, Ace immediately expressed his thoughts to Zifa, which made the teacher's eyes light up, and he discussed with Ace a little excitedly. In the following time, Zifa described this six-style exercise method to Ace in detail and solved some things that Ace didn't understand. Okay, let's stop here today. Go back and do as I said. I think you will achieve results within half a year. Zifa still has some confidence in Ace's talent, and the normal Navy wants to learn six styles. Without a year or two of hard work, it is impossible to have results. Half a year, Ace murmured in his heart. He couldn't wait so long. Before he could duel with Veronica, he had to master at least 3 of them. This key is for you. Villano Dash will be yours before you graduate. Zifa smiled and handed Ace a key. For some reason, Zifa did not mention the duel between Ace and Veronica today. Perhaps in his opinion, the young eagle, which has been protected under the wings of its mother, cannot fly against the wind. Ace's future can only be broken by himself. After bidding farewell to Mr. Zifa, Ace walked straight towards the villa area. He was going to go and have a look first, and then take Drake and Ein to live there. Otherwise, such a big house would be too deserted. Along the way, Ace saw only a few students in 2s and 3s, all of whom were holding training equipment the size of a millstone and exercising crazily. Ace couldn't help but marvel at the excellence of Zifa's teaching mechanism again. Cute kid, who are you looking for? Just when Ace had already walked to the villa, a soft female voice suddenly came from his side, which made Ace shudder. What is cute? Although Ace will be 11 years old in a month, his mental age is already in his 20s. With a stiff complexion, he turned his head and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a beautiful woman with pale pink hair parted in the middle, wearing purple sunglasses and a red professional attire. She looked heroic. She was 20 years old, left and right look. Was that whining sound just now made by her? Contrast cute. Little brother, do you want to go to my sister's house to play for a while? The man looked at Ace with little stars in his eyes and gently invited. What's the situation? What little brother? Is this child abduction? This is a naval base. No, no need. Ace's face was stiff, and he was almost speechless. Oh, it's all my sister's fault. I haven't introduced myself yet. The beauty suddenly realized and then said, My name is Tina, and the number 4 villa in front is my sister's home. Go home with my sister, and my sister will give me the answer. You eat. Hearing Tina's name and thinking of her appearance, Ace already knew her identity. Black Kanhina, a can fruit-capable person. But this style of painting is wrong. In anime, don't you have a cold face? What's the matter with such an appearance of trying to seduce a child? Also, are you blind? I'm wearing a Navy uniform. Do you think I'm here to play? No need. Villanoa is my home, Ace said with suppressed emotions. End of this chapter. 36. Chapter 36, Major, General. Part 1. What? The sunglasses on Tina's head fell to the bridge of her nose, and she was startled. Enough, Tina. At this moment, Smoker, who was smoking a cigar, stopped Tina with a black line on his head. You just returned to the base yesterday. Don't you know that the last elite student in our base already selected? It's Ace in front of you, Smoker said, looking at Ace with a complicated expression. A month ago, when Smoker met Ace for the first time, he was just the most ordinary student. But when he met again, this kid skipped the second stage and became an elite student. You must know that Smoker had struggled in the base for 2 years before he was recognized by Zifa. Also, Tina, when will you change your temper? Don't go up and talk to children when you see children. Huh? I just can't help it when I see cute thing. Tina pouted. She obviously didn't expect that the young lady in front of her was an elite student like herself. Little brother, remember to come and play. Sister is really good at making braised sea king ramen. When Tina was taken away by Smogra, she still didn't forget to invite Ace with her head. Ace looked at the light in her eyes and was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that Tina, who was so cold in front of the pirates, would have such a side. Shaking his head, Ace took out the key and opened the door of the villa in front of him. The villa is divided into 2 floors. The interior decoration is not luxurious, but it makes full use of every inch of space. IT not only has 4 bedrooms, but also has a living room, kitchen, meeting room, etc., and the most important thing is a unique gym. In the future, Ace can use the rich fitness equipment inside without going out to complete the fitness plan that Mr. Zifa made for him. After visiting the villa, Ace went to pick up Drake and Ian, and each of them shared a room. Ein obviously admired Ace even more, but Tina suddenly came over during dinner at night and said that he would give Ace under. As a result, this scene made the little beauty of Ayn pout her mouth and inexplicably raised a wave of hostility. She even forgot to be shy and hugged Ace's arm tightly, as if he was afraid that his brother would be snatched away. But who knew Tina just liked cute things, and after seeing Ayn's rosy little face, she became even more excited. If Smoker, who came later, forcibly pulled her away, it is estimated that neither of Ace could escape the murderous hands of this woman. In the next 2 months, except for the occasional harassment from Tina, Ace devoted himself to the study of the 6 styles and asked Zifa when he didn't understand. And Zifa, as expected of a famous teacher, Ace can often benefit a lot with just a few words. This allowed Ace to make rapid progress in his mastery of this series of physical skills. 2 months later, in a small training ground. Shave. Ace stared sharply at an open space a few meters ahead, let out a low shout, and then suddenly stepped on the same ground with both feet, and the next moment, Ace's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the original place ground, leaving only a circle of airwaves that slowly spread out. Immediately afterwards, Ace suddenly appeared at the position where his eyes were staring at just now, with exceptional precision. But it wasn't over yet. Ace turned around, turned somersaults, and then his feet suddenly drew 2 intersecting arcs in the air. Lawn feet. As soon as the words fell, 2 cyan sword chi in the shape of a waning moon split out from Ace's toes and instantly hit the target not far away. Click. After a crisp sound, an X-shaped sword mark suddenly appeared, cutting the hard target into 4 parts. Call. Ace landed steadily and let out a long breath. He still underestimated the difficulty of the 6 forms. 2 months was still not enough for him to firmly grasp all the 6 forms. So in 1 month, Ace decisively put his main energy on the 2 styles of shaving and Lanjiao, and the other 4 styles were used as auxiliary practice. Sure enough, Ace's efficiency has been greatly improved now. After the 2nd month passed, he was able to use these 2 styles proficiently, and he still had extra time to try to integrate Zihua into Lanjiao. Although only half of the normal slashing power can be exerted by the fusion of purple fire with Lanjiao, Ace has been able to use the layer flamed slash that does not require a sword as a carrier since then, greatly increasing the flexibility of the battle. Ace's complexion moved, and he felt the changes in his body. Immediately, his face showed a look of great joy. There are still 2 days until the duel with Baron Ka-At. This time, he's going to be promoted to Major General. Ace decisively called up his own attribute panel. Attributes. Physical fitness, School 10. Spiritual fire essence body, Ju, 2nd level. Refining energy, 90 of 90. It seems that he has worked hard every day for the past 2 months, persisted to his limit, and now he has finally achieved results, and the full tempering energy is the proof. With a thought, Ace decisively chose to strengthen. The 90-point tempering energy washed over Ace's body in an instant, and the cells seemed to be cheering. After 2 months of hard training, Ace's physique finally broke through the original bottleneck at this moment and truly entered the Major General level. And before Ace had time to experience his growing power, his consciousness shrank suddenly, and he reappeared in the familiar space of the different fire system. In the center of the hall, the system's emotionless voice came from the Xian Zhongru. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Major General level and meeting the minimum requirements for the official version of the Awakening Abnormal Fire System. Ace's face turned black, and the co-author is now the official version of the different fire system. Sure enough, as soon as the system finished speaking, the dense fog that filled the depths of the hall slowly dissipated, and the few dark stone pillars on the outermost side gradually revealed his figure. And those various flames at the top of the stone pillar also danced slowly one by one, releasing dazzling light, and displayed them in front of Ace. The host's physical strength has reached the Major General level, and 10 low-level different fires are unlocked. The host can choose one by himself and incorporate it into his body. The words of the system shocked Ace, and he immediately looked at the 10 stone pillars. The moment his eyes swept across the stone pillar, the names and characteristics of these 10 different fires all appeared in Ace's mind. From left to right, ranking from low to high. Number 23, Xian Huangyan. Number 22, Spirit Fire of Thousand Beasts. Number 19, Xinglian Earthheart Fire. Number 17, Volcanic Stone Flame. Number 15, Sea Heart Flame. Number 14, Fallen Heart Flame. Familiar names appeared in Ace's mind, making his mouth dry. I want them all. What should I do? No, you can only choose one. The system's words appeared at the right time, interrupting Ace's fantasy. I'll go. Why can you hear what I think in my heart? The system doesn't want to explain. I'll just tell you that it's not that easy to subdue the different fires. During the Major General period, you can only withstand one low-level strange fire. When you reach the Lieutenant General, you can choose 2 additional low-level different fires. Ace understood that the system was telling the truth because it was introduced in the novels of Fighting the Sky, that the different fires are domineering and extremely destructive in nature, and the 2 different fires are basically incompatible like old enemies, existing in a person's body at the same time. It seems that there is only one possibility of exploding and dying. Xiao Yin was able to swallow several different fires at the same time by relying on the unique fighting spirit of Fenju. And from what the system said, it seems that he can also help Ace incorporate several different fires into his body at the same time after reaching the rank of Lieutenant General. God-defying. It seems that the title of Emperor Yin will belong to Ace. After knowing that he can continue to choose the different fire in the future, after simple thinking, Ace made up his mind directly. I choose Qinglian Dixinuo. This chapter is for Big Boss Cheongju. Half of the nearly 16 recommended votes were voted by him, and I also thank Backfire Beast, Bobo Sushi, Qing Han, Sumeng Qingyi, and my stamp. There are still 100 recommended votes left. The author will do what he says as long as there are 8 votes. 2 updates will be guaranteed from next week, and there will be another update at 2 o'clock tonight. 37. Chapter 37, Qinglian Earthheart Fire, Part 2. Qinglian's heart is on fire. As the name suggests, it was born in the depths of the earth and has undergone countless times of tempering, fusion, compression, and carving by the fire of the earth. It takes 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to form, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. Qinghua, its name is Qinglian Huo, also known as Qinglian Dixinuo. This is the first kind of strange fire that Xiao Yin subdued in fights break the sphere, but this is not the reason why Ace chose it. Although different fires have different strengths, after all, Qinglian's heart fire is only ranked 19th, and above it, Ace can clearly choose the 14th ranked falling heart flame. What led Ace to choose it was a piece of information that flooded his head. This fire must be accompanied by the most treasured green lotus seed. When you practice, you will be calm and let people understand flames to a higher level. There are lotus seeds of earth fire on the green lotus seed. If you condense one for 100 years, eating one can increase your cultivation. There were 11 earth fire lotus seeds on the green lotus seed that Xiao Yin obtained back then, but the earth fire lotus seeds on the stone pillar in front of Ace. There are 12 of them. In other words, this fire is more powerful than Xiao Yan's, and it has existed for a full 1,000 or this years. The most important thing is that 12 is a reincarnation. After 12 earth fire lotus seeds were produced on the green lotus seed, a new powerful ability was formed instead. With a green lotus seed as the main body, and the 12 earth fire lotus seeds as the supplement, those who absorb the green lotus seed will gain the infinite loyalty of those who absorb the earth fire lotus seeds. At the same time, the person who absorbs a ground fire lotus seed will also have half the physical strength of the person who absorbs the green lotus seed. They can use a wisp of green lotus ground heart fire. If Ace chooses Qinglian Dixinuo, although the intensity of this fire is not as high as the previous ones, Ace can get 12 subordinates whose strength improves with his own improvement, and who are also infinitely loyal to him. Besides, Falling Heart Flame. You can take it next time. Then why hesitate? I'm sure that's it. As soon as Ace's words fell, the stone pillar where Qinglian's heart fire was located trembled for a while, and then the cyan flame lingering on its top suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the magical lotus-shaped flame appeared directly in front of Ace. The fiery high temperature curled a few strands of hair on Ace's forehead, and the temperature was dozens or hundreds of times higher than the purple fire in Ace's body. The purple fire that was originally in Ace's abdomen shrank into a small ball after feeling the existence of Qinglian's heart fire, exuding fear. It really is a strange fire, the Emperor in the fire. Ace couldn't wait to laugh 3 times, and put away the green lotus seed and 12 ground fire lotus seeds with his backhand, and Ace looked intently at the flame in front of him. If it was normal, Ace would be directly burned into ashes just by getting close to the strange fire, but the system is really miraculous, and before Ace could react, Qinglian's heart fire turned into a kindling and suddenly rushed into his body, directly occupying the center of Ace's abdomen, while the original Zihua shrank tremblingly into the corner. Before Ace could show his joy, he lost consciousness instantly because of the sudden and severe pain. How painful it must be for a strong-willed person like Ace to faint before he has time to react. Oh, brother. In a daze, Ace heard a crying voice calling himself anxiously. Opening his eyes hard, In front of Ace was the tearful Ein, who was leaning in front of him at this moment. His crystal eyes were full of concern. Where is this? Ace was still a little dizzy, but he knew that he was lying on the bed now, and the sheets were pink, exuding a faint girlish fragrance. Oh. Ain was shocked at first, and then shouted out in surprise, "Brother, you finally woke up?" Then Ain seemed to be aggrieved because of his worries for several days and said aggrievedly, "Brother, you have been in a coma for 2 days. After I found you fainted on the training ground, I had to take you back to my room. The military doctor from the base came after reading it. There is nothing I can do. Ein is really scared." When Ace saw Ein, who was about to cry, he couldn't help feeling a little love and pity in his heart. Thinking that he had been lying in Ain's boudoir for 2 days, the faint fragrance around him made him blush again. Cough, cough. After a cough relieved his embarrassment, Ace suddenly remembered that today was the day to duel with Barranca, and he shot himself up. Ain, tell brother quickly, what happened to the duel? Ein pouted, seeing that Ace was still thinking about the duel. His face was a little unhappy. Brother, you just woke up. You need to rest more. Ace was a little helpless. He couldn't criticize Ein's petty waywardness at all, so he could only say softly, Ein, be obedient. Since brother has decided to fight, he must fulfill it. Otherwise, he will be ridiculed. Besides, you have to believe brother's strength. Ain tilted his head and thought carefully, hesitated for a while, and then responded, Okay, I will tell brother. Blanca just returned to the base yesterday, and today he set up a ring in the woods at the corner of the training base. However, brother Drake has already gone help you refuse the duel, so brother don't worry. What? Hearing this, Ace stood up directly, then picked up Ain with one hand, pushed open the door, and rushed out. Ain, who was pretty and blushing in his arms, rushed towards the forest at the fastest speed. He didn't think that Veronica was so easy to talk to, and with Drake's temperament, he wouldn't say that he would give in. Don't let anything happen. Oh, the place of life and death duel is a corner of the training base that few people go to. Although this kind of duel is not prohibited in the Navy, it is not suitable to be put on the bright side after all. Just like in the anime, Akainu and Akiji competed for the position of marshal. For the duel, they also chose an uninhabited island like Punk Hazard. At this moment, there are only a few people in the duel arena. Veronica is standing in the middle of the ring. Polka is standing on the edge of the ring with 3 younger brothers, and besides that, there is only Drake standing under the ring. You said Ace is sick? Veronica looked down at Drake and sneered. Can you come up with such a clumsy excuse? If you're afraid of death, just say it. Polka's sinister voice reached Drake's ears. It's probably because I heard the news that our boss Barranca is back, and my legs are weak from fright. Haha, after all, my brother came back with the head of a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million yuan this time, and that trash of Ace can only pretend to be sick. Polka held a knife and walked to Dre without knowing it in front of Ku. He looked like he was showing off his power. I don't know what Mr. Zifa likes about this kind of trash. I don't think my brother needs to do anything. Even me now can chop him down. In the past 3 months, because Boca followed his brother and learned a few sword skills desperately, he thought he could deal with Ace. After all, he was not present in the previous group arena, so he raised a sense of self-confidence. How? Is your arm still hurting? Drake couldn't help but sarcastically, because he knew about Polka Dot together with Ace. Court death. Polka's face changed, and he regarded it as a shame to have his arm broken by AC. At this moment, Drake poked his pain. How could he bear it? So, without even thinking about it, Polka drew his knife and slashed at Drake. The younger brothers behind him wanted to remind him immediately, but was already a step too late. Roar. There was a tyrannical roar of a beast, and then Boca spurted blood and was thrown backwards by the tail of Drake, who turned into a Tyrannosaurus. Brother Polka Dot, he has a devil fruit. After being beaten into the air, Boca faintly heard the voices of a few younger brothers. Starting tomorrow, each chapter will be updated at 8 o'clock every morning and evening. I will work hard. I hope everyone can vote for recommendation to support me in the future, okay? 38, Chapter 38 about burning fruit. Recently, people always come to Ace to ask questions about burning fruit. I will express my personal opinion here. Indeed, the devil fruit in the world of One Piece can be continuously developed. No matter how rubbish the fruit is, as long as the owner develops it properly, it may exert great power. However, to develop fruits, one needs to understand the method. It's not that you think about it in your heart and say, I want to raise the temperature of the flame to degrees. The flame temperature of the burning fruit suddenly increased just because of your words. Just like Luffy, his second gear is to compress steam into his body to increase his speed. The third gear is to blow air into the bone to increase the volume of the fist. The fourth gear is to increase the endurance of the skin with the domineering of the armed color, and then blow air into the muscles. We can see that Oda still hopes to add rationality to the way of fruit development. To be honest, my imagination is definitely not as rich as Oda's. I added the element of different fire to the novel because I wanted to give a feasible way to increase the temperature of the flame. Moreover, as you can see, Ace in the novel is only 11 or 12 years old now. Could it be that he gave up the opportunity to use different fires to improve his strength just because of the burning fruit that he doesn't know where? Moreover, in my setting, the different fire can also temper Ace's body and improve his basic strength, which is also very important. Finally, let me tell you with certainty that the burning fruit will definitely appear in the future, and it will have its special effect. Oh, when the author writes a book, there will definitely be places where he has not thought carefully, and I hope everyone will give their opinions gently. End of this chapter. 39. Chapter 39. The moment Polka landed, he didn't even have a chance to regret it, so he rolled his eyes and passed out directly. When Belanca in the center of the ring saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and he was shocked by Drake's devil fruit ability. But the younger brother was knocked out with a punch, which obviously angered Belanca, so he snorted coldly and ran towards Drake in the Tyrannosaurus form without hesitation. Armed color domineering suddenly covered both fists, and he punched Drake. Facing the menacing Belanca, Drake's huge body shrunk suddenly, turning into a half-beast form of the animal-type devil fruit. Transformed into a monster with a Tyrannosaurus head and human limbs, but its explosive power can still be seen. Boom. Facing Belanca, who had already rushed in front of him, Drake also punched him. The two fists clashed, and a wave of air spread from between the two of them. Originally, in Belanca's opinion, Drake was seriously injured by his punch 3 months ago. Now, even with the devil fruit, how much stronger can he be? But he underestimated the increase in the strength of the ancient animal species, not to mention that after having the devil fruit, in the past 2 months, Drake's own physical strength has also increased rapidly. Therefore, after becoming a half-beast, Drake's power has surpassed that of Belanca. Drake remained motionless, while Belanca took 3 steps back with a gloomy expression. Those little brothers who were shouting at first, and the Drake who wanted to be strangled, were speechless. Very good. It seems that if I don't show my power, you really treat me like a sick cat. Belanca said this sentence almost through gritted teeth. First, Ace ignored him many times, but now Drake, who could have been crushed, actually made him suffer a small loss. Belanca could hardly suppress the anger in her heart. Raising his hand, he took out the samurai sword at his waist, and Belanca slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. The cold light on the blade showed the quality of its good and sharp sword. The expression on Drake's face also became extremely serious, and he pulled out the knife and 4-bladed warhammer from his waist. In fact, he knew that the punch just now was actually a bigger loss for him. Belanca on the opposite side had already mastered the arm domineering, and the domineering was wrapped in 2 fists. Instead of punching each other, it's like hitting steel. Although he repelled it, Drake was slightly injured by the countershock. You can let me take out the weapon, you should be lucky. Belanca held the knife in his hand, as if he had changed into a different person. His eyes were full of confidence. Drake sensed a dangerous aura from Belanca's body. The weapons in both hands were crossed in front of him, ready to fight. Blade Art Thunder Flash. After Belanca whispered the 4 words, the knife in his hand suddenly swung out, making a thunderous explosion out of thin air. The light of the knife flashed away like lightning, and Drake's face changed drastically. He barely had time to raise the weapon a little bit, and his body turned slightly, and the samurai sword had already slashed on him. Puff. This speed of slashing instantly left a terrifying wound across half of Drake's chest. Blood splattered. With a plop, Derek knelt down on one knee, with the weapons in both hands propped on the ground, stiffening and not wanting to fall. Oh, do you still have the strength? Belanca flicked his right hand to dry the blood on the knife, looking at Drake, who was still trying to stand up again, feeling a little surprised. It's the cuticle that reduces the power of my slash. Seeing the thick layer of skin covering Drake's body, Belanca said with a look of contempt, "That ace is worth your life. Struggle is interesting." What? Facing the injured Drake, Belanca stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. He raised his foot and stepped on the wound on his chest, crushing and crushing vigorously. As long as you say one thing, Ace is a coward and a waste. I'll let you go. How about it? Due to the severe pain, Drake is withdrawn from the half-beast form and returned to the human form. At this moment, his complexion is extremely pale due to the pain, but he still clenched his teeth firmly and finally squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Pooh. Huh, don't eat the toast, you'll be punished. Blanca's face darkened, and he raised his right foot high, covered with a layer of arrogance, and was about to stomp it away again. Lan's foot, stacking flame slash. At this moment, a roar mixed with anger suddenly sounded from outside the woods, and then a nearly 5-meter-long crescent-shaped sword aura, with terrifying high temperature, swept across the woods outside the ring like lightning. The big tree with the thickness of several people was split into two in an instant, and then the monstrous purple fire burned it up. Before Blanca could stamp his feet, he hurriedly raised his knife to meet the sword energy. The clang. With a loud bang, the sword energy exploded, and the purple fire filled the air, directly covering Barranca's body, blasting him back instantly. Shave. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Ace and Ian suddenly appeared in front of Drake, bending down to check his body. Seeing the knife wound that almost split Drake's chest in two and the footprints on it, Ace's face was somber, that it was about to drip water. Sorry to trouble you again. Drake's face was pale, but he forced a smile. Brother, stop talking, just leave it to me. Ace's informative domineering had covered the ring long before he came, and in the end Drake would rather die than insult him. Seeing everything in his eyes, how could he blame Drake? You take Drake to the bottom of the ring first, and I'll kill that bastard. Ace's voice was low, but there was no doubt about it. Ein also felt the determination in Ace's tone, so he didn't refuse this time, but obediently helped the injured Drake under the ring. Are you going to kill me? Blanca's voice came from the flames, and then the raging flames seemed to be shaken by a powerful force, and they collapsed in all directions, revealing his figure again, a T this time. Even though most of the flames were shaken away, Barranca was not unscathed, but extremely embarrassed. Half of his hair was burned off, and his clothes were covered with scorched black marks. Only with these flames, caught off guard by a frontal attack, Barranca was completely enraged. If he hadn't been armed and domineering, he would have suffered even more this time. Blanca, who was furious, didn't say any more, but rushed towards Ace with a knife. Flame Shung. This is another move from Ace's anime. The purple flame burst out suddenly, forming a wall of fire directly between Ace and Barranca, blocking Barranca's charge. Taking this opportunity, Ace's expression became extremely serious, and with a flip of his right hand, a broad-backed sword appeared in his hand. Shatton took a sharp knife for Ace before, so after absorbing the sharp knife, the wide-backed sword has returned to its original shape at this time. And the reason why Ace took out the big sword is because he has not yet firmly grasped Qinglian's heart fire in just 2 days. Only by relying on a carrier like a sword can he give full play to the power of the strange fire. With slightly condensed eyes and a knife in both hands, Ace looked at Barranca, who had already rushed out of the wall of fire. Talk to yourself softly. Qinglian, flame slash. 40. Chapter 40 Burn to Ashes. Chapter 40 Burn to Ashes. Call. The cyan flame rushed out of Ace's palm, climbed up the handle, and covered the entire broadsword. The terrifying temperature distorted the air, and the cyan flame directly melted the sword into a liquid. The veins on Ace's forehead burst out, and he tried his best to maintain the shape of the flame. No more hesitation, the arms suddenly fell. This time, the melted liquid mixed with the cyan's strange fire, together forming a solid sword energy, which seemed to cut through the air and directly hit Barranca. Before the sword chi arrived, the piercing crescent shape and the terrifying high temperature that hit his face already made Barranca's face show a fearful expression. He didn't dare to think about it at all, and the arm domineering directly covered his arms and the Liang Kuai knife in his hand. Not daring to take it head-on at all, Barranca slashed obliquely with his knife, trying to shake off the sword energy, and at the same time moved his body to the right, trying to avoid the sharp edge. Pong. The moment Liang Kuai Dao came into contact with the sword energy, a cyan light suddenly appeared, and the sword energy exploded directly. The metal droplet carrying the cyan's strange fire suddenly shot at Barranca head-on, and there was no time to react. It was like countless bullets being shot, and it sank into the left half of Barranca's body in the next second. Puff puff. Oh. The sound of cold water being poured into hot oil, mixed with Blanca's screams, immediately echoed in the entire forest. Who? There was only one handle left in Ace's hand, and he forcibly controlled the different fire, which cost him a lot of energy and gasped for breath. On the other hand, Blanca's current appearance can only be described as horrible. The left half of his body is covered with dozens of bullet holes, and blue flames occasionally jump out, and his hands holding the knife have been severed shoulder to shoulder, disappearing out of thin air, was directly evaporated by the different fire. Qinglian Dixin Huo deserves to be one of the kings of fire, far surpassing Zihua. And the reason why he was not directly burned out should also be because of the domineering color of his arms. But in Ace's eyes, the strange fire rushing into Belanca's body is constantly eating away at his arrogance. When his arrogance is exhausted, it is estimated that he will be vaporized with a puff. Swish. At this moment, Zifa's figure suddenly appeared on the ring, looking at Ace with more serious eyes. During this period of time, Zifa has experienced Ace's flame several times, and that kind of purple fire does not have the ability to break through domineering. After coming back this time, Belanca has mastered the arm domineering and possessed the full ability of a peak major general, so Zifa hit aside this time, mainly because he wanted to save Ace's life in a critical moment. But this time, Ace didn't use purple fire to fight the enemy, but used another kind of blue flame. Just a trick. Even if Zifa wanted to save Veronica, it was too late to make a move. At this moment, Veronica was seriously injured and dying. Ace, can a teacher ask you something? Zifa sighed and said to Ace. Teacher, please tell me. Ace clasped his fists respectfully and said although his body was weak for a while. Zifa hesitated, but said, Spare Belanca's life, his arms are useless now, and he can no longer hold a knife. He can't threaten you at all. Ace heard this, but did not hesitate because of hatred, and raised his hand to take back the strange fire. But at this moment Veronica, who was lying on the ground, suddenly went crazy, struggling to laugh and shouting, Ace, even if you spare me today, I will not let you go. I can't deal with it. You too will kill your relatives. Your relatives' friends. If you can't beat them, even if I poison them, they will have a terrible death. Ha 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 ha. The heart-piercing roar echoed on the ring, and Veronica smiled, but cried again. Ace, who was opposite him, faced Belanca's curse, but his face did not change at all, but slowly withdrew his right hand. After hearing Veronicas hysterical voice, Zifa seemed to understand something and didn't say any more. He let out a long sigh and disappeared into the woods. Ace looked down, and finally his body shook, which aroused the strange fire in Veronicas body. Puff. With a soft sound, Veronicas cursing stopped abruptly, and his body immediately burned into a lotus-shaped blue flame and then disappeared invisible. However, before he disappeared, there seemed to be another smile on his face. Ace stood there without moving for a long time. Ace's mind has long surpassed that of ordinary adults, and he doesn't know the meaning of Veronicas' last behavior. That is begging for death. A swordsman who has lost his arms, if he lives again, what can he use to swing his sword again? It would be better to die. Veronica is not a good person, but he can be called a real swordsman. But killing him, Ace has no regrets. Anyone who threatens his relatives and friends, Ace will burn them to ashes without hesitation. Turning around firmly, taking Drake and Ian with him, Ace walked out of the woods without looking back. This is his way, the way of a strong man piled up with the ashes of the enemy. After sending Drake to the base hospital and confirming that he could recover quickly with his strong resilience, Ace went straight back to the villa, sat cross-legged in his room, and slowly sorted out the abnormal fire in his body. Sitting like this is a whole day. The core of Ace's original spiritual fire essence art was the purple fire. After this battle, as he deepened his mastery of Qinglian's heart fire, it has been replaced by this strange fire. In an instant, Ace could clearly feel that the operation speed of the spirit fire pure body art had increased several times, and the accumulation of pure body energy was faster. And more importantly, with the addition of different fires, the body art has advanced again. On the attribute bar at this moment, the spiritual fire body Ju has reached the 3rd level. Once he exerts all his strength, Ace will be able to explode with 4 times the original physical strength. But this is not over yet. As soon as Ace thought about it, the system directly swallowed the Liang Kuai Dao that originally belonged to Veronica. After the Shin Chongru absorbed most of it, all the remaining energy poured into Ace's body. Attributes. Constitution, Major General 0. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Ju, the 3rd stage. Body Energy, 253 out of 100. Different Fire, Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Seeing that a good sharp knife actually increased nearly the points of pure body energy, Ace couldn't help being shocked, and immediately chose to strengthen without hesitation. Attributes. Constitution, Major General 2. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Ju, the 3rd stage. Body Energy, 43 of 120. Different Fire, Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Seeing that a good sharp knife actually increased nearly the points of pure body energy, Ace couldn't help being shocked, and immediately chose to strengthen without hesitation. Attributes: Constitution, Major General 2. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Ju, the third stage. Body Energy, 43 of 120. Different Fire, Qinglian Earthheart Fire. A good sharp knife has been upgraded by 2 levels, and the comfort of the increased strength in the body made Ace lick his tongue. It would be great if there were dozens of precious knives. But after shaking his head, Ace immediately threw this thought out of his mind. The number of treasured swords above Liang Kuai Dao is already limited. In other words, after Ace swallowed this good fast knife, there are at most 49 good fast knives left in the entire One Piece world, not to mention the rarer big fast knives and the supreme big fast knives. The main thing is to exercise by yourself, Ace said to himself with some regret. At this moment, Ein's sweet voice suddenly came from outside the room. Brother, Teacher Zifa asked you to go to the number 3 training ground to find him. 41. Chapter 41 Exit. Chapter 41 Exit. 4.5 months later, Zifa took a warship and came to the beach of Khmer Island. Rumbling. There was a tremor in the jungle in front of them, and several huge beasts were rampaging, and all the giant trees blocking them were directly smashed and scattered in all directions. When they rushed out of the jungle, Zifa realized that these 4 beasts were the 4 overlords on Khmer Island, and all of them possessed the strength of first-time lieutenant generals. Zifa was a little puzzled. You must know that they are evenly matched in strength. Originally, they were kings but not kings. Why do they all pile up together this time? Roar. The ferocious beast has rushed forward, roaring loudly, and is about to attack Zifa. Stop all of them. From behind the 4 ferocious beasts, suddenly there was a boy's roar, followed by a buzzing sound. A circle of blue-black aura swept across the entire beach in an instant, and these beast lords immediately froze as if they had been strangled by the neck, and their foreheads were covered with a line of cold sweat in a humane manner. Kindness. Zifa was also swept by this circle of breath, and a look of shock finally appeared on his face. Overlord is domineering. Ace's talent really made Zifa very satisfied. Originally, Zifa planned to teach Ace the arrogance of the armed color for half a year. As a result, Ace had initially mastered the armed color a month ago. So Zifa went back to the base to deal with official business and planned to let Ace stay on the island for another month so as to temper his armed domineering aura. But a month later, Ace actually awakened the Overlord look. This is the unique arrogance of a king. It cannot be obtained through cultivation, and only 1 person in a million has it. The qualifications of a king. Teacher, I'm sorry, I still can't fully grasp the domineering look and arrogance, Ace said with a hint of apology on his face at this moment, having walked closer. No need to apologize. It's too late for the teacher to be happy. Zifa didn't mean to blame at all, but let out a burst of laughter. Also, what's going on with these 4 guys? Ace laughed when he heard the teacher say this and said, This month, I have been listening to the teacher's words, not relying on flames, but relying on pure physical skills to challenge these guys. Fighting is really good for tempering domineering. I was able to completely master the armed color a few months ago, and what's more, in the constant battles, I awakened the Overlord color. What Ace didn't say was that, in fact, he had awakened the Overlord color for the first time at the terminal of the uncertain object a year ago, but he couldn't release it at will at that time. I get it. Overlord color really has a miraculous effect on these beasts with insufficient intelligence. After you release Overlord color's arrogance, these guys will not want to fight you anyway. Zifa looked at AIC. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. Ace nodded with a smile, and the 4 beasts whimpered at Ace, as if acting like a baby. Okay, I'm here to take you away. Zifa reached out and handed Ace a piece of paper and said, 2 months ago, the World Government Intelligence Organization informed us that the Kingdom of Gaia in the North Sea, there will be an underground auction in 3.5 months. Ace looked down at the information above and found that it was indeed the case. That is to say, the auction will be held in 1.5 months. Speaking of this, Zifa paused and said with a smile, Remember the sharp knife I promised you earlier? There will be one in this auction. This time, I'll take you to take this auction and grab it for you. When Zifa said this, his face was domineering, as if he didn't pay attention to the power of playing cards, stealing the country, inside. As expected of a former admiral, Ace said silently in his heart. After simply browsing the information, Ace boarded the giant ship with Zifa and headed for the base. On Khmer Island, those beast lords waved goodbye in a humane manner and shed tears of farewell. Ace couldn't help being speechless for a while, but also a little moved. When he arrived at the base, Zifa got off the boat directly and asked Ace to go to the Kingdom of Gaia to step on it first, and first confirm the location of the auction item. 2 days before the start of the auction, Zifa would take all the second-stage students to carry the playing cards, snatch the auction items, and wipe out the underground forces who went to participate. Ace wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Who was the pirate? However, with a quasi-general and a luxurious lineup of top major generals, no matter how strong this playing card is, it will probably be crushed into powder. Oh. At this time, in the Kingdom of Gaia, ordinary residents and even the army did not know that their country had already changed its master. The kingdom is not big, so it only has a city guard army of 500 people. The sergeant major of the army is named Base. It has the strength of a major general at the beginning, but he is already over 50 years old. At this moment, Base was standing in a practice room in the barracks, and in front of him stood a young man with red hair. Holding a knife in both hands, the young man raised it high above his head, struggling to chop down again and again, exhausting his strength every time, and his clothes were already wet with sweat. Base looked at it for a long time, then sighed and said, "It's almost time to rest. You've been training for a long time. It's pointless to force yourself, Willie." Willie stopped and responded respectfully, "You are right, Lord Bath." But Base didn't see the slightest hint of giving up in his eyes, so he smiled and said, "If you really feel that way, I hope you won't make me say that repeatedly. I'm very sorry." Willie bowed slightly. When Base said this, he had already taken out a long sword from the weapon holder on one side. "How about it? Do you want to fight with me?" But Willie was taken aback and didn't understand what the sergeant major meant. After all, he was just a small commander in the city guard, and his strength was not even at the school level. There was a wry smile on Base's face, and he said, "Just recently, I seem to feel that something bad has happened to our country. Playing cards are becoming more and more rampant, but there is no sign of restraint in the palace. As the sergeant major of the kingdom, I have a responsibility. I'm going to destroy playing cards alone in 2 days. Before that, I want to find someone who can play a game. Would you like to?" Base said. With his legs together, Willie felt the determination in Bath's voice. "I am willing to accept Master Bath's guidance. However, I want to go with him and help him. First, the next step is not to give pointers. I hope you can fight as an actual battle. How much you can gain from the battle depends on yourself. Second, your current strength is too weak. Going with me is just a drag. Okay, let's start." Base raised his sword in one hand and stood still. And Willie also completely threw out distracting thoughts from his mind, holding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other, with his legs spread apart, and he was ready to form a formation. He knew that Base was telling the truth. His strength was too weak. Even if he wanted to help the benefactor in front of him, he was just powerless. Since this is the case, then before that, let's fight with all our strength. Willie's eyes froze suddenly, and he kicked his right foot on the ground, raised the shield to his chest, and slammed into Base head-on. Created a group 588244272. If you have friends who are willing, you can join the group to discuss the plot and so on. 42. Chapter 42, The Sergeant Major's Faith. The momentum is good. Base laughed, and the long sword he held high slashed down, directly on Willie's shield. Clang! With a crisp sound, Willie's charge stopped abruptly, and he was bent slightly by the force of Bath's long sword. Willie clenched his teeth, held up his shield, and tried his best to hold on, but Buzz couldn't hold him down for a while. After a moment of stalemate, Bath's long sword was suddenly raised. Willie didn't react, his body staggered. Before he could stabilize his figure, Base raised his right foot and kicked it out. Pump. Willie fell heavily to the ground and let out a muffled groan, but immediately jumped up and sat up, raised his shield, and repositioned himself to face Base. Base didn't rush to attack, but slowly said, "Even if the enemy only has one sword in his hand, you can't just focus on his sword, otherwise you will be hit by the enemy just like before. Kick it out." "Yes." Willie had a sharp pain in his chest, but he still stood still and pointed the sword in his hand at Base. "Oh, that's right. If it was an ordinary soldier, it would have been over with just one blow." There was a look of appreciation in Buzz's eyes. "I must become stronger in order to help Lord Bath." Willie's tone was full of determination. When Base heard this, he couldn't help being moved. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to have such firm belief for himself. So for the first time, he took it seriously, holding his sword in both hands, and stood facing Willie. "Well, come on, Willie." "Yes." Willie let out a low cry, and immediately swung his knife and slashed at Base. Clang! Bea swung his sword upwards, first directly swung Willie away, and then slammed down and slashed on Willie's shield again. It's a pity, Willie, it's the same result as last time. After saying this, Base kicked Willie's lower abdomen again. Ugh, hi. At this critical moment, Willie let out a deep roar. Holding the shield with his left arm, he cut obliquely to the front of his lower abdomen at a speed beyond his limit. Block. Pong. Buzz kicked on the smooth surface of the shield and slid away, losing his balance. Did I count my move? Base said in surprise. Yes. Willie threw the shield, without stopping, stepped forward, kicked the ground suddenly, his body jumped high, and then with the power of his falling body, he suddenly cut down with both hands holding the sword. Cut. A set of consecutive moves seems to be on the head of Base. Play. At this moment, there seemed to be only an afterimage left on Base's arm, and he raised his sword to block Willie's attack at the last second. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Willie was sent flying again, hit the wall, and then fell to the ground. Who? Willie panted heavily, lying on the ground and unable to stand up for a while. Ha, it's wonderful. Base laughed. You did a good job. I took care not to hurt your bones when I swung the sword. Ha, that's just some skin trauma. Willie tried to stand up. No big problem. Lord Bath is really powerful. Why am I? Willie looked a little disappointed. I just have a little bit of talent. Compared with those real powerhouses, I'm still far behind. Base put the long sword back into the weapon rack. Think more about the subsequent linking moves. Yes, I will. Sure enough, Willie was full of energy and immediately agreed with full of fighting spirit. Master Chief. At this time, a soldier suddenly entered from the door, and both Base and Willie looked over at the same time. What's the matter, Deputy Chief? Base asked. Seeing that the sergeant major was busy, Willie saluted and left the practice room first. Seeing Willie go away, the deputy chief said to Base with some emotion, "The child you rescued from the street 10 years ago. I didn't expect it to be so big." Yeah, this is a good boy. Base walked to the side of the deputy chief. You fought with him. How was it? Is he talented? The deputy chief asked with a smile. No. Buzz's words shocked the deputy chief. No matter how hard this kid works, he's only just entering the school level. Baston paused, and then said, however, his talent has its limits, but by constantly honing his skills, it might be possible to improve his skills. Later, when the deputy chief heard this, he sighed. Sometimes you can't become stronger just by working hard. It's a pity for this child. Help me prepare weapons and equipment, and I'll settle accounts with those bastards in poker. Base words interrupted the deputy chief's thinking. However, the king's order has not yet come down, and the opponent's strength has not yet been investigated. The deputy chief stopped with some worry. Go. This is an order. I can't watch our country be destroyed by these scumbags. Base's order was still firm. Yes. The deputy chief understood Base's determination, so he immediately stepped back and went to make final preparations for Base. An hour later, Base came near the only hospital in the city with his long knife on his back. This knife is unusually slender. The scabbard is black, with a cross pattern engraved from top to bottom, and the handguard is decorated with furry protection. If Ace was here, he would be able to recognize that this is the saber that later belonged to the death surgeon Luo. Ghost cries. What's even more coincidental is that in the library of this hospital, Trafalgar Law, wearing a striped velvet hat, is eagerly absorbing medical knowledge. The headquarters of playing cards is just behind this hospital. Base's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he rushed towards that direction with his knife in hand. An hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days. Base seemed to have completely disappeared there. A sergeant major at the major general level, the strongest in Gaia, just disappeared without a trace. The entire city guard frantically searched for the whereabouts of Base, but was suppressed by the palace sent people half a day later, leaving Willie alone in the end, who continued to search in the city. Half a month later, Ace finally arrived in the kingdom of Gaia on an ordinary merchant ship. The moment he stepped on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the life on the boat was relatively convenient, Ace couldn't exercise in a big way because he wanted to hide his identity. Therefore, the progress of this half-month has been greatly slowed down. The property bar at this moment. Attributes. Constitution, Major General 6. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Jew, the 3rd stage. Body Energy, 23 of 160. Different Fire, Qinglian Earthheart Fire. In the past half a month, the first level has not been improved. and the ability to reach the 6th level is still the result of the previous 4.5 months. Let's go. Let's go and see the local customs first. Ace received 50 in funding for this operation, so he was in a good mood and walked towards the center of the Gaia Kingdom. End of this chapter. 43. Chapter 43, Ace's Hat. Chapter 43, Ace's Hat. As a foodie, when you arrive at a place, of course you have to try the local food first. Although the Gaia Kingdom is small, because it is a transportation hub, the tourism industry has developed very well, so there are also several local delicious specialties that must be tasted. Guest officer, the braised jumping fish you ordered is here. A waiter put the plate on the table in front of Ace. When he lifted the silver cover on the plate, a strong aroma seemed to form. It lost its essence and slowly floated to Ace's face. Sup? Can't help but take a deep breath. The saliva in Ace's mouth suddenly secreted vigorously. Index finger moves. It is indeed the #1 signature dish in Gaia. Ace picked up the chopsticks on the tablecloth, reached out and gently picked up a small piece of cheek meat under the fish's eyes, dipped it in the soup, and put it in his mouth. Sigh. Ace gasped, and the fish melted in his mouth, extremely tender. What's even more amazing is that the fresh and tender fish meat is like popping candy, bouncing continuously in Ace's mouth, slightly stimulating his taste buds. Cool. After Ace swallowed the fish, he couldn't help shouting. The guests around were not surprised when they saw it. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled, as if they had seen this scene too much. Ace used to be not refined when eating, but this time when he encountered such a delicious food, he exposed his true nature. He picked up a bowl of rice and started to eat the jumping fish. Fish with rice, exciting. Oh. After eating and drinking, Ace began to wander along the central avenue of Gaia City. Obviously, there is no such mysterious organization as urban management in the Kingdom of Gaia, so the streets are full of vendors setting up stalls. Ace stopped and walked, and suddenly stopped in front of a hawker stall selling hats. Handsome guy, do you have anything you want? The peddler is a middle-aged uncle. Seeing Ace stop, he immediately started to sell desperately. All the hats here are designed by professional designers. Good quality and low price. Don't miss it when you pass by. Ace didn't listen to him. His eyes were firmly attracted by a certain orange hat. I saw that this hat has 2 emoticon decorations of smiling face and crying face, and there is a skull brand tied with a rope under the hat. It is the hat that Ace always wears in the anime. Is this fate? Ace laughed, and the freckles on his face seemed to be cheering. He pointed to the hat and asked, Boss, how do you sell this hat? The hawker's eyes are bright. There is a show. As an old fritter who has been in society for many years, he saw Ace's love for this hat at a glance, so when he gritted his teeth, the lion opened his mouth and said, 10,000 Baileys. Old Granddad, are you crazy? You bought this hat for only berries, and you dare to sell it for death? The stall owner next to him kept fighting with him, so he immediately broke the stage. That's right, only a fool would buy it, a profiteer. A passerby also interjected. But Granddad ignored them at all. Still staring at Ace, he believed in his own judgment. It's just that the sweat streaming down his forehead shows that Granddad's heart is not peaceful. Is it Granddad? Ace had a strange expression on his face. This temperament of a profiteer really fits the name. But Ace really didn't care about the money, and he didn't bother to bargain, so he smiled and said, I bought it. What? At this moment, Granddad cried out in surprise and was immediately overjoyed. Why, you're not selling it anymore. Ace jumped, seeing Granddad's expression and feeling a little amused. Sell, of course, sell. The money earned from this order can catch up with the previous month, and Granddad immediately planned to help Ace pack it. Wait, I offered Bailey's. But at this moment, a young man wearing a green shirt and black overalls suddenly came from the other side of the street. The strangest thing was that this sentence seemed to come from the mouth of the pigeon on his shoulder. What? This time, Granddad was not the only one who was shocked. What is it today? Fools get together. Ace also raised his eyebrows and followed the voice to look over. Rob Lucci. Seeing the iconic pigeon on the boy's shoulder, Ace called out his name at once. And Lucci was called out by Ace's name, and his pupil shrank suddenly. As a member of CP9, he has been performing latent missions all year round. For most people, his real identity is an absolute secret, but today he was directly broken. You know me? Rob Lucci asked directly, not even thinking about using ventriloquist. Oh, you don't care about this. Tell me, why are you bothering me? Ace said with a sneer. An espionage organization like CP9 pays attention to lurking and will never seek trouble with a stranger for no reason. So just now Lucci came to pick things up on purpose. It must have received some mission, and it was aimed at him. Seeing that his purpose had been exposed, Lucci didn't want to make any more detours, so he said bluntly, "I won't kill you. You just need to be punched by me obediently and lie in a hospital for a few months." Huh. Ace laughed outright, as unreasonable as ever. "What if I refuse? Then I guess I might not be able to control the weight in my hand. If you accidentally cripple your limbs, it will be bad." Lucci narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone full of confidence in his own strength and contempt for Ace. "$2, gentlemen. Do you still want to buy it?" At this time, Granite's voice came in at an untimely moment, interrupting the conversation between the two. At this time, Ace also suddenly thought that Rob Lucci was in Gaia at this time, and he certainly wouldn't be specifically to deal with him. If he did it in public, his real mission would probably be ruined. So Ace said jokingly to him, "I said, Lucci, I don't think you want to do it here. You want me to fight with you. It's not impossible." Lucci hesitated and could only reply, "Say it. Didn't you just want to buy a hat? It's very simple. You pay for me, and I'll go with you." Ace felt more at ease when he saw the devastated expression on Lucci's face. And Lucci was really upset, but he could only snort coldly and dump Bailey's to Granite's booth. "Hey, sir, I'm sorry. What you just said was berries. Not enough." Granite's old face had already turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile, but what he said made Lucci tremble. "Obviously, the raging anger has been ignited in my heart. What, Mr. Lucci didn't bring enough money?" They stepped in at the right time. Click, click. Suddenly, a circle of cobweb-like cracks opened on the bluestone road under Lucci's feet. End of this chapter. 44. Chapter 44, Rob Lucci. Chapter 44, Rob Lucci. Take it. Lucci almost squeezed the words out of his teeth, threw 10,000 Baileys down, and headed out of the city first. And Ace let out a hearty laugh, put on his hat, and followed at the same speed. When Grandet saw the two people disappearing at the end of the street in an instant, he was terrified and sweated profusely. These two people turned out to be such strong men. Just now, he blackmailed the two of them. Grandet didn't dare to stay where he was anymore. He rolled up the booth, took the money, and ran away. At this moment, Ace and Lucci have already left the city and came to a deserted beach. Lucci's flying figure stopped abruptly. His feet landed on the ground, and he turned to face Ace, who was following him. "You're quite courageous, that I'm a little impressed. You actually dared to follow." Lucci waved his hand, causing the pigeon on his shoulder to fly to a tree beside him, and said with a sneer, "But don't expect me to be your subordinate. Show mercy." Ace has now landed firmly on the opposite side of Lucci, and when he heard this, he just shrugged indifferently. He is now immune to Lucci's daily attire, and the corner of his mouth is slanted. "Why didn't I dare to come? I just want you to test the results of my hard work for more than 4 months. Crazy." Seeing that Ace still wanted to use himself as a sharpening stone, Lucci didn't want to say any more, and rushed directly to Ace with a low shout. In an instant, he rushed to Ace, raised his right hand suddenly, and stretched out his index finger, as if releasing a layer of black metallic luster. Finger gone. Lucci's finger was like a bullet, broke through the speed of sound, and shot directly at Ace, but at this moment, he heard the same move name from Ace's mouth. Finger gone. Ping. Lucci's finger and Ace's finger gun collided together. It was clearly 2 fingers, but there was a sound of metal clashing. You can also point a gun. Lucci was blocked, showing a look of surprise. "Then why don't you try this move? Lawn feet." Lucci jumped up, then spun, and kicked his right foot in an arc in the air. A crescent-shaped science sword energy pierced the air and slashed towards Ace. Lawn feet. But Ace was unhurried and kicked out with the same kick. A huge sword energy, twice as large as Lucci, flew up from bottom to top. Under Lucci's shocked eyes, he first split his legs, and then he slashed at Lucci, who was in the air, without slowing down at all. Moonstep. Lucci kicked to the left, and with a countershock force of the air shield, he moved his body several meters to the right and then avoided Ace's lance feet. The sharp sword aura was undecided. It charged high into the sky, split several white clouds, and then slowly dissipated. "Are you at this level?" Ace smiled provocatively. "That's it? You still want to teach me a lesson? Just dream." Ha! Lucci laughed back angrily with a fierce expression on his face. "I admit you have successfully angered me, Do you think that you will be invincible after mastering the 6 moves? I will teach you today. What is it? It's the real 6 styles. As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, he let out a deep beast roar. The figure, which was already about 1.9 meters, slowly grew bigger at this moment, and after a while, it swelled into a monster of more than 3 meters. Its body changed into a leopard shape, and a powerful leopard tail grew behind it. Mau fruit, leopard shape? Seeing Lu Qi's change, Ace didn't show the slightest surprised expression on his face, as if he knew it a long time ago. Facing Ace's reaction, Lu Qi's expression became more serious. This feeling that everything about him is controlled by the other party is really not comfortable. Razor. If you don't understand, then use absolute strength to destroy the opponent. After Lu Qi let out a low growl, he exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Ace at a high speed. His feet cut through the traces formed by the air, leaving a sharp track in the air. Faced with this move, Ace didn't hold back. His right hand was covered with a layer of black arm domineering, and he greeted it. Base. Lu Qi's figure flashed past Ace, and the sharp marks under his feet collided with Ace's right hand without fancy. Suddenly, sparks splashed. At this moment, Lu Qi had already flashed behind Ace, and his body spun rapidly. Land foot, leopard tail. The tail behind Lu Qi collapsed straight and unexpectedly cut a spiral slash, cutting the air hissing and slashed towards Ace's waist. And Ace was dazzled by Lu Qi's moves at the moment, but he was so happy in his heart. The razor is the fusion technique of shaving and moon step in the 6 styles, and the leopard tail is the advanced use of Lanjiao. 6 forms really has great potential for development. Facing the sword energy that had been cut in front of him, Ace saw that Lixian was happy, and instead of avoiding it, he called out the move he had just thought of. Reactive armor. As soon as the words fell, the sword energy had already struck Ace's abdomen, but the imagined scene of blood splattering did not appear at all. Ace's abdomen became as hard as iron, and sparks flew everywhere where he collided with the sword energy, but he couldn't break through his defense at all. When Lu Qi saw this scene, his pupil shrank, but he didn't stop attacking, but rushed to Ace. Return life, finger gun Madara. Lu Qi's original 3-meter-high body suddenly changed to 1.9 meters. Although his figure became smaller, his speed had qualitative change. His hands left countless afterimages in front of Ace, like Gatling running at high speed. Pointing a gun attacked all parts of Ace's body. But Ace still didn't move, and even closed his eyes with a smile. Clang clang. Lu Qi's finger gun hit Ace's body, but it seemed to hit the hardest steel. If you look carefully, you will find that every second before Lu Qi's finger lands on Ace, a small black defensive surface will appear at the point where it landed, blocking the finger gun. Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, Lu Qi turned over and landed a few meters away, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water would drip out. On Ace's body, the original clothes had become rags, and when the wind blows at this moment, his muscular muscles are exposed. It's exactly what I thought. Ace adjusted his hat, feeling a little excited at the moment. The so-called reactive armor is a fusion technique that combines iron block and finger painting, and first relies on the body's instinctive reaction of finger painting to feel the attack. At the moment before the attack comes, just use the iron block instinctively in the small area where the attack lands to block the enemy's moves. In this way, the attack that originally needed to use the whole body of iron and consume % of the strength can be done now with less than 10% of the strength. Definitely the best move for a protracted battle. And the creation of this trick is just the beginning. In the future, Ace can also rely on the development of the 6 styles to obtain more powerful moves. Okay, I got what I want. Thank you for being a sparring partner today. Ace showed a harmless smile. Be careful. Next, I'm going to be serious. End of this chapter. 45. Chapter 45 6 Forms of Mysteries. Shave. As soon as the voice fell, the next second, Ace suddenly appeared beside Lu Qi, with purple flames dancing faintly on his toes, Lan's foot stacking flame slash. This time, the sword sheet pierced by the toes was 10 meters long, filled with purple flames, and the scorching temperature caused Lu Qi's face to change drastically. In a hurry, he could only sip in a low voice, Lanjiao Kai Bird. This Kai Bird move is already the strongest Lanjiao that Lu Qi can use. A cyan, bird-shaped sword energy instantly collided with Ace's flame slash to boom. There was a loud noise, which was heard by half of the island, and Granddad, who was rushing home in the city of Gaia, froze even more. Isn't that direction the place where those 2 people disappeared just now? I actually blackmailed such a terrifying powerhouse? Granddad, sweating profusely, walked even faster to Puff. Call. The two haze feet offset each other, but the purple flame exploded, covering Lu Chi's figure. After a blast of air, Lu Chi rushed out with a look of embarrassment. The hair on his body was scorched black by the flames. Puff. Lu Chi couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, gasped, and said angrily, "Damn it! Today I will let you experience the strongest moves of the person who has practiced the 6 moves to the extreme, 6 forms of mystery." As soon as the words fell, Lu Chi disappeared in the same place in an instant and appeared in front of Ace almost at the same time, with both hands clenched into fists, palms facing Ace's abdomen. 6 King's Spear. Puff. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave shot out from Lu Chi's fist and hit Ace's abdomen directly and then came out through the body. A circle of cylindrical airwaves impacted horizontally into the distance, plowing a gully tens of meters long on the beach. Ace bent over and took a few steps back. His brows were deeply frowned, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It seems that we can't underestimate any enemy. Although Ace covered his abdomen with armed colors, he still felt a sharp pain. After all, this is a terrifying move equivalent to Sky Island Shock Bay. He straightened his body again, moved his limbs, and made a clicking sound. Lu Chi's expression can only be described as shocking. His blow just now is comparable to the full blow of a top major general. How could this kid who was younger than me be able to resist? 6 King's Spear. Ace smiled slightly. I'll accept this move. After saying this, in Lu Chi's eyes, Ace suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Lu Chi in an instant. 6 Forms Mysteries, 6 King's Spear Flame. With the same movement, the shockwave from Ace's hands blasted out from Lu Chi's chest with a rich purple flame. The flame plowed a ravine behind him, and the sand in the ravine turned into clusters of crystals under the high temperature of the flame. Under this move, Lu Chi's body was thrown high. The whites of his eyes had been rolled out, and he sprayed blood and landed on the ground in the distance. Before he passed out, he was already terrified in his heart. What a powerful talent this child named Ace possessed. He actually learned his own moves in an instant. Ace stopped his work and stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and used this move directly without urging the Spirit Fire Pure Body Art, which was a bit reluctant. And Lu Chi's pigeon also flew down at this moment and landed beside Lu Chi, cooing a bit sadly. Ace thought for a while, but stretched out his hand and took back the purple fire remaining in Lu Chi's body, muttering to himself, "This time, I will spare your life and leave you to my stupid brother Lu Fei." When mentioning Luffy, Ace couldn't help laughing when he thought of how he trusted himself unconditionally. Then he shook his head and flew towards Gaia City again. And after he walked away, beside the fainted Lu Chi, there was a sudden toothache creaking sound in the air. Immediately afterwards, the door opened out of nowhere in the air. A strong man with hair combed into 2 horns came out from the door. Is it Bruno? Lu Chi has regained consciousness at this time, but his body is still unable to move. Are you on behalf of the organization that Tio deal with me? Bruno, who is the owner of the Dwarf Fruit in CP9, sighed at this moment and said, "We grew up together, don't you know me? How could I attack you? Let's go. This mission has been considered a failure. This kid named Ace is no longer something we can deal with." After speaking, Bruno picked up Lu Chi, turned around and walked into the air door, and disappeared in place. After returning to the city, Ace began to inquire about the auction. A month passed quickly. During this period, Ace found out that the venue of the auction was actually in the palace. This is not good news for the Gaia Kingdom. According to the information -frowny face-PM, the next day is the official time for the auction. Ace received the news that Zifa and others will arrive this evening. According to the phone call Zifa made to him a few days ago, in this operation, a brigadier general of the North Sea will lead 500 sailors to cooperate with them to prevent criminals from escaping into chaos, and this brigadier general has already arrived at the outskirts of the Gaia Kingdom Sea area. At this moment, Ace walked along the central avenue again, towards the direction of the palace. He wants to take advantage of the last night to step on a spot in the palace to observe the true strength of this so-called playing card. But at an intersection in front of Ace, there was a large circle of people around at this time, pointing at the few people in the middle of the circle. Hey ha, brat. A gangster in a leather jacket with studs all over his body, with a vicious smile on his face, kicked a child lying on the ground with his leather boots. The child was already covered in blood, his face was bruised and purple, and blood was continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. He moaned in pain, But what he got in return was a more hearty laugh from the gangsters around him. This is too much. The women onlookers showed a look of unbearable. That's right, it was just a bump. If this continues, the child will die. Someone said angrily. But immediately someone covered their mouths and whispered, "Shut up, don't you see the playing card logo on their chests? They are all playing card people. Don't you want to live?" As soon as these words came out, all the people around showed a look of fear and took a step back involuntarily. This sea playing card, in the past year, has covered the sky with one hand in the kingdom of Gaia. At the outermost edge of the crowd, a small figure shrouded in a robe saw all of this. He wanted to make a move a few times, but he endured it. Finally, he sighed deeply and turned around to face the other party, go to the alley in the distance. When the figure turned around, a corner of a striped hat peeked out from between the robes. This figure was Trafalgar Law, who was studying medicine in the hospital. He already had the power of the fruit of the operation, and he could completely save the child lying on the ground, but once he made a move, he would risk being discovered by the Don Quixote family again. After some weighing, Luo chose to protect himself. But before taking 2 steps, Luo suddenly noticed that a child who was about his own age flashed past him and headed straight for the center of the crowd. The orange hat on this man's head is extremely conspicuous. 46, Chapter 46. What? How did this happen? In Luo's eyes, this child who appeared suddenly was like walking in a courtyard. His figure flickered a few times, and his speed was too fast for people to see clearly, and he slipped through the impenetrable crowd in the blink of an eye. This made him dumbfounded. How much he had to know about the surrounding environment to do it. "Hey, smelly brat, what do you want to do? If you don't want to lie on the ground like him, it's best not to interfere." The gangsters laughed together, as if something happy had happened. At this time, someone from outside the crowd suddenly squeezed in. "Everyone, let me go." This person's fiery red hair is particularly conspicuous. He is Willie, who has been looking for Bath's whereabouts in the city for more than a month. At this time, when he heard someone calling for help, he didn't forget his duty as a city guard, so he wanted to go in and help with a knife on his waist. When he finally squeezed into the crowd, he saw a group of gangsters surrounding a child wearing an orange hat. "Huh? What are you talking about, little bastard?" The gangster asked Ace with a mohawk hairstyle and raised his head high, with a look of disdain. "I'll say it again, get out." Ace put his hands in his trouser pockets, protecting the injured child on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Willie's face changed when he heard this. These gangsters are not good-tempered guys. Worse. Sure enough, the gangster shook his fist at Ace without saying a word. "Are you courting death, you?" But only halfway through his words, his fist was still in the air, and he flew out at a faster speed. With a plop, he fell to the ground, and his personnel were unknown. As for the surrounding onlookers, almost no one saw Ace make a move, and even Ace's hands were still in his trouser pockets. The remaining gangsters originally wanted to go forward together and take a few kicks, but at this moment their bodies froze and they didn't dare to move at all, for fear that they would be the next one to fall to the ground. Among the crowd, Luo, who came back again, couldn't help letting out a low cry this time. His eyes widened in shock. At that moment, this boy who was the same age as him stretched out and retracted his legs in one go. Even he could barely see an afterimage. "How? Are you still fighting?" Ace looked around, and the remaining gangsters immediately panicked. "Monster! He's a monster!" The gangsters fled in all directions, and even the leader who was lying on the ground ignored him. At this time, Willie also ran over and immediately squatted beside the injured child. "Are you all right? Take heart." Willie briefly checked the child's body and then exhaled. "Fortunately, the bones are not broken. Is there a doctor around?" Willie stood up with the child in his arms and shouted to the crowd around him. After a while, a middle-aged man finally ran over, gritted his teeth. "I'm a doctor. Show me the child." After a brief treatment of the wound, the doctor said to Willie, "There is no problem for now. Leave the child to me, and I will take him to the hospital." Willie carefully placed the baby in the doctor's arms and immediately looked up to find Ace. But it was found that people spontaneously gave way to ace.at this time. Ace had his hands in his pockets and walked farther and farther. Ace pushed his hat down and walked through a few alleys, trying to stay as far away from the incident as possible. He came here with a mission this time. Although he couldn't help but save the child, he still had to act one day later, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. After walking for a while, Ace found someone following him all the time, and after turning a corner again, a shout came from behind. "Excuse me, please wait." Willie gasped heavily and ran over. Ace frowned and turned to look at Willie. What's the matter with you? Seeing that it was the red-haired boy who helped the child just now, Ace's face looked a lot better. You are. Willie immediately stopped in his tracks and replied respectfully, My name is Willie, and I am a soldier of my country's city guard. Thank you for saving that child and doing the work that should have been done by us. After speaking, Willie bowed to Ace. It's okay. It's a small matter. Ace smiled and said, If it's okay, then I'll go first. Wait a minute, please. Willie suddenly raised his head and called out to Ace eagerly, If it's possible, can you please give me the trick just now? What does that mean? Ace turned his head and raised his eyebrows. I have been working hard to become stronger. I was overwhelmed by your strength after seeing you make a move just now, so I hope you can give me some of your moves, even a little bit, Willie said in a tone that's full of sincerity. And Ace turned around again, staring into Willie's eyes. After feeling the persistence in Willie's eyes, Ace let out a breath and took a few steps forward. Then, first, hold out your hands. Ace moved closer to Willie. After hearing what Ace said, Willie immediately raised his hands without hesitation. Willie's hands were full of calluses left over from years of continuous exercise, layer after layer, making his hands look unusually thick. Thick, hard, and indeed a pair of good fighter's hands. Ace affirmed Willie. From these hands, Ace seemed to be able to see that Willie was training hard day after day. No, I'm just one of the lowest-level soldiers, Willie said with some embarrassment. Don't be modest. For a fighter, you can see the true character of this person from his hands. Ace also laughed. To be honest, I have a good impression of you. After all, let's not mention Willie's strength, but he has the persistent character that a top powerhouse must have. Let me ask you another question. Why do you want to become stronger? Ace restrained his smile and asked a little seriously. Hearing this, Willie obviously froze and fell into thinking. Just now you said that you want me to teach you moves, and I've already agreed, but I still want to know why you are so thirsty for power. Ace's voice reached Willie's ears, and Willie lowered his head into memory. Buzz's serious and kind expression kept pouring into his mind. After taking a deep breath, Willie recounted. 10 years ago, I was just an orphan living on the street. I don't remember what my parents looked like. I only know that I was abandoned on the street. I also don't hate them. After all, they must have their own difficulties. But that year, it snowed heavily in the city, but I only had a simple robe. I thought I was going to die this time. Having said that, Willie smiled sincerely. However, Master Sergeant Bass of the City Guards rescued me. He brought me up. I trained hard and vowed to repay his kindness. But Willie's expression became painful again. However, you don't have the talent of a fighter. Although you have tried your best, you still can't exceed your limit. Ashton paused. Am I right? Willie was startled, but nodded with difficulty. However, I can give you strength. Ace's words caused Willie to raise his head suddenly, with an unbelievable expression on his face. But you might die. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Willie's Perseverance. Chapter 47 Willie's Perseverance. Looking at Ace's solemn expression, Willie couldn't help swallowing. Everything depends on your heart. If you really have something important in your heart, as you said, then you can definitely persevere. Ace waited for his reply. Willie carefully understood Ace's words, and then his eyes became firm. I've made up my mind. Do you have the confidence that you won't die? Ace asked. Willie shook his head, but Ace had a smile on his face. Even though he knew that he was about to face death, he still had the courage to move forward. Maybe this young man named Willie wanted to find someone by himself. Then let's do the first training here. Ace will have to do the last test. Pick up your weapon, and the next step will begin. Yes. Hearing Ace's order, Willie pulled out the katana sword at his waist without hesitation, and with his feet slightly apart, he pointed the tip of the knife at Ace. Then, I'm going. Ace's expression became serious. He took his hands out of his trouser pockets and straightened his back. You must stay conscious. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace's pupils suddenly dilated, and then a circle of blue-black air mass swept across in the direction of Willie in a fan shape with him as the center. In Willie's eyes, Ace's figure in front of him seemed to be magnified tens of millions of times in an instant, becoming an indomitable giant. The terrifying aura made Willie's body feel like chaff, and his feet trembled. But even though fear kept surging in his heart and dizziness kept appearing in his mind, Willie still gritted his teeth and straightened his back. The air mass swept across the end of the street, and Luo, who was hiding at the corner, was also suppressed by Ace. His face suddenly turned purple, and he cried out in surprise. How is it possible? This is not overlord-like domineering. After all, Luo had stayed in the Don Quixote family and had a deep understanding of the world's power system. But Vili is just a small soldier in the Gaia kingdom, and before this momentum, he has almost reached his limit. Is this the only way to say that I want to become stronger? Ace's tone became cold and bloodthirsty at the moment. This is just a preparation for exercise. Then you can die. As soon as the words fell, Ace swung his fist at Willie, and the wind caused his red hair to be messed up. In Willie's eyes, this punch on him would definitely kill him suddenly. Dodge? Strong fear made this idea appear in his mind. But in the next moment, the face of Sergeant Major Bass rushed into his mind again. Sergeant Major Bass still doesn't know whether he is alive or dead, so he will always be a weak person like this? No, I want to become stronger. The strong belief dispelled Willie's fear, and he even took a step forward, raising the knife in his hand high. Call out. Ace's fist brushed past Willie's face, scratching his cheek sorely, but the terrifying pressure receded like a tide in an instant. Willie's legs were trembling constantly. He was panting heavily. Sweat poured down his face, and he knelt down on the ground with a plop. But he didn't faint in the end. Congratulations. At this moment, Ace's voice came into Willie's ears with a hint of a smile. How does it feel to overcome the fear of death? Ace is now more and more satisfied with Willie. People with strength below the school level should have rolled their eyes and fainted when they encountered their domineering arrogance. But Willie actually held back with his strong willpower. It seems that his few ground fire lotus seeds have a place to go. As long as Willie swallows a ground fire lotus seed, he can have half of his strength in an instant. And seeing Willie's perseverance, Ace came up with the idea of letting him take 2 ground fire lotus seeds. I don't know what will be the effect then. Take the liberty to ask, exactly, who are you exactly are? Willie still can't believe that the monstrous aura just now came from this child who is younger than himself. You don't need to worry about my identity. You just need to know that my name is Ace. Ace helped Willie up and continued. You have passed my test. I can give you great strength, but please tell me. Willie understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a sky, and the other party must have his own conditions. After I hand over the power to you, you have to be loyal to me and leave Gaia with me. After Ace said these words, Willie, who had always been extremely firm, hesitated. After leaving Gaia, how can I repay Lord Bass? You don't need to rush to answer. I can give you a day to think about it. Ace didn't immediately force Willie to give an answer. Willie's hesitation is the best way to explain his character. If he agrees, Ace will turn around and leave. The kind of villain who can forget his benefactor as soon as he turns around is not worthy of being his partner. Just when Ace was about to give Willie the next step, a figure shrouded in a robe suddenly rushed out from the corner. Wait! Luo panted heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Willie glanced at Luo, who suddenly appeared, and asked Ace cautiously, Do you know him? Ace saw Luo, who suddenly appeared, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Obviously, with his knowledge domineering level, he had already discovered that someone was hiding in that corner. But when the other party lifted the robe to reveal the iconic spotted hat, Ace still showed a hint of surprise. First of all, my name is Trafalgar Luo, a doctor. Luo walked in front of the two. I'm very sorry to disturb you. Death surgeon, Ace murmured in a low voice with his mouth tilted up. Today's harvest is really not small. What did you say? Luo obviously hasn't won that title yet, so he doesn't understand what Ace means. What's the matter with you? Ace didn't answer, but asked instead. He was very curious about Luo's purpose. But Luo turned his attention to Willie, and he asked with a complicated expression, Why? Why can you stand still under such arrogance? I want to ask you, that's obviously beyond the range that ordinary people can bear. Luo's face was filled with fear again. I'm ashamed to say, if I hadn't been leaning against the wall just now, I would have fallen to the ground. But you are different. You can bear it. Why can you do such a powerful thing? I don't know. Willie lowered his head slightly. But maybe it's because I'm thinking of my benefactor in my heart. Benefactor? Yes, it was Lord Bath who saved my life. I gritted my teeth and endured it when I thought of repaying him. Willie's words at this time were full of affirmation. This shows that Willie's loyalty is above fear. Don't underestimate the power of human belief. Ace added, Is that so? There seemed to be a hint of pain in Luo's eyes, and the figure of Klassen appeared in his mind. Benefactor. I have one too. Immediately, his eyes suddenly became firm. He turned to face Ace and bowed deeply to 90 degrees. Please teach me too. Thank you for loving you. I will reward you with 588 book coins. End of this chapter. 48. 48 Trafalgar Law. 48 Trafalgar Law. Luo didn't say this impulsively. He also wanted to repay his benefactor, Klassen. But a year ago, Klassen was killed by Doflamingo in order to save him. So he wants the Don Quixote family, especially Doflamingo, to pay the price. But even though he had obtained the fruit of the operation a year ago and developed some abilities over the past year, when he thought of the powerful strength of the Don Quixote family, Luo could only feel powerless for a while. What year and month will I have to wait before I can take revenge? And Willie's behavior gave Luo a little inspiration. Maybe the boy named Ace in front of him will surprise him. If you want me to help you improve your strength instantly, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. But Ace's answer was completely beyond Luo's expectations. Luo glanced at Willie and asked anxiously, "But you just clearly, you are different from Willie." Ace shook his head and continued, "Willie is like a blank sheet of paper now. He can follow the path I gave him, but you." Ace paused when he said this, with a deep light in his eyes. "If I guessed correctly, you have already eaten the fruit of the operation by now." When Luo heard Ace's words, his face changed drastically, and he took several steps back. Few people know about the fact that he ate the fruits of the surgery. How did the child in front of me know? You don't have to be afraid. I won't do you any harm. What I want to say is that you already have your own path to follow, so I can only give you some suggestions so that you can avoid some detours. If you just mention some suggestions, moves developed by Luo 10 years later, are all in Ace's mind now. After Luo calmed down, he also understood that if Ace wanted to harm him, there was no need to talk nonsense with him here. So his attitude became respectful again, and he bowed again. "Please advise me." Don't be so respectful. I'm 4 years younger than you," Ace said with a smile. "Also, let's talk about those words next time. There are many guests around us now." When Luo heard Ace's words, his heart was shocked, and he followed Ace's gaze. Sure enough, at both ends of the alley, there were already 5 or 6 men in black robes with knives blocking the intersection. Willie pulled out the katana from his waist and said to Ace, "Although it may hinder you, please let me fight together. As a member of the city guard, it is also my duty to protect the safety of the people. Then I'll help too." Luo took out a dagger from his pocket. Okay. The 6 people in front of the alley will be handed over to me, and the 5 people in the back can be handed over to you," Ace said with a smile. "Okay." Luo and Willie agreed in unison. While talking, Ace had already walked towards the entrance of the alley, getting closer and closer to those people. And Luo and Willie also turned their backs to Ace and walked towards the end of the alley. The men in black robes at the entrance of the alley saw that the two dared to turn their backs on them. Their eyes lit up immediately, and they threw several throwing knives at Luo and Willie. "Call out." Ouch. The speed of the flying knife was extremely fast, as if it would be inserted into the backs of the 2 of them in the next second. Swish. Ding, ding, ding. Ace's hands left an afterimage in the air, and none of the throwing knives could pass by his side, and he took them all empty-handed. This is really powerful. Willie was attracted by the voice, turned his head to see this scene, and was shocked and speechless. Luo also caught a glimpse of this scene and nodded in agreement. "Well, if you say that Master Ace is the strongest in this country, I will believe it. Is it stronger than Lord Base?" In Willie's mind, Base was already extremely powerful. If you're talking about the Sergeant Major of this country, I think so." Luo nodded, then clenched his dagger tightly. "Okay, the 2 on the right will be handed over to you, and the 3 on the left will be handed over to me. Is it okay?" Then Willie nodded in agreement, and both of them chose their enemies and rushed over. On the other side, Ace walked slowly to the middle of the 6 men in black robes and stood there casually. "Let's go up together." Several men in black robes looked at each other. Seeing that the kid in front of him was so arrogant, they all sneered, and at the same time strode forward, swiping their knives and slashed at the top of Ace's head. "Go to hell." Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. 6 muffled sounds sounded at the same time, and then the knives in the hands of the 6 people fell to the ground with a clang, and their bodies all flew upside down, spouting blood, and fell to the ground, with less air intake and more air output. Obviously, they were all dead. Ace stood there all the time, as if he hadn't made a move at all. He still had time to turn his head and look at the 2 people at the end of the alley. Unknowingly, Ace is no longer a master who can be dealt with only by numbers. In fact, the strength of these few people is not weak. At least they all have the strength of ordinary sailors. Therefore, the battle between Willie and the 2 black-robed men seemed a bit difficult. Both of them were slightly weaker than Willie, but with the joint efforts at this moment, it was Willie who fell into the disadvantage. Don't be afraid when fighting. Courage is the most important emotion of a warrior. Ace's words came over at this time. After hearing this, Willie seemed to have made up his mind. If I die in battle, please help me tell Lord Bath that I have fought bravely. After saying this, Willie gave up his defense and rushed towards one of them, jumping up high. Cod. Puff. Because he didn't expect Willie to be so desperate, the man didn't react at all, and was directly cut into the neck with a knife. Immediately afterwards, feeling the chill behind him, Willie's body didn't stop, and he rolled forward, avoiding the other person's samurai sword. Tease. The knife in his hand swung backwards, cutting across the man's lower abdomen from bottom to top. Oh. After a scream, the man also fell into a pool of blood. Beautiful. Ace had already walked over. Although Willie was panting heavily, after dealing with 2 enemies alone, he still smiled with a sense of accomplishment. On the other side, Luo's battle has also ended. The heads of the 3 men in black had all been separated, but what surprised Willie was that the heads of the 3 men were still screaming, rolling around on the ground. I don't know how scary it is. Don't be afraid. This is Luo's devil fruit ability. Ace patted Willie on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, leave a few alive. Go and see what their purpose is." Devil fruit? Willie couldn't help feeling awed towards Luo Yi. Ace was on the sidelines and witnessed the whole process. Facing the 3 men in black robes before, Luo raised his hand and yelled softly, "Room?" Then a circle of cyan light with a diameter of about 3 meters surrounded them, and then Luo rushed over, swung the dagger 3 times in a row, and chopped off their heads. It's just that after the aperture disappeared, Luo's face became a little pale. Obviously, using the fruit of the operation would consume a lot of his physical strength, and he is only a 15-year-old boy now, and he has almost reached his limit in a short while. Puff, puff. Puff, puff. After Ace walked over, he raised his hand and directly took the lives of 2 of them. These people are here to kill him, and Ace will not soften his heart in the slightest. It's just that his behavior fell into the eyes of the last man in black, and he was even crueler than a demon. Now, Doc, can you tell me your identities and purpose? Ace smiled as kindly as possible. The man in black was scared to pee. 49, Chapter 49, The Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Is it playing cards again? Ace is becoming more and more curious about this organization now. Playing cards, not only did it secretly control the entire Gaia Kingdom within 2 or 3 years, but it also has the ability to send notifications to the entire world. This organization is definitely more terrifying than it appears on the surface. It's just that they turned their minds on themselves this time, so don't blame him for being ruthless. I've made up my mind. Let's play this a playing card for a while now. Ace's face showed a cold killing intent. Can I help too? Luo immediately stepped forward. Me too. Willie clenched the knife in his hand. Luo should be able to do it, but for you, Willie, it's really dangerous. Ace's evaluation is very fair. Luo has the fruit of the operation. At least he can protect himself in fierce battles. Although Ace admires Willie very much, he is not yet at the school level after all, and he is easily besieged to death. Lord Base dealt with playing cards alone a month and a half ago, and he has lost news since then. If I turn a blind eye because of danger, then I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. For more than a month, Willie has been worrying about Base all the time, but the headquarters of playing cards seems to have disappeared all of a sudden. No matter how hard he looks, he can't find it. So after hearing Ace's tone, he knew the current position of the playing card, so Willie would never let this opportunity pass by. It seems that you have made up your mind. Ace stared at Willie's expression. As long as he hesitated, Ace would not agree. Yes. Willie nodded firmly. I understand, then I won't say anything more. Ace laughed. You too, please help me. Yes. The 2 replied in unison. Then Ace told the 2 of the news he knew. When Willie heard that playing cards was going to hold an underground auction in Gaia, his eyes widened. When the location was a palace, his mood can only be described as shock. Has the kingdom of Gaia already existed in name only? Willie muttered to himself sadly. After all, this is where he grew up. There was no time for him to grieve. Ace led the 2 quickly to the outside of the palace wall, and then carried the 2 of them and jumped over the 5-meter-high wall like walking on the ground. As soon as he entered the palace and saw the scene inside, the last trace of luck in Willie's heart disappeared. The guards and maids of the original palace have all disappeared, and members of playing cards are walking around everywhere, busy making the final arrangements for the auction venue. The three of Ace hid in a shadow and looked towards the center of the venue. At this moment, inside the auction venue, there are two people standing beside the auction table. One of them is wearing a white suit, standing respectfully aside. But the other person was sitting in front of the auction stage, wrapping his whole body tightly in a black robe, without showing a trace of his face. "My lord, this is the list for this auction." The man in the suit bent down and handed a red list to the man in black, with a respectful and fearful expression on his face. The man in black didn't reach out to pick it up, but still sat quietly. The man in the suit saw that the man in the black robe was not moving, so he kept a stooped posture and did not dare to move. He felt uneasy, and a lot of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. "Dormir." A few minutes later, the man in black finally spoke. His voice was low and indifferent, but his age could not be discerned. "Do you know where you went wrong? Please advise, my lord." Domer bent his waist even deeper. His heart was already filled with fear, but he knew how terrible the organization's punishment for members who did wrong was. "Humph." The man in black snorted coldly. "Young master gave you playing cards, and also gave you such an important auction. How much trust do you have in you?" "Yes, yes." Domer repeatedly said yes, without daring to raise his head. "Originally, after this auction, the young master will appoint you as the cadre of the family, but," the man in black robe said here, raising his head. Although Domer could not see the face of the man in black robe, he still felt I saw a piercing gaze focus on myself. "You actually attracted the Navy? How is it possible?" Dormir raised his head abruptly and said anxiously, "I have already arranged for the officials of the world government. They can't send people here." Dormir understood how important this auction would be to him, so he started preparations a year ago, and even spent a lot of money to bribe important officials of the world government. They turned their backs on their promises and didn't do anything with money. Domer's face was full of anger at being deceived. "Bastard, you still don't understand." The man in black yelled angrily and continued after seeing Domer bowed his head again. "Let me ask you, how is the royal family of the Gaia Kingdom now? I thought I killed them all." Domer finally realized something, and his voice became smaller and smaller. "You are very good." The black-robed man laughed angrily. "These world government officials hope to rely on us to force the Gaia royal family to join the world government. But they would be willing to see you, a criminal organization, kill the Orthodox Kingdom and replace them instead?" Dormir was sweating coldly. Over the past 2 years, the power in his hands had grown stronger and stronger. He could no longer restrain his desires, so he killed the Gaia royal family on impulse. "Now calm down and think about it. The world government regards itself as orthodox. How could it be possible to cooperate with itself under such circumstances?" "Okay, I'll talk about your punishment later. Now quickly pack up all the auction items and follow me immediately." The man in black said in a deep voice, "The auction is cancelled." Domer's face turned pale. He seemed to see his own dark future. The organization never wanted waste. "Is there no other way? A former admiral of the Navy, Zifa, brought at least 10 rear admirals to destroy you, playing cards. What do you think?" The man in black sneered. Domer's body trembled. His strength had just reached that of an elite major general, and the Navy sent so many strong men over. In Domer's heart, there is only despair. "Wanna go?" At this moment, a joking voice suddenly came from outside the venue, and then the three of Ace walked in. "I'm curious now. The Navy's operation this time is top secret. How did you know so clearly?" Ace walked to the center of the venue, his eyes fixed on the face of the man in black. "It's just that the black robe was wrapped too tightly. It was impossible to see what was inside." "Who are you?" Domer was already feeling desperate, but at this moment he saw 3 boys barging in again, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. "You are the boss of playing cards? Where is Lord Base? What have you done to him?" Willie couldn't bear it any longer and didn't answer Dormer, but rushed forward to question Base whereabouts. "Huh?" Dormir hesitated at first, but then suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter. "You mean that useless Sergeant Major? If I guess correctly, you are Willie. That useless man kept chanting before he died, saying your name, saying that I regret not being able to give you a peaceful and happy life. Ah, ridiculous. You lied to me. Lord Base will be fine." Willie's face was full of anger and ferocity, and Ace had never seen such an expression on the face of this resolute young man. "I'm lying to you. I'm not so boring. Look at what it is." Domer immediately asked someone to take out a long knife, which was Buzz's saber ghost cry. "That Trash's demon knife is not bad, so I showed mercy and threw him into the sea to feed the fish, huh?" "You bastard." Willie had almost fallen into madness, drew out the knife from his waist, and rushed forward. Boom. But as soon as he ran in front of Domer, he was kicked back. Puff. Willie flew upside down into Ace's arms, spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the blood mixed with tears kept falling down. The boy seemed to have become wilted all of a sudden. Not because of physical injuries, but spiritual despair. The benefactor is dead? Are you still caring about me before you die? But I can't do anything. At this moment, Willie seemed to suddenly think of something and suddenly looked up at Ace. Master Ace, please give me strength. I want revenge. End of this chapter. 50. Chapter 50 Yin Wei. Chapter 50 Yin Wei. Ace was silent for a moment and then asked, "Have you thought about it? After you get the power I give you, you can only obey me from now on, and as long as you open your mouth, I can take action directly to help you. Get rid of that scum." "No, I want revenge by myself." Blood was dripping from the corner of Willie's mouth, but his tone at this moment was full of determination and killing intent. "Okay, that's what you want." Ace felt Willie's determination, reached out to support him, and took out 2 ground fire lotus seeds. The lotus seeds are slightly green in color and crystal clear, but they emit flame-shaped rays of light, exuding a slight warmth. You take them now. It may be very painful, but you must hold back or all previous efforts will be wasted. After Ace finished speaking, he saw that Willie had sat cross-legged and stuffed 2 lotus seeds into his chest and mouth. Call. As soon as the lotus seeds enter the mouth, they turn into 2 streams of blue liquid, which went down Willie's throat and rushed into his dantian. Then it seemed to turn into a hot flame in his dantian from the inside out. The external burning tempered Willie's body. This kind of pain is not something ordinary people can bear. After a while, blue flames even shot out from Willie's 7 orifices. After watching it from the side, Ace couldn't help but be moved. He was sure that even if he was a lieutenant general without a strong will, he would be burned into a fool by this flame. But Willie was able to hold back his teeth without even making a sound. I really didn't see the wrong person. As long as Willie can survive, maybe he can directly have the same physical strength as himself. Do you think I don't exist? Seeing the weird scene on Willie's body after Ace ate 2 lotus seeds for Willie, Domer finally couldn't help but speak at this moment. Don't talk nonsense. Are you so anxious to die? Ace didn't even lift his head. Ha, a brat who hasn't weaned himself, so arrogant? Domer laughed, walked over in a leisurely manner, and punched Ace down. Now that Domer will be punished by the organization after returning, he can't control that much anymore, and all the cruelty in his bones has come out. So what about the child? It's not like he hasn't been killed before. Iron block empty wood. They still didn't look up, just let out a soft drink. The next moment, Domer's fist hit Ace's back. Boom. Domer's face changed drastically. He felt the force he had thrown out, and he counterattacked back completely, and his fist immediately made a terrible bend. It was actually broken by this countershock force. 6 styles. You are indeed a navy. At this moment, the black-robed man in front of the auction stage finally said something, and immediately rushed to the back of the venue. Humph. Don't even think about leaving, shave. Seeing that the man in black robe wanted to escape, Ace immediately jumped up, appeared in front of the man in black robe, and punched him. The man in black had no choice but to punch him in the same way. Boom. In the center of the fight between the two, there seemed to be the roar of thunder and lightning, and a circle of airwaves would throw the venue into chaos. Ace took 2 steps back and suffered a dark loss. He was a little surprised and said, "Are you armed and domineering?" Humph. Don't you have it too? The man in black wrapped his robe vigorously. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in the blow just now. But he didn't dare to act rashly again. Otherwise, once his robe fell off and his identity was exposed, years of hard work have come to nothing. However, isn't that brat Luo still dead? Looks like I'm going to inform the young master this time. The man in black glanced at Luo standing in the venue and thought to himself, let's postpone our fight for a while. Let them settle their grievances first. Ace put his hands in his trouser pockets again and looked at Willie, who had stood up with a gratified smile in his eyes. Willie did not disappoint himself. Ace can now feel the presence of Willie through the blue lotus seed in his body. He has completely broken through his original limit, reached the same physical strength as himself, and will improve as he improves in the future. My lord, there was a blue lotus flower mark between Willie's eyebrows at the moment, and the first thing he did when he stood up was to bow to Ace. Feeling that Willie has not become a puppet who has lost his mind and only knows to be loyal to himself, Ace is even more satisfied. Don't be too polite. That bastard is right there. Go get revenge. Yes. Willie suddenly turned his head and stared at Dormer, who didn't know why, but Dormer, who was in severe pain in his right hand, felt a chill in his heart at this moment. Ha-da-da, it's just a brat. After saying these words again, Dormer felt a little guilty for no reason. This time, Willie didn't wait for Dormer to make a move, but took the lead. The unprecedented power in his body gave him the ability to release all the anger in his heart. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Willie rushed in front of Dormer in an instant, and the blue lotus mark on his forehead lit up, and Willie's palm was covered with a thin layer of blue flame. There are really few flames, but they seem to be able to ignite the air. It turned out to be Qinglian's heart fire. After cutting off with one palm, Dormer only had time to raise his left arm and barely resisted. Willie's palm wrapping Qinglian seemed to be sharper than a big sharp knife. Dormer only had time to let out a scream, and his left arm fell to the ground with a puff. Puff. There was another muffled sound, and Willie's palm directly pierced Dormer's chest, stopping his screams abruptly. Willie withdrew his palm and watched Dormer's body fall to the ground. 2 lines of tears flowed silently on his face. The few people in the auction venue didn't bother Willie, and Ace stared at the man in black to prevent him from making a sudden move. Willie just stood there for 10 minutes, and then the green lotus marks on his brows lit up, and the fire flashed away, completely evaporating the tears on his face. Bending down to pick up Ghost Cry, next to Dormer, Willie handed it to Ace respectfully. Ace said, "This is a relic of base, and it should be handed over to you." Willie shook his head. "My vengeance has been avenged. From today on, everything about me belongs to Master Ace." Ace understood Willie's intentions, so after receiving Ghost Cry, his expression became serious. "Okay, if this is the case, I want to form a team of Yenwei, and you'll be the captain of the Yenwei from now on." Having said this, Ace flipped his right hand, took out 10 more ground fire lotus seeds, and handed them to Willie. "These 10 lotus seeds will be handed over to you in the future. You can pick out 10 determined youths and distribute the lotus seeds to them one by one, officially establishing Yenwei." Willie felt Ace's trust in him and was moved for a while. After accepting the lotus seeds, he put his legs together and responded, "Yenwei, Willie, obey." Dizziness, a little bit stuck, but I still worked hard to code it out. I hope everyone sees the author working so hard, and the recommendation votes will come here. End of this chapter. 51. Chapter 51 Ghost Bamboo Virgo. Chapter 51 Ghost Bamboo Virgo. Ace is in charge. At this moment, Luo, who had been silent all this time, came over, lowered the hat on his head, and looked nervous. "What's wrong?" Ace asked in confusion. "Let's go quickly." Luo first glanced at Dormer's body, then glanced nervously at the man in black, urging. Ace frowned. Luo seemed to have discovered something. Ignoring Luo's urging first, Ace carefully looked at Dormer's body on the ground again. Willie's palm pierced through his body just now, which has completely ended his life. At the same time, the flames also burned the suit on his upper body. And on the shoulder blade of Dormer's back, there is a small white tattoo and a round skull with a grinning grin. The Don Quixote family? Ace couldn't help but read out. This Doflamingo's hand is too long. The boss of Beihai playing cards is actually a member of the Don Quixote family. No wonder there is the ability to post notifications to the world. The identity of the man in black robe was about to be revealed. Ace turned around and looked at the man in black robe. His eyes became extremely dignified. If I guessed it right, the man in black should be Virgo, the former top cadre of the Don Quixote family, and now a spy in the Navy. Now it's right. No wonder the black robe man knew the details of this operation so clearly. It is estimated that the Commodore General of the North Sea, who came to cooperate with Zifa this time, is Virgo, who has been lurking in the Navy. Hey, the black robe man let out a sigh and loosened the hands that wrapped his robe tightly. It seemed that I can't hide it anymore. It would be great if you could keep pretending to be stupid. Then I don't have to. Killed you all. In the end, the man in black had thrown his robe aside, and he was wearing a plaid coat, a pair of sunglasses, and lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his cheeks. He was looking at Ace with his hands behind his back, indifferently. People. Where go? Luo pronounced his name word by word, his tone full of sadness and anger. 2 years ago, more than half of the responsibility for Klassen's death was due to Virgo. Although Luo knew that he was not his opponent, he still couldn't help but feel a murderous intent. Isn't this Luo? Virgo showed a playful smile. After that traitor Klassen died, you disappeared. How about it? Come back to the family with me. As long as you go back, the position of the top cadre of the Red Heart Army will be yours. Dream. Luo roared out. Of course, he knew what Virgo was planning. Luo has the ability of the Fruit of Surgery, and the Fruit of Surgery is called the Ultimate Devil Fruit. Its value is unmatched by any pirate's bounty, and the transaction price exceeds 40 billion Baileys. Because as long as the capable person has enough talent and is willing to sacrifice his life, he can perform the immortality surgery that bestows eternal life on human beings. This is simply the power of God. And Dover promised himself the position of the top cadre of the Red Heart Army, which is obviously the idea, and he wants Luo to perform aging surgery for him. It's up to you. Virgo sneered and pulled out a bamboo from behind. Then, with a buzzing sound, the armed color wrapped around his arms and the bamboo in an instant, and the bamboo immediately changed. It was pitch black, and it became a terrifying murder weapon. Ghost bamboo Virgo? Ace understood how terrifying the power of this ordinary-looking bamboo is. 11 years later, Smoker was already a lieutenant general, but his domineering hands made of high loose stone and covered with armed colors were still directly cut off by Virgo with a ghost bamboo. This shows that Virgo's strength at that time has surpassed the level of ordinary lieutenant generals. So what about now? At the very least, he must be a first-time lieutenant general. Is this the strongest enemy I've ever encountered? Although Ace's physical strength can barely reach that of an elite major general, he didn't have the slightest fear in his heart when facing a lieutenant general level Virgo, but a little bit of excitement. Domineeringly threw the ghost cry in his hand to Luo, and Ace laughed and said, "You will be the first person to face this weapon of mine." After finishing speaking, Ace stretched his hands behind his back and yanked forward, and then a fiery red sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The eyes of all the people present couldn't help but be attracted by the big knife, and saw that the vermilion blade was overflowing with hot air and smooth flawless. The 2-inch wide blade shone with silver light, making people afraid to look directly at it, and there were ancient exquisite patterns all over the blade surface. Gently rubbing his fingers along the side of the blade, Ace's eyes not only showed love, but the broad-backed sword was almost completely destroyed last time. The system used special energy and different fire to upgrade it to a good and fast sword, a big change, into the domineering and awe-inspiring present. The name of the sword, Devil Demon. Ace looked at Virgo with a smile and announced Dao's name. To be honest, Ace didn't know the meaning of the name, but the alien fire system firmly decided on the name and told him that this was the fate of this great sword. Exorcism. It looks like a sharp knife with the highest grade, just to please the public. Virgo said disdainfully, "Look at me breaking your broken knife with this little bamboo in my hand." While speaking, Virgo has already rushed towards Ace. The bamboo in his hand is spinning rapidly, and the faster and faster speed makes it accumulate a huge centrifugal force, coupled with the hardness of the arm domineering hardened. The next blow is absolutely terrifying. Ghost bamboo. Virgo was afraid that Zifa and others would arrive, so he used his trump card as soon as he came up. When the rotation speed of the bamboo accelerated to the limit, Virgo also rushed in front of Ace. The bamboo in his hand draws an arc horizontally on the side of his body, and is drawn directly between Ace's chest and abdomen. Ace is in charge. You can't take it by force. Luo's eager voice sounded. Virgo's armed color is very domineering. Virgo also heard it in his ears, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, reminding now, late. Ace in front of him actually wanted to use that broken knife to block his ghost bamboo. Court death. Let this knife break in two. Let me see how domineering you are. Ace suddenly shouted in his heart. Spiritual fire essence body art 4 times. Breakout. Armed arrogance. Hardening. At this moment, facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy at the level of a lieutenant general, Ace finally brought out all the gains from his training during this period of time. I saw that the devil demon he was holding in both hands was suddenly entangled in darkness by the armed arrogance. The 4 times the strength of his body gave him infinite strength. Facing the roaring ghost bamboo, Ace did not show any fancy slashed up with a knife. End of this chapter. 52. Chapter 52, Devil Killing. Chapter 52, Devil Killing. Ace didn't use the different fire. This time it was purely a duel of strength and domineering. The moment Ace's broadsword collided with Virgo's ghost bamboo, there was no sound, only a circle of invisible fluctuations scattered. Both Willie and Luo couldn't help turning pale, and their bodies kept retreating until they hit the corner of the wall, and they felt a little better. How could it be so strong? Willie had an unbelievable look on his face. After taking the ground fire lotus seeds, he had already had a mysterious connection with Ace, so he knew that the physical strength of the two was the same dot of. But with Ace's knife, the two of them couldn't stop it. This is already the strength of a lieutenant general in the Navy. Luo couldn't help but be shocked. He could guess the strength of Virgo, but how old is Ace? But it's 4 years younger than me. Ace and Virgo's blows were obviously equal, so they broke apart at the touch of a touch and jumped away at the same time. Puff. The auction platform next to them suddenly trembled at this moment and turned into powder. Ace's hand holding Devil Demon was trembling, but his expression was extremely excited. After 4.5 months of special training, this time he finally met an opponent who could let go and fight. Come again. Ace had no intention of stopping at all, and no matter what Virgo thought, he rushed up again with a knife. Chop, chop, chop. Ha. The pitch-black Devil Demon, emitting a faint red light, slashed at Virgo's head again and again, and the slashing speed was crazy, which made Virgo look a little embarrassed. Luo on the side was stunned. In fact, he had already guessed Virgo's identity at the beginning, so he urged Ace to leave. After all, he knew a little about Virgo's strength. But what is the situation now? He has never seen Ace in this state, and he actually suppressed Virgo, who has the strength of a lieutenant general. Willie, pinch me. I'll see if I'm dreaming, Luo said to Willie beside him in a daze. Oh. Willie agreed and honestly grabbed a small piece of meat on Luo's arm and twisted it suddenly. Sigh. Luo sucked in a breath of cold air. You really screw it up? Willie was a little dazed and thought, didn't you ask me to twist it? The battle between the two has never stopped. It is full of no fancy head-on collisions, and the time is constantly passing. Stop. Virgo's originally straight coat had become disheveled, and he swung Ace's big knife away and roared angrily. Ace didn't seem to hear it, and he still ignored it, fully releasing his power. Do you think I can't do anything about you? Virgo tore off his coat and threw it under the auction table. I'll let you see what the real armed color is. After taking off his coat, Virgo only had a pair of jeans left on his body, revealing a body of muscular muscles with clear lines and extremely strong. After a soft sound, the jet-black arm domineering suddenly lingered upwards, and then covered Virgo's entire body, exuding a dark light. An armed color domineering wrapped around the whole body? Although Ace already knew Virgo's strength before, he was still very shocked to see him covering his whole body with arrogance. I'll let you see how powerless you will be in the face of a domineering user who is stronger than yourself. Virgo held the ghost bamboo, and the veins on his forehead burst out. Now even if I stand here and chop it for you, what can I do? Is it? If only relying on domineering and strength, Ace admits that he really has nothing to do with Virgo. After all, this guy's arm domineering is really well used. Facing Virgo, who had raised his whole body defense, the armed arrogance in Ace's lair slowly receded, revealing his crimson blade again. The system said before that although you are only a good sword now, but because it is refined by different fires, now you can completely withstand the different fires. Ace caressed the blade with a smile in his eyes. This time, let me try your power. After finishing speaking, Ace raised his head abruptly, raised his hands high and killing demons, and shouted loudly. Qinglian Flame / 20 layers. Call. For the first time, Qinglian's heart fire surged out unreservedly and instantly wrapped around the blade of Devil Demon, covering as many as 20 layers. The body was under a huge shock force. Ace gritted his teeth and swung down suddenly. Cut. The crimson blade, with blue flames flickering, slashed directly at Virgo. Virgo didn't expect Ace to have such a backhand at all. He hastily raised the ghost bamboo covered with arrogance and greeted him from the bottom up. Chi. The moment the two came into contact, Virgo was horrified to find that his arrogance was only blocked for less than a second. The next moment, Zemo had already cut off his ghost bamboo, and the hot saber energy suddenly came in front of him. Iron block. Frightened, Virgo used the sixth form again, instantly concentrated his arrogance on his left arm and blocked it. Clang. Devil Demon, first blocked by Virgo's left arm, he was in a stalemate for a moment. After a few seconds, he broke through his defense in his desperate eyes. Puff. The flame knife cut into the muscles of Virgo's left arm, making a toothache sound, and finally severed it completely. Devil killing. The momentum is still there, and he still cuts towards Virgo's head. At this moment, he has already felt the taste of death. Swish. At this moment, the cyan flame suddenly retracted and poured into Ace's body again. Although the devil demon, without the blessing of the flame, was still extremely sharp, it barely cut through Virgo's domineering and could not go any further. Dang. Ace staggered back 2 steps, knelt down on one knee, leaning on the ground with a big knife so as not to fall. His face was pale, and he felt that his body could hardly move. Ace muttered to himself with a wry smile, "Has the time for the spiritual fire body art come up? It's really not the time." Ha ha. Virgo's left arm had been cut off and fell to the ground, with blood gushing out continuously, but there was a ferocious smile on his face. Although he was already dying, he couldn't move if he killed one. There are more than enough people. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Ace, who was extremely weak, sat on the ground at this time, without any worry on his face, but smiled with relief. I said, Virgo, you seem to have forgotten something. Here, it's not just the two of us, personal. Sure enough, when Virgo heard this, his face changed wildly. Of course, the other 2 boys were not afraid of him in his prime, but now he is at the end of his battle. Virgo immediately stood up and only had time to force the last trace of domineering, and an indifferent voice came into his ears. Room. End of this chapter. 53. Chapter 53, Room Scalpel. Chapter 53, Room Scalpel. As soon as the words fell, a circle of light blue mask spread over, instantly enclosing Virgo within the mask. It was Luo's surgery fruit ability, and as soon as the aperture reached, Luo's dagger pierced Virgo's body. Clang! With one stab, Virgo's body shone with a faint black light, and there was no sign of injury. I'm domineering. Seeing that he was completely fine, Virgo laughed wildly and said, You can't kill me. Seeing this scene, Luo thought that the enemy was right in front of him, but he had nothing to do with him. The anger in my heart was mixed with despair, and I could only stab the dagger down again and again in vain. Use Ghost Cry. Ace, who was sitting on the ground, realized that this knife turned out to be Luo's later saber, the demon sword, Ghost Cry, when Luo carried Ghost Cry behind his back. Didn't you want me to guide you? Now pull out the ghost and cry. Ace's voice woke Luo from despair. Luo, rumming, woke up and immediately took Ghost Cry into his hand according to Ace's request and pulled it out with a bang. All of a sudden, a burst of black air surged, Ghost crying. The whole body of the sword let out a joyful sword chant. Willie on the side looked over suddenly and said with a shocked expression, Master Base is right. Ghost Cry actually has a sword spirit. The awakening of the sword spirit means that it has met a truly recognized master. And such a demon sword with a sword spirit, even if it has no grade, it is still a rare treasure. Virgo's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was about to turn around and run away, and at the same time he threatened in a stern voice, Stinky boy, you dare to touch me. Have you forgotten the commandment of blood of the Don Quixote family? As long as I get hurt, you have to suffer the punishment of impalement. But it was good that he didn't mention this. After listening to his words, Luo immediately remembered that he wanted to assassinate Grasun 5 years ago, but Krasin helped him hide it. As soon as he thought that Virgo was one of the culprits who killed Krasin, Luo's tears couldn't stop pouring out, and without hesitation, he rushed forward with a knife. Of course, Virgo will not sit still. He bounced up suddenly and said in a low voice, Moonstep. Then he kicked the air and rushed into the AI. In the air, he shouted at the 3 of Ace with a hideous face, Ace, Luo, and that Willie, I remember you. The next time we meet is your time of death. Luo Xing didn't know what to do to T this time. Ace's words came, Think carefully about the medical knowledge you have learned over the years. Integrate them into your abilities. After listening to Ace's words, Luo suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment and raised his knife to face Virgo. Room Scalpel. Luo's thin body suddenly disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared behind Virgo, holding Ghost Cry with both hands and a still beating heart on the tip of the knife. Wow! Virgo felt the sharp pain from his heart and the extra hole in his chest, and he suddenly froze in the air. Turning his head slowly, he saw Luo's indifferent eyes behind him, and he seemed to see a kind of determination in them, a determination of revenge. Virgo's pupils gradually dilated, and he suddenly regretted, Dover, are we wrong? Virgo's body fell from the sky, and after Luo fell to the ground, he knelt on one knee, panting heavily. But there was joy in his eyes. 2 tears flowed down. Luo turned his head to the direction of the new world and shouted, Brother Da Flaming, sooner or later, I will use your head to pay homage to Krasin. As soon as the voice fell, Luo also fell to the ground with a plop. Willie rushed to Luo's side, hugged into Ace and asked, "Master Ace, what's wrong with him?" Ace's face was also a little pale, but he still endured the weakness, stepped forward to check, and exhaled after a while. "It's okay, he's just out of strength. His devil fruit needs to consume energy. The move just now is for him now. It's still too much of a stretch. I also feel that Luo's move just now is very powerful." Willie praised sincerely. Ha. Ace couldn't help laughing. "Of course, he's a death surgeon. Besides, you're pretty good too." Willie had his revenge at this moment, and already wanted to follow Ace wholeheartedly. So when he heard Ace's praise for him, he was very happy and scratched his head shyly. Woo woo. At this moment, harsh sirens suddenly sounded outside the palace. Then suddenly a housekeeper came in and shouted eagerly as he ran, "Master Domer, it's bad. A group of Marines has entered the city of Gaia. We can't stop it. Hurry up." As soon as he spoke, his voice stopped abruptly, and the scene in the auction house made him fall to the ground in fright. Glancing at Dormir's body, and then at the three of Ace who were staring at him, he tremblingly said, Who are you? What happened to Master Dormir?" Ace has regained some strength at this moment, stood up, and took the devil demon back into the space of different fires. He asked a little funny, "What's wrong with Domer? Didn't you see it? As for us, we are the Navy." Ace bared his teeth and leaned in front of this man. "Poker boss, Dormir has committed a heinous crime and has been punished. Now please cooperate with us and hand over the stolen goods." Although the man looked terrified, he still said stubbornly, "Well, what's stolen goods? I don't know." "Willie, it seems that someone is going to resist to the end." Ace's eyes were serious. He put his hands behind his back and stood up straight. "Yes, your lord." Because of his connection with Ace, Willie immediately understood what Ace meant. With a flash of the imprint between his brows, blue flames covered his right hand and lightly stroked against a marble table beside him. Gee. The 1-foot-thick marble was instantly divided into 2 halves, which was even easier than cutting tofu. The housekeeper lying on the ground kicked his legs in fright and retreated to the corner. The expression on his face was full of fear. He couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be if this palm cut himself. "Now, you should know where the stolen goods are." Ace showed a harmless smile again, and Willie cooperated with him and walked slowly towards the butler, the flame in his hand beating slightly. "You don't come here. I know. The housekeeper had no way to retreat, almost crying, "I'll take you there right now." "Ah, that's right." Ace laughed heartily, then hugged Luo and walked out of the auction hall first. Behind him, Willie picked up the butler and followed him like a chicken. However, the moment Willie's hand touched the butler almost fainted from fright. End of this chapter. 54. Chapter 54, Show Your Power. Chapter 54, Show Your Power. At this moment, next to the kingdom of Gaia, a naval warship has dropped anchor. Zifa is standing on the bow with more than 30 second stage students, holding a phone bug with freckles in his hand, and his face is a bit ugly said, "Ace, this stinky boy dare not answer my phone. I gave him the phone bug. Did I let him keep it as a pet?" Besides Zifa, besides Smoker and Tina, there is also a male sailor with a green katana on his back and unusually slender limbs. He said while dancing, "It seems that teacher Zifa likes this Ace very much." Yo, the tone is full of concern. "Binz, do you want a teacher to give you special training again?" Tina on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and teased. Binz is another member of the Neo Navy besides Ein after Zifa rebelled against the Navy, a person with the ability to prosper fruit. He can dance to manipulate nearby plants and speed up their growth. Now it seems that he should also be one of the 5 elite students. After hearing Tina's words, the second stage students all laughed together, including Drake and Ein, who had just joined. Obviously, most of the students have a good relationship, and they didn't think that this task would be difficult. After all, their lineup this time is really strong. "Okay, I don't know why the Brigadier General in Beihai can't be contacted anymore. Cheer me up. After all, Zifa has spent most of his life fighting on the sea, and he will not take his guard lightly at any time." So he flipped his cloak and ordered, "Just in case, let's act in advance now." Yes. As soon as the mission started, no one was joking anymore. Shave. The next moment, the 34 second stage students, together with Zifa at the head, all disappeared on the deck of the warship in an instant, and then suddenly appeared on the beach of the island. Call. At this time, there was a circle of white airwaves on the warship that slowly dissipated, as expected of a group of students with the most potential in the naval training base. On the warship, there were also ordinary sailors responsible for maintenance and navigation. After seeing this scene, they all showed envious expressions and couldn't help admiring. That's right. Even the 3 students who just joined have learned to shave now. Are they called Drake, Ian, and Ryan? Ah, you don't know. 4 people were selected as the second stage students this time. A sailor said proudly. The last one is called Ace, but he directly became the last elite student. What? The news immediately made the sailors widen their eyes in shock, sparking heated discussions, and at the same time aroused a sense of admiration for Ace, whom he had never seen before. At this time, the second stage students had followed Zifa through the woods and entered the city of Gaia. Dozens of sailors in Navy uniforms looked extremely eye-catching, so they were immediately spotted by members of playing cards. After a while, hundreds of people gathered and surrounded them. Stop. The leader held a musket, pointed at Zifa, and shouted, "This is Gaia. If you haven't joined the world government, your Navy is not qualified to come in. As far as I know, the city guard should be responsible for Gaia's safety. Are you the city guards?" Zifa raised his eyebrows. Huh? What are the city guards? The man said arrogantly. Now the whole of Gaia is under our playing cards control. Oh, so you are all members of playing cards? Zifa asked again. Seeing that Zifa was unexpectedly easygoing, the man puffed out his chest proudly and deliberately exposed the organization logo on his chest. Of course, if you are sensible, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, I am afraid that the gun in my hand will be careless. Fire. The students at the training base wore the uniforms of ordinary sailors because they hadn't graduated yet, and Zifa had always been informal, so there was nothing to show his identity except for the cloak. So in the eyes of these playing card members, this group of sailors is just an old man with a group of children. Oh, then there's no problem. Zifa grinned after listening to the man's words. Students obey orders. Yes. Death to the rebels. Zifa calmly said 4 words. The leader felt something was wrong when he heard that Zifa was so arrogant and immediately ordered, "Shoot me." Boom. Boom. Immediately, dozens of muskets shot out tongues of fire at Zifa and the others at the same time. With a sound, Smoker rushed out first. A cloud of smoke rolled up from his body. He simply ignored the bullets and let the bullets pass through his body. The rest of the students were also completely unafraid of the bullets and rushed over directly. And Zifa, who was behind, with his hands behind his back, nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene, and a few bullets hit him. Clang, clang. 2 sparks splashed and were bounced aside. The students rushed into the surrounding crowd in an instant, and with a light punch, they knocked down all the hundreds of playing card members. Those who just shot, without exception, walked into death. If you shoot, you must be prepared to be killed. It seems that the kingdom of Gaia has been completely subverted. You search separately, and you must find their headquarters. Seeing this bloody scene, Zifa didn't even blink his eyelids. After that, he has long since abandoned the name of not killing. Yes. When the trainees heard Zifa's order, they immediately accepted it. The swishing sound kept ringing, and not long after, the students had all scattered away, leaving only a corpse on the spot. Oh. At the same time, under the leadership of the butler, the 3 of Ace came to a secret room. The butler obsequiously handed a key to Ace. He had already discovered that the 3 of them were dominated by this child. My lord, this is the key to the storage room. All the items in this auction are here. There is no guard in such an important place, Ace asked instead of reaching out to pick it up. The butler didn't know why, but he couldn't help sweating when talking to Ace. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Master Domer doesn't trust others to take care of it, so only he and I know here. Oh, is he so worried about you? Ace asked jokingly. No, that's because the villain's strength is low, and the lives of the whole family are in his hands, so I dare not be greedy. The housekeeper was sweating profusely. Don't be nervous, I have no other intentions. Ace smiled, patted him on the shoulder, took the key, and inserted it into the keyhole of the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, The Supreme Sword Knight. Turn it vigorously in your hand, and with a click, the mechanism in the lock cylinder pops open. Ace and the others did not hesitate, raised their hands, pushed the door open, and walked in. Crunch. The heavy door was slowly pushed open, and the light outside the door also shone into the dark secret room. After Ace walked into the secret room, he found that the room was not big, only about a dozen square meters, and the auction items were placed in various exquisite boxes by category. My lord, let me introduce you. I have to say, this butler has a strong ability to read words and expressions, and when he saw the change in Ace's expression, he immediately came over obsequiously. Oh, tell me. Ace was also happy to have someone help, saving him the trouble of checking everything. The butler immediately walked to the far left of the secret room, pointed to an oil painting with some complacency, and said, "First of all, this my son was painted 10 years ago by the famous painter Cabos. It can be said to be priceless. It was originally collected by the noble Tianlong people on Mariajo, but 4 years ago, Fisher Tiger made a big fuss about Mariajo. It was in chaos and disappeared since then, but it came into our hands." "Stop." Ace quickly stopped the butler's next words, judging from what he meant. It seemed like he was going to talk all day. "Don't introduce these artworks, just find out the devil fruits and swords for me first. Bundle." Ace also admires the Murloc hero Fisher Tiger in his heart. He actually understands that these works of art are indeed priceless, but it is obvious that the devil fruit and the sharp knife are more important to him. Oh well. Seeing that Ace refused to let him continue to introduce the artwork, the butler weakly changed the direction and walked over. "Hey, did you secretly show a contemptuous expression just now? You are now a prisoner." A little enlightened. Ace's face turned black, but he didn't point it out. Unexpectedly, the butler was quite fascinated by art. The back of the lot this time is placed according to the value. First of all, there are 2 Lianquai knives, mother and child. They are a set of knives, so the real value is far more than 2 ordinary knives. Good and fast knives add up. Ace followed the butler's fingers and found that there were indeed 2 knives, one long and one short, and the scabbards were of the same type. For true knife lovers, this is indeed a rare treasure, but Ace can't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, for him, whether it is a set or not, is it the same effect if it is absorbed by the different fire system? Continue. With his right hand, Ace swiped the 2 knives of child and mother, and the 2 knives disappeared directly in front of everyone present. The butler's eyelids twitched when he saw it, and Willie held Luo in his arms, adored Ace even more, and thought to himself, as expected of an adult. The butler didn't dare to do any small tricks this time. He originally thought that Ace was the 2nd-generation ancestor, and the other 2 were sent by the family to protect Ace. But the 2 knives disappeared right in front of the butler, leaving no trace behind. What if you wipe it on yourself? The housekeeper shuddered, not daring to think too much, and continued to introduce more respectfully. "There are 3 devil fruits below." The housekeeper stepped forward and gently opened 3 beautifully decorated gift boxes, revealing the 3 fruits inside. There are different types of fruit, but all are dotted with mysterious spiral patterns on the skin. "Tell me, what kind of fruits are they?" Ace also showed an expression of interest at the moment. After all, devil fruits are one of the most precious and magical things in the world of One Piece. Who would think there are too many of them? If you don't use it yourself, you can also give it to your friends and subordinates. Think about it. From now on, just see who is pleasing to the eye and wave your hand. Reward: a devil fruit was handed over. Think a little excited. We don't know the specific fruit ability, but we only know that there are 2 animal type and 1 superhuman type among the 3. The butler replied a little nervously. Is there no nature type?" Ace was a little disappointed. After all, he had seen 5 devil fruits, and none of them were nature type fruits. UH.NO. The housekeeper kept his expression on the surface, but he was slandering in his heart. "Who has the natural system, and will put it up for auction?" "Understood. You continue." Ace waved his hand. "Willie, keep everything." "Yes." At this time, Willie also knew the value of these fruits. After hearing Ace's order, he immediately put Luo gently on the ground and happily found a package to wrap all 3 fruits. The corner of the housekeeper's mouth twitched, but thinking of the fighting power of these people, he immediately continued to introduce them cowardly. "The following is the most important item in this auction." The butler walked to the center of the secret room, pointed to a gorgeous Western-style coffin with a length of nearly 4 meters on the ground, and said, "This is it." "Coffin?" Ace was stunned. "It's unlucky to buy this thing back." "My lord, this is not a coffin." The steward also gave up the treatment now, but fortunately he replied without reservation, "This is a sword box." "Sword box? This is the first time I've heard of it." Ace is not afraid to reveal his limited knowledge. After all, there is no limit to learning. Just ask more. Some swords are too sharp, and after being inserted into the scabbard, they will definitely be cut in half, so they can only be stored in a box with a larger internal space. The butler was also a little excited when he said this, and immediately walked to the left of the coffin. Click. After 2 beeps, the lid was lifted. Ace had already been a little itchy by the housekeeper, so he quickly looked closely. "Well, After Ace saw the appearance of this knife, his whole body couldn't help shaking, and he couldn't help shouting, "The Supreme Sword Knight!" At this moment, in the coffin box, on the soft and smooth silk satin, lay quietly a black cross-shaped long knife with countless random blades and heavy flowers dotted on the knife body. Isn't it the legendary? This is one of only 12 supreme sharp knives in the whole world. It's right in front of me now. Is this a dream? But isn't this sword the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk saber? Why are you here? Maybe it's because in the 13 years of the Great Pirate, Hawkeye hasn't obtained the supreme sword yet? Countless thoughts flashed through Ace's mind, but after he swallowed, he couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say that the auction will be a big sharp knife?" Nobody hates surprises, do they? The butler shrugged. But Ace didn't care about the butler's answer, but excitedly shouted to the system in his heart, "Quick, swallow it quickly, then I can be directly promoted to lieutenant general or even quasi-general." Dot. The system actually sent him a string of colons? Several meanings. End of this chapter. 56. Chapter 56 Great Harvest. Chapter 56 Great Harvest. Hey, hurry up. Seeing that the system hadn't responded yet, Ace urged, "You don't want to fix the main body quickly. I want to add 2 more different fires quickly. Please host yourself." The system finally got impatient with the noise and replied, "First of all, you can't directly upgrade to a higher level by devouring katana swords. Secondly, I can only devour good and fast swords at most now. Only a lieutenant general can swallow a big sharp knife and so on. That is to say, you can't do it." Ace was a little disappointed and couldn't help complaining. The system was full of black lines and wanted to refute men can't say no, but in the end they chose not to speak. However, the disappointment is only temporary. After all, this is a great sharp knife. Thinking of this, Ace immediately took out Yi from the coffin with some excitement, carried it on his body, and the freckles on the bridge of his nose seemed to be glowing with excitement. "Lord Ace." Willie looked a little enviously at the side and gave Ace a thumbs up. "Handsome. Huh. Pull the wind." Ace adjusted his hat and decided to keep this look for the time being. At this time, Luo, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up from his coma. After being in a daze for a while, when he saw Ace, he immediately stood up and bent forward at 90 degrees, bowing. "Ace is in charge. Thank you this time. Let me kill Virgo and avenge myself." "Huh, you're welcome. It's just a matter of little effort." Ace smiled and helped Luo up. Luo didn't speak, but obviously he had firmly remembered Ace's kindness in his heart. He held Ghost Cry in both hands, with some reluctance in his eyes, but still respectfully handed it to Ace. Ace didn't answer, but turned his gaze to Willie, who was on the side. "My lord, Ghost Cry is already yours. You can deal with it as you like. Besides, I think the sword spirit of Ghost Cry has already approved Luo. Why not?" Willie understood Ace's meaning at once. "Ah, that's right. From today onwards, this knife is yours." Ace pushed Luo's hands back and said with a smile, "This." Luo obviously didn't expect Ace and Willie to give him such a precious thing as soon as they opened their mouths. "You must know that this is a sword spirit demon knife that is even rarer than the big fast knife." Luo was very moved, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Ace is in charge. If you don't dislike me, I will follow you from now on." Luo said this after some thought. Although he killed Virgo himself, it was because Ace had severely injured Virgo before. "And my enemy is the entire Don Quixote family, and there are even stronger top cadres, as well as the terrifying Doflamingo." If only relying on himself, Luo didn't know how long it would take to get revenge. In addition, Ace pointed out the direction of the development of the fruit of the operation in a sentence before, letting Luo know that as long as he follows Ace, he will definitely become stronger faster in the future. Of course. After hearing Luo's words, how could Ace refuse? You must know that Luo is not only very talented in medical skills, but also has a strong combat power after 10 years. Moreover, Ace is also confident that the time required for him to become stronger will be greatly shortened. Although Ace has joined the Navy now, he still yearns for an adventurous life, and if he wants to go to sea, an excellent ship doctor is essential. Is there a more suitable biro? However, I need to go to a neighboring town on the nearby Swallow Island first. There is some friend of mine there. Luo hesitated for a while and said, "Because I want to study medicine, I first came to the kingdom of Gaia, but I promised to go back and pick them up." Ace's heart moved, recalling the plot of One Piece. After Luo escaped from Minion Island a year and a half ago, he should have fled to the neighboring town of Swallow Island, on Beihai Swallow Island, there were two bad boys, Xiaoqi and Pei Jin. When bullying the white bear Bibo, he was cleaned up by Luo, who was passing by. From then on, Ice Bear and the two bad boys adored Luo. In the subsequent plot, it should have been that Bipo wanted to go back to Elephant Island and study navigation desperately. In the end, the four formed the Heart Pirates together and went out to sea for adventure. How is Bipo's nautical science? Ace asked with a smile. The white bear is the ancient race of the fur tribe in the country of Zhou. Natural-born warrior. Ace was also interested. But his words fell into Luo's ears, and once again, he was too shocked to speak. Ace also knew that his words were abrupt, and he touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "But I just have some special abilities, and I can predict some futures." Luo didn't fully believe Ace's words, but his awe of Ace deepened. My lord, can I go?" Seeing that Ace stopped talking, the butler on the side said a little nervously, "I still have a wife and children. I'm just a part-time worker." Today, Ace not only harvested 2 good sharp knives, 3 devil fruits, and 1 supreme sharp knifey, but also won the hearts of Willie and Luo. It can be said that it is a big profit. So Ace was in a good mood, so he didn't worry about the moisture in the butler's words. After patting him on the shoulder, he said, "Okay, it's none of your business, let's go." After hearing Ace's words, the housekeeper immediately nodded and bowed to thank him as if he had received an amnesty, then turned around and ran away. "My lord, do you just let him go?" Willie said with some concern. "Domer trusts him so much, his identity is definitely not as simple as he said." Don't worry, I just patted him on the shoulder and planted a trace of fire in his body. It's okay if he doesn't move or have any crooked thoughts. As long as we don't encounter anything within a month, the fire will naturally dissipate, and if there is any change in him." Ace's eyes turned cold. Then he doesn't want to leave the whole body. Willie naturally understood what Ace was thinking. Ace didn't want to kill innocent people by mistake. Although this made Willie admire Ace's character even more, he was still inexplicably worried. "I hope nothing will happen," Willie thought to himself. "Okay, let me make some arrangements for you," Ace said. "You must already know my identity. I am a Navy." Willie's complexion did not change. No matter what Ace's identity was, he had already followed Ace. Luo's face was a little complicated, but he was quickly relieved when he thought of the noble qualities Ace showed in front of him today. The expressions of the two fell into Ace's eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and then said with a slanted corner of his mouth, "My identity is not important. The important thing is that you are my partners from today. Willie, there are 50 Baileys here. You take them first. Go to Swallow Island with Luo to pick up Bipo and the others." Ace took out 50 Baileys from his arms and stuffed them into Willie's pocket. "Because of my status, I have to go back to the naval base first, so I won't go with you this time." After speaking, he handed another phone bug to Luo and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely go back to find you within half a year. During this period, we will contact the phone bug." Yes. Willie and the two put away their things and responded in unison. "What about these devil fruits?" Willie asked hesitantly. Ace looked at Luo with a smile and said, "Take them all away. If Babwa and the others want it, they can choose one each. However, I can't guarantee that these fruits are not some strange abilities." Luo didn't know what to say at this moment, and his emotions kept surging. At this moment, Ace's expression suddenly changed. He felt a group of people pouring into the palace and immediately swept over with his knowledge color. "Hurry up and go over the wall from the back first. Take everything with you." End of this chapter. 57. Chapter 57, Torture and Kill Colleagues? Ace quickly explained to Willie and the two that it was the naval students headed by Zifa who came. If Zifa and the others discovered the existence of Willie and Luo, it would not be so easy for the two of them to leave. At least a record-keeping process would be indispensable. More importantly, with the devil fruit already in hand, Ace is not noble enough to hand it over to the organization for a pennant or something. Willie and Luo were also very obedient. Without any hesitation, they ran straight to the back wall of the palace and disappeared into the night not long after. The next time we meet is probably a few months away. Ace took a deep breath and walked towards the auction hall. In the auction hall at this moment, the students from the training base gradually appeared here, and Zifa stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, looking at the two corpses in front of him, lost in thought. On the wounds left by the corpse, there were traces of being stabbed by high-temperature flames, and some parts were even charred and carbonized. The moment Zifa saw the corpse, he naturally thought of Ace. After all, Ace, who has the ability to fire, is the most likely person who caused the deaths of these two people. But he looked at Virgo's body on the ground, with a deep sense of worry on his face. Teacher Zifa, that corpse in a white suit, is the boss of playing cards Domer. Tina had already checked the corpse and said hesitantly, however, the other corpse seems to be the North Sea Commodore Virgo. Zifa said the name with a serious face. Could they have died together? A student immediately murmured in a low voice, "This Brigadier General is really—" He agreed to wait for us to act together. Are you stupid? Looking at the wounds on the two of them, it is obvious that they were killed by the same person. Although what this person said was not entirely correct, it was close to the truth. After all, Willie also killed Domer with a strange fire, and Ace also chopped off one of Virgo's arms with Qinglian Flame Slash. Zifa didn't speak, but the expression on his face told the students behind him that he was not at peace. If this Beihai Commodore was also killed by Ace, this time he can only deal with it according to the rules. After all, this incident was completely different from the duel with Barranca. It was a blatant massacre of colleagues. Felony. I hope he can give me a reasonable explanation. Zifa sighed. At this moment, Ace's figure appeared at the door of the auction hall, and he came in front of everyone in a flash. He saluted Zifa directly, bowed and said, "Teacher." Seeing Ace, Zifa couldn't help but turn dark. "Boy, what about the phone bug I gave you? You still don't take my teacher's words to heart?" When Ace heard Zifa's words, his expression froze, and then he remembered that he had forgotten the teacher's phone bug in the rental house, which was embarrassing. But then there was a touch of emotion in his heart. He knew that Zifa really cared about him. Otherwise, he would not be asking about phone bugs. He would definitely ask what happened to the two corpses first. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I forgot to be in the rental house." Ace's face was full of apology, and he was really embarrassed. After hearing what he said, Zifa just sighed and then continued, "Forget it. As long as you are fine, remember it next time, and you must take the phone bug with you when you go out for missions so only the follow-up team can support in time." Zifa thought about it for a while, and nodded respectfully and kept saying yes, feeling more and more moved in his heart. Ace lost his parents since he was a child and basically didn't feel the concern from his elders. Although Dayton and Garp cared about him in their hearts, they expressed it in a very special way. Faye looked very disgusted. But Zifa completely expressed his concern for Ace in words. I can't say the pros and cons of the two methods, but Ace really accepted Zifa at this moment. He is even thinking about whether there is a certain method that allows him to satisfy his pursuit of adventure and freedom without letting Zifa down on himself. Before Ace could come up with a solution, Zephyr's nagging had stopped. He knew that this matter had to be clarified, so even though he had vaguely guessed what happened here, he still wanted to confirm it again. What the hell is going on here? Ace actually didn't expect Zifa and others to come over so soon. He didn't have enough time to make arrangements and deal with all the scenes here. He knew no nonsense, and he wouldn't lie to Zifa, so he decided to tell the truth. Ace took a deep breath and said calmly, "I killed everyone." Luo did it under his guidance, and Willie's ability even came from Ace, so there is no problem in saying that. But the moment he said it, the scene instantly fell silent. Except for Drake and Ian, most of the students looked at Ace in a different way. Murdering colleagues without reason is a serious crime. Think I will be imprisoned in a legendary undersea prison. A student murmured. It's the Emperor Hell from which no one can escape. I heard that all the prisoners who entered it would be worse than death. The students all looked at Ace with pity. He's an elite student in the training base at such a young age. Has a bright future. Ace, do you know what I'm talking about? I hope to hear your explanation. Zifa's expression sank at this time. He likes Ace very much, but it doesn't mean he will do it for Ace play favoritism and pervert the law. Even if he is his own son, if he commits a serious crime, Zifa will personally send him to prison. I understand, Ace said seriously. I believe that you already know his identity for this Domiyard. Ask the boss of poker. I think it is not a pity for him to die. And he has another identity. He is a member of the Don Quixote family. Zifa's pupil shrank when he heard this, and he had already seen the Don Quixote family logo on Domer's back. Dover stretched his hands too far. After returning, it's time for Lieutenant General He to put more pressure on them. Zifa thought to himself. And that Virgo, he is a spy arranged by the Don Quixote family in the Navy. Ace's words were not astonishing and endless, and the moment he opened his mouth, everyone present was speechless, and an uproar ensued. What? How is it possible? Yes, how could pirates dare to arrange spies in the Navy? It's not Ace who wants to exonerate himself and frame this Commodore General. The students talked a lot, and many people turned their suspicious eyes to Ace. After all, there is no proof now. and it's not just whatever Ace says. Anyway, Virgo wouldn't stand up and refute. Don't talk about brother Ace like that. Yin rushed out when he heard people say that about Ace. His eyes were already a little wet and said eagerly to Ace, "Brother, tell them quickly. They are all nonsense." Ace looked at the tears in the corners of Ian's eyes and couldn't help showing pity in his heart. He quickly reached out to help her wipe the tears away and comforted her with a smile. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Of course, my brother is telling the truth. What do they love? Whatever you say, I'll be fine. Ace is my brother of Drake. I believe in him." Drake also stood up immediately. Ace was moved in his heart, but was a little surprised to find that there were 3 people who also chose to believe him. Smoker, Tina, and Ryan. Chapter 58, Prison Conflict. Isn't this the second sword student in the group arena? The person who was defeated by him when he was 5-3? Unexpectedly, he also became a second stage student. Surprisingly, he is a good guy. Zifa fell into silence from the very beginning, and he was not disturbed by the intense discussions of the students. After everyone gradually calmed down, he finally said, "Binz, put Ace first." Yes. Although Binz always jumped out of tune, he was the one who listened to Zephyr's words the most. After hearing Zephyr's order, he immediately put on his gloves and took out a sea-stone handcuff and walked towards Ace past. Ace didn't want to resist. He knew that Zifa must have his own concerns, so he stretched his hands forward, ready to be handcuffed. "I don't allow it. You're not allowed to treat my brother like this." A small figure suddenly rushed out with his arms outstretched, blocking Ace's face, and said in a crying voice, "Brother Ace is so nice, don't you? Will I?" This figure is AIN. After she said this, seeing that Zifa still did not respond, she could only turn her eyes to the rest of the students for help. Help Ace. But this time, even Smoker, Tina, and Ren chose to remain silent and stood still. After all, Zifa had already given the order. Only Drake didn't speak and stood silently with Ein, blocking Ace's body, holding weapons in both hands, and staring closely at Binz, who was getting closer, obviously ready to shoot at any time. Ace looked at the 2 who stood in front of him without hesitation, and suddenly felt a sense of happiness welling up in his heart. With such a group of partners who trust him unconditionally, what is there to be dissatisfied with? Hey, Zifa had been watching quietly and finally sighed at this moment, knowing that he would have no choice but to explain, "I'm Drake, you 2 are good. I also believe in AI Ace is telling the truth, but you need to know that the rules are the rules. Now that Ace is suspected, he has to control it first." Speaking of this, Zifa's tone became much softer and he continued, "I assure you, I will investigate the truth as soon as possible and return Ace to freedom. But before that, he and the prisoner captured this time need to be arrested, transport them back to the Navy headquarters together." No, I don't want my brother to be arrested. But this time, I was unexpectedly stubborn. He didn't listen to Zifa's words at all. He bit his lip, his eyes were reddish, and firmly blocked Ace behind him. In her heart, Ace was going to be wronged, so I was very wronged. The next second, AIN suddenly felt himself being embraced from behind, and Ace's gentle voice came into her ears. "AIN, thank you." AIN's mind was blank at this time. She didn't know why Ace hugged him suddenly, so she could only bury her head in Ace's arms shyly. The reason why Ace would do this is because he has always been alone, whether in the previous life of the One Piece world or the soul of the Earth world. For the first time, he felt the unreserved concern of the opposite sex. He didn't know if it was love or not. He only knew. Very warm. "Don't worry, brother assures you, I will definitely protect myself," Ace said softly. Seeing AIN raising his little head, still with a worried expression on his face, Ace raised his little finger in front of her and said with a smile, "Come on, Laga." AIN wrinkled his little nose and finally nodded. He raised his hand and put his little finger on Ace's finger, shaking it vigorously. "You keep your word." After finishing speaking, he reluctantly got out of Ace's arms and retreated with a blushing face. Perhaps the way of pulling the hook was a little childish, but Ace still put this promise in his heart solemnly, determined to protect this beautiful relationship well. But the operation of the 2 really blinded the eyes of the people around them. Even Drake and Zifa were a little dumbfounded. What is this? Is this atmosphere suitable for spilling dog food? And you 2 are only 11 years old. Puppy love, dear. The only one in the audience is Tina, who has bright eyes. Childhood sweetheart. Childhood sweetheart. Don't be too perfect. Ahem. Zifa didn't know what to say. After all, the originally heavy atmosphere turned in a strange direction inexplicably. He could only cough twice and urged, "Binz, what are you looking at? Hurry up." Binz stepped forward with some reluctance and put the handcuffs on Ace's hands. I cursed in my heart. I don't want to be this villain. Why me? Next, Zifa ordered Smoker and Tina to lead half of the students to stay in the Gaia Kingdom to deal with the mess left by playing cards. After all, the underground forces that came had to be dealt with, and because the Gaia royal family had been killed, maintaining the stability of the entire kingdom was also a big problem. And Zifa led the rest of the students, escorted Ace and other prisoners onto the warship, and headed straight for the Navy headquarters. At the same time, in a remote dwelling in the kingdom of Gaia, the butler released by Ace was holding a phone bug to contact someone. Young master, Lord Virgo is dead. The phone bug in his hand was wearing a pair of red sunglasses with a white frame. After hearing his words, there was a sudden burst of weird laughter. Phew for gear, are you kidding me? Dare curse the top cadre of the family. Do you want to experience the taste of impalement? When the butler Gear heard this term, he immediately shrank his neck in fright. The piercing punishment used 72 1-meter-long steel needles to directly pierce the human body. No one would want to experience that kind of pain, but at this moment he could only bite the bullet and continue. Young master, it's true. Master Virgo came to inform Domer to retreat, but was bumped into by a navy named Ace. I was killed by him. Master Virgo is so miserable, young master. Shut up. The smile on Doflamingo's face over there has long since disappeared, and a vein is popping up on his forehead. Tell me the whole process. If you say one more nonsense, I promise you will die a miserable death. Gear shivered in fright. He knew that his young master had always kept his word, and his methods were extremely cruel, so he immediately told all the things he knew. After listening to Gear's narration, Dover hung up the phone immediately. It was now in Dressrosa, the second half of the Great Route. IT was about to drip out of water, so it was silent for a full 15 minutes. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth rose sharply. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and let out another creepy laugh. Fufurfurfur, is your name Ace? My many years of plans fell short because of you? You don't want to die so easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Dover's Killing Intent. Tory Pole. Hey, I said, Dover, what did you ask me to do? In the hall, an old man with a hunched waist slowly walked in. He was wearing a quilt-like quilt with a circle cloak, holding a cane with a plum blossom logo, wearing a pair of small sunglasses with a half-snot nose on his face. His mouth was full of stubble, his teeth were sparse, and the most disgusting thing was that his whole body seemed to be constantly secreting wet mucus. Virgo is dead, Dover said 5 words with a gloomy face. What? With a puff, Tory Bowles sprayed out a stream of mucus, which wet a large area of the floor, and reached out to his pocket in some horror. He rummaged through his pocket with his right hand, but could only pull out a few wisps of black ashes. I said, Virgo's life card has really been reduced to ashes. What's going on, Dover? Tory Bowles appeared next to Dover in a flash, showing his rickety face, the powerful speed that does not match the figure. The life card is a kind of paper that represents the vitality of the owner. IT becomes bigger and smaller with the change of the vitality of the owner. When it turns into ashes, it means that the owner is dead. I'll tell you about this matter later, and I'll ask you now, can you intercept and kill a former admiral in the North Sea? Dover already knew that there was Zifa in the Navy this time, so he knew he had to. If you want to kill Ace, you must pass Zifa's level. Tory Pole was silent for a while, and then he said, our family's combat power is now participating in the construction of the underground factory in Dressrosa. IT is really hard to get away, but even if we start from the New World immediately, it's too late to rush over. Just when Dover's face became more gloomy, Tory Bowles continued, however, there is no way at all. I said, Dover, do you still remember that wonderful mother and son you met a few years ago? It was the one whose son was a fool. After hearing Torbell's words, Doflamingo was obviously taken aback. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered, you're talking about that strange couple who claimed to be a woman with a white beard and her son? Yes, it's the old woman Miss Bajine and his son Edward Weibel. When Tory Bowles said this, the expression on his face was very strange. Although you and I don't believe that they have anything to do with Whitebeard, but that Weibel's strength is indeed terrifying. It's almost at the level of a general. You mean? Dover lifted the pink feather robe on his body. His expression changed. Ask them to do it? That's right. According to the information, these 2 people are in Beihai now, and that old woman, Miss Bajine, is very greedy for money. As long as they give enough money, they will definitely make a move. Tory Bowles said with some hesitation at this time. It's just that if they make a move, the price probably won't be cheap. We are building a factory now, and the funds are a bit stretched. Stop talking. Dover stood up abruptly with a gloomy expression on his face. I'll give you 2,000,000 Baileys, and you can just go and grab the funds from the underground factory later. How could I let go of my family if I killed them? Pass them. Yes. I'll do it now. There was a frenzy in Torbel's eyes, and the mucus all over his body was trembling. The young master regarded them as family members. How could they not work hard? Seeing the figure of Toribol going away, Dover suddenly laughed again. Phew for fur, that brat named Ace, this time I want everyone around you to be buried with you. Oh. At this time, Ace and others had already left the kingdom of Gaia on this warship. The sea was unexpectedly calm, and Ace was sitting cross-legged in the separate cell arranged for him at the moment, with his eyes closed, feeling the changes in his body. Ace is still weak because he used the Spirit Fire Quintessence art when fighting Virgo, but he has let the system swallow the 2 good sharp knives, child and mother, and the black energy he obtained it poured into his body continuously. Before this mission, the content on Ace's attribute bar was Attributes: Constitution, Major General 6. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Jew, the 3rd stage. Body Energy, 23 of 160. Different Fire, Qinglian Earthheart Fire. At this moment, after devouring the 2 good sharp knives, the body energy suddenly increased by 350 points, directly reaching the level of 373. Ace chose to strengthen without thinking, and saw that his attribute bar changed instantly, and a sense of comfort from a strong body surged into Ace's heart. Attributes: Constitution, Major General 8. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Jew, the 3rd stage. Body Energy, 43 of 180. Different Fire, Qinglian Earthheart Fire. The strength of his body has increased by 2 short periods, and Ace feels the strength gradually recovering in his body. It is estimated that the 1-week period of weakness has now been reduced to 2 days. I can't help but sigh. As expected, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. In the past few months, I squeezed myself desperately and trained at the limit, but I barely improved by 4 small stages. Now the 2 knives have saved me at least 4 months of time. It's just that in the world of One Piece, there are only 47 good knives left at most. Ace's mouth twitched. Sin. Hey, kid, what did you do? In the cell next door, a bald man with a scar on his face casually approached the iron fence of the cell and asked eccentrically. The other prisoners are crowded in a cell by more than a dozen people, but Ace has a spacious cell alone, which can't help but make some mentally retarded people feel jealous. They don't even think about it. They are all locked up. Do they still have the heart to think about these things? So Ace was also a little speechless, and after glancing at the bald head, he stopped talking to him at all. Brat, Grandpa is talking to you. Seeing Ace's reaction, the bald head turned black, picked up the stone on the ground and threw it at Ace, but was not very accurate, and bounced on the ground twice before falling to Ace beside. The prisoners in the surrounding cells all showed expressions of interest after seeing this scene. They were originally a group of desperados who wanted to have some fun in the prison. At this moment, Ace felt a little unhappy and cast his cold eyes on the bald head. And the bald head became even more excited when he saw so many people paying attention to him. He knocked on the iron cage twice and laughed at Ace. I said, little bastard, why are you so rude? I don't even know how to answer when I'm talking to you. I'm afraid it's because I was born without a mother, huh? As soon as he laughed, he saw Ace, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly disappear from the spot, and the next moment, a high-speed kick appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! Clang! The bald-headed body suddenly flew out from the spot, spun 3 or 4 times in the air, spewed out a mouthful of teeth, and then bumped into the iron cage on the other side with a clang, and finally slid down slowly. The whole cell fell silent in an instant, and a needle could be heard. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, The Woman with a White Beard. No one can say that about my mother. Ace slowly withdrew his fist and said with killing intent in his eyes. He straightened his hat and sat back cross-legged again, but the prisoners in the entire cell did not dare to say a word, and no one even dared to look at the bald head who was already dead. To be honest, Ace doesn't have much affection for the One Piece father, but he loves his mother, who has never met from the bottom of his heart. Ace's full name is Portgas D. Ace, and he chose his mother's last name himself. His mother's name is Portgas D. Lugio. After the death of Gold. Roger, the Navy searched the whole island for the blood of One Piece and arrested all children born within 10 months after Roger's death to kill Roger's blood in history. But Ace's mother, this great mother, endured for full 20 months in order to protect her child and desperately delayed his birth point 1 year and 3 months after Roger's death. She was born in Paris. Ace was born on Terila Island. But she died after giving birth to Ace due to exhaustion. Ace has never seen his mother, and he doesn't even know what she looks like, but he understands that even though his mother is dead, she is still one of the people who loves him the most in this world. No insult. Oh. One day later, on a deserted island next to the kingdom of Gaia, the housekeeper Gear was guarding a small steamship, looking at the sky boredly. Last night, the young master called again, ordering him to prepare a fast boat and a life card of the arrested members, and then went to this deserted island to wait for reinforcements. In terms of intelligence, the Don Quixote family is actually doing a good job. Just in case, some members of the organization will first make a life card so that they can provide a location for reinforcements after an accident occurs and they are arrested. As long as the life card is torn off a small piece from the main card, when the piece is placed on a flat surface, it will move slightly in the direction of the owner, which is really miraculous. And now Gear was just lying on the boat, watching the life card in his palm trembling and moving towards the northeast, passing the time. Boom, click, click. Suddenly, the island trembled violently, and Gear quickly put away his life card and stood up. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, Gordon was stunned to find that a pirate ship had crashed into the reef beside the deserted island, and then slowly sank to the bottom of the sea with the sound of wood cracking. And a burly fat man jumped out of the wreckage, holding a long-handled crescent knife in one hand, and a short blonde old lady in the other, and jumped directly onto the deserted island. Boom. There was another roar, and the hard reef was stepped on by this person to create countless cracks, and countless boulders were smashed into the sea under the vibration, splashing waves nearly 10 meters high. Mama, mama, our ship crashed and sank. The strong man had blonde hair like a mane, 2 braids on his cheeks that stretched to his chest, and a crescent moon with 2 corners pointing to the sky under his nose white beard. The blonde old lady was wearing a fur cloak and was covered with jewels. She jumped to the ground at this moment. She was not as tall as the strong man's knees, but at this moment she hit the strong man's calf with her crutches. It's not your fault that you fell asleep while sailing. Why are you so stupid, child? Mama, it hurts so much. The strong man said with a runny nose. I'm sorry, Mama. Hey. The old lady suddenly stopped what she was doing, and there seemed to be little stars shining all over her body. But I won't blame you, because I love you, said the old lady to the strong man. Mom. The brawny man wiped his nose and was so moved that he was about to cry. Doc, can I ask who you are? Gear on the side had to interrupt the performance of the two. After all, he still had a task to do. And after hearing Gear's question, the two of them suddenly turned their bodies around at the same time and said with bright eyes, since you asked this sentence, then we have to expose our own identity. The one next to me is the real son of the world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard's blood, Edward Weibel. The old lady slammed her cane towards the ground, and then her expression became serious. The wrinkled mouth opened and closed, and it's the woman Whitebeard loved, Miss Bajin. Huh. Gear's eyes widened in surprise. No one in this scene knows Whitebeard's name. That is the legendary world's strongest pirate. Is his son the snotty, mentally handicapped man in front of him? And that ugly blonde old lady is Whitebeard's lover? Gear felt that his brain was not enough today, so he could only temporarily put aside his doubts and asked, Are you the reinforcements invited by the young master? If the young master you're talking about is Don Quixote, then you're right, I charge money to do things. But Jean replied, That's good, the clippers have already prepared for you. You just need to chase in the direction indicated by this life card. Gear took out the life card from his pocket. But before you leave, you can destroy the navy left in Gaia first. Oh, okay. Miss Bajin's eyes lit up, and she extended her hand towards Gear with a smile. Another million Baileys. What? Gear thought he didn't hear clearly. It's very simple. The money we received was to kill all the sailors on that warship. If you want us to kill the sailors on Gaia Island, of course we will ask for a price. Miss Bajin said as a matter of course. Mama is right. More money. Weibel sniffed hard. Gear quickly handed over the life card. Think I didn't say anything. Take the life card and chase the warship quickly. If you don't catch up, the young master won't pay for it. Okay. Bajin took the life card, but still stared at Gear closely. What do you want to do? Leave me alone. Someone will pick me up later. Gear suddenly felt a little bad. son. Bajin suddenly turned and walked towards the steamboat, but her voice still came. Take that guy with us and let him drive the boat for us. You can't do this. Gear stepped back in horror. He is an ordinary person without force. If he is involved in a battle, he will definitely not survive. But Weibel's IQ was negative, and he absolutely respected Miss Bajin's words, so he didn't give Gear a chance to escape it all. He held Gear tightly in his palm and walked towards the steamboat. Gear kept struggling, but he couldn't shake Weibel at all. In the end, he could only accept his fate and get on the boat to start the engine, carrying Weibel and Miss King, and chasing in the direction of the warship Ace was on. End of this chapter. 61. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Ace has been sitting cross-legged alone in the cell for the past 2 days, because of the lessons learned from the bald head before, and no one who is not open-eyed dares to trouble Ace. But this afternoon, Ace was a little restless, felt that the fire he had put into the butler's body was getting closer and closer to him. What does this mean? The butler was actually chasing them. Where does his confidence come from? You must know that, not to mention the strength of Ace and other students, there is a quasi-general named Zifa on this warship. Ace wanted to detonate the fire, but found that he was still in a weak stage. At least he would not be able to recover until night, but judging by the speed at which the fire was approaching, it is estimated that the opponent had already caught up with them before Ace recovered. Is anyone there? Come on. Ace thought for a while, but decided to tell Zifa the news first. But just as he spoke, all the prisoners in the cell trembled in fright and looked over in horror. Ace couldn't help but smile, and he didn't intend to do anything to them, so there's no need to be so scared. It seems that the psychological shadow caused by the tragic situation of the bald head is indeed a bit big. Keep down. After hearing Ace's voice, 2 guards walked in from outside the cell, and one of the guards said impatiently, "What's the matter with you? Tell me. I want to see Teacher Zifa. Please go and inform me that Ace has something urgent to report." Ace said eagerly, not having time to care about the attitude of the guards. "Haha. Do you want to see Master Zifa? I want to too, haha." The guard sneered. "You criminals just stay here and don't disturb my rest." Don't say it." Another guard heard what Ace said, but suddenly remembered something, pulled the sleeve of the first guard, and said in a soft voice, You didn't hear his name was Master Zifa just now, and you don't think this name is very familiar." Only then did the first guard come to his senses, and remembered that Ace was the one discussed earlier, the youngest elite student. Suddenly, his head was covered with cold sweat. No matter why Ace was locked up here, it was a big man who couldn't be bullied by him. The guard immediately put on a respectful expression and kept nodding and bowing in apology. Seeing the prisoners around, they almost thought they were blind. Who has ever seen a prison officer be so polite to a prisoner? Suddenly, they looked at Ace even more in awe. But Ace didn't have time to pay attention to him at all. Just for a while, the speed of the butler's fire approaching was a bit faster, and he said anxiously, "Don't be dazed. Hurry up and inform Teacher Zifa." This time, the 2 guards also understood that what Ace was going to say must not be a trivial matter, so after looking at each other, they ran out of the cell together immediately, fearing that the business would be delayed. But Ace waited left and right in the cell, and the more he waited, the more anxious he became, only to find that the 2 guards never came back with anyone. How did he know that the guards had indeed gone to find Zifa? But Zifa was currently in the conference room, using the phone bug to contact the Navy headquarters. Therefore, if the guards want to see Zifa, they can only honestly wait for the notice outside the door. At this moment, in the warship meeting room, Waring states, "I asked you to look up Beihai Virgo's information. Have you found it?" Zifa was sitting in the middle of the conference room with a toothpick in his mouth and a phone bug in his hand. "Hey, Zifa, I'm now an admiral of the Navy. Please show me some face." Opposite the phone bug is the current admiral of the Navy, the Warring States of Buddha. "Stop talking nonsense. I'm bothered." Zifa didn't mean to give the Warring States any face at all. They were comrades in arms who joined the army at the same time, so there were so many rules. Sure enough, Zifa's attitude didn't annoy Sengoku at all. Sengoku was in the headquarters of the Navy at this time, with a plaque of the Navy's absolute justice hanging behind him. He reached out and touched a goat beside him and replied, "You know that Ahe has been in charge of the affairs of Don Quixote's family. As soon as you called me the day before yesterday, I immediately informed Ahe to investigate. The result is not very satisfactory. There is no Virgo in Don Quixote's signs that the family has acted." When Zifa heard Sengoku's words, his heart sank suddenly. He would not think that Ace was lying, but if there was no evidence, some guys in the Navy would not let Ace go easily. However, this Virgo is really problematic. He joined the Navy 6 years ago, and his previous resume was perfect, but it was too perfect, as if it had been carefully designed. Sengoku's voice was a little heavy and continued said, "And 1 year ago, Rosindi's death was too strange. It's as if someone revealed the actions of the Navy to Don Quixote in advance." Zifa didn't speak immediately. He had also heard about Rosindi's affairs, and knew the status of this person in Zhanggua's heart, Tio Zhanggua. This person was like his own son. And Rosindi is also called Clazen, the younger brother of Doflamingo and Luo's benefactor. But you have to know that these are just my personal guesses and cannot be used as evidence. But don't worry, although I haven't seen the ace boy you mentioned, I believe your vision is definitely right. Warring states will of course choose to believe in Zifa. After all, in terms of vision, Zifa in the Navy is said to be the second, and no one dares to be the first. Don't worry, I will continue to send people to investigate, and I won't let others wrong this kid. Zifa could only nod his head, responded twice, and stopped discussing Ace's affairs, but continued to discuss other military affairs with Sengoku. It's just that he didn't know that 2 guards had been waiting outside the door for almost 2 hours. But it was Ace in the cell who was more anxious, seeing that his period of weakness was still an hour away, and it would only take half an hour for the butler's fire to catch up with him. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and he gritted his teeth and walked to the iron railing of the cage. Ace was actually wearing Halushy handcuffs on both hands, but his flame ability didn't come from the devil fruit. I saw a little stagnant water on the ground, but suddenly a white mist rose from the high temperature, and traces of blue flames rose from the soles of Ace's feet and gradually spread to the iron railing in front of him, and dozens of railings suddenly became pillar of fire. The prisoners around looked at Ace, who was shrouded in flames. Their eyes widened in horror, and they kept backing away from him as much as possible. God, is this a demon? Ace didn't care about the thoughts of these prisoners. He is now in a weak stage. His strength is only 1/10 of his original strength, and he is already very reluctant to control the strange fire. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and his eyes were fixed on the iron railing in front of him, watching it gradually change from deep red to bright yellow, and then slowly melt. Ace understands that these iron railings have been heated to at least 600 degrees. You must know that ordinary flames are only about degrees, reaching such a high temperature. After an unknown amount of time, the blue flame retracted into Ace's body, and the originally strong cage, like a ferocious animal claw, was torn apart by the flames. The surrounding prisoners had no one to stand, and some even peed their pants from the horror of the scene. Ace took a few short breaths and was surprised to find that the Halushy handcuffs on his hands remained unchanged. He secretly lamented that this magical substance was indeed extremely hard. But it doesn't matter, Ace's eyes were serious. He stepped hard and disappeared into the cell with a whoosh in the next second. At this moment, there are still 15 minutes before Weibel and others chase after him. Chapter 62 Attacks. The movement of the cell had already alarmed the guards. Seeing a prisoner rushing out of the cell with his hands in shackles, the sailors immediately stood in front of Ace. Don't move. Some sailors even took out their muskets and pointed them at the galloping Ace. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that Ace didn't intend to stop at all, the sailors shot without hesitation. Boom. Ace slammed his right foot on the deck, accelerated suddenly, knocked over several sailors with a swish, and ran past their defense line, and the bullets fired at him also lost their target and shot into the wall. Anxious in my heart, Ace has no time to entangle with these sailors. The speed didn't drop at all. Ace went straight to the captain's cabin, and it didn't take long before he rushed to the front of the captain's cabin. Because the time was too urgent, Ace kicked the cabin door open. Teacher Zifa, I have something important to report. Ace looked anxious, but was only halfway through the conversation that he realized that there was no sign of Zifa in the captain's cabin. Only 1,000 second stage students stayed here. Ace. Vince frowned. Brother. Ein and Drake were overjoyed at first, but then they were both a little worried. Ace would be fine if he escaped. Where is Mr. Zifa? Tell me quickly. Ace looked anxious. I in the meeting room. The student was stunned and said it. Ace didn't say anything, turned around and left. Whoosh. Suddenly, Ben stood in front of Ace and said solemnly, Ace, after all, you are still in custody. I hope you can go back first. If you have anything to say, we will bring it to Teacher Zifa. Get out of the way. I don't have time to talk to you now, Ace said in a deep voice, and now there are only 10 minutes left before Tinder catches up. Base. Vince didn't speak, but he pulled out the samurai sword behind his back, apparently not intending to get out of the way. Ace paused his footsteps. His eyes became a little cold. Now that everyone was about to face a crisis, he had no time to continue talking nonsense. Call. A wave of purple fire suddenly gushed out of Ace's body. Although he couldn't control the strange fire with his current physical condition, it was more than enough to use the purple fire. Go away. What? How is that possible? Ben's on the side stared wide. Obviously, I've already handcuffed you with Halushy. How can you still use your abilities? Surprised, Benz was not ready to give up just like that. He raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of dense seeds in the direction of Ace. Then a strange dance was performed on the spot, and he shouted, "Flourishing, lush." In an instant, those seeds germinated and grew out of thin air following Binz's dance, and soon grew into a vine of several meters, winding towards Ace's body. Ace understands that this is the ability of lush fruit. Frowning, he will use the purple fire to spread over. But Ein rushed between Ace and Binz at this moment, and the pink light in his hand hit the plants that had grown wildly. Back, swoosh. These plants just got smaller and smaller, turned into seeds again, and finally disappeared out of thin air. This is not over yet. Drake also instantly released the ability of the Tyrannosaur fruit, turning into a half-beast form, holding weapons in both hands and confronting Binz. "Brother Ace, we are here, you go." After saying this, Aeon also rushed to Drake to help. Ace's heart warmed, but he understood that now was not the time to waste time, so he immediately turned his head and rushed into the cabin of the warship and rushed to the meeting room as fast as he could. When I got there, I found that the guards of the two cells were still waiting at the door. There was no time to blame the two, so Ace slammed open the door of the meeting room. When he looked up, he saw Zifa, who was still holding the phone bug in his hand. "Teacher Zifa," Ace said with a happy face. "Teacher, I feel an enemy approaching. Get ready." Zifa hung up the phone, looked at Ace, who was still wearing the shackles of Hylu stone, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The sound insulation effect of the meeting room is very good, and Zifa is also concentrating on discussing military affairs with Sengoku, so he didn't notice the movement outside. "I have a unique ability that can sense the approach of the enemy. This time it should be the pursuers sent by the Don Quixote family. I don't know the strength of the opponent, but I must be sure if I dare to chase us." Ace finished speaking in one breath, and it was less than 5 minutes before the opponent caught up with the warship. Drip, woo drip. But before Zifa could reply, an alarm sounded on the warship, and the expressions of Ace and Zifa couldn't help but change at the same time. "The key to the handcuffs is on the desk in my room. Go and untie the handcuffs. I'll go out and have a look." Zifa ran straight out of the cabin after speaking, and Ace didn't stop and immediately went straight to Zifa's room. At this time, behind the warship, a small steamship was chasing at several times the speed of the warship, and Weibel was holding his huge crescent knife, standing on the bow of the outer ship, sniffing his nose and giggling. "Son, Million Pele is waving to us. Huh." Miss Bajin had a cruel smile on her face. She tapped the deck with her cane and said with a big grin, "Go. As long as you kill all the people on board, I will take you to eat your favorite octopus balls. Eat your fill." "Thank you, Mama." Weibel's eyes lit up, and he responded with a big tongue. Afterwards, across tens of meters of sea surface, Weibel slashed fiercely at the warship. The tip of the knife cut across the air in an instant, and then a huge knife aura of more than 10 meters split the waves and flew straight towards the warship. On the originally calm sea surface, the seawater was split to the two sides by the saber air, forming a dark trench. After a while, the saber air slashed directly at the tail of the warship. Click, click. Amidst a toothache cracking sound, the saber energy was directly embedded in it, and it looked like a broken bamboo. It is estimated that it could directly cut the warship in half. "You dare." Suddenly, there was a thundering roar from above the warship, and Zifa's figure suddenly appeared at the tail of the warship, his fists already covered with a layer of jet black and shiny arm domineering. Facing this terrifying knife aura, Zifa punched it without hesitation. Boom. The sword energy finally stopped in front of Zifa's fist, and the collision between the two released a huge wave of air, sending dozens of sailors flying into the sea. "What?" Zifa saw his eyes tearing apart, and after a loud roar, an even more terrifying force was released from his fist, and finally smashed the saber energy with one punch. Falling back on the deck, Zephyr looked at the messy warship, and then at Weibel, who was holding a big knife on the opposite side. Zephyr squeezed out 5 words from between his teeth with anger. "The pinnacle of the quasi-general." End of this chapter. Chapter 63, Zifa of Desperation. "Are you sent by Doflamingo?" "Hey, Mama said that as long as you kill you will have money." Weibel didn't care about Zifa at all, and just said something with a smirk. How could Zifa still not understand their purpose of coming, and secretly thought that Ace was telling the truth, and he made up his mind to make up for Ace when he turned around. At this time, the steamship was close enough to the warship, so Weibel bent his legs slightly, then jumped onto the warship tens of meters high, and slashed at Zifa in the air. Humph! Seeing that the opponent ignored him at all, Zifa punched him with a livid face, and bumped into Weibel's big knife fiercely. But Zifa underestimated Weibel's power, and his blade was covered with a layer of black domineering. At tea this time, Zifa cut back 2 steps abruptly and even appeared on Zifa's fist, a bloodstain. You. There was a shocked expression on Zifa's face. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him, who had been smirking all the time, had strength and arrogance that were stronger than his own. Son, get rid of those minions first. At this moment, Miss Bajean's disgusting voice came from far behind the warship. Oh. Weibel scratched his head in doubt, but agreed anyway. Then he rushed into those ordinary sailors wielding the crescent knife, and dozens of sailors fell into a pool of blood after a few cuts, and even smirked and kept making up for the seriously injured sailors. Damn you! How could Zifa watch his sea soldiers being slaughtered, and immediately rushed up with red eyes? Boom! Boom! Zifa punched Weibel one after another, and the arm-domineering color on his arm became darker. This crazy momentum made him seem to have returned to the era of Black Arm Zifa. However, he is 65 years old after all, and after a moment of competition, he was already a little out of breath, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, several students from the naval base rushed over because of the movement at the tail of the warship. Teacher Zifa. Seeing that the teacher was in crisis, the students rushed over anxiously, drawing their weapons to help. Do not come. There was fear in Zifa's voice. He had no family for a long time. His family was killed by pirates more than 10 years ago. He devoted the rest of his life to teaching the students. These students are his hope. But the enemy in front of him, how can these fledgling students can deal with it? He didn't want to see these children die in front of him. However, because of the roar of the battle, the students couldn't hear Ching Zifa's words at the first time, and they had already rushed to the edge of the battlefield. Among them, there is the second swordsman Ren, who held a knife in both hands and slashed towards Weibel's back. Clang! The sharp samurai sword slashed on Weibel's body, leaving no white marks. Huh? Why is it itchy? Weibel scratched his head, turned his head to look behind him, and when he saw Ran and others, he smirked and said, Mama, let me kill them first. After finishing speaking, he slashed at the students with a backhand knife. The sharp light of the knife released a chill, which made a look of despair appear on their faces. Do not. Under such circumstances, Zifa recovered a bit of his speed as a general, suddenly blocked the students, raised his arm, and pushed his armed force to the extreme, trying to resist Weibel's attack with his own arm. This blow. Click. Accompanied by the sound of clashing gold and iron, Weibel's broadsword actually broke through Zifa's armed color again and cut a hideous wound on his arm. The aftermath of the collision shook the students behind Zifa to fly high, and they passed out in the air with blood sprayed. There was even a student who was cut in two because he was just swept by the saber energy. Zifa was distraught, but still tried his best to resist the aftermath with his body, trying to fight for a chance for the remaining students to survive. But this gave Weibel enough time to mobilize the strength of his whole body. In a moment, the tip of the knife condensed a 3-foot-thick knife gang and slashed at Zifa fiercely. This blow was obviously Weibel's full strength. Zifa even felt a trace of general-level power from this knife, but he didn't even think about avoiding it. He just gritted his teeth again, mobilized his armed forces with all his strength, and threw a punch at Weibel desperately. He understood that he couldn't stop this knife. But how could he expose the students behind him to this lunatic sword? Just when Zifa felt that his arm was about to lose its hold this time, suddenly, an old woman's hoarse cry came from behind the warship. Baby son, I'm going to die. Come and save me. The blade on Weibel's broadsword suddenly dissipated, and the smirk on his face disappeared without a trace. He looked towards the rear of the warship in some horror. Ma. Then, ignoring Zifa again, he ran directly to the tail of the warship, stretched his neck, and looked at the steamship behind. At this moment, on the steamship, there is one more figure. It is Ace, who has already unlocked the handcuffs with the key. When Ace saw Weibel's obese figure before, he remembered his identity and realized that with Weibel's IQ, it was impossible to act independently. There must be an old woman named Miss Bajean behind the command, so he did not without hesitation, he rushed to the steamboat from the side. Now he was holding the crimson Devil Slayer broadsword in one hand, and the struggling Miss Bajean in the other, looking calmly at Weibel at the stir of the warship. Beside Ace, there is still a pile of black ashes that are slowly being blown away by the sea breeze. It is the butler Gear who led Weibel here. Without this guy, this crisis will be impossible to talk about, so burning Gear to ashes, Ace's heart can't even raise a wave. Damn him. Weibel, if you move again, I'll kill this old woman. Miss Bajean is ruthless and cruel, and can even trick Weibel into massacring civilians. so Ace will not feel any burden in killing her. Zifa also saw Ace's actions at this time and felt a little grateful in his heart that he was actually saved by the students. "You dare to touch me? Ah." But Weibel's reaction was completely beyond Ace's expectations. Maybe his IQ couldn't think too much, so he didn't care about Miss Bajin's life or death at all. He jumped up directly, raised his knife, and slashed at Ace. "Don't come here, you idiot." But the most frightening thing is not Ace, but Miss Bajin in Ace's hands. In fact, Weibel is not her son at all, and their relationship with Whitebeard is all made up by her. Weibel's IQ is low, so she can easily make up stories to control him, but she really didn't expect Weibel to be so stupid. "Why don't you talk to this person about the terms? If you rush over here, don't you want my life?" Ace didn't expect the other party to play cards so unconventional, but since Miss Bajin couldn't limit Weibel, how could Ace still keep this poisonous woman alive in the world? Weibel may not be evil in nature, but there is a very sinister Miss Bajin behind him. I don't know how many innocent people this woman has killed. Go. Ace raised his hand suddenly and threw Miss Bajin towards Weibel's sword. Although Weibel is powerful, his head's reaction speed is really a little slow. When he saw the black shadow hitting him, he thought it was a hidden weapon and subconsciously swung his knife and slashed at it. "Do not." Miss Bajin yelled out in despair, but it was too late. Puff. The broadsword cut Miss Bajin in half instantly, and scarlet blood sprayed from the air. 64, Chapter 64Z. Zifa's Awakening. Chapter 64Z. Zifa's Awakening. The body of Miss Bajin fell into the seawater. Weibel fell and hit the deck of the steamship. And Ace jumped up early, retreated to the stir of the steamship, and distanced himself from Weibel. At this moment, there was still 1 minute before he recovered his strength. Looking at the blood on the machete, Weibel froze in place and didn't move for a moment. The moment he hit it, he already knew that it was Miss Bajin. He lowered his head slightly, his pupils dilated, making him look even more stupid, and he kept murmuring in a low voice, "Mama, mama." Boom, boom, dong dong. The sound of Weibel's heart beating became stronger and stronger, and his body size also expanded and contracted with the sound of the heartbeat. Ace found Weibel's aura gradually getting stronger with a serious expression on his face. What is the strength above the pinnacle of the quasi-general? Needless to say, Ace also knew that he was a general. "Teacher Zifa, we can't wait any longer, let's do it together," Ace shouted anxiously, and he suddenly remembered that Weibel was actually a devil fruit user. But now looking at the form of ability it displays, is it that the more stupid the brain, the stronger the physical ability? There was no time to complain. Ace knelt down on one knee and suddenly inserted Devil Demon into the deck of the steamship, sipping in a low voice. "Flame ring, fire pillar." As soon as the words fell, purple flames swirled and gushed out from Ace's body, gradually forming a flaming purple pillar of fire which surrounded his body heavily. Boom. The pillar of fire plunged downwards, forcibly piercing through the deck of the steamship, and blasted a hole 2 to 3 meters in diameter at the bottom of the ship. Ace actually wanted to sink the ship, using the weakness of the Devil Fruit ability user's inability to swim, let Weibel fall directly into the sea water so that he could win without a fight. Moonstep. Ashley stepped on the air and leaped into the air, while the sea water poured into the cabin crazily. The hull of the steamship kept tilting to one side, and it would soon sink to the bottom of the sea. But at this moment, Weibel's eyes suddenly opened, and the next second he disappeared in place, suddenly jumped into the air, and appeared above Ace. He punched Ace directly, and Ace couldn't dodge this punch, it was too fast. Quick, quick. Ace looked at the instant fist. The veins on his forehead were already bulging, and an eager cry sounded in his heart. Finally, at the last moment, the period of weakness finally passed. Without hesitation at all, Ace activated the Spirit Fire Essence body art in an instant, bursting out with 4 times the strength of his body, and the Cyan Qinglian Earth Heart Fire emerged on his arms. He even mobilized the armed arrogance of his whole body, covering the front of his body. The strength that Ace displayed at this moment has truly reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. But the next moment, there was a sudden roar at the scene. Boom. Weibel's fist directly hit Ace's crossed arms in front of him, and then Ace was slammed down from the air and fell to the surface of the sea with a whoosh. Puff. Ace's figure disappeared, leaving only a trail of his spurted blood in the air. But the strange fire on Ace's arm suddenly wrapped around Weibel's fist, and the severe pain made him let out a scream, until the fist was full of bones, and he barely used his arrogance to dispel the remaining strange fire. This is where the strange fire is terrifying. Even if Ace is far inferior to the opponent, he can still burn the enemy with the terrifying high temperature of the strange fire. Ace. And at this time, Zifa had time to rush over, and the student he was most optimistic about died just like that. In Zifa's eyes, Ace and Weibel are two big realms behind. Can a punch be good? What's more, the Devil Fruit ability user was blasted into the bottom of the sea. How could he still have a chance to survive? The anger in Zifa's heart is hard to describe in words. He has already fallen into madness. He doesn't care if this Weibel is a fool, killing his subordinates, killing his students. If he doesn't cut him into pieces, it will be difficult to dispel the pain in Zifa's heart hatred. No longer thinking about his own life at all, Zifa raised his thumb with his right hand, concentrated his arrogance to the tip of the thumb, and thrust his backhand into his chest. The arrogance directly rushed into his heart. Dong dong. Zifa's body was stiff at first, and his heart beat wildly, and then the sense of power belonging to the elite general reappeared in his body. Puff. Zifa's expression was ferocious. He pulled out his finger and brought out a stream of blood, stimulating his heart with arrogance. It was an absolute desperate move, which could make him have the peak strength of a year within 10 minutes. But even if he survived by luck, his strength will always drop by another level. But so what? A monstrous killing intent erupted from Zifa's body. Powerful forces continued to emerge, and the armed arrogance covering his hands seemed to be devouring the light at this moment. At this moment, he seems to have become the world-famous admiral again, the black-armed Zifa. Die. A word popped out between Zifa's teeth, and then disappeared out of thin air with a swish. Weibel's body was falling at this time, but he didn't expect Zifa to suddenly appear beside him. Without any nonsense, the pitch-black fist had already slammed straight into his head. Boom. Weibel had fought Zifa before, and thought that Zifa was still in his original strength. But at the moment when the fists clashed, a terrifying force belonging to the elite general rushed into his arm. Click. Weibel's wrist was broken by Zifa's punch, and a small bone stubble was exposed through the skin. But Zifa unexpectedly found that Weibel's face didn't show a trace of pain. He was still smirking, and just stabbed Zifa with a bone stubble. Zifa's pupils shrank. This scene was indeed creepy, but Zifa had experienced many battles and judged that it might be the opponent's Devil Fruit ability, so of course he would not be frightened. After dodging, a series of fists rained down on Weibel's body. Weibel was trembling all over from the powerful force. His body was like chaff, and the corners of his mouth were dripping with blood. But he just smirked like this, and was beaten by Zifa for 5 minutes in a row. Except for occasionally raising his hand to block his vitals, there was no more action. Who? Zifa gasped heavily, and a haze appeared on his face. He knew that as long as he kept attacking like this, sooner or later the opponent would collapse. But how long is this time? There are only 5 minutes left for him to maintain his strength as a general. Swish. Zifa took 2 steps back and landed on the wreckage of a steamship. His short purple hair shook slightly in the sea breeze, his knees were slightly bent, and his right fist was clenched back to the right side of his abdomen. And Weibel has suffered so many punches, but he has no tendency to lose consciousness, and he also fell on the wreckage. The secret of Z, Hero Straight Fist. Zifa yelled out the name of the second class, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Maybe the Hero Z is the ideal self in Zifa's heart. The right fist that was received in the abdomen was aimed at Weibel 10 meters away, and a straight punch was thrown without fancy. The move is simple, but it is Zifa's strongest attack as an elite general. Weibel didn't have time to feel that something was wrong. The sea between him and Zifa suddenly sank, and a cylindrical trench with a radius of tens of meters appeared. The next second, Weibel felt an unrivaled shock wave. It fell on me. Rumbling. Weibel spat out blood. His body was distorted by the powerful force, and just like that, he was blown away tens of meters away. Pat. Weibel fell from the sky like a dead object, but instead of falling into the sea, he fell right on top of a piece of deck wreck blown by the fist wind. At this moment, the strength in Zifa's body receded like a tide. His face became pale. He withdrew his fist and sat down on the wreckage. He felt that his strength might fall to the rank of lieutenant general this time. But looking at Weibel from a distance, whose body has been distorted beyond human shape, Zifa breathed a sigh of relief. 65. Chapter 65 Navy Headquarters. Chapter 65 Navy Headquarters. Click. Kacha kacha. At this moment, A series of dense joint impacts sounded from Weibel's body, and his fat body trembled just like that. Zifa's face changed drastically. He is still alive. Zifa watched Weibel's body recover slowly with a click of joints, and finally he just stood up like this. Seeing his back, Zifa gritted his teeth and stood up again. If Weibel wanted to rush to the direction of the warship to slaughter Zifa's students, he would have to step over his corpse. He is ready to die. But after a while, Weibel didn't turn around, but stepped on a wooden plank, using a big knife as an oar, and was about to flee away from the warship. Even Weibel's IQ, under the strength of Zifa, has already felt the fear. And Zifa was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the opponent's strong recovery ability should have an upper limit, and it should have reached the limit now. It's just, I can't avenge the revenge of Ace and those dead sailors. Zifa looked up to the sky and sighed, with tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He was now powerless to chase Weibel. Weibel was frantically trying to escape, unable to fight anymore, but he was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he found that Zifa wasn't coming after him. Go! Suddenly, Zifa saw from a distance that the sea water under Weibel's feet suddenly became agitated, and countless bubbles appeared. In the bottom of the sea, faint cyan light flashed, and sea fish rolled their eyes and floated to the surface of the sea, as if they were cooked by a terrible high temperature in an instant. Qingli enfolding flame, /40 layers. The deep voice seemed to penetrate the sea water and reach everyone's ears. As soon as the sound fell, the glaring blue light penetrated the sea surface, and a large amount of steam evaporated. A cyan flame sword energy more than 10 meters long split the sea water into two, and split the deck under Weibel's feet from bottom to top, and then cut to his body. How could Weibel's domineering energy, which was nearly exhausted, be able to block the terrifying heat of the strange fire? With a puff, the sword energy swept across his body. Weibel, who was still waving a big knife and paddling frantically, froze in place for an instant. The expression on his face was full of disbelief, and then a clear sword mark suddenly appeared in the center of his body, splitting it in two. Call. The cyan flame suddenly ignited, burning it into a flaming lotus flower in an instant, and finally slowly turning it into ashes. Under the surface of the sea, Ace rushed out in some embarrassment. After jumping on a wreckage, he immediately lay down, coughed twice, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ace smiled bitterly and said to himself, I just recovered from the week period come here. I guess I'll lie down for another week. But this time I finally avenged those sailors. Moreover, the crisis that has been tense for more than a year is over. Ace exhaled. Ace. Zifa struggled and jumped over and asked in surprise, how can you use your ability underwater? Of course Ace can. After all, the flame ability he uses now comes from the different fire system, not the devil fruit from the world of One Piece. Although he doesn't have the ability to transform his body into elements, he doesn't have to be afraid of sea water. It's good to survive. It's good to survive. Seeing that Ace didn't answer or ask questions, Zifa just seemed to have exhausted his strength and fell to Ace's side. This extremely strong old man, because of Ace's survival, smiled and stayed behind, a tear. However, he secretly wiped it away in the blink of an eye, and no one saw it. The intense exhaustion after the fierce battle made the two of them just lie on the wreckage and fell asleep. In a blur, Ace saw the remaining students on the warship rushing over. After this encounter, the losses were counted. The 156 sailors on the warship, 32 died and 54 were injured, of which 12 were seriously injured that would inevitably lead to disability. There were 19 cadets at the naval base. 1 died and 6 were seriously injured. And Zifa and Ace have been unconscious after the fierce battle, which can be said to have suffered heavy losses. But they also left the pirate Weibel with a bounty of over $1,000,000 in the sea forever. Looking at the corpses covered with white cloths and the pale-faced companions who still gritted their teeth and endured the severe pain, the remaining sailors on board all hated that Weibel to the bone. When they heard that it was Ace who finally cut Weibel in half, they all admired and loved this child who was younger than them from the bottom of their hearts. When the nurses in the infirmary were helping Ace with a wound, they were subconsciously more careful. Looking at his pale face, they couldn't help feeling pity. If they knew that, according to the original script, everyone on the warship except Ein and Binz would be killed by Weibel, including Zifa would have an arm cut off, I am afraid that the admiration and gratitude for Ace would be even greater. Strong. Of course, Ace would not take the initiative to say these words. After he fell into a coma, Ein stayed by his hospital bed and took care of him meticulously. Compared with professional nurses, he can only be said to be so careful, more than anything. After the Navy headquarters received the news that Zifa was attacked, They immediately dispatched 3 warships from the nearest base to escort them, so after a week, they finally arrived at the Navy headquarters Marlin Vander without any danger. The Navy headquarters has always been a symbol of power and justice. IT is located in the center of the Great Waterway, adjacent to the Chambord Islands, the Red Earth continent, and the Holy Land Malaysia. 4 warships slowly sailed into the huge port in front of Marin Fando. Even with such a huge size of warship, there are enough to stop nearly 50 warships in this port. At this time, Ace has come to life, but because of Weibel's punch, there is still a faint pain in his chest. Beside Ace, AIN carefully helped him to the bow of the warship, and they all looked towards the Navy headquarters. Directly in front of them, a huge military fortress stood in the center of the island. On the wall of the fortress, 2 magnificent characters of Navy were written. Ace looked at it for a while and couldn't help but be filled with emotion. He was executed here in his previous life. Father Whitebeard, little Ozzy, and countless brothers lost their lives because of him. Would he forget this feeling? Will never. The time for me to leave the Navy is getting closer and closer. Ace thought to himself that he had already learned what he wanted in the Navy, and according to his original thinking, it was time to leave now. But Ace looked down at Ein, who was holding his arm beside him, and thought of the teacher Zifa, who worked hard for him, and Drake, who didn't hesitate to stand in front of him when he saw that he was in danger. He had to sigh again. How could he just throw away the fetters around him? While thinking, the warship has slowly docked in the port, and the wooden escalator has also driven to the coast. After the warship stopped, Zifa and a group of students came out of the cabin. A few days ago, in front of Ace's hospital bed, Zifa led all the sailors on the warship and bowed deeply to Ace, not only to thank Ace for beheading Weibel, but also for the misunderstanding of Ace, apologized for his behavior. At the moment Weibel came to hunt them down, everyone understood that Virgo was indeed a spy of the Don Quixote family. Unbeknownst to Ace, Zifa has already planned to make him a big surprise. When Ace, Zifa, and others walked up the escalator, he suddenly found that there were already several familiar figures waiting for them on the shore. The first person is the current Admiral Sengoku. He is wearing a white suit with the unique epaulets of the Admiral on his cloaked shoulders. The most special thing is that there is a white seagull with open wings parked on his head. But Ace didn't look at him. On the left of Sengoku, a man in a red suit with a pink rose on his chest was looking at Zifa and the others with his hands in his trouser pockets. AIN suddenly found that Ace beside him suddenly trembled all over, and she could even feel a strong murderous aura from Ace. Red Dog. Chapter 66, Awarded Lieutenant General. Ace followed Drake to the square in front of the fortress. At this moment, many navies have gathered in the square, ranging from major to major general, with various military ranks. Have you heard? Our Navy is going to appoint a new lieutenant general today. Aren't you talking nonsense? I haven't heard of it. Why are we here? I heard that this guy just graduated from the training base. I'll go. I will be a lieutenant general as soon as I graduate. This is unprecedented. Even 3 generals couldn't do it back then. The navies in the square were all whispering to each other, discussing this mysterious new star of the Navy. Ace held his hat and walked into crowd, listening to the Marines discussing themselves, boasting himself to the sky. His face flushed a little, and he said embarrassedly, how could he be so good? Luck. Originally, Ace was just being humble, but from the years of the surrounding Navy, it was not the case. It was obvious that this kid was jealous. And seeing that Ace is only 11 or 12 years old, and his outlook on life is being perfected, he can't be swayed by jealousy. This kid needs them to educate him well. The surrounding Navy immediately looked at him and taught earnestly, Recruit, you have to understand a truth. You must be modest enough when dealing with people who are stronger than you, and don't be blinded by jealousy. Well said. If you continue like this, you will never get stronger. Look at the lieutenant general who was awarded the rank today. How could he get the rank of lieutenant general as soon as he graduated? He must be a hardworking, humble, and studious person. Ace has already been blinded by what he heard. Could it be that the lieutenant general who was awarded the title today is not me? That's not right either. Can the rank of lieutenant general still get together? It seemed that they were afraid of irritating Ace. The group of Marines patted Ace on the shoulder again and comforted him. Don't be discouraged. As long as you can correct your mistakes from now on, you will have the opportunity to become a general in the future. Okay, stand still. Before Ace could speak, a senior official of the world government stood on the flag-raising platform in the center of the square, holding a stack of materials in his hand and giving an order. To be honest, the discipline of the Navy is quite strong. No matter what the military rank is, they immediately formed a neat team. Hello, everyone. I think you already know what will happen today. The government official said with a smile, only the conferment ceremony of Vice Admiral and above will be presided over by our world government. So congratulations, everyone. Today, our Navy will have another powerful Lieutenant General. And what makes me even more happy is that this Lieutenant General is really young. Only 11 years old. That it can be said that he has unlimited potential. Aha. This sentence shocked all the Navy. What's the situation? Only 11 years old. This really belongs to children. But this is the world of One Piece after all. Strength determines everything. So after sighing, they admired the child who was about to become a lieutenant general even more. What a genius he was at this time. Who is it? After the shock, some sea soldiers couldn't help but look around for this person. Holding the manuscript, the official said with a hint of exclamation, "Lieutenant General Ace, please come to the flag-raising platform." Ace touched his nose, passed through the gap of the crowd with a strange expression, and walked towards the flag-raising platform. What the hell? The sailors around who had just taught Ace a lesson were so shocked. What's going on? Could it be this child? Just now you criticized him for being only jealous, and asked him to work harder. Maybe he can become a general in the future? The co-authors now have the military rank they must look up to. What is the concept of lieutenant general? You must know that in the huge organization of the Navy, the number of lieutenant generals has never exceeded 20. Those sea soldiers couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, and their faces turned red as if they were about to bleed. It's all embarrassing, okay? Ace walked slowly towards the flag-raising platform. To be honest, he really didn't want to and wouldn't stay in the Navy any longer, but he accidentally achieved the achievement of lieutenant general. The mood is very complicated, but why is it a little cool? Ace stepped up to the flag-raising platform and came to the side of the government official. The official said with a smile, in the past year, Lieutenant General Ace first killed Austin, the beheader, with a bounty of $1 million, and then wiped out the North Sea Underground Organization playing cards, and just a few days ago gave the big pirate Edward Weibel a fatal blow with a bounty of over $10 million. After hearing about Ace's military exploits, there was a commotion in the audience. Originally, they thought that Ace's appointment might have something to do with it, but they even killed $1 million pirates. What is the rank of a lieutenant general? With strength and combat achievements, the position of lieutenant general is what he deserves. Thinking of this, the eyes of the sailors in the audience looking at Ace changed again. Where is the limit of this child's future? General, Marshal, Commander-in-Chief. The Marines in the audience, whether they were majors or major generals, couldn't help applauding Ace at this moment. Okay, be quiet. The official smiled and calmed down the audience, and then stretched out his hand to move back. Immediately, a guard of honor came up from the stage, holding a tray in both hands, and walked to the two of them with a positive step. Ace looked into the tray and saw a cloak of justice dotted with the rank of lieutenant general neatly folded and placed in the tray. Try it. The official raised his right hand, signaling Ace to put on the cloak. Ace wasn't too polite. To be honest, he also thought the cloak was pretty cool, so he took out the cloak directly, shook it in front of him, then pinched the two corners of the cloak with both hands and put it on his body with a flick of his hand. The pure white cloak trembled slightly in the sea breeze, and two cursive characters of justice were embellished on the back of the cloak. I have to say that Ace really has a bit of domineering momentum at the moment. Under the arena, the students at the training base were all looking up. Lieutenant General. When will we be promoted to Lieutenant General? There were envious expressions on their faces, but none of them felt jealous of Ace. They were all happy for Ace from the bottom of their hearts, and I was the happiest among them. My man is really amazing. AI and didn't realize what he said until he finished speaking. He looked around nervously and was relieved when no one heard him, but his cheeks still turned red. What? I doubt my man. Ein repeated in a low voice, glanced at Ace carefully, and then covered his face with his hands. Oh, I'm so ashamed. Before the conferring ceremony ended, the government official smiled and handed Ace a samurai sword, saying, "This good sword, Cold Moon, is your promotion reward. I hope you can use this sword to destroy more pirates." Ace's eyes lit up, and he took the knife immediately, but he said in his heart, "I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I counted. I guess this knife won't live until tomorrow." Chapter 67 Red Dog. The supreme sharp knife that was snatched from the poker auction before, because it can't be swallowed now. And Ace is afraid of being confiscated, so he has been placed in the space of the different fire system. But this good and fast knife came at the right time. As long as Ace swallowed this knife, his physical strength would immediately reach the peak Major General. Speaking of which, although my physical strength is only at the Major General level, but I already have the rank of Lieutenant General, It seems that my strength needs to be improved quickly. Thinking of this, Ace felt a little itchy in his heart, wishing that the system would swallow you immediately, but now that there are so many people, it's really hard to do it. Okay, Ace, you are already an official Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, and today's awarding ceremony is over. The official smiled and patted Ace on the shoulder, and was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly a stern voice pierced through the air. The sound suddenly sounded. Call out. A mass of crimson magma fell from the sky and suddenly fell onto the square. The roiling heat wave made several sailors who couldn't dodge scald and screamed. Go! The magma center kept churning, and then slowly gathered together, gradually forming a figure in a red suit. Red Inu-sama. When the Marines saw the appearance of the person coming, they all saluted him nervously. Akainu walked out of the magma, but ignored the sailors at all, casually shook the cloak behind him, and cast his cold eyes on Ace on the flag-raising platform. Are you Rogers' son? The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence, and Ace's face gradually darkened. Oh. At the same time, a medium-sized warship was heading in the direction of the Navy headquarters. The bow of the warship was a gray dog's head with a bone in its mouth. At this time, on the bow of the dog-headed ship, there was an old man wearing a dog-headed hood, holding a fishing rod in his hand and fishing. Judging by the smile on his face, he seems to be in a good mood. It's just the end of the fishing line, which is shaking constantly. Grandpa, I was wrong. Don't fish me. Haha, where did you go wrong? Are you still a pirate this time? The old man on the bow was Garp. Seeing that Luffy had admitted his mistake, he immediately laughed and asked, I don't want to be a pirate anymore. Luffy's voice came from below. Garp's face brightened, but Luffy continued, I don't want to be an ordinary pirate. I want to be the king of pirates. Damn, Brad. Garp raised his beard in anger and raised his hand to extend the fishing rod longer, which caused another round of Luffy's screams. Suddenly, the sea surface in front suddenly boiled, and then a sea king with a dinosaur head jumped out from under the sea surface, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed Luffy in one gulp. Then it crashed into the deck of the warship with a bang. When Garp saw this scene, he was so shocked that the boss stared, and even a stream of snot flowed down his nose. He was just going to scare his grandson, but he didn't plan to feed Luffy to the fish. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Garp threw the fishing rod and rushed to the head of the Neptune, punching him. Spit it out for me. Hiccup. The Sea Kings fainted, but they hiccuped, making Garp's eyelids twitch in fright. Come and help. Garp yelled loudly at the sailors on board, so no matter whether it was the navigator or the cook, they all rushed over in a panic, and the warship was immediately full of chaos. It took dozens of people more than 10 minutes to take Luffy out of the Sea King's stomach. All of a sudden, a group of tired and paralyzed sailors lay on the deck. Are you all right, Luffy? Seeing that Luffy was just clutching his straw hat with some grievances, Garp knew he was fine, so he was relieved. It's just that he almost fed his grandson to the fish. Now he feels a little aggrieved, so he can only coax. I'll give you all the tenderest meat on this Neptune's stomach. Oh, really? As soon as Luffy heard about the food, he forgot all his grievances and drooled all over the floor. Garp was relieved to see that the fooling had passed, and ordered the chefs to deal with the Neptunes first and prepare dinner. Then Garp picked up Luffy, jumped back onto the bow of the ship, put Luffy aside and sat down, smoothed out a few strands of messy hair on Luffy's head, then held his little hand and said, You must really hate a terrible grandpa like me. Luffy's 2 little feet were hanging outside the bow of the ship, dangling around. After hearing what Grandpa said, he looked up at Garp with some doubts. But Luffy... Garp suddenly showed a kind look on Luffy's face that Luffy had never seen before. Forcing you and Ace to undergo such a difficult training, let you become sailors. It's because I don't want you to take the wrong path. This is my wish. Garp rubbed Luffy's head. Grandpa, Luffy murmured. Okay, let's not talk. Do you know why I brought you here? Garp laughed loudly, put the melancholy color behind him, and said with some pride, That's because of that boy Ace. I'm going to be a lieutenant general today, as expected of my grandson. Really? Luffy suddenly became excited when he heard Garp's words. My brother is really amazing. I have to work harder. After all, I am the man who wants to become the One Piece. Boom. Garp hammered Luffy's head again angrily, and a fist-sized meat bun suddenly bulged. It hurts. Luffy covered his head with tears in his eyes, but he couldn't stop being excited. He hadn't seen Ace for more than a year. Looking at the outline of the main fortress in the distance, he felt more and more excited and happy. At this moment in the Navy Square, after the eerie silence, It was completely crazy, and all the sailors cast unbelievable glances at Ace. How can it be? The new Lieutenant General of the Navy is actually the son of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger? Impossible. Countless sailors roared in their hearts. But would Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, lie? The sea soldiers seemed to be at war between heaven and man, and they didn't know whether to believe Akainu's words. But in the end, they could only stare at Ace to see how he would answer. Akainu, do you know what you were talking about? The face of the government official sank. He and Akainu are not in the same system at all, so they're not afraid of him at all. The two of you are the guarantors. Akainu ignored him at all, but still stared at Ace on the flag-raising platform with a cold expression. What, don't you even dare to admit your own father? Are you just a coward? Ace suddenly laughed, and he sneered and said, Red Dog, you are still that unscrupulous scum. Hearing Ace's words, the sailors in the square jumped up in shock. How dare this kid talk to Admiral Akainu like this? Is he dead? Even if you are a lieutenant general, Akainu is a real general. If I want to kill you, one hand is enough. Akainu could no longer keep calm and said with a ferocious expression, You want to die. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, The First Battle with Akainu. At this time, although Ace did not admit it, no matter how stupid the government officials were, they already understood Ace's identity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. The vice admiral appointed by the government is actually the son of One Piece, saying it would make countless people laugh their heads off. So when he saw that Akainu was about to make a move, he silently walked down from the side of the flag-raising platform, acquiescing to Akainu's actions. The scandal of the government must be buried here today. From the moment Akainu appeared, Ace knew that there was no way to be good today. He understood the nature of Akainu. He was a guy who would rather kill than let go, so he was not prepared to argue at all. Now that you've been exposed and you can't escape, let's fight. Ace looked at the Red Dog in the audience, raised his eyebrows, and his body suddenly had a monstrous fighting spirit. Although he had a deeper city in this life, he was still the indomitable fire fist Ace in his bones. Flipping his right hand, Liu was directly taken in by the alien fire system. The system seemed to feel the crisis of Ace at the moment, so he didn't even need to speak, and directly absorbed and devoured this good and fast knife. In the next second, a tidal wave of power poured into Ace's body. This time the system was not stingy, and most of the energy was transmitted into Ace's body, directly strengthening Ace's physical strength to the highest peak that can be achieved. The remaining mysterious energy has raised the Spirit Fire Pure Body Art to the 4th level. Attributes: Constitution, Major General 10. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Art, the 4th stage. Body Energy, 0 out of 200. Different Fire, Qinglian Earthheart Fire. The thought was withdrawn from the attribute bar, and Ace immediately turned his hand and took out the supreme sharp knife from the different fire space. The several-meter-long blade gleamed with pitch-black light. The chill caused the sailors in the audience to involuntarily widen their eyes. The supreme sharp knife. The sea soldier who knows the goods couldn't help but shout it out. What, is it the Emperor of the Sword with only 12 handles in the world? This Ace has such a treasure. And where did he take out this knife just now? Has anyone of you seen it clearly? The sailors were too surprised today, and some slow-response worldviews are probably about to collapse. In the square, seeing Ace in crisis, I was about to rush to help, but was held back by Drake. Ian, you can't go, you will die. Drake said seriously. I'm not afraid. I'm going to help my brother. I struggled to break free, but found that Drake was more determined than ever. You can only drag Ace back now. What we have to do now is to find Teacher Zifa and Marshal Warring States quickly, Drake said at the fastest speed. Only they can help Ace now. To be honest, Ace's identity really shocked the two of them, but after just a moment, they stood on Ace's side without hesitation. This is true friendship. You go to the teacher, I'll go to the marshal. After finishing speaking, Derek rushed out of the square, even using the shave to get faster. Anine turned his head to look at Ace and finally gritted his teeth and disappeared in place, thinking silently, Brother, you must be fine. Bark, Chuck. Before the flag-raising platform, drops of magma were already dripping on Akainu's right arm, and the boiling magma fell on the ground, scalding the hard stone square with large and small pits. The surrounding sailors couldn't stand the high temperature and staggered back a distance of more than 10 meters. Are you ready? Akainu asked with a gloomy face. He had been watching Ace make various preparations, not because he was really kind, but because he felt disdain for Ace from the bottom of his heart. To beat Ace, who had been preparing for a long time with one punch, to make him collapse from mental to physical, is the true purpose of a Kainu. Ha ha. Ace burst out laughing suddenly, then raised his hand and threw out the Navy Justice cloak he had just put on, and the white cloak fluttered in the air. Suddenly, a ray of sparks popped out from Ace's fingertips and fell onto the cloak. Call the word Justice was suddenly enveloped in flames, and the entire cloak instantly burned to ashes. Ace understands that starting today, no matter whether he survives this crisis or not, he will never be a sea soldier again. No matter whether it is the government or the high-level Navy, they will not allow the existence of a son of the devil like him in the Navy. Bring it on. Ace stared at Akainu closely, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, holding a knife in both hands, full of fighting spirit. He's not a person who hesitates. Now that he has made a decision, from this moment on, he has completely bid farewell to his Navy status. Humph. Akainu's face sank. Seeing that Ace had burned the Navy's cloak just like that, he finally couldn't help but take the lead. Little bastard, I want you to regret being born in this world. Boom. With a wave of Akainu's fist, his right arm suddenly turned into a huge lava fist, and with a terrifying heat, it bombarded Ace on the flag-raising platform. Before the fist arrived, the splashing magma set off a wave of heat, directly destroying the flag-raising platform at Ace's feet. Facing the blow from Akainu, Ace took a deep breath. His eyes became dignified, but he didn't mean to back down in the slightest. Spiritual Fire Essence Body Art. Explode. The body art, which has reached the 4th level, fully increased Ace's body strength by 5 times. The muscles of his body seemed to swell in an instant, and he seemed to be full of explosive power. Qinglian's heart fire also burst out from Ace's body and instantly entangled on the blade of Yi. The Supreme Sword is indeed one of the strongest weapons in the pirate world. Shrouded in such terrifying flames, there is no sign of melting at all. Qinglian folding flame / 80 layers. Even if Akainu just hit him casually, Ace didn't mean to test it at all. Facing an enemy who is nearly 3 stages higher than him, if he still wants to keep his hand, then he is courting death. In Ace's hand slashed down suddenly, and a huge dark blue flame blade, with a terrifying temperature, seemed to distort the air and rush straight to the magma fist blasted by Akainu. Akainu felt a little surprised when he saw the flames rushing out of Ace's body, but immediately laughed out of disdain. What about flames? It's just ordinary fire, but I can burn magma even with fire. I have a complete relationship with this ability. Still muttering in his heart, his magma fist had already collided with Ace's flaming sword energy. From Akainu's point of view, that sword energy would be directly defeated in the next moment. And the surrounding sailors also felt that Ace would be directly killed by this terrible punch. Boom! There was a chirp, and in the next second, the magma fist blasted by the Red Dog fell into the downwind, and the science sword energy suddenly sank into it. Before disappearing, it directly cut the fist in half. The magma passed by both sides of Ace, and with a bang, 2 large pits with a diameter of 10 meters were blasted on the square behind him. Looking at Ace, who was still maintaining his knife-wielding posture, Akainu's smile gradually froze on his face. Chapter 69 Desperate. Gudo. I don't know which sailor on the square swallowed first, and the sound of swallowing followed one after another. Just that I read it right just now, that Ace split the magma of General Akainu? No one answered him, because everyone saw it. How strong is Ace really? That was a blow from the general. Call. Ace reached out and wiped the blade, and the flame returned to his body. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a blue flame lotus flower condensed in the palm of his hand. The corner of Ace's mouth slanted up, his index finger was raised up, and the lotus nimbly jumped to his fingertips, spinning slowly. He smiled at Akainu. You may have misunderstood my flame. After all, your magma is only about 1,200 degrees at most. Sorry, my flame is a minimum temperature of 1,600 degrees. Qinglian Earth's heart fire can directly burn out the iron cage, but isn't the temperature at least over 1,500 degrees? Humph. Akainu gritted his teeth and snorted coldly with a gloomy face. Ace was thinking quickly in his heart, I end that blow just now. Although Ace affirmed that the temperature of the different fire is much higher than that of the magma, his basic strength is far from that of Akainu, and he cannot fully exert this kind of power advantage. Once Akainu gets rid of his contempt for Ace, the following battle will probably be more difficult. Boy, don't think that with a special fruit ability, you can be arrogant. Let me show you the real gap between yourself and the general today. Watch me kill you with one move, fire breathing. Boom. Akainu snorted coldly, and this time he used a real move. The lava fist he struck out was 10 times the size of the previous one. Before he rushed in front of Ace, such a huge size produced a strong sense of oppression. Ace looked like a tiny ant in front of his fist, and he couldn't help but look heavy. Brush, brush. But of course, he couldn't just sit and wait like this. In an instant, and his hand slashed 3 huge flames of sword energy in front of him. The high temperature on the blade was still not comparable to magma, and it easily cut into the fist middle. But the size of the fist this time is too huge. The sword energy has only penetrated into 1/3 of the fist, and it has been exhausted, and the hot magma still bombards Ace head-on with an unrivaled momentum. At this time, Ace had no time to hide from the attack range of the lava fist. Facing the oncoming magma, Ace immediately mobilized all his defensive abilities. Armed color, harden. A layer of dark domineering suddenly condensed. With a movement in my heart, a thin layer of strange fire covered the domineering exterior. As soon as he finished all this, the lava fist hit Ace's in front of him. At this moment, Ace suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the blade. Even though Ace already had 5 times the physical strength, and even the strength could rival the master of the lieutenant general. At this moment, he was completely unable to resist. His arms creaked. The clothes on his body were shaken into strips of cloth by a huge force, and then Ace was directly blasted out. The magma that followed crashed to the ground, bringing Ace's body onto the square, and the terrifying force formed a deep pit with a radius of nearly 50 meters on the square. The gurgling magma continued to flow in the pit, transpiring soaring white steam. Thump, thump. Countless sailors in the square had already fallen to the ground, and feeling the blazing heat coming towards them, they couldn't help showing expressions of shock. General Akainu is really strong. This time this kid should die. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Akainu didn't stop at all and kept bombarding huge magma fists into the deep pit. Many sailors had already shown their unbearable looks. Under such attacks, Ace didn't even have a chance to leave a whole body. Whoosh, whoosh. Just when they thought Ace was dead, several streams of flaming sword energy suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the pit, and after splitting a few small magma fists, Ace rushed out from the bottom of the pit, stepping on the moon steps. Come up. The sailors were stunned. I asked this Ace with such a strong vitality? Ace looked a little embarrassed at the moment. The clothes on his upper body had become strips of cloth. There were occasional small scorched marks on his skin, and blood was constantly flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The sailors in the square looked at Ace in shock. They couldn't imagine how Ace survived such a powerful force, and they couldn't help admiring Ace. At only 11 years old, can he take 2 moves from the general without dying? This is definitely a child with a bright future. Feeling a broken rib in his body, Ace's face was extremely pale, and he could only give a wry smile. If it wasn't for the domineering and strange fire covering his body, Ace would have died just now. Ha, very good. I admit that you have made me angry. Akainu's face is very ugly now, and in his heart, a small lieutenant general can be solved with 1 punch. As a result, after 2 moves, AIC is still alive and kicking, which makes him very embarrassing. This is equivalent to being slapped in the face twice. If you let him know that Ace's current physical strength is actually only at the level of a major general, I don't know if Akainu will directly commit suicide in embarrassment. Go. This time, Akainu's body exuded an unprecedented aura, and thicker magma appeared between his arms. Obviously, he was ready to make a big move. Run! Get out of the square! The sailor who had seen the red dog shot immediately shouted out in horror, and turned around and fled to the outside of the square. Then all the navy in the square changed their faces and fled in a panic. Akainu is a guy who never cares about his subordinates. Dog nip Red Lotus. Regardless of the sailors at all, the red dog roared out in a low voice with a cold face, and the billowing magma erupted, and it condensed directly into a 10-meter-high lava dog. The ferocious dog, covered in lava, seemed to have turned into a living creature, exuding a monstrous flame that far surpassed the previous moves. After a loud roar, the vicious dog opened its mouth full of magma-sharp teeth, kicked its limbs wildly, and broke through to Ace's side in an instant at a terrifying speed. There was no time to react. Ace could only force his domineering to resist, and was swallowed by the vicious dog. The sharp teeth pierced Ace's body and even injured his internal organs. In an instant, seriously injured. Ace has been cornered. Is this the strength of a general? The severe pain from his body did not make Ace lose consciousness, and his strong willpower allowed him to maintain his ability to think. While resisting the lava around him with domineering and strange fire, Ace gradually narrowed his eyes, took it back into the space of different fire, and muttered, "It seems that even if I can't control it now, I have to use that trick. It's gone." Call. Cyan and purple flames suddenly appeared on Ace's hands, and then he gritted his teeth, carrying the two flames of different colors in both hands, and slowly moved towards the middle. Chapter 70 Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. It is impossible for different flames to be compatible with other flames. Otherwise, the moment they touch each other, a terrifying high temperature will burst out several times the original in an instant. For a normal person to touch the strange fire with other flames, it is tantamount to courting death, and the high temperature that erupts will instantly burn it to ashes. During the battle, Xiaoyan had the help of Fenju when he used this move, but Ace's confidence came from the system. But even with the help of the system, it was very difficult for Ace to control them. His hands were trembling, and the cyan flame and the purple flame slowly touched together. Boom! The moment the two flames came into contact, there was a muffled, thunderous sound, and the turbulence between the two seemed to be uncontrollable. Even Ace's palm was protected by domineering, and it was blown to blood. But Ace still gritted his teeth and mobilized the strength of his whole body to shrink the distance between his hands. When compressed to an extreme, Qinglian's heart fire suddenly erupted, as if to swallow the purple fire, and a terrifying power was brewing in Ace's palm. Ace didn't give up. His eyes were still fixed on the purple flames in his palm, while his spirit was extremely concentrated. Suddenly the Shin heavy ruler in the system trembled slightly, and a mysterious power was transmitted to Ace's palm between. With injection of this kind of energy, the two-color flame group that had already started to go berserk gradually calmed down. Under Ace's watchful eyes, a palm-sized purple rosette slowly formed. It's finally done. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. At the moment when the lotus seat was formed, Ace finally showed a look of joy on his face. Carefully holding this two-color lotus, Ace already felt that he was about to be unable to stop the raging magma around him, so he stopped hesitating and immediately kicked 3 Qingyan and Wanjiao towards the same part in front of him. The three-sword chi fell to one position at the same time, and finally managed to cut a small slit in the lava dog's neck. After seeing Akainu's figure from the gap, Ace didn't dare to waste any more time. Immediately through this gap, he slammed the purple lotus seat in his hand towards the red dog standing in the distance. Although the blue and purple flame rosette looked beautiful, it didn't emit any terrible power at all, so Akainu just frowned after seeing such a thing thrown by Ace. When he saw that Ace did not escape from the vicious dog, but was devoured again, Akainu showed a cruel smile on his face. Eye in his eyes, Ace can no longer make any waves. As for the lotus flower floating slowly, Shiquan didn't take it seriously at all. The attack from a guy who just entered the rank of lieutenant general probably couldn't even pierce his own skin. But just when the lotus rushed into the 5-meter range of the red dog, the originally calm rosette suddenly became violent, and it swelled suddenly almost instantly. Feeling the terrifying power coming from inside, Akainu's face finally changed drastically, but he was just about to run away. An earth-shattering explosion exploded in the square. Boom! Brilliant purple flames suddenly swept across most of the square, and the turbulent fire waves spread out, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise several levels in an instant. The sailors who ran out of the square ahead of time were overturned by the heat wave, and the few strong men who were still conscious turned their heads dully to look at the center of the explosion. If they hadn't run away in time just now, how many of them could have survived such an explosion? This the destructive power of the general level. It's too terrifying. Some people didn't know that it was actually an attack from Ace because they kept running away. Gudong, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a complicated expression, This seems to be made by that Ace. What? The flames gradually dissipated, but the original square had disappeared, replaced by huge black pit tins of meters deep. And Akainu, who was the closest to the explosion point just now, was undoubtedly hit the hardest. In that turbulent fire wave, all the clothes on Akainu's body were burned away, and several terrifying scars were clearly visible, and blood continued to seep out of the wound. The most tragic thing was that, while the magma was flowing, one of his right ears could not be condensed again. At this time, Ace was lying on the edge of the deep pit, unable to move at all. He underestimated the power of the Buddha's Fury Lotus. If it wasn't for the red dog's magma that wrapped his whole body, it would have blocked him for a while. Power. Maybe Ace has been directly burned to death by his own flame at this moment. Not to mention that Ace was seriously injured in the explosion. Even Ace in his heyday could not survive the explosion center. But Akainu was at the center of the explosion and was still alive? Ace could only give a wry smile, lamenting that he is worthy of the strength of a general. Then did I ask that General Akainu? But the sailors outside the square didn't think so at all. They looked at Akainu, who had lost one ear and was in a state of disbelief, almost speechless. Ace actually injured Akainu and even ruined one of his ears. Ugh, hi. It is no longer possible to describe Akainu's anger in words. Rolling magma continued to flow down from his body, filling most of the deep pit in a short while. Originally, I thought that the opponent's attack would not even scratch my own skin, but now that he is covered in scars, he looks even more miserable than Ace. How could he swallow such a shame? Bastard, don't think about dying so easily. I will use magma to melt your body inch by inch. A monstrous killing intent suddenly exudes from Akainu's body, coupled with his terrifying face with only one ear left at the moment. It looks even more terrifying. As soon as the words fell, a huge magma fire column suddenly erupted between Akainu's legs, and then rushed towards Ace under the impetus of it. Seeing the magma erupting from his palm, the domineering color of this armed color is faintly revealed. The next attack is definitely the strongest attack that Akainu can unleash in a state of anger. It seemed that Ace, who was unable to move this time, could only stay quietly and wait for death. Seeing Akainu's blood-covered mess, Ace suddenly laughed. As a major general, he actually pushed Akainu to this point, so he should be satisfied. It's just that I still have some regrets, Luffy, Sabo, Daddy, and I don't seem to be able to accompany you anymore. But just when Akainu raised his fist high and was about to rush to Ace, there was a loud shout full of anger outside the square. Sakazuki, how dare you touch my grandson? The moment the sound first appeared, it was still outside the square, but the next moment it was already approaching the center of the square. Akainu felt the killing intent approaching rapidly from his side, and only had time to barely turn around, and saw a huge fist suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Chapter 71, The Powerful Garp. Boom! With a loud noise, the fist came into close contact with Akainu's head in an instant. Originally, the ability users of the natural department should be immune to physical attacks. But this punch was not affected at all, and the huge force from it hit Akainu's face, instantly distorted and deformed. Whoosh! The red dog was blasted out at a faster speed than when it came, and with a loud noise, another human-shaped pothole was left on the side of the deep pit. Ace. The figure that suddenly appeared was Garp, and Luffy, who was under his arm, saw Ace lying on the ground with his eyes closed, unable to move, and immediately rushed up crying and screaming. Ace, don't die. Luffy shook Ace's body, tears gushed out like a tide. Sabo is gone too, you can't die. Thump. Ace opened his eyes, endured the pain in his body, punched Luffy on the head, and said weakly, Ahem, stop shaking, I'm not dead yet. Ace, as long as you're fine. Luffy sobbed. Seeing that Ace was fine, he immediately put him on the ground gently, a little nervous for fear of hurting Ace. I said I won't die. Luffy, you have to believe me. Hiss. Ace comforted Luffy with a smile, but there was another pain in his abdomen, which made him sweat profusely from the pain. Clack, clack. The gravel beside the deep pit suddenly fell to the ground, and the red dog crawled out of the stone pit with a gloomy face and said grimly, Garp, do you know what you're doing? That kid is Roger's son. I only saw that you were going to hit my grandson. Garp saw that Ace was seriously injured, and his heart had already risen to the sky, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with Akainu at all with a raised eyebrow. He exuded a powerful aura that Ace had never seen before, and directly moved towards Ace again. Red Dog rushed over. Boom! Boom. Akainu couldn't imagine that Garp didn't care about his face at all, and he came up with a violent bombardment of punches and kicks. In a hurry, Akainu soon felt overwhelmed. He was a little horrified to find that Garp's strength was not just general level. Strength beyond the general level. What level is that? Fists like raindrops fell on Akainu's body, splashing dense magma, which splattered on the ground. The sailors on one side have already seen it. What happened today? First, Admiral Akainu wanted to deal with Lieutenant General Ace, but was destroyed by Lieutenant General Ace. Then Lord Garp, the hero of the Navy, suddenly appeared again and beat Lieutenant Admiral Akainu. Wrong. Co-author, it seems that the most unlucky person today is General Akainu. Boom, boom, boom. Garp didn't hold back at all, and Akainu was beaten all over his body in a moment, which was extremely miserable. At this time, the people Ein and Drake called to help finally arrived. After Zifa and Sengoku rushed to the edge of the square, they were taken aback suddenly when they saw the scene on the square, and their figures stopped abruptly. Isn't that Garp? Didn't he come to rescue Ace? Judging from his situation, this time, Akainu should be rescued first. The one with the ugliest face was the one in warring states. He was on the verge of crying. He had only been the marshal for a year. The naval headquarters is about to be demolished. How will he explain to the higher authorities? Garp, stop it. Watching Garp and Akainu demolish another half of the square, Sengoku became a little anxious. Boom, boom. Garp didn't seem to hear it, and still punched Akainu persistently. Did you hear me? I command you to stop. Boom, boom. The rhythm was different, but Garp still didn't stop. This time Sengoku understands if he doesn't make a move, maybe Garp will really beat Akainu to death just like that. Warring State stepped on the ground with both feet on the ground, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Garp, and the two current strongest fighters in the Navy just punch each other head on. Boom. Hum. With the two fists collided, a wave of air suddenly rose up, and a gust of wind blew up in the square, causing the sailors to stagger again. At this moment, Garp finally stopped, but Akainu was already bruised and swollen, and he was out of shape. Warring States, what are you doing? I haven't troubled you yet. How dare you stop me? Garp's face was very ugly, and he still seemed unrelieved. Of course, Sengoku knew why Garp was angry, but he was the admiral of the Navy after all, so he couldn't just let Garp go on messing around like this. Sengoku said sincerely, Garp, you are still a member of the Navy after all. But as soon as he was halfway through, he was interrupted by Garp bluntly. Is my grandson not a member of the Navy? You just let Sakazuki do this to Ace. If I come a step late today, huh? When Garp said this, his face showed a murderous look again, and he was about to rush towards Akainu again. Sengoku originally wanted to say that Ace was actually different. He was the son of Roger, the naval enemy, but seeing Garp's gloomy face, he swallowed the words again. He had no choice but to change his words and said, Garp, why don't you send Ace to the hospital? This sentence really worked. Garp stopped abruptly, but after a pause, he suddenly kicked up, kicking the red dog who was too late to react, and then it seemed to disappear. Taking a breath, he dodged to Ace's side. Lifting Luffy with one hand and gently hugging Ace with the other, Garp didn't even turn his head, just left a sentence. Sengoku, I will resign as the Lieutenant General of the headquarters from today. His tone was extremely firm, and as soon as he finished speaking, he headed towards the base hospital without hesitation. The face of the Warring States period couldn't help but change. This time it's in big trouble. Garp is not just a simple lieutenant general, he's also a hero of the Navy and a symbol of spirit. It can be said that if Garp resigns, it will be a huge blow to the reputation of the entire Navy. Humph, I'm old too. It's time to retire. Misfortunes never come singly. At this time, Zifa also glanced at this side, said something in a flat tone, and then led Ein and Drake to chase Garp ahead. This time, the Warring States could only smile wryly. Are the two old comrades in arms who have made great achievements for the Navy already disappointed in the Navy? Two old bastards, you can leave if you want. At this time, seeing Garp had gone far, Akainu dared to say coldly, Shut up. Zhongguo raised his eyebrows and suddenly exuded a menacing aura and went straight towards Akainu, causing his complexion to change drastically. Akainu didn't dare to stay any longer and walked away directly, leaving a resentful sentence. You wait for me. That Ace can't escape so easily. Sengoku's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that this red dog had connections with the 5 elders of the government. As long as he reported Ace's identity to the world government, senior government officials would never tolerate Roger's bloodline living in this world. Hey. Warring State sighed, and then disappeared in place. In the final analysis, he was just a pawn played by the government. He could only do his job well and try to save the majority of civilians from bad luck. He can't control Ace's affairs. Chapter 72 Farewell. After being treated by the base doctor, Ace was already lying in an intensive care unit. It has to be said that people in this world have abnormal physiques, not to mention Ace, whose physical strength has reached the peak of a major general. In just a short while, Ace felt much better. The broken ribs in his chest had begun to itch slightly, and they had obviously begun to heal again. It's just that there is a circle of people around Ace's hospital bed now. Garp, Zifa, Ian, Drake, and even Luffy hanging there with his hands on the side of the bed. This made Ace a little helpless, but more moved. Before I knew it, I was an orphan who lost my parents. So many people cared about me. Brother Ace, are you feeling better? It was Ian who spoke first, with a concerned expression on her face, and even a trace of self-blame hidden deep in her expression. I'm fine. Ace swung his fist vigorously, but this action involved the wound on his body, causing a trace of cold sweat to ooze from his forehead, but Ace's expression remained relaxed. "Stinky boy, why are you being so brave?" Garp punched Ace on the head and said angrily, "Two ribs are broken, so it's no wonder they recovered so quickly. Hey, why are you beating my apprentice?" Zifa was unhappy, rolled up his sleeves, and pushed Garp. You old boy. It's none of your business for me to teach my grandson a lesson." Garp frowned and pushed Zifa back in. "Okay, you still hit me. Do you remember the first time you went to the battlefield and was seriously injured? Who carried you back?" Zifa took a step forward and grabbed Garp's beard. It hurts. It's like I never blocked the knife for you." Garp didn't show weakness and grabbed Zifa's purple hair. The two strong men of the Navy just cursed and pulled each other like this. Who was messing around in the hospital? A doctor who looked like the director of the hospital suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Seeing two old boys who were not doing their job, he immediately shouted, "You two, there are so many patients in the hospital. What if you disturb the rest of the patients? Get out of here." When Zifa and Garp heard this, they instantly became honest. At the same time, they bowed 90 degrees to the doctor and said in unison, "I'm sorry." Ace and the others were speechless for a while, so proficient. It seems that this is not the first time this has happened. The director snorted coldly, turned his head, and walked out of the ward. And Zifa and Garp also walked out obediently, but seeing the way they grabbed each other's arms, it is estimated that there will be a battle when they go out. Ahem, how embarrassing. Drake said with a strange face. It was the first time he saw the teacher behave like this, and he wondered if he would be silenced later. But Ace and Luffy are much calmer, because they are used to it. I'd only had Ace in his eyes, so he didn't pay much attention to Zifa and Garp's affairs. After thinking for a while, I suddenly said with a sad expression, "Ace, are you leaving?" Girls are always much more sensitive. From the moment Ace and Chinu tore their faces apart, I'd already understood that Ace could no longer stay in the Navy. Hearing what I'd said, Ace was silent for a while, then sighed and said, "You all know my identity, right? Although I don't want to admit it, I am indeed Roger's son." Sigh. When Drake heard this from Ace himself, he still gasped. He didn't expect his brother's background to be so terrible. However, Ace is the son of Roger and the grandson of Lord Garp, and many more. The relationship is a bit messy. Seeing Drake's expression, Ace couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew where Drake was thinking. "Don't think about it. Garp is just my godfather." AIN's expression didn't change a bit, she said firmly. "No matter what the identity of Brother Ace is, it will always be mine." My. Ain's face blushed when he said this, as if he was embarrassed to say it, and finally he could only say, I'm my dearest person." I understand." Ace reached out and rubbed Einhai's blue hair, and then said, "I know you don't care about my identity, but that guy Akainu will definitely report my identity to the world government. At that time, they will definitely not mind killing me, the son of the devil. So I really can't stay in the Navy anymore. I have to leave as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Ace asked gently, "Ian Drake, are you willing to go with me?" AIN's face showed a happy look at first, but then it was replaced by a firm determination. "Brother, we can't go with you." Ace was a little surprised, but he knew that Ain must have his own ideas, so he continued to listen. "We are still too weak to help my brother. If my brother leaves, there will definitely be soldiers chasing him. If we are also on the boat, we will definitely drag him down. He blamed himself for not being strong enough, so we have to continue to learn from Teacher Zifa. And when we finish our practice, we will definitely go to our brother." Speaking of which, AIN suddenly took out a white card from his bosom, carefully tore off a small piece, put it back into his bosom, and handed the bigger part to Ace. "Brother, this is the life card I asked someone to make for you, and we can use this to find you in future." I seemed to see the doubts on Ace's face and stammered, I was the last time when I was taking care of my brother. I secretly left my nails to do it." Ace accepted the life card and suddenly stepped forward and gently kissed Ain on the forehead. He understood that what Ain said was right. With their current strength, if they escaped from the Navy together, someone might die in the sea. Ain's little face turned red instantly. His head was buried deeply, and his mind went blank for an instant. Brother just kissed me. Oh, shy. At this moment, Luffy, who had been hanging by the bed, suddenly spoke. Thumb. In exchange for it was Ace's fist. "Little kid, what do you know?" Ace actually didn't know why he was impulsive just now, and his old face was slightly red at the moment, but on the surface he still wanted to maintain his majesty as a brother. There was a lump on Luffy's head in an instant. He didn't understand why even Ace could swing the iron fist of love now. He covered his head with his hands, and Luffy fell to the ground with a plop. Although there were tears in the corners of his eyes, Luffy still said, "Ace, I want to go to sea with you." Chapter 73, a reward of 5,000 million is offered. Thump. Ace knocked on Luffy again and said, "Don't mess around, go back with Grandpa Garp." Of course, Ace doesn't want Luffy to go with him. After all, Luffy is not ready to take risks, and he doesn't want to put Luffy in danger now. So he ruthlessly covered his head, and Luffy, a little aggrieved, turned his head to Ein and Drake and said, "I still need you to do me a favor, help me prepare a ship, and I have enough supplies, let's go tonight." Ein had been immersed in the sweetness all the time, but after hearing Ace's words, he suddenly woke up with reluctance in his eyes. "Are you in such a hurry?" "In." Ace didn't say much, but the heavy expression on his face told him the answer. So the two didn't ask any more questions, but immediately turned around and walked out of the ward. To Ace's surprise, Luffy went out with the two of them, and he didn't care, thinking that Luffy had gone out to find Garp. So he immediately closed his eyes and tried his best to run the Spirit Fire Essence Art to speed up the recovery of his body speed. That night, a small sloop sailed slowly out of the port of the Navy headquarters in the darkness. Ace was lying on the deck of the sailboat with bandages on his body, but his heart was filled with excitement. The boat was already filled with food and water barrels. Finally, you can officially go to sea. Bang dong. The sound of a wooden barrel being overturned suddenly came from the cabin, and Ace's face suddenly froze. No way. Ace immediately jumped up and rushed into the cabin, only to see that the wooden barrel had fallen to the ground, and the lid of one of the wooden barrels had fallen to the side, but there was no water in it, only. "Luffy, why are you here?" Ace grabbed Luffy by the collar, lifted him up, and said in disbelief, "Didn't I tell you to go find Grandpa Garp? I want to be with Ace." Luffy grabbed his straw hat tightly and covered his face. His shoulders kept shaking. "Ace, you have been away for more than a year. Except you, there is no one else to rely on." Luffy lifted his hat abruptly, tears all over his face, and wept bitterly. Boom. Ace suddenly knocked on the head of Luffy, but immediately hugged Luffy into his arms and said with some distress, "You are 8 years old? Why are you still a crybaby?" There was no blame in his tone, and even a bit of guilt. In his previous life, he spent his childhood with Luffy and used his companionship to dispel the loneliness in each other's hearts. In this life, he wholeheartedly wanted to become stronger quickly and possess the strength to protect his relatives, but he had already neglected the younger brother who had always needed him. "Let's go together." Kindness. The next day, the Admiral's office at the top of the Naval Headquarters Fortress. Flick. The tabletop in front of Akainu suddenly turned into nitrous powder. His head was wrapped with a bandage, and one ear was wrapped in it. He gritted his teeth and asked, "You said that kid has already run away?" "Yes, it is." In front of Akainu, a brigadier general was sweating and said cautiously, "This morning, when we went to the hospital to arrest him, he had already disappeared." "Huh, trash." Akazuki looked at the trembling brigadier in front of him. His face became more gloomy. "Get out of here." The brigadier general immediately turned around and rushed out of the room as if he had received an amnesty. Akainu sat on the chair, his expression flickering constantly. He touched the bandage wrapped around his ear, with a cruel look on his face. Taking a deep breath, adjusting his expression, Akainu took out the phone bug that could directly contact Wu Laoxing. Blue, blue, blue. Click. The other person picked up the phone. "Sakazuki, what's the matter with you? Didn't you agree to let you arrest that kid named Ace?" "Dad, he's already gone." To be honest, Akainu was a little embarrassed and a little angry, because he could say that he suffered a big loss from Ace, not only lost an ear, but was also beaten up by that old lunatic Garp. In his more than 40 years of career, he has never suffered such a big loss. The 5 old stars on the opposite side did not speak for a while, but at this moment, silence is better than sound. Akainu seemed to hear them scolding him as a waste in his heart. "I applied for a reward on Ace. With his status, he is too much of a threat to us." Akainu said in a deep voice, "Those former members of the Roger Pirates who are hiding all over the world, if they know that Roger still has such a son, then..." Akainu didn't continue talking. He believed that Wu Laoxing on the opposite side must have understood what he meant. "We approved it." Wu Laoxing's voice came from the phone bug. "Let's set a bounty of 5,000 million first. However, don't mention his life experience in the arrest warrant." "Understand." Akainu nodded, knowing what the 5 old stars meant. They were afraid that the monsters of the Roger Pirates would gather together again because of Ace's background. Click. Beep. There was a busy tone, and the other party had already hung up. Akainu put away the phone bug, sneered. and immediately set off to prepare for Ace's reward. Because of the direct orders from the 5 old stars, Garp and others couldn't stop Akainu at all. After half a day, Ace's reward order had been printed and sent to the world. Garp resigned in anger and sailed back to the East China Sea with his direct sailors, and Zifa also chose not to serve as a naval instructor, but left the Navy headquarters with Ein and Drake, preparing to fight in the following days, dedicated to teaching the two of them. On the light yellow, wanted notice. Fallen Navy, Fire Fist Ace, offers a reward of 5,000 million. At the same time, with the release of the wanted warrant, Ace's name resounded throughout the sea for the first time. Dressrosa, Doflamingo held Ace's arrest warrant in his hand and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Phew, this kid is really unlucky. Toribol, let's add another fire. Add an additional condition under our private bounty. As long as anyone can kill this boy named Ace, not only can he receive the Navy's bounty, but he can also take away our $1 bounty unconditionally. Yes. Toribol responded respectfully and stepped back. He understood that after this order was spread, Ace's total bounty of 5,000 million would definitely drive all bounty hunters into madness. This boy named Ace is going to be unlucky. Oh. In the New World, a pirate hastily handed a wanted warrant to Whitebeard. The crescent-shaped beard on Whitebeard's face kept shaking, and he said to Margao, the phoenix beside him, Kolola, there is another energetic young man in the sea. Oh. In the Devil's Triangle area of the Great Route, Moria looked at Ace's wanted warrant and suddenly became excited. This kid has been hiding in the Navy, and I can't do anything about him. This time he is also a wanted criminal in the Navy. What else? A bounty of 5,000 million. As long as I catch this kid and snatch his shadow, I can activate special zombie number 900. Somewhere along the Great Route, a small coffin-like boat was constantly advancing on the sea. Behind the small boat, a huge pirate ship was cut in half with a knife and was slowly sinking into the sea. And the eagle-eyed Mihawk on the boat was staring at the reward order, the black knife in Ace's hand, and he was very excited. The supreme sharp knife is in the hands of this kid named Ace. Inside? Thinking of this, Mihawk shifted his gaze to Ace's face. The corners of his mouth slightly tilted up and said, It seems that I'm going to meet you. 74. Chapter 74, Devil's Triangle Sea Territory, Part 3. Ace, are we lost? Luffy was wearing a straw hat, standing on the bow of the boat, tilting his head to look at Ace. At this moment, the scene was a little awkward. Looking at the thick fog that had surrounded them, Ace's face darkened, and he didn't know what to say. In fact, after Mr. Zephon knew that Ein was helping Ace prepare the ship, he had already asked Ein to give Ace a lot of permanent pointers, basically including the islands in the first half of the Great Route. But Ace still underestimated the difficulty of sailing and accidentally rushed into a seemingly endless fog. Ahem, don't worry. Everything is under control. After hesitating for a while, Ace decided to maintain his brother's majesty first. Ace is really powerful. Luffy grinned and immediately believed what Ace said. Ha. Covering his embarrassment with a smile, Ace urged Luffy to go to exercise first. Seeing Luffy honestly coming into the cabin, Ace wiped the cold sweat off his brow. His perfect image was almost GG like this. We must find a way out quickly. Thinking of this, Ace immediately leaned out the domineering knowledge color overboard, and the scene in the thick fog clearly appeared in his mind. There is a play. Ace's eyes lit up, and he began to concentrate on finding a way out of the dense fog with his domineering spirit. The sailboat sailed in the dense fog for a long time, but there was only endless sea water in the range of Ace's arrogance. Just as his face became more and more ugly, suddenly a series of strange singing voices appeared from behind their boat. Yo, ho 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 ho. Accompanied by the singing, a huge pirate ship slowly approached Ace's sailing ship. The pirate ship was tattered, as if it was one of those legendary ghost ships floating in the sea. Wow, ghost ship. Luffy rushed out of the cabin a long time ago. Looking at the big ship exuding a terrifying atmosphere, he didn't have the slightest sign of fear, but excitedly jumped onto the side of the sailboat on the side of the ship. The ghost ship gradually came to the side of Ace's sailboat and walked side by side with it. On the side of the ship, there was a human-shaped shadow holding black tea, singing an unknown song. Yo, ho ho ho. Binks, why? This sends him to. Luffy watched the ghost ship slowly passing by, grinned excitedly. Ace, did you see it? The skeleton is singing. That's right. The singing figure turned out to be a skeleton. Ace's face has become weird at first. He didn't react when he saw the thick fog. Now he finally knows where it is, and of course he knows who the skeleton is. This is obviously the Devil's Triangle Sea area. And that singing skeleton, look at that iconic afro. Who is it not Brooke? Ace, sure enough, there are living skeletons. Luffy's eyes were already full of twinkling little stars, and he jumped up and down excitedly. Let's go immediately. After speaking, Luffy grabbed the fence next to the sailboat with both hands, stepped back step by step, stretched his arms extremely long, and was about to bounce himself towards the ghost ship. Whoosh! As soon as Luffy let go of his hands, the whole person flew out. But this kid hadn't been able to fully control his strength, and he deviated from the direction halfway through the flight, and he was about to fall into the sea. Ace patted his head helplessly and said to himself, this brother is still so unreliable. Moon step. Although he complained about Luffy in his mouth, Ace immediately stepped on the moon steps and rushed into the air. After a few moves, they had already grabbed Luffy's collar, and then the two of them got taller and taller, and they landed on the deck of the ghost ship after a while. Watching the two of Ace fall from the air, the mandible of the explosive skull on the opposite side was about to fall off. Yo, you guys are really amazing. Brook took off his top hat and gave a gentlemanly salute. I was really rude just now, but I didn't say hello to you when we met. I'm so happy how many years have passed. I was really shocked to see a living person. It's a ghost ship besides a ghost ship. It's really scary. Brook held a cup of black tea, as if he had countless things to say. Look, he's talking. The afro-headed skeleton is talking. Luffy pointed at Brook, getting more excited, and tugged at the hem of Ace's clothes, with little stars shining again in his eyes. Ace covered his head and thought to himself, fortunately there are no women here. Otherwise Brook would definitely want to see their underwear. Hey, can you take a shit? Luffy leaned closer and asked seriously. Brook straightened his bow tie, wiped his shoes, and replied solemnly, Yes, I'm shitting. Hello. Obviously the plot has changed because of me, okay? Why can't your conversation escape the stalk of shit? And also, why do you two have such a serious look, discussing such in-depth issues? Ace, invite him to be our partner. Luffy jumped up and hung around Ace's neck. Ace grabbed him by the collar and put him down and said with a smile, If you do 1,000 more push-ups and 1,000 more squats every day, I agree. Okay. Without even thinking about it, Luffy grinned and agreed. Ace has not been idle these days. He has systematically trained Luffy with a method he learned from the Navy, trying to make him stronger faster, as so far it seems that the effect is very good. Seeing that Luffy agreed to strengthen the training now, Ace nodded in satisfaction, walked up to Brook, and asked, Brook, would you like to go to sea with us? Brook was taken aback for a moment, and then took 2 steps back in fright. How do you know my name? I haven't introduced myself yet. Could it be, you have a crush on me? Boom. Ace jumped up and punched Brook on the head. Are you a fool? What are you talking about? Brook fell straight to the ground, a meaty bun bulging on his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. This skeleton has bags on its head, just like me. Luffy laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. Ace suddenly felt that his future sailing life would be gloomy, and he looked up to the sky and sighed. How did he let himself meet these two treasures? Seeing that Luffy and Brook quickly became one with each other, Ace had given up resisting and said helplessly, Let's go. It's getting late. Let's go back to the boat for dinner. Eat yo-ho. Brook's eyes lit up suddenly, although he has no eyes. Speaking of which, it's been 38 years and I haven't eaten anything serious. What are you waiting for? Yo-ho. After finishing speaking, he jumped off the pirate ship first, and the moment he touched the sea water, he swung his feet quickly, and he started running on the sea like this. 75, Chapter 75, Afro Brook, Part 2. Wow. It's amazing. Luffy's eyes widened again, overwhelmed with excitement. Ace shook his head, grabbed Luffy by the collar, and led him back to the small sailboat from the air. Dinner. Yeel. Dinner. Yeel. Eat. 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 Luffy and Brook sat at the dining table, knocking on the cutlery, as if they couldn't wait. With earplugs in his ears, Ace didn't want to pay attention to them at all, took out the ingredients, and simply made 3 huge fried rice. Thumb. Throwing the plate on the table, Ace said angrily, Shut up, eat. What? There was a sound of tableware and plates colliding, and after 2 minutes, several people had wiped out a large portion of fried rice. Hiccup. Brook burped for a long time and said with a satisfied face, My belly is going to fill up after eating, although I don't have a belly. Yo ho 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 ho. Brook opened his arms and said happily, Dang clang, clang skeleton joke. Yeel, skeleton joke. Luffy nearly lost his eyes laughing. But Mr. Ace, your fried rice is actually a bit salty. Brooke suddenly turned to Ace and said. Boom. Brooke tilted his head, and there was another bag on his head. It's good to eat some, but dare to pick and choose. With a dark face, Ace clapped his hands and asked, Brooke, the meal is over. Do you know how to get out of here? I've been wandering in this misty sea for 38 years, so I think today is a good day. Yo-ho. Brooke looked at Ace and said, Not only did I have a decent meal today, but I am so happy to see you. For me, you are my joy, so happy, yo. But I'm sorry, I don't know the way out. Ace was silent. Having watched the full anime, he understood Brooke's heartache better. Alone, drifting at sea for decades. How lonely it is. What kind of belief is needed to survive such loneliness? So Ace was not disappointed because Brooke didn't know the way, but suddenly found that Brooke's shadow was still there, so he knew that Brooke hadn't met Moria's devil spinnaker yet. Rumbling. As soon as Ace thought of this, he suddenly felt a violent jolt of the sailboat. No way. Is my crow's mouth so smart recently? Ace murmured to himself with a strange expression, then immediately rushed out of the cabin and looked out of the boat. Sure enough, their ship had been swallowed by a huge mouth, and a huge three-masted sailing ship formed by islands had appeared in front of them. What is this? Brooke and Luffy also walked out of the cabin, and after seeing this magnificent island, both of them opened their mouths. After the initial surprise, Ace calmed down quickly, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. This sea area shrouded in thick fog obviously needs a powerful navigator to lead them out, and a year ago, he killed Absalom under Moria's command on the Great Route. This means that Moria must have a navigator who has a way to get out of the Devil's Triangle. The world government's Shichibukai plan will not be implemented until 14 years into the Great Pirate Era. That is, next year, so Moria is nothing more than a slightly stronger pirate. So why don't you meet this Moria and find out that navigator? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Ace's mouth, and he turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, do you want to take risks? I want. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he took out his backpack in a flash. The bag was already full of canned food that could be eaten directly. Let's go. Ace mentioned Luffy again, but before leaving, he said to Brooke, Brooke, I will leave the boat to you. I will take Luffy to play. Yo-ho, you can leave it to me without worry, Brooke said while clenching the crutch in his hand. Ace nodded. He knew that the crutch was actually a stabbing sword, and besides being a musician, Brooke was also a powerful swordsman. Let's go. The sea surface of tens of meters was not at all challenging in front of Ace. Even with Luffy under his arm, after a few steps, the two had safely landed on the main island in front of them. Click, click. As soon as the two of Ace landed, they stepped on a piece of weathered bones. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding ground was actually paved with white bones. Faced with such a terrifying environment, the faces of the two of them did not change at all. Ace had already experienced several battles, so his heart was as firm as iron. But Luffy, this kid, was completely out of his mind. After falling to the ground, he picked up a skull and put it on his head as a mask. Hey, Ace, do you think I look like Brooke? Ace looked at him, was silent for a while, and finally choked out a sentence. As long as you are happy. The island was also shrouded in a faint mist. Just as Ace and Luffy looked at the bones on the ground, 6 blood-red pupils suddenly lit up in the mist around them. Gah! The low roar of the beast rang in my ears, and a creature with 3 heads slowly walked out of the mist. Wow, whoa! Taking a closer look, those 3 heads are clearly 3 dogs, and many more. Why is there a fox head mixed in with 2 dog heads? The original weird atmosphere was destroyed by your hybrid head, okay? Ace, a dog with 3 heads. Let's invite him to be our partner. Yo-ho, Luffy was wearing a skull mask and even imitated Brooke's laughter. Ace rolled his eyes, but he knew that this strange creature in front of him was a zombie made by Moria. How could he take it away? Luffy, stop messing around. I don't want a zombie as a partner, but if you can defeat him within the scope of this small island, I can let you play with him for a while. Ace deliberately tested Luffy. Okay, look at mine. Luffy was easily satisfied. After hearing Ace's words, he immediately looked at the 3-headed dog with little stars in his eyes. And the 3-headed dog, who was still aggressive just now, looked at the light in Luffy's eyes, and for some reason, there was a trace of cold sweat on his head, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Rubber, pistol. Boom. Rubber, axe. Boom. Rubber. Enough is enough, Luffy. If you fight again, there will be no more fun. Seeing that Luffy still wanted to continue, Ace was taken aback and quickly pulled him back from behind. Sure enough, Luffy's thinking was still so confused. Well, the three-headed dog shrugged and pulled its tail, looking extremely aggrieved. When it was hit for the first time, it wanted to surrender, but the kid opposite didn't give him a chance at all. I think it has 3 heads. If you don't hit it with 1 head, you can't beat it. Luffy tilted his head and said innocently, "Wait a minute, it's still a little short." Oh, seems to make sense. The three-headed dog was so frightened that its tail was clamped. Seeing Luffy raised his fist again, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his head in despair. Boom, boom. The 2 dog heads hit the fox on the head hard at the same time, making 2 muffled bangs. Wong wong. The three-headed dog put on a shy face and leaned over in a flattering manner, meaning, "Is this enough?" Only the head of the fox was crying silently, drooping his head. "I'll go, is that okay?" Ace was shocked by Luffy's series of operations. Chapter 76 Nose Song 3 Ding Swallow Tail Slash 3rd Change. When Ace and Luffy rode the three-headed dog and slowly walked into the depths of the island, Brook was holding a cup of black tea, leaning leisurely on the side of the boat, humming his song Bink's Wine. Although he now only has a face full of bones, he can see the joy in his heart. After taking a sip of black tea, Brook said comfortably, "What a lucky day." But at this moment, his expression suddenly became stiff and was quickly replaced by panic. He took a few steps back in fear and bumped into the other side of the ship with a plop. Brook stammered, "Ghost. Ghost. No, I'm most afraid of ghosts." He didn't seem to understand at all. In fact, his own skull face was much scarier than a ghost. And directly opposite Brook, a white transparent ghost circled over the small sailboat and then drifted slowly into the depths of the island. Call. Seeing the ghost drift away, Brook breathed a sigh of relief and stood up on crutches. Puff. But in the next second, the small sailboat was pushed by the raging waves and bumped into a huge spider web. Hey! Brook was suddenly startled and raised his hands high. What's going on? He just swore that he would keep an eye on the boat, but after a while, why was the boat entangled in spider webs? And many more. What the hell is this spider web? Who has ever seen a spider web that can entangle a boat? Brook walked to the bow in a panic, pulled out the sword and the crutch, and slashed at the spider web. But they found that these spider webs were not only strong, but also covered with mucus on the surface, so they couldn't be cut at all. But Brook is a person who takes promises very seriously, so since he has promised Ace, he must ensure the safety of the sailboat. So even though the spider webs could not be removed quickly, Brook continued to cut off the spider webs with his sword persistently. Swish. But when he focused all his attention on the spider web in front of him, 3 or 4 spiders with mouse heads suddenly descended from above the sailboat. Swish, swish. The spiders were about to spray their webs towards Brook, but they only had time to see Brook swinging a knife with one hand, crossing their backs. Oh, the spiders were a little puzzled, because they clearly saw Brook's sword slashing at themselves, so why didn't they react at all? Have you ever heard that old saying? Before they could answer, Brook continued. Some people say that as long as the sword is drawn fast enough, the person who is cut will be unconscious. Brook's calm words reached the spiders' ears, making their skin crawl all of a sudden. Nose song sanding. Dovetail cut. Base. The stabbing sword in Brook's hand was suddenly inserted into the scabbard. And behind him, a sword mark suddenly appeared in the middle of the 3 spiders' bodies, splitting their bodies in 2. At this moment, Brook, who had only bones left in his body, suddenly gave off a chilling aura of a master. When he looked up at the weird spiders on the spider web that were about to rush over, the spiders suddenly stopped at the same time, as if they were afraid of Brook. There is a beautiful woman behind you. A spider was afraid of being cut by Brook, so it subconsciously said something casually, hoping to divert Brook's attention. Where? But Brook turned around quickly and looked back with an eager expression of a senior pervert on his face, looking around for the beauty behind him. The master temperament just now disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, whizzing. The spiders were planning to run away, but when they saw Brook's performance, they would not let go of this opportunity. They immediately swarmed up and wrapped Brook tightly with their spider webs. Although Brook was struggling non-stop, he couldn't break free from these solid spider webs at all, and could only be dragged into the depths of the misty island by these spiders. You liars! Brook's voice was melodious and melodious, mixed with the disappointment and pain of not seeing the beautiful woman. Oh. At this moment, in the depths of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship, in the castle that was used as the main mast. A transparent ghost emerged from the castle wall and merged into the body of a 12 or 13-year-old little lowly. This little lowly wears pink twin ponytails, and a small crown is crookedly worn on her head. At this moment, she is holding a small red umbrella in one hand and a small umbrella in the other. Cute bear puppet. Seemingly getting some interesting information from the ghost that merged into her body, the little lowly jumped to the front of the main hall of the castle. Boom, boom, boom. Little lowly knocked hard on the palace gate and shouted, "Molia Moria, open the door." Crunch. The heavy door was slowly opened, and little lowly ran and bouncing around. In the center of the hall, Mariah was lying on his huge throne. Hey, hee, isn't this my cute little Princess Perona? If Moria's enemies are here, you will be surprised after seeing his expression and doubt your life. Is this person with a kind smile on his face the cruel and bloodthirsty Moria in their eyes? Moria, last time you said that you would give me a super big bear doll that can run and move. Why haven't you yet? Perona put her hands on her hips and pouted her small mouth angrily. Okay, it's not pretty when you're angry. Moria stood up and comforted. I'll ask Hoback to make one for you today. Come on. Exist. Immediately, a puppet zombie came forward, knelt down to one side, so respectful that he didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. You must know that a few days ago, Lord Moria was in a bad mood and tore a few of his subordinates apart. Go and inform Hoback that you must make a bear doll for me before 12 o'clock today. Moria's bitter voice contained an inexplicable majesty. Yes, master. The puppet zombie walked out of the hall backwards, and then let out a long breath. I said, brother, I think Master Moria is very kind to Lord Perona. Why are you so afraid of him? Just as the puppet zombie walked out of the hall and was about to set off, someone immediately asked, Shill. Dude, are you new here? How do you know? I just came here today. The puppet zombie showed such an expression and then whispered, Master Perona is different from us. After all, we are just zombies. Once the master is unhappy, he can kill us at will. And Moria-sama adopted Perona when she was very young, and it can be said that she brought her up. Their relationship is the same as that of a biological father and daughter. That's why only Lady Perona dares to talk to the master like that. In our pirate group, even Lord Hogaback is inferior to Lord Perona. Hearing this, the new zombie nodded solemnly, planning to be more careful in the future, so as not to offend this Lord Perona. Chapter 77 explains why Ace entered Navy training. First of all, I have already mentioned in the previous article that Ace had experienced it once in his previous life. Because of his lack of strength, he had to watch the pain of the Whitebeard father dying in front of his own eyes. Therefore, I said that Ace had to do it all over again. After the opportunity, in order to have enough strength to protect the people he cherishes, the desire to become stronger has become stronger. No one should object, right? Secondly, the strength system of One Piece relies on the development of fruit and the practice of physical skills. Among physical skills, domineering is more important. And when we read the comics, we can find that Ace did not show his domineering means when he was on the top of the war. But let's not arbitrarily say that Ace would not be domineering at that time, but at least it can be said that his domineering is not strong enough. There should be no objection, right? At that time, Ace was already 20 years old. Those who read this book are all Jaime, so they must know that only when someone guides you to learn domineering can you master it faster and have stronger domineering. Then the problem is coming. Ace went back to the time when he was 10 years old. He desperately wanted to become stronger, and he needed to find someone to systematically practice physical skills and domineering, as they're a more suitable place than the Navy. With Garp's relationship, why did he give up this opportunity to master domineering 10 years in advance? Someone said, why don't you let Ace go directly to the sea and grow up in the adventure? Dear, I want to ask you, do you go to school and have experienced teachers to guide you to learn more efficiently? Or are you just dreaming at home alone, without textbooks? In the end, it doesn't mean that Ace joins the Navy and forgets the previous hatred without thinking, hates what should be hated, and kills what should be killed. But can you clarify a problem in Oda-sensei's One Piece? Whether it is a pirate or a Navy, the characters are full, not black and white. Not to say, as long as it is a Navy, it is a bad person, and as long as it is a pirate, it is a good person. And vice versa. Even Roger can sublimate friendship with Garp in constant battles. Ace has some fetters with a few good-natured Marines. Why not? Also, I wrote this book because I had a brain hole that I want to explain it gradually in the next book. If you really can't stand my plot, please click the cross in the upper right corner. But the point of view is different, that's all. so there's no need to say anything more. But to be honest, the most important thing for me to write this book is to make myself feel happy in the process of writing the book. So if there are still people spraying me in the comment area, I will delete the post directly. Chapter 78, Little Lolita Perona. Hee, my little princess, are you satisfied this time? Moria smiled and sat back on his throne and reached out for someone to prepare a slightly smaller seat beside him. It's almost there. Perona wrinkled her little nose with a happy smile on her face. However, Moria, I just found out that 3 people broke into our boat. Perona hugged the bear, sat down on the seat, tilted her head and thought for a while, and then said, "It seems that there are one is the ace you said you wanted to catch some time ago." Oh. Moria's eyes lit up and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Did that kid come to the door by himself? Talara. As soon as Mariah's voice fell, a huge spider with a monkey head descended from the ceiling. "You bring 500 rat-headed spiders and catch them all for me," Moria ordered. "I'll leave them all to you." Monkey, 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 monkey. Talara let out a series of strange laughter and said, "Respected master, my subordinates have already caught one person. Please wait a moment." "Ah, you did a good job." Clap, la. The sound of a series of chains running sounded, and then under Moria's gaze, a dark coffin was transported into the hall along the iron chain. The coffin fell to the ground, and the lid flipped over, revealing Brooke inside, motionless. Moria's laughter stopped abruptly. "What the hell is this fucking skeleton? Are you kidding me?" Moria glared at Talara with a gloomy face. "Or do you think I didn't see my dead body? Want to give me some insight?" At this time, Talara also had 10,000 horses running past in his heart. Didn't those subordinates say that they had captured a powerful swordsman? What is lying in the coffin in front of me? He knew that if he couldn't explain clearly today, he would probably kneel directly. "Number 236, come out." Talala roared angrily. Immediately, a rat-headed spider numbered 236 jumped out and said nervously, "Master, to wake him up, you need to say a spell." Huh. Mariah's face was a little ugly. The rat-headed spider didn't dare to keep it any longer, so it immediately cleared its throat, pointed at Brooke, and shouted loudly, "There are beauties outside. What the hell is this spell? Mariah is about to go crazy." Where is it? Where is it?" Brooke, who was still motionless, squirmed and jumped out of the coffin even though he was tightly bound by the spider silk. When he remembered that he was still pretending to be a corpse, everyone at the scene had already focused their attention on him. Scene. It was a little embarrassing for a while. It's so easy to see through, the acting is a bit stiff. Ha. Brooke laughed dryly twice, then lay motionless on the ground with another plop and loaded up the corpse again. Still pretending, it's late. Moria was so angry that he grabbed Brooke into his hand and raised it high. "Turn on the light." As soon as the words fell, a searchlight shone from behind Brooke, casting a long shadow on the ground. Puff. Under Brooke's horrified gaze, Mariah actually tore his shadow off the ground and then took out a huge pair of scissors. With a click, his shadow was directly cut off. At the same time, Brooke tilted his head and passed out directly, while his shadow fell into Moria's hands, struggling continuously. He, is he a swordsman? Then the corpse of Ryoma I brought back from Wano country can finally come in handy. Moria grinned, showing sharp teeth, and ordered, "Talara, I leave it to you. Take this bone away, and then go and bring the other 2. I can't wait to activate number 900. Yes. This time, Talara and the rat-headed spiders picked up the unconscious Brooke and quickly disappeared into the shadows with a swish. "Hey, Moria, Perona is going too, and I'm strong too." Perona arched her small arms seriously, trying to show off her muscles, but found that her arms were only soft. A little embarrassed, but still insisted, "I don't care, I want to play." "Perona, be obedient. Those people are fierce." Moria persuaded while stuffing Brooke's shadow into Ryoma's body. Ryoma, who was originally just a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the big sharp knife chip in his hand, and stepped out of the coffin, exuding an aggressive aura belonging to a great swordsman. "Yo ho ho." Perona's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Then let him follow me, I'll be safe." Moria hesitated for a moment, but remembering that Ryoma was once the strongest swordsman in the Wano country, and his strength was even enough to kill a real dragon, Moria nodded in agreement and said, "That's fine, but you bring 3 more zombie generals. If you really can't capture that ace alive, it threatens your safety." Mariah's eyes flickered fiercely again, and he said grimly, "Then kill them all directly." Moria would only show kindness when facing Perona, and he was still that cruel pirate when dealing with others. Good. Perona happily responded, and with a revived dragon horse, bounced towards the outside of the castle. Oh. At this time, Ace and Luffy had already rode a three-headed dog into a cemetery exuding a gloomy atmosphere. Ace, there are a lot of tombstones here. Luffy is sitting on the three-headed dog, with two legs hanging outside, dangling. He is full of curiosity about everything on the island. And Ace understood that although the cemetery in front of him looked peaceful, it was full of zombies under the ground. So he had a whim, smiled, and said to Luffy, "Luffy, do you want to watch zombies dance?" "I want it." "Huh." Luffy's eyes lit up immediately, and he shouted, "Dance, dance." The corner of Ace's mouth slanted up, and without a sound, the purple flames centered on them, spiraling outward, and spread to the entire cemetery in an instant. The high temperature of the flames scorched the ground, and after a while, the underground zombies couldn't bear it anymore and crawled out of the tomb one by one. Hot. So hot. The flames burned the zombies, and they jumped up and down in a panic. The gloomy cemetery seemed to be transformed into a disco in an instant. It's really a graveyard jumping disco. The three-headed dog was sweating profusely, and his body was shaking with fright. What kind of player is sitting on his body? Why is one more terrifying than the other? The three-headed dog just wants to ask now, "Darling, are you two devils?" Chapter 79, Swordsman, Dragon Horse. The burning flames finally turned the zombies into ashes, and countless shadows shot up from the ashes, breaking through the fog and scattered in all directions. "Huh? Little San, why are you trembling?" Luffy had already given the three-headed dog a very indecent name, and then showed a suddenly realized expression. "Huh? I know you must want to be together too, Dance. Kindness." After hearing Luffy's words, the three-headed dog's eyes widened suddenly, and exerted all its strength to control the trembling. "I want to dance too." What a joke. Didn't you see those dancing dudes? All the F*** and G souls. The three heads of the three-headed dog shake their heads more violently than the other. Ace watched dumbfoundingly. He didn't really want to watch the zombies dance, but because those people whose shadows were taken away by Moria could only live in the shadows without seeing the sun, so he just wanted to do something good. "All right, little San, let's go." Ace patted the three-headed dog on the head. As if the three-headed dog had been pardoned, he didn't care about what Ace called him, and immediately wagged his tail to show his favor, and carried the two of them to the outside of the cemetery. I was also relieved. It seems that there is no need to dance. Very nice. Walking out of the cemetery and passing through a forest, a hospital already overgrown with weeds appeared in front of them. The three-headed dog deliberately slowed down when he came here. He knew that this hospital was Hogback's territory. Normally, he would not even dare to approach here. After being discovered, he might be rebuilt. I go. One step, two steps. It was about to cry. How I wish that the pair of brothers on the head could understand what he meant. Let him stop quickly. "Little San, I think your steps are very spiritual, very suitable to be a dancer." Ace's calm voice floated from his back and entered its ears. What a dancer. The three-headed dog froze for a moment. If he went to the hospital now and was caught by Hogback, that would be something later. But if he was still procrastinating like this, he believed in this Ace, and he would probably send it to heaven right now. Da-da-da. With small steps, the three-headed dog directly smashed open the door of the hospital and rushed into a corridor covered with murals. Roar. The moment they stepped into the corridor, the characters in the original mural suddenly rushed out of the frame, at the same time swung their fangs and claws at Ace and Luffy. The three-headed dog mourned for them. Call. The fire flashed, and the corridor instantly became clean. "Ace, you are very powerful now," Luffy said in admiration. After being praised by his younger brother, Ace was in a good mood immediately, but he still had to put on his elder brother's majesty and said, "You will train according to my requirements, and you will become so powerful." "Okay, I will definitely become stronger. Then I will become the One Piece," Luffy said firmly. "Yo, you really are a kid with dreams." In the depths of the dark corridor, there was suddenly the sound of clear footsteps, followed by a vague figure at the end of the corridor. "Ha, Brook, is that you?" As soon as Luffy heard his unique laugh, he subconsciously thought it was Brook. But Ace's expression gradually turned serious. In his knowledge, the person opposite him was dressed as a Japanese samurai. Although he had the same laughter as Brook, he was obviously another person. Ryoma? Ace recognized the black knife Chioshui in this man's hand at a glance, So if this man is not the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma, who else could it be? And he is here, which means that Brook has been cut by Moria. It's careless. Ace touched his nose, just forgot to explain the precautions to Brook. However, as long as you kill him, the shadow can go back. Ace stood up and jumped off the back of the three-headed dog. His body seemed to have no weight, and he fell lightly a few meters away. He murmured, I also want to see how much strength you, the legendary swordsman, still have. Luffy, I'll leave those little spiders around to you. Ace flipped his right hand, took out Slayer, and solemnly looked at Ryoma, who was walking in. Little spider. The three-headed dog was a little dazed, and looked around, but there was nothing around. Leave it all to me, hee. It has to be said that Luffy has a natural fighting instinct, so he threw his fist into the shadows of the surrounding corridors without thinking. Rubber, machine gun. The moment the dense fist shadows blasted past, dense rustling sounds suddenly sounded in the shadows, and the next moment, countless rat-headed spiders suddenly crawled out of the corner that was originally emptied them. But Luffy's punch was faster, and the mice that crawled slower were submerged in the shadow of Luffy's fist in an instant. They couldn't even struggle, and they had already turned into pulp. Several black shadows drilled out of their bodies and flew out of the window. Boom, boom, boom. Luffy didn't intend to stop at all, and all kinds of moves rained down on the spiders, instantly crushing them. Seeing Luffy's performance, Ace smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the special training for Luffy these days has begun to work. Then, Ryoma Dano, let's start too. While Ace was speaking, the armed arrogance had already covered the blade of Emo, turning it into a hard black blade. Yo-ho, is Ryoma my name in life? Seeing you, I feel a familiar feeling, and my body seems to be excited. Ryoma's I was wrapped with a bandage, and he slowly pulled it out of autumn water. A serious expression finally appeared on his face. Ryoma, do you want my help? Wahoo-hoo. Little lowly Perona was followed by 3 fully armed zombie generals, holding her little red umbrella, floating in the air like this. As much as I'd love to see your panties, you're too small to fit. Pervert. I didn't mean to help you. Perona was so angry, she just wanted to help Ryoma deal with Ace, not to show him his underwear. Yo, ho, that's really a pity, but this is my battle alone. After Ryoma said this, he didn't hesitate anymore, and rushed to Ace in an instant and slashed him on the head. Clang! SD knife went up to meet him, and the 2 black knives collided suddenly, setting off a strong air wave, and the floor made of blue bricks seemed to turn into soft cotton cloth, shaking like sea waves. Click, click. The moment the 2 separated, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the wall of the corridor. Knight's song, straight through. Readjusting his body shape, Longma held up autumn water, pointed the tip of the knife at Ace, and stabbed forward suddenly. Chapter 80 got a gift, autumn water. A ray of sword energy rushed in front of Ace in an instant. Faced with this blow, Ace's arm seemed to disappear directly, and slaying demon struck on the ray of sword energy at the last moment. Boom. The sword energy suddenly changed direction and rushed straight up, piercing the hard blue stone roof in just this way. The cold moonlight poured down from the hole, illuminating the faces of the 2 of them. You are very good. Ryoma had no lips, and his teeth were exposed to the air. He looked a little ferocious, but now he showed a smile of appreciation. Hey, Ryoma, it's obvious that you are better. Why are you praising that kid? Perona floated in the air, crossed her waist, and said a little dissatisfied. Ryoma didn't respond to her, but Perona's eyes widened suddenly, and behind Ryoma, an X-shaped sword mark suddenly appeared on the smooth roof. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a rumbling sound, another hole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared on the originally solid roof. The move just now was amazingly equal. This kid can also wield sword energy? Perona couldn't help shouting out, but she heard from Moria that a swordsman who can wield sword energy must have been immersed in the sword for many years. He can even be called a master of swordsmen. But the kid in front of him looks younger than himself, right? How did he do that? Revolutionary dance assault. The battle between Ace and Ryoma would not stop just like that. Ryoma moved with the sword and rushed in front of Ace at an incredible speed in an instant. A layer of swords formed on the tip of autumn water. A sword. The samurai sword is not yet when it stabs in front of the face. It will make people feel a burst of pain on the skin. From the moment Ace saw Ryoma, he had already decided to have a pure swordsmanship duel with this swordsman. It is precisely because of this spirit of constant challenge that he has made such great progress in just over a year. Prick. A simple word, but it seems to contain the sweat of Ace, who endured the boring and repeated practice every day. A layer of almost materialized sword appeared on the killing demon and instantly greeted him Ryoma's attack. Ping! The swords and swords clearly carried terrifying force, but when they collided, there was only a crisp sound. The sound was obviously not loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder. A circle of cyan and purple sword energy scattered in all directions, instantly cutting a circle of neat cuts on the walls on all sides of the corridor. Rumbling. Master Perona, let's go out first. The hospital seems to be collapsing. Behind Perona, a zombie general said nervously. He is very self-aware. The battle between these two people in front of him, they can't get in the way at all. However, the battle between Ace and Ryoma was too fierce, and in this short period of time, the two had already matched several moves, and the flying sword energy was dazzling, constantly destroying the structure of the house. Pong. Plop, plop. Gravels continued to fall from the roof, clearing out a large area of rat-headed spiders in an instant. The three-headed dog is really very spiritual at this time. Turned around and was about to turn around and run out of the hospital building. But when he turned around, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and picked up Luffy, who wanted to continue fighting. With his head also, he rushed out without looking back. Ace, who was in the battle, sensed this scene, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect this three-headed dog to be so loyal. Continue. Devil Demon. In the hands of Ace, the speed of slashing is getting faster and faster, and the traces across the air are becoming more and more smooth and beautiful. Clang, clang. The figures of Ace and Ryoma have long been indistinguishable, only the dazzling sparks of sword energy when the swords clash, telling others how fierce their battle is. Boom! The structure of the hospital was finally destroyed to the limit, collapsing into ruins, and the dust splashed was 10 meters high. Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, two figures suddenly rushed out of the dust. It was Ace and Ryoma, who had been fighting for dozens of rounds. Ryoma panted heavily, but a cheerful smile appeared on his face. Thank you for letting me experience the fun of fighting in my lifetime again. Can you tell me your name? Ace's swordsmanship is actually not as good as Ryoma's, but his physical strength is stronger than Ryoma's, so he doesn't feel exhausted. You also deserve my respect, Your Excellency Ryoma. My name is Ace. Okay, Your Excellency Ace, the next move will be my full blow. Please be solemn. Ryoma flipped his wrist and jumped up. Nose song sanding. Dovetail cut. At this moment, Ryoma seemed to be the warrior in front of him again, who cut the flying dragon in two, and the autumn water in his hand let out cheers. Facing a swordsman's blow with conviction, if Ace didn't use his true strength, he would undoubtedly be insulting the opponent. Ace can't do it. Stacking flame, slash 40 layers. Holding the flame-wrapped devil demon, Ace's figure soared into the sky, passing Ryoma instantly. The two fell to the ground at the same time, and the picture seemed to freeze in place. The next moment, an incision suddenly appeared in Ryoma's abdomen, and then purple flames ignited from the wound, covering Ryoma's whole body in an instant. Puff. Ryoma still stood firmly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but in the flames, a wry smile appeared on his face. Am I still lost? Let me, a samurai, taste failure for the first time? So sad. With a flick of his hand, he absorbed the flames from Azemo back into his body. Ace didn't comfort him, but paused and said, I really want to meet you when you're alive. This sentence, sincerely, represents a strong person's recognition of another strong person. Ha! Ryoma laughed out loud this time and even let out his own voice. It's been a long time since I've been this happy, so take this knife as a gift from me, Ace. Whoosh. With a wave of Ryoma's hand, he threw the big sharp knife Chioshui directly at Ace. Ace took it casually, feeling a little emotional in his heart. He knew Ryoma was leaving. Sure enough, with a contented laugh, Ryoma raised his head and opened his mouth, and a black shadow came out of his mouth and flew towards the east of the island. Humph. It's useless. Among the ruins, Perona seemed to be a real ghost, unstoppable by matter at all, and directly drilled out of the masonry fragments. Behind him, several zombie generals were knocked dizzy, pushed the stone slab away, and barely stood up. It seems that we still have to rely on the invincible Perona. Perona raised her chin proudly, pointed at Ace from a distance, and snorted coldly, Mini ghost bomb. As soon as the words fell, countless little ghosts the size of fists got out of his body and flocked to Ace. End of this chapter. Chapter 81, Moria's killing intent. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the mini-ghosts gathered on Ace, Perona snapped her fingers, and then a dense explosion sounded suddenly, submerging Ace in a cloud of smoke. Look, I'm really strong. I killed this kid easily. Moria doesn't need to send you to protect me, Perona said proudly. Yes, yes, yes. You are the strongest. The generals understood Perona's position in Moria's heart, so they could only follow him. But the zombie generals standing at the end swallowed and poked the backs of the people in front, interrupting their desire to continue flattering. What are you doing? Perona said dissatisfiedly. She could hear it very well. The zombie didn't speak, but pointed forward with a look of fear. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their bodies froze at the same time. After the smoke dissipated, Ace was still standing there unscathed, and even the corners of his clothes were not wrinkled. Impossible! Perona screamed, and one of her ghost bombs could blow through the city wall, but dozens of them exploded at the same time just now. It doesn't matter if the other party is not blown to pieces. How can it be unscathed? Girl, it's useless. Your attack can't break my defense at all. They shrugged. Impossible. I don't believe it. Perona floated up high and shouted, Take me. Great ghost kamikaze bomb. A super large ghost with a diameter of nearly 2 meters suddenly got out of Perona's body, then opened its mouth wide and went straight to Ace. I told you, it's useless. Facing the oversized bomb, Ace just calmly punched it out. Boom. The violent explosion destroyed the ruins of the hospital again, but when the smoke cleared, Ace was still standing there intact. Ace didn't bother to wait for Perona to make a move. After taking Autumn Water back to the space of different fires, he held up Slayer and walked towards Perona step by step. Several zombie generals were terrified in time, but they had to obey Moria's order, and at the same time stepped forward to protect Perona behind them. Base. Boom. The big knife in Ace's hand flashed several cold lights, one knife at a time, and cut these zombie generals in half at the same time. You don't come here. Perona was a little scared. She floated back subconsciously, put on a fierce look on purpose, waved her small fist and said firmly, I'm not afraid of you. I can still, there are even more powerful moves. But it was too cruel, so I decided to let you go. Come on, I forgive you for everything before. Ace was amused by Perona, but of course he was not stupid enough to believe her, so he grabbed her. Call. Ace's hand passed through Perona's body like this, as if Perona in front of him didn't exist at all. Ha! Seeing this scene, Perona was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed arrogantly. I'm an invincible, beautiful girl. You can't even touch me, so how can you beat me? There was a playful smile on the corner of Ace's mouth. If someone else was here, there was really nothing he could do about Perona. After all, who could hurt an invisible ghost? But Ace knew the principle of the Perona fruit, so he didn't hesitate at all, and the domineering knowledge color instantly scanned everything around him into his mind. Is there nothing I can do with you? Ace smiled, moved his feet, and his body suddenly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already rushed to a small forest on the left side of the hospital. Perona originally had a smug expression, but after seeing Ace rushing there, she couldn't keep her composure anymore. Her soul body can exist outside of the body, ignoring physical attacks, but the body without the soul has no resistance to external attacks at all. And her body is in that forest right now. Perona panicked suddenly and immediately flew towards the grove with all her strength. But Ace's speed was even faster. Under her desperate eyes, Ace had already walked into the woods leisurely. Boom. A muffled sound came, and Perona suddenly felt a sense of dizziness rushing to her mind, and then her soul was uncontrollably sucked by her body, and she fell into a coma instantly. At the last second, what flashed through Perona's mind was, I really still have a big move. I haven't had time to use the negative ghost. At this moment, Ace suddenly became a little embarrassed. Facing Perona, who was lying in front of her, who had no power to resist, he was a little bit at a loss. Men and women can't kiss each other. I am still very traditional. Or kill her. After thinking about it for a while, Ace couldn't do anything. After all, Perona had never done anything harmful except for some princess sickness. So Ace finally decided to leave her in place, turned around and left the woods, and called Luffy and the three-headed dog to continue towards the depths of the island. But the monkey-headed spider Talara got out of the ruins at this moment. He judged from the beginning that he was not Ace's opponent at all, so he immediately decided to play dead in the ruins. The final result also proved that his decision was correct. Didn't you see that those zombie generals have turned into two halves? But when he saw Perona lying motionless on the ground, his eyes were instantly filled with fear, and some misunderstandings occurred in his heart. Lady Perona was killed. Talara could no longer imagine the kind of anger that Lord Moria would explode after knowing the news. Although Talara was very afraid that Moria would take his anger on him, the absolute loyalty to Moria deep in his soul made him rush to the castle in the center of the island as fast as possible. Oh, Master, Master. Talara was familiar with the island's terrain, so she returned to the castle before Ace and the others. Talara, did you catch that kid named Ace back? Moria lay on the throne with an excited smile on his face. Once he has Ace's shadow, he can activate the 900. No, not. Talara struggled, but finally said, Master Perona, she was killed by that kid named Ace. What did you say? Moria's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his body released an unprecedented killing intent, and he asked word by word. Gudo. Talara swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lady Perona, I asked dead? Then how can you still be alive? In Moria's view, no matter what the reason, Talara must give priority to protecting Perona and die before Perona. Puff, puff. Mariah's own shadow suddenly extended under Talara's body, turning into a dozen shadow spears, cutting them into countless pieces. Although Talara is a zombie, but before he dies, he feels horrible real pain. This is the special effect that shadow fruit can have on zombies. Looking at the dismembered corpse in front of him, Moria's anger didn't decrease by half. Perona, don't worry. I'll let them go and bury you with you right away. Chapter 82, The Devilos. Walking directly off the throne, Mariah walked straight to the door of the ice store in the depths of the castle. Seeing Moria's gloomy face, the zombies guarding the ice store immediately ran forward and hurriedly pushed the heavy door open. Puff. The cold air in the freezer rushed out from the door in an instant. A few rays of light shone into the ice storage, and at the end of the passage of the ice storage, a huge head of a terrifying giant was faintly reflected. Moria walked through the passage and entered the ice storage. This giant with a mouthful of fangs was several times the size of an ordinary giant. Moria looked at the terrifying giant in front of him and finally showed a ferocious sneer on his face. Oz, today is the time for you to be resurrected. It's a pity that I haven't found a powerful shadow that can control this body, so I can only replace it with a shadow mage. Moria hated Ace because of Perona's death, so he didn't care about the price of doing so. The shadow mage made by Moria with a shadow fruit will gain more powerful power once it enters the zombie's body. But doing so also has a side effect, that is, the shadow mage may be out of Moria's control. In the new world a few years ago, Moria was able to fight Kaido a few times by relying on the combination of shadow mage and powerful zombies. But from that time on, Moria never dared to do this again, because he found that after that time, the shadow mage had developed a bit of his own consciousness. However, it's only for a while, so it should be fine. Although Moria had concerns, it was hatred that prevailed. As long as Ozzy hammers that Ace into a pulp, I will take back the shadow mage immediately. Thinking of this, Mariah immediately summoned the shadow mage, and saw his shadow standing up from the ground slowly, and then Mariah did not directly convert him into a clone as usual. Instead, he pulled out a pair of scissors from behind and separated himself from the shadow with a click. At this moment, although Moria also felt drowsy for a while, because he is a capable person, he can still stay awake. Wake up, the legendary devil, Oz. With excitement on his face, Mariah stuffed his own shadow into the frozen body of Ozzy. After a while, Ozzy's body suddenly trembled and countless shards of ice shook off his body. Immediately afterwards, his eyes opened suddenly, as if they were two huge lanterns, releasing blood-red light outwards. Click, click. The thick iron chain with a diameter of several meters seemed to be made of paper under the power of Oz, and it was easily torn into two halves. Gah! Ozzy hammered his chest, raised his head, and let out a loud cry, as if releasing the excitement in his heart. Is this the devil? The two zombie guards who followed were startled. He broke the huge iron chain easily. It's really spectacular. This is the art of zombies. Another legend has been revived under our hands. At this time, another person suddenly walked in from outside the cold storage and said, There is such an aura. Oh, is it Hobak? Moria glanced at the person coming. He was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't want to talk to this subordinate. Yes, Lord Moria, I heard about Perona, so I rushed over immediately. Hobak grinned, saluted, and said, However, if you are really sad, my lord, I can help you. You made Perona's body into a zombie. Swish. Moria's eyes suddenly turned red, and without saying anything nonsense, he grabbed Hobak into his hand, and the strength in his hand gradually increased. and the severe pain in his body made Hobub's mind instantly occupied by fear. He had no idea that Perona had such a high status in Moria's heart that she would not allow outsiders to insult her at all. My daughter is also something you can insult. Moria adopted Perona from a very young age and regarded her as a daughter for a long time. Now that her daughter is dead, how can she be in the mood to talk nonsense with him? He didn't even give Huabaku a chance to beg for mercy, so he squeezed him to death with both hands. Even the subordinates who can make zombies for them are not half as good as Perona. Throwing Hobak's body aside casually, Mariah dodged and jumped into the cockpit in Oz's belly. Ozzy, let's go. Come with me and kill that little bastard named Ace. Rumble. Ozzy didn't answer, but he shook all the solid ice off his body and then punched the wall of the ice store without saying a word. What is Ozzy doing? The walls of the freezer are made of special materials, and it is impossible to break them. As soon as the doorman finished speaking, he saw Ozzy's fist smashing the wall open. The special material he was drawing seemed to be just inferior cotton cloth at this time, and a huge gap was torn open. ZZ easily stepped out of the ice house through the gap. If I had Ozzy back then, I would have trampled that guy Kaido to pieces. Moria was immersed in the pleasure of having such a powerful subordinate. It's just that he didn't notice that there was an evil smile on the corner of Ozzy's mouth that didn't belong to Mariah's will. Not far from the central castle, the two of Ace were moving quickly on a three-headed dog. Suddenly, there was a huge roar from the direction of the castle, and then a huge gap was suddenly blasted on the side of the castle, and then a huge giant with a height of 100 meters suddenly rushed out of the castle. It fell to the ground with a bang, and the shock caused immediately overturned countless houses. Even the three-headed dog, who was still some distance away from it, almost fell down due to the shaking. Little Oz. Seeing this figure, Ace's heart suddenly trembled. He thought that little Ozzy Jr. who gave his life to save him in the war on the top. Call. Ace took a deep breath, endured the pain in his heart, and woke up from the memory. He knew that the giant in front of him was not the little Ozzy in his memory, but his ancestor, just a corpse. Where did Moria get the shadow? Ace frowned. This time Luffy could stand beside him, and Luffy's current strength is far from the height in the previous Life comics. Take out the Devil Demon again and use the ability of the fire department. This knife is more suitable than he. At this time, Ace became more solemn than ever. You must know that even ordinary giants will be directly awarded the rank of Lieutenant General in the Navy. What's more, the Berserker Oz in front of him is far stronger than ordinary giants. Seeing Ozzy running straight towards him, Ace put the sword on his shoulder and said to himself, "It looks like it will be a fierce battle." Chapter 83, Nightmare Luffy. Ace Ha Giant. Luffy looked at Ozzy, who was getting closer and closer, and he didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, his eyes flashed with excitement. Luffy, how did you learn the moves I taught you a few days ago? Ace was used to Luffy's offline, so he jumped off the back of the three-headed dog and asked casually, "The 6 poses you taught Ace are too difficult. I only learned the 6 poses of shaving." Luffy then said proudly, "I couldn't finish it at first, but then I found out that it only needs to be done in the body. Inject steam into it, and the shave is easy to use." Ace's face darkened. The reason why he handed over all the 6-style training methods to Luffy was because he was afraid that he would develop this life-consuming move again. Unexpectedly, history is always surprisingly similar. Although his teaching made Luffy learn the second gear much earlier, why is it still the same as before? Luffy, this trick will consume vitality, promise me. Don't use it casually, Ace said solemnly. Listen to Ace. Luffy thought for a while, and then said, "However, if Ace is in danger, I will definitely use it." Ace's heart warmed when he heard it, and he was about to speak. The huge Oz had already taken huge steps, destroyed the trees along the way, and reached in front of Ace and the two of them. Ace. Mariah's angry roar came from Ozzy's stomach. Immediately afterwards, Ozzy's movements did not stop at all, and the huge fist had already smashed down from the air. Ace's eyes froze suddenly, and without thinking about it, he turned around and slashed from bottom to top. The sharp knife-like collided with Ozzy's fist, as if there was a shocking thunder explosion, and the airwaves were overwhelming. Ozzy's power is absolutely terrifying, and he can even lift a warship with his bare hands. But even with such terrifying power, his fist was deflected by Ace. Boom! Ozzy's fist hit the ground next to Ace, and suddenly the whole forest trembled violently. After the smoke and dust passed, a fist mark with a huge diameter suddenly appeared there. Ace stepped aside, his eyes became more serious, and the devil demon in his hand was still trembling because of the huge force. Ozzy, Hurry up and trample them to death. Mariah's sharp voice came. I want to bury them with Perona. Ozmo remained silent, but ignored Ace, turned around slightly, and stepped on Luffy and the three-headed dog. Asshole! Ace roared angrily and rushed over immediately, but the distance between them could not catch up now. Boom! Ozzy's foot stepped on the ground with all his strength and sank deeply into the ground. No! Ace's eyes were red, and without hesitation, he exploded with 5 times the strength of his body, rushed over, and slashed at Ozzy's leg. Puff! Even though Oz was a giant berserker with extremely hard skin, he couldn't stop Ace, who was in a rage. Slay, demon, easily submerged into Oz's calf, cut off a third of it, and was killed. Its leg bones block it. The force transmitted from the knife directly lifted Ozzy's leg away. Ozzy couldn't stand still and staggered directly and crushed a forest. But Ace didn't care about him at all and immediately swung the dust away with his palm, looked into the footprint stepped on by Ozzy, and found that it was empty. Wow, woof. Oh. But it turned out to be a 3-headed dog and took Luffy to the side 1 step ahead of time. Call. The stone in Ace's heart has finally come down. It's interesting to have a loyal zombie brother. Damn it! Moria opened the curtain that Ozzy closed alone and looked over with a gloomy face. Number 82. How dare you help the enemy? The 3-headed dog is obviously zombie number 82. After hearing what Moria said, he immediately broke out in cold sweat. Pat. The 3-headed dog loosened its mouth subconsciously, and Luffy in its mouth fell to the ground. There is no need for traitors to exist. Moria waved his hand and said coldly. Accompanied by Moria's movements, the 3-headed dog's eyes suddenly rolled over, leaving only the whites of the eyes in an instant, and then the 3 shadows were pulled out from its body by Moria. Little 3. Luffy looked at the 3-headed dog lying motionless on the ground and thought that it had accompanied him all the way and saved him twice, and now it died like this. His heart was filled with anger. Bastard, I'm going to beat you up. Luffy suddenly turned his head and looked at Mariah, glaring at him. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy didn't even think about it, and he punched us not far away with his dense fists. But his attack couldn't hurt the rough-skinned and thick-skinned Ozzy at all. He could only helplessly shout angrily, punching again and again. Enraged by Luffy's attack, Ozzy punched him again. Humph! Ace snorted coldly. The blade was entwined with a blue flame, and he slashed through it. Before Ozzy's fist hit Luffy, the flaming saber energy submerged into his fist. The terrifying high temperature burned the flesh on his fist to ashes, and even made Ozzy take a few steps back again. Ace, I'm not strong enough. Luffy was thrown back by the blast, unable to avenge the 3-headed dog with his own hands, leaving nowhere to release the anger in his heart. Ace sighed. He understood Luffy's temperament, and he had to give him a chance to fight this time. Luffy, I will give you strength this time, but from now on, you must train harder to become strong enough. Only then will your friends and relatives around you not disappear like this time. Then, Ace's words stimulated Luffy, and he agreed firmly. Ace nodded, then turned to look at the woods behind him and said expressionlessly, How long are you going to hide? Take out all the shadows you have collected. As soon as Ace finished speaking, a group of ragged people came out of the woods. They looked at Ace with hope in their eyes. They're all people whose shadows were taken away by Moria, and now they can only hide in the gloomy woods in desperation to avoid being turned into ashes by the sun. At this moment, Ace's strength gave them hope of recovery. How could they still hesitate? I saw that they immediately took out shadows one after another according to Ace's request and stuffed them into Luffy's body. After a while, a total of 70 shadows were crammed in. Immediately, Luffy's body swelled up, his skin turned blue-black, his arms became extremely thick, and he immediately possessed the strength of a lieutenant general. Nightmare Luffy. Luffy, your current strength can only be maintained for about 2 minutes. During this period, let us 2 brothers fight side by side. Ace looked at Luffy with a satisfied smile on his lips. Yes. Luffy agreed. His blue face was extremely firm, and the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared in place, and he punched Ozzy first. Spiritual fire, pure physical judgment. Breakout. Chinglian flame / 80 layers. Ace laughed loudly and swung a blazing saber energy that reached the sky, followed by Luffy and slashed at Oz. Chapter 84, The Shadow Mages Rebellion. In fact, their movements are very fast, so the time has only passed for a while now. Ozzy's palm had been burned into bones by the flames, and just as he stood firm, he saw 2 people on the opposite side attacking him. After Luffy turned into Nightmare Luffy, his strength increased several levels in an instant, and he suddenly appeared directly opposite Oz, hitting his chin with a punch the size of a sandbag. The huge giant with a height of nearly 100 meters was directly knocked off the ground by Luffy's punch, and temporarily lost the ability to move. In the next second, Luffy moved 10 meters sideways, making way for Ace's sword energy. Oz was in the air, and there was no way to avoid the swift sword energy. Puff. The sword energy sank into Ozzy's body, and bursts of blue smoke gushed out from the wound. Even though he's a zombie and can't feel pain, he now knows full well that he's on the verge of death. The abdomen was exerting force, and the body sank suddenly. He forcibly stabilized his figure, and was about to attack Ace, who was coming with a knife. But just when he clenched his fist and punched Ace, trying to crush Ace with his strength, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of him again, and punched him too. Boom. Luffy's fist was much smaller than Ozzy's, but he blocked the punch. At the same time, Ace had already appeared on the right side of Oz's arm and slashed down with a knife. There was no accident at all. Oz's arm was directly cut in two this time. The stinky blood rained down from Oz's arm and was vaporized by the high temperature of the flames into a gaseous state while still in the air. Boom! Ozzy's arm crashed down, rolling down, flattening a large forest. At this time, Luffy took a deep breath, twisted his body into a twist, and then roared. Rubber, rubber, storm. Luffy's fists seemed to be raindrops in a violent storm, hitting Ozzy's body continuously. The one-armed Ozzy was trembling all over, and countless blood spilled from the wound. And Moria, who stayed in Oz's stomach, couldn't escape Nightmare Luffy's fist, and was beaten like chaff. The cooperation between Ace and Luffy seems to have been rehearsed countless times in advance, and it seems that the tacit understanding is abnormal. Wow. The victims hiding in the woods all opened their eyes wide in disbelief. That Moria is also in the stomach of this zombie. He's also being beaten. These two children seem to be about 10 years old. They are already so strong. Then, doesn't it mean that we have a chance to see the sun again? After being shocked, they all fell into ecstasy. As long as Ace and Luffy kill Moria, they can have a normal life again. Boom. With the last punch, Ozzy was suddenly sent flying by his huge body, smashing down half of the castle and sinking deeply into it. After crushing Oz all the way, the time of 2 minutes finally came. Black shadows emerged from Luffy's body one after another. Luffy fell from the sky and returned to his original size. Ace stepped on the moon steps, took Luffy over, and gently put him on the ground. Looking at Luffy, who was still struggling to get up, he said with some distress, "You have done a good job. I will leave the rest to my brother." Damn. Moria didn't check for a while and was caught off guard by the two of Z at this moment. His face was bruised, and the anger in his heart increased by 3 points, and he jumped out of the cockpit directly. Shadow gathering place. But at the moment Moria launched this big move, something unexpected happened to everyone. Suddenly, the Shadow Mage jumped out of Ozzy's body, with a wicked smile on his lips, and suddenly appeared behind Mariah. Puff. The Shadow Mage's palm stretched out suddenly, and actually directly inserted into Moria's chest. Puff. Moria spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened suddenly, and he barely turned around. The expression on his face was completely replaced by horror. You. How could my avatar attack me? Hey. The Shadow Mage's wide mouth grinned exaggeratedly to his ears, letting out a sinister laugh. Puff. The Shadow Mage pulled out his palm and brought out a puddle of blood, which spilled all over the ground. Moria's body became heavy, and he fell from the air weakly, broke a giant tree, and fell heavily to the ground. Consciousness became a little fuzzy, and Moria gave a wry smile. It seemed that he still underestimated the side effects of the Shadow Mage, and even got out of his control at a critical moment of the battle. It's just a pity that I haven't had time to avenge Perona yet. Moria looked at Ace on the side, with a grim face, and his heart was full of unwillingness to get revenge. Molia, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a little girl in a pink dress ran out of the woods on one side. When she saw Moria lying on the ground, she threw aside her beloved umbrella and rushed over anxiously. The ferocious expression on Moria's face was completely shocked. His eyes were about to pop out, and his voice became even more stammering. Perona? Molia, don't move. You're bleeding a lot. Perona cried and rushed to Moria's side, and helped Moria deal with the wound clumsily, wrapped the bandage. Even though her body was covered with blood, she didn't care. That Ace didn't kill you. Moria watched Perona carefully, wondering if she was injured. When I woke up, I passed out in the woods next to the horror hospital. so that Ace probably didn't intend to kill me. Perona's words made Moria's expression complicated. Doesn't that mean that he is completely to blame for his current predicament? Because of wronging Ace, this made the Shadow Mage out of his control and anger, and finally gave him the opportunity to sneak attack him. Ace watched blankly from the side. Although he was a little surprised by Shadow Mage's betrayal, he would not be so bored as to sympathize with Moria. Hey, the Shadow Gathering Place. The Shadow Mage's voice attracted the attention of everyone present, and all the zombies on the Devil's Bark fell to the ground almost at the same time, while the shadows of their souls all moved rapidly along the ground, towards the Shadow Mage's body drill-in. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Moria spit out another mouthful of blood. The Shadow Mage not only developed self-awareness, but also used his own abilities. Although the Shadow Mage has escaped Mariah's control, there is still a faint connection between them, so he understands that if the Shadow Mage is not stopped, after he absorbs the shadows of the entire island, everyone on the island will be killed. Kill them all, including Perona. Forget it himself, after losing all his partners in the New World, he was actually half dead. But Perona can't die. Moria has already experienced the feeling of losing her daughter once, and never wants to have a second time. Thinking of this, Moria pushed Perona away and said loudly, "That Ace, I know I'm damn in your eyes. I don't expect you to deal with Shadow Mage with me, but I hope you can protect Perona Rona. What I did has nothing to do with her." Only then did Ace's expression change. He didn't expect Perona to have such a high status in Moria's heart, high enough for him to implore himself on the enemy who killed his men. After saying this, seeing Ace moving in front of Perona with a knife, Moria suddenly shouted, "Shadow Gathering Place! Shadow Gathering Place!" Immediately, half of the shadows flocking to the Shadow Mage were attracted by Moria. The two tried their best at the same time and began to compete for the control of the shadows on the island. At this time, Ace's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. From the moment the Shadow Mage appeared, the Slayer in his hand began to vibrate crazily. And the strange fire system in my mind, after seeing the Shadow Mage, spit out a word very seriously. Magic.